Chapter 1. The Zero-Grade Root. Fellow cultivators, before this journey begins, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a chapter. A single like is foundation stone. Now let us begin. The testing chamber of Iron Crane sect hung suspended between sky and earth, built atop the Lingxiao peaks where spiritual qi gathered thickest. Wei Liang stood before the spirit root crystal, a massive formation embedded in jade the color of moonlight, his heart hammering against his ribs like a caged bird. 17 years old, and this moment would determine everything. Around him, seated on cushioned platforms, the elders of Iron Crane sect watched with expressions carved from stone. Elder Huang sat slightly apart from the others, his weathered face unreadable, his gray robes hanging loosely over a frame that seemed to contain infinite patience. The other elders, Sect Master Lu with his iron-gray beard, Elder Chun with her sharp eyes, Elder Wu with his scarred hands, all fixed their gaze upon the crystal. "Place your palm on the stone," Sect Master Lu commanded, his voice carrying the weight of 200 years of cultivation. Wei Liang swallowed hard. His palm was slick with sweat. For 3 months, ever since his parents had brought him to the sect gates, he had trained alongside 19 other outer disciples. He had learned the basic crane breathing technique. He had practiced the 8 directional stances until his legs burned like fire. Every night, he had felt the qi in his meridians, warm and responsive, flowing through his body like water through channels. They said he was ready. He placed his hand on the crystal. The formation activated with a sound like wind chimes singing in a storm. Light erupted from the stone, brilliant, radiant, suffusing the entire chamber with illumination. Wei Liang felt the crystal's probing energy, like invisible fingers tracing through his body, following the pathways of his meridians, cataloging the nature of his spiritual root. The light should have been colored: blue for water root, red for fire, gold for metal, deep green for wood, brown for earth. Each sect member's light was unique, bearing the signature of their elemental affinity. The light would tell them whether Wei Liang was suited for offense or defense, for support or leadership. The light flickered, then faded. The crystal returned to its neutral pale glow. The chamber fell silent, not the comfortable silence of waiting, but the terrible silence of something broken. Again, Sect Master Lu said quietly. Wei Liang placed his hand on the stone a second time. The same bright eruption of power, the same invisible probing through his body. And the same result. The light wavered, as if confused, and died. The elders exchanged glances. "Test the crystal with a disciple we know," Elder Chen suggested. One of Wei Liang's fellow applicants, a girl named Qin Mei, whose water root affinity burned bright as blue flame, approached the stone. Her light blazed immediately, strong and pure, painting her skin with sapphire luminescence. "The stone functions properly," Elder Huang observed, his voice soft as falling snow. Sect Master Lu turned to Wei Liang, and the older man's expression had hardened into something cold. "You are a zero-grade spirit root. You lack the spiritual foundation necessary to cultivate the crane arts. You will leave the sect at sunrise." The words hit Wei Liang like physical blows, each one striking deeper than the last. 0 grade. Not even the lowest officially recognized grade, which was 9 grade, representing the weakest cultivators who still showed some cultivation potential, but 0. Below the scale entirely. A root so weak, so utterly devoid of spiritual potential, that it fell beneath the established classification system. It meant he was fundamentally unsuited for cultivation. It meant the 3 months of intensive training, of sweat and hope and burning muscles, had been for nothing. It meant the sacrifices his parents had made, taking out loans against their farmland, sending their life savings to the sect, had been wasted. It meant his parents had been wrong to hope for him. And it meant Wei Liang had been wrong to dream. His childhood dreams of becoming a cultivator, of mastering powerful techniques, of ascending to heights of power and prestige, all of them collapsed in an instant, reduced to ash by a single test result. From the far corner of the testing chamber, a voice cut through the gathering darkness of Wei Liang's thoughts like a knife through silk. "A pity," Feng Xiao said, rising from where he had been casually observing with the other advanced disciples. The young noble was perhaps 20 years old, with a bearing that screamed privilege and power. He moved with the fluid grace of someone born to cultivation, his posture saber-straight, his features perfectly composed. Feng Xiao's spirit root test had blazed purple-white, top-grade lightning affinity with exceptional purity, marked clearly for rapid advancement and great future achievements. "I thought perhaps we might finally have someone of genuine talent who could provide actual challenge during sparring practice. But a 0 grade root? Such a person shouldn't even be allowed through the sect gates to begin with." What was anyone thinking, admitting someone so utterly unsuitable? Feng Xiao smiled, and it was the smile of a wolf evaluating prey that was far beneath its ability level. His eyes held nothing but contempt and amusement at Wei Liang's expense. Did you truly believe you could cultivate alongside us, Wei Liang? Did you honestly think your pathetic efforts over these 3 months would somehow prove you capable? How amusing. How absolutely pathetic. The other advanced disciples laughed, a sound like breaking glass, cruel and cutting. Wei Liang's hands clenched involuntarily into fists, his fingernails digging painfully into his palms. Every instinct screamed at him to respond, to defend himself, to rage against the injustice of it all. But what could he possibly say? The crystal had tested him. The elders, multiple witnesses of substantial power and authority, had rendered their judgment. The numbers did not lie. There was no argument to make. No defense that would change reality. He turned away from the crystal, from the laughter, from the watching faces. His eyes blurred as he walked toward the chamber doors, his vision swimming as tears began to form. Behind him, he heard Sect Master Lu's authoritative voice explaining to the remaining hopeful disciples that the testing would continue tomorrow. Behind him, he heard Feng Xiao's voice describing in mocking detail all the embarrassing training sessions Wei Liang had endured, all the failures and obvious limitations that should have been apparent from the start. But Elder Huang said nothing. The old man simply watched. As Wei Liang reached the heavy wooden doors, he felt the weight of the old man's gaze upon his back like a physical presence. When he glanced sideways, he caught sight of Elder Huang watching him with an expression of such intense, penetrating focus that it made Wei Liang pause for just a moment. For a fraction of a second, he and the elder locked eyes. The old man's expression was unreadable, but there was something in his gaze, something that looked almost like understanding, almost like knowing. Then the moment passed, and Wei Liang stepped out into the morning light. The mist clung to the Lingxiao peaks like persistent ghosts. The sky overhead was clear and blue and utterly indifferent to his devastation. And everything Wei Liang had believed about his future, everything he had hoped for, everything he had worked toward for 3 months and dreamed about for years, crumbled into ash around him. Chapter 2. Survival. The sun had not yet risen when Wei Liang found himself expelled from Iron Crane's sect, walking alone down the mountain path with nothing but the clothes on his back and a small purse containing 3 silver taels, the meager allowance his parents had given him. 3 silver taels. It was enough for perhaps 2 weeks of food in the village at the mountain's base, if he ate sparingly. After that, he would have nothing. Wei Liang's feet carried him down the winding mountain path automatically, each step an echo of his devastation. The Lingxiao peaks, which had seemed so majestic and full of promise just this morning, now felt like mountains of ice. The morning mist clung to his clothes, soaking through, chilling him to the bone. Or perhaps that chill came from within, from the freezing realization that everything he had worked toward, everything his parents had sacrificed for, had been built on a foundation of illusion. The testing crystal did not lie. The elders did not make mistakes. 0-grade spirit root meant he was fundamentally unsuited for cultivation. It meant that his body, his meridians, his very nature as a person was broken in some essential way that no amount of training could fix. His parents, what would they say when they learned he had been rejected? His father, a simple farmer in a village 2 days' journey from here, had taken out loans against their land to pay Wei Liang's admission fee. His mother had wept with joy when he was accepted, believing her son would become a cultivator and bring honor to their family. That honor was ashes now. The path descended through forests of ancient pine and cypress. The morning light filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, beautiful and terrible. Wei Liang barely noticed. He walked like someone moving through a dream, his consciousness distant from his body, observing himself from above as he moved ever downward toward the village. It was only when he emerged from the forest and saw the village of Lingquan spread out below him that reality reasserted itself with urgent force. He could not go home. Not immediately. Not yet. His parents were expecting word of his advancement through the sect's ranks. How could he face them with news of his failure? No. He would need to disappear for a time. He would need to find a way to survive, to think, to determine if there was any possible path forward from this catastrophe. He arrived at the Jade Dragon Inn in the late afternoon, when the sun had begun its descent toward the western peaks. The inn was a modest establishment, 2 stories of aged wood and tile, with flower pots lining the entrance. A painted sign hanging above the door showed a dragon rendered in fading gold leaf. Mama Lu, the innkeeper, was a woman in her 60s with weathered skin and sharp eyes that had clearly seen many stories pass through her establishment. She sat behind a small desk near the entrance, working through account books with the focus of someone for whom accounting was both profession and obsession. A room, Wei Liang said, and his voice sounded strange to his own ears, hollow, as though coming from a great distance. Mama Lu glanced up, her gaze taking in Wei Liang's appearance in a single assessment that was remarkably complete. She noted the fine robes, slightly torn at the hem from walking, the absence of any cultivator's medallion or sect insignia that would normally mark a disciple, the red-rimmed eyes that suggested recent tears. 2 silver taels a month, she said, not unkindly, but without any particular gentleness. Breakfast is rice and vegetables. Dinner is the same. Salt and simple sauce included. If you want meat, that's an additional copper per meal. 1 month, Wei Liang said, withdrawing the coins from his purse with fingers that felt numb. 3 silver taels gone just like that. 1 tael remaining, plus whatever copper coins he still possessed. Mama Lu took the payment and gestured to a staircase. 2nd floor, 3rd door on the left. Key is on the hook downstairs when you need it. The room was small, barely 12 feet on a side, with a straw mat, a simple wooden table, and a single window that overlooked the village square. Wei Liang entered and closed the door behind him, and in that moment of solitude, his carefully maintained composure finally shattered. He collapsed onto the mat and wept. The sobs came from somewhere deep within him, from a place where hope had lived and now died. He wept for his parents' disappointment. He wept for the wasted months of training. He wept for the false hope that had sustained him through all of this. He wept for the simple, horrible fact that his body was broken in some way that no effort could repair. When he finally exhausted his tears, night had fallen outside his window. The village square was dark, lit only by the occasional lantern hanging from storefront doorways. Wei Liang lay on the mat, staring at the ceiling, and felt the full weight of his circumstance settle upon him like a physical thing. He had no sect, no mentor, no path forward, just 1 silver tael and whatever work he could find in a small village. It should have been the end of his story. By all rational assessment, Wei Liang's cultivation dreams should have died in that room, and he should have resigned himself to becoming a common laborer, working in fields or shops, eventually marrying a village girl, raising children, and living out a life of quiet mediocrity. But Wei Liang had never been good at accepting what should be. The next morning arrived with the kind of clarity that comes from having nothing left to lose. Wei Liang woke with a decision crystallized in his mind. If cultivation was possible for him at all, he would have to find his own way. The sect would not teach him. His parents could not help him. The official paths were closed, which meant he would have to carve his own path, however unconventional, however impossible it might seem. But Wei Liang had always been stubborn. He began, simply, by looking for work. Mama Lu, observing his situation with the kind, sharp-eyed assessment that came from decades of managing an inn, offered him a position helping in the kitchen. The work was simple, washing dishes, preparing vegetables, fetching water, and the payment was modest. 1 copper tael per day, plus meals. It was enough. Just barely. By evening, Wei Liang had a job. By the next morning, he had a routine. He would wake early and work in the inn's kitchen until noon. Then he would take whatever small tasks needed doing around Linquan, sweeping streets, carrying goods for merchants, helping repair fences and walls. By evening, he would earn another copper tael or 2, bringing his daily earnings to perhaps 2 copper pieces. It was survival, nothing more. At this rate, his single remaining silver tael would last another month, and if he was careful, he could sustain himself indefinitely on his wages. But something shifted in him during this time. It happened gradually, almost unconsciously at first. In the evenings, when his work was done, Wei Liang would find himself gravitating toward the common room of the Jade Dragon Inn. Not to eat or drink. He could not afford unnecessary expenses, but to observe. Cultivators passed through Linquan regularly. They were not particularly powerful practitioners. Most were outer disciples or lower-ranked independent cultivators traveling between sects or on missions. But they were cultivators nonetheless, and they possessed capabilities that marked them as fundamentally different from common people. One evening, a middle-aged man with a bronze-grade water root stayed at the inn. He was from the Eastern Wave sect, and early the next morning, before most people had woken, Wei Liang watched him practice in the inn's small courtyard. The water cultivator moved through a series of positions with practiced fluidity. His form was called the flowing stream stance, a foundational defensive technique used by water root practitioners. The stance generated a subtle field of water qi around his body, creating layers of protection that could deflect impacts and absorb force. Wei Liang watched with complete focus. He studied the angle of the cultivator's feet, slightly turned outward for stability. He noted the exact position of the hands, held at shoulder height, palms facing forward. He observed the cultivator's breathing, slow, deep, coordinated with the subtle movements of the shoulders and spine. More importantly, he felt something. A faint vibration in the air as the cultivator moved. A resonance. As though the water chi was creating patterns of energy that Wei Liang could almost perceive, even without being a cultivator himself. When the cultivator finished and returned to his room, Wei Liang found himself alone in the courtyard. That afternoon, in a secluded corner behind the inn, Wei Liang attempted to reproduce what he had observed. He positioned his feet as the water cultivator had done. He raised his hands to shoulder height. He began to breathe in the slow, controlled pattern he had observed. And something responded. It was faint, barely perceptible, but it was undeniably there. A trickle of something moving through the meridians in his body. Not heat, not coldness, but something utterly other. Something that felt like water. Like a liquid essence flowing through channels that Wei Liang had not known existed. He opened his eyes in shock. There was no visible effect. No defensive field manifesting around his body. No obvious change in his surroundings. But he had felt it. He had accessed something. He had performed a technique. It should have been impossible. Wei Liang's understanding of cultivation, shaped entirely by what he had learned during his brief time at Iron Crane sect, was clear. Techniques required internal qi. A zero-grade root meant virtually no qi. Therefore, a zero-grade root could not perform techniques. Yet he had. Over the next week, whenever cultivators stayed at the inn, Wei Liang made a point of observing their practice. A fire root disciple from the Crimson Flame sect demonstrated the flame burst palm, a technique that concentrated qi in a hand and released it as a concussive burst of heat. Wei Liang watched with meticulous attention, noting every detail, every movement, every breath. That evening, alone in his room, he attempted to reproduce it. His palm warmed. Then it ignited. The flame that erupted from his hand was weak, barely hot enough to singe a piece of paper if held too close. But it was unmistakably real. A genuine technique, executed with precision, despite the fact that Wei Liang had never trained in fire cultivation. Despite having a zero-grade spirit root, fear and exhilaration warred in his chest. The fear came first. What was happening to him? Was he somehow tapping into power that should not be accessible? Was this a violation of natural cultivation principles? But the exhilaration came quickly after. If he could do this, if he could observe a technique once and execute it, then perhaps he was not useless. Perhaps he was not broken. Over the following weeks, as cultivators cycled through the Jade Dragon Inn, Wei Liang continued his hidden practice. An earthroot cultivator demonstrated the stone fortification stance, which enhanced the user's durability and resistance to physical damage. Wei Liang watched, learned, and practiced alone. Within 2 days, he could execute the stance with such proficiency that his skin took on a subtly stone-like texture when he activated it. A windroot practitioner from a minor sect showed the swift step technique, which enhanced movement speed and agility. Wei Liang observed the way the cultivator moved, the specific rhythm of their breathing, the positioning of the arms and legs. He practiced in secret, and soon he could move with surprising swiftness. A neutral cultivator, specializing in qi refinement rather than any specific element, demonstrated a meditation technique for gathering and storing qi. Wei Liang learned this too, and when he practiced it, he found that his qi reserves, meager though they were, could be accumulated and sustained rather than dissipating after use. More than a technique was being born in those weeks. An understanding was forming. Wei Liang realized that when he observed a technique with complete focus, his body somehow remembered it. Not through laborious practice and memorization, but through a deeper process of comprehension. He understood the technique at a level beyond conscious knowledge. His body knew how to execute it because his consciousness had grasped the essential principles underlying it. It was as though he could see into the heart of each technique and replicate that heart perfectly. By the time his first month at the inn had ended, Wei Liang had mastered 7 different techniques from 7 different cultivators, spanning 5 different root types. At the beginning of that month, he had been an expelled failure, a zero-grade root with no future. By the end of that month, he had become something else entirely. He did not yet know what he was. But the testing crystal had been wrong. He was certain of that. Somehow, impossibly, he possessed the ability to perform cultivation techniques despite being marked as zero-grade. And more than that, he was strong. Weak by the standards of true cultivators, perhaps, but capable far beyond what a zero-grade root should be able to achieve. Wei Liang did not know it yet, but he had taken the first step on a path that would eventually change the course of his life. He had begun to discover his true nature. Chapter 3. The discovery. It was on a rain-soaked evening in the 4th week that Wei Liang made the critical discovery. He had been practicing in the hills above Linquan, in a small secluded valley hidden from view by dense trees and standing stones. The flame-burst palm was the focus of his attention that evening. He had mastered the flowing stream stance weeks ago, and the swift step technique had become second nature to his body. But the flame-burst palm remained elusive, powerful but difficult to control, requiring precise coordination between his physical movements and the mysterious inner force he had come to understand as qi. The rain fell in heavy sheets, soaking through his clothes, running in rivulets down his face. A normal person would have taken shelter, but Wei Liang ignored the discomfort, repeating the technique over and over. His hands were already blistered and raw from weeks of practice, the skin split and bleeding in places. Pain was simply background noise now, something to be noted and dismissed. With each repetition, something was changing. The flame-burst palm grew marginally stronger. The flame that erupted from his hand burned a shade hotter. His control over the technique improved incrementally. For the first time since being expelled from Iron Crane sect, Wei Liang felt close to something. Not just mastery of technique, but understanding of something deeper. Something fundamental about the way cultivation worked. The techniques he had copied were not foreign to his body. They did not require him to reshape his internal structure or force his meridians into shapes that felt wrong. Instead, each technique integrated seamlessly, as if his internal qi, meager though it was, had been shaped specifically to channel these techniques. It was as though he had been designed to learn these exact forms. As though his spirit root was not empty, but rather a mirror, a perfect, crystalline mirror that reflected whatever was placed before it. The realization came while he was practicing the flowing stream stance for perhaps the 100th time that evening. The rain continued its heavy assault, but Wei Liang was no longer aware of it. He moved through the stance with increasing fluidity, his feet sliding forward in the precise angle the water cultivator had demonstrated, his hands rising to shoulder height, his breathing synchronized with the subtle movements of his body. With each cycle, the defensive barrier he generated grew stronger. Where a week ago, the barrier had been barely perceptible, it now manifested as visible ripples of water-like qi around his body. Then, without conscious intention, Wei Liang's awareness shifted. His mind turned inward, following the flow of qi through his meridians, into the central dantian, the core of energy that all cultivators possessed, located in the lower abdomen a few inches below the navel. What he discovered there changed everything. His dantian was not normal. It was not depleted, as one might expect from a zero-grade root. It was not broken or malformed. Rather, it was empty, but in the way that a vast chamber is empty. A space so enormous that it appeared void. And more than that, it was perfectly structured. The walls of his dantian appeared to be constructed from pure crystal, transparent, reflective, resonating with light in ways that had no explanation in any cultivation text Wei Liang had ever heard of. When his consciousness brushed against those walls, they shimmered like the surface of still water, reflecting his awareness back upon itself. A mirror. His dantian was literally a mirror. Or rather, not a mirror in the physical sense, but something more profound. A dantian designed to reflect and reproduce whatever was placed before it. A spiritual center that did not generate power in a single direction, like the elemental roots, but instead adapted to whatever techniques it encountered. Wei Liang's eyes snapped open. He stumbled backward, nearly falling on the rain-soaked ground, his control over the flowing stream stance shattering like glass. No, he was not zero-grade. The testing crystal had been unable to categorize him because it was not designed to recognize what he was. It was calibrated to detect elemental affinities, the blue resonance of water roots, the red signature of fire, the golden hum of metal cultivation, the green whisper of wood, the brown solidity of earth. It was designed to identify roots that fed power in specific directions. Wei Liang's spirit root was fundamentally different. It was a mirror root, one that reflected all types of cultivation equally. It was not an elemental root at all, but rather a meta root, a root that adapted to whatever was placed before it. No sect recorded such things. No cultivation manual existed for training such a root. In all of recorded history, mirror roots had been thought to be either extinct or entirely mythological. Perhaps only 3 or 4 had ever been documented in the entirety of cultivation's long ages. And the world's first documented mirror root cultivator in millennia had been thrown out of Iron Crane sect like garbage, dismissed as broken and worthless. Wei Liang laughed then, a sound half wild and half desperate, barely audible beneath the roar of the rain. He raised his hands to the rain-dark sky and laughed again, harder this time, until the sound became almost delirious. The absurdity of his situation was so complete, so utterly perfect, that it transcended tragedy. He had been rejected, expelled, humiliated, and all the while, his spirit root was something miraculous, something that the sect had never even expected to encounter. The laughter gradually subsided, and Wei Liang's expression hardened into something more focused. If his spirit root was truly a mirror root, if that was what his Dantian's crystalline structure meant, then he needed to understand it. He needed to learn how to develop it properly, how to strengthen it, how to build it into something remarkable. Most importantly, he needed a manual, a cultivation method specifically designed for mirror class practitioners. Over the next 3 days, Wei Liang used his limited resources to ask cautious questions around Lingquan. Did anyone know of ancient cultivation manuals? Did anyone have access to libraries of rare techniques? Were there any scholars or elderly cultivators nearby who might possess knowledge of unusual spirit roots? Most people looked at him as though he was mad. But on the 4th day, while exchanging vegetables at a local market stall, Wei Liang met Grandfather Song, an old herbalist who lived in a rambling house on the village's northern edge. Song had clearly spent most of his life in the cultivation world before retiring to a quieter existence, and his memory of obscure cultivation lore was sharp despite his advanced age. Mirror class roots, the old man said, stroking his wispy beard thoughtfully as Wei Liang carefully raised the subject. Now that's an interesting question. I heard a story once, many decades back when I was still traveling. They say, or so the story goes, that there's an ancient cultivation technique called the mirror sovereign technique, created more than 10,000 years ago by a cultivator who possessed a mirror root himself. The original manual was supposedly hidden away in the Crescent Moon Cave, up north about a day's journey from here. Wei Liang's heart began to race. Is it still there? Do you know if the manual is still in the cave? No idea, Grandfather Song said cheerfully, unconcerned by the possibility of such a treasure. That was thousands of years back. Could have been destroyed by time or by someone else seeking it. Could have been moved. Could still be sitting in that cave, gathering dust, waiting for someone foolish enough to try to find it. He leaned closer, his voice taking on a warning tone. I'll tell you something free of charge, though. The roads north are not safe for someone with no cultivation base. Bandits operate there. Wild beasts in the mountains. Worse things, too. The kind of dangers that cultivation texts warn about. A young man with 0-grade spirit root would not survive 3 days on those roads. But Wei Liang was already mentally preparing for the journey, already planning the route, already accepting the risks without hesitation. A cultivation technique designed specifically for mirror class roots. A manual created 10,000 years ago by someone like him. A text that had been waiting in a cave all this time, undiscovered, undisturbed. It felt like fate, like the universe offering him a second chance after his brutal expulsion from Iron Crane's sect. Wei Liang knew he could not wait for permission or opportunity. The world had already decided against him once. He had already been rejected, humiliated, cast aside. But now he had discovered something the rejection had not accounted for, his true nature. This time, he would seize his own destiny. He would find the mirror sovereign technique. He would master it. And when he returned, he would prove that the testing crystal had been wrong. He would prove that Wei Liang was not broken. He was extraordinary. Chapter 4. The Mirror Sovereign. It took Wei Liang 2 weeks of careful preparation before he departed Lingquan. He did not rush into the journey. Despite his eagerness, despite the pull toward the Crescent Moon Cave and the legendary Mirror Sovereign technique, Wei Liang possessed enough pragmatism to understand that an unprepared journey into dangerous territory would accomplish nothing. He would simply die on the roads and never reach his destination. So he prepared methodically. First, he saved his wages. For 2 weeks, he ate sparingly, rice and vegetables only, never touching meat despite Mama Lu's offers. He skipped the occasional meal, claiming no appetite, allowing his limited funds to accumulate. By the end of 2 weeks, he had accumulated nearly 2 extra silver taels. Second, he gathered supplies with the help of advice from the more experienced travelers who passed through the Jade Dragon Inn. From a merchant, he learned what equipment would be necessary for wilderness travel. From a hunter who stayed at the inn for several nights, he acquired a worn but serviceable backpack and a water flask that would not leak. From an old herbalist visiting the village, he purchased a coil of good rope and a small oil lamp. Third, and most importantly, he improved his physical conditioning. Wei Liang had been doing heavy labor at the inn and around the village, but it was not the same as preparing for genuine wilderness travel. He began waking before dawn and running through the hills, pushing his body to greater endurance. He carried weights, buckets of water, bundles of firewood, on increasingly long walks, building the kind of stamina that would be necessary for days of continuous travel. By the end of the 2 weeks, he was physically prepared as he could be without actual cultivation advancement. His muscles were hard and lean. His endurance had increased dramatically. When he finally set out, in the cool light of early morning, Mama Lu watched him with an expression that was both resignation and something that might have been respect. "Don't die," she said simply. "I'll return," Wei Liang replied, surprising himself with the certainty in his own voice. The roads north were indeed dangerous, far more so than Wei Liang had anticipated. He encountered his first bandits on the third day of travel. They emerged from the forest in a loose group of 5, clearly confident in their superiority over a lone young man carrying only a backpack and a water flask. Wei Liang had time to fear. He had time to consider running. But he also had something else: 7 cultivated techniques and the understanding of a mirror root's capacity for rapid adaptation. When the first bandit lunged at him with a crude knife, Wei Liang sidestepped using the swift step technique, which enhanced his movement and reflexes to superhuman levels. The bandit stumbled past, confused. The second bandit attacked from his left, swinging a wooden club with force. Wei Liang activated the stone fortification stance, which hardened his skin and bones against impact. The club struck his forearm and bounced off as though hitting stone, rather than flesh. The bandit yelped in pain and surprise. The third bandit threw a crude spear. Wei Liang evaded using swift step, then activated the flame burst palm, releasing a burst of flame that forced the bandits to retreat in fear. The fight lasted perhaps 2 minutes. It ended with the 5 bandits fleeing into the forest, convinced that they had encountered some kind of minor cultivator far beyond their pay scale. Wei Liang pressed on without pausing, his heart hammering with the realization of how useful his accumulated techniques had become. He was not a powerful cultivator by the standards of the sect, but compared to common people, he was a minor deity. On the 5th day, he encountered a wild beast, a massive boar-like creature with tusks as long as his forearm. The creature, seeing Wei Liang as either food or a threat, charged. Wei Liang did not attempt to fight. Instead, he used swift step to flee, moving faster than the beast could follow. He climbed a steep hillside, using terrain to his advantage, until the boar eventually gave up the chase. The encounter left him shaken but alive. He was learning, on his journey, that mere technique was not always sufficient. Wisdom also mattered. On the 8th day of travel, exhausted and running low on supplies, Wei Liang found the Crescent Moon Cave. It was located in a cliff face overlooking a small mountain stream, shaped precisely like a crescent moon or perhaps like a smile turned upside down, depending on one's perspective. The entrance was perhaps 3 feet in height, barely large enough for a man to squeeze through without removing his backpack. Wei Liang approached cautiously, scanning for signs of habitation or danger. The claw marks on the stone near the entrance were old, at least a season weathered, possibly several years. Whatever large beast had made them was long gone, likely migrated to other hunting grounds or perished. He took a deep breath, lit his oil lamp, and squeezed through the narrow entrance. The interior of the cave was smaller than he had expected, a chamber barely 20 feet across, with a stone floor worn smooth by the passage of countless ages. The air was cool and dry, preserved by the cave's isolation from the elements. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like the fangs of some inverted stone mouth, each one dripping slowly with crystalline water that chimed like tiny bells in the lamplight's flicker. The sound was ethereal, almost like the humming of a distant meditation chamber. And there, in the exact center of the chamber, sat a stone pedestal. And on that pedestal lay an ancient scroll, wrapped in silk so fragile that it crumbled at the slightest disturbance of air. Wei Liang's breath caught in his throat. This was it. This had to be it. For a long moment, he simply stood at the chamber's entrance, staring at the scroll, processing the reality of what he was seeing. He had traveled for 8 days, risked bandits and wild beasts, exhausted his body and his meager resources. And here it was, apparently waiting for him, exactly as the legend suggested. He approached slowly, with the reverence one reserves for sacred things. The scroll was covered in dust, centuries of dust, perhaps more than 1,000 years of dust. The surface was thick with the accumulated remnants of ages. No human had been here in a very long time. Very carefully, moving with all the deliberation of someone handling something infinitely precious, Wei Liang picked up the scroll. The silk wrapper crumbled beneath his fingertips, falling away in fragments as though it had been waiting all this time for someone to finally touch it. The scroll itself was constructed of paper so ancient it was nearly translucent, inscribed with characters in a style Wei Liang recognized as classical cultivation notation, the formal script used by cultivators in the ancient era. The handwriting was precise and practiced, executed by someone of considerable skill and patience. Every character was perfect, every stroke deliberate. This was someone writing for posterity, someone fully aware that they were recording something of immense and eternal value. At the top of the scroll, in characters significantly larger than the rest, was inscribed, The Mirror Sovereign Technique, a cultivation manual for those who bear the mirror root. Wei Liang's entire body began to tremble. He carefully, almost reverently, began to unroll the scroll, revealing the introduction written by whoever had created this technique 10,000 years in the past. The introduction read, "To those who possess the mirror root, this manual is written. You are rare, perhaps the rarest of all spirits. Your root is not an element, but a reflection. You do not generate power, you echo it. You do not create techniques, you duplicate them. Your strength lies not in any single direction, but in the perfect, crystalline clarity of your understanding. This cultivation method will teach you to refine your mirror root, to develop your dantian into a true mirror palace, and to unlock the infinite potential that lies within you. You will learn to copy not merely the surface of techniques, but their essence. You will become a cultivator who stands equal to any specialist, because you contain within yourself the perfection of every specialty. Begin with the foundation refinement stage. Meditate daily upon the nature of reflection. Build your mirror palace. And understand this truth: you are not empty. You have simply not yet learned to fill yourself. The scroll continued for several more pages, detailing specific meditations and cultivation methods designed specifically for mirror root practitioners. Wei Liang read them all, his eyes tracing across each character, his consciousness absorbing the information, committing what he could to memory. He understood that he could not remove the scroll from the cave. It was far too fragile to transport safely, and there was no guarantee it would survive the journey. So instead, he found the driest corner of the chamber, settled himself in lotus position, and spent the next several hours reading and rereading the Mirror Sovereign Technique's contents, ensuring that he had internalized every word. As evening light began to fade from the world outside the cave, Wei Liang began the foundation refinement meditation described in the scroll. He settled his body into proper meditation position, lotus, spine straight, breathing controlled. He turned his full awareness inward, toward that strange, mirrored dantian that existed within his lower abdomen. And there, in the cool darkness of the cave, with an ancient manual of cultivation resting before him, he began consciously to build his mirror palace. He visualized crystalline walls forming within his dantian, walls constructed from pure transparent substance that reflected light in infinite directions. He imagined light itself, the light of his own chi, the light of understanding, the light of consciousness, reflecting off those walls, bouncing endlessly, creating patterns of infinite complexity and beauty. He breathed slowly and deliberately, gathering the small amount of chi he could access, and consciously directed it to strengthen and expand the mirrored structure of his internal core. The meditation was unlike anything he had experienced before. It was not difficult or painful. Rather, it felt natural, as though he had been designed specifically for this task. Every breath felt correct. Every small movement of chi aligned seamlessly with the intended formation. There was no resistance, no forcing of his nature into an unwilling shape. This, Wei Liang realized with absolute certainty, was what cultivation was truly supposed to feel like. Not struggle, but harmony. Not opposition, but alignment. Time lost all meaning in that cave. Wei Liang might have meditated for 3 hours or for 3 days. His consciousness was too focused inward to track the passage of time in the external world. But when he finally emerged from the deep meditative trance, brought back to awareness by the lamp's oil beginning to deplete, he felt fundamentally transformed. His dantian was no longer a mere void waiting to be filled. It had structure now. It had purpose. The crystalline walls he had visualized were becoming real, taking on actual substance in his internal energy formation. His mirror palace was being born, and Wei Liang understood, with absolute certainty and with a clarity that went beyond mere intellectual knowledge, that he had found his true path. Everything before this moment, his expulsion from Iron Crane sect, his time in Linquan, his observations of various cultivators, had been preparation, had been the cultivation universe itself guiding him toward this cave, toward this manual, toward this moment of genuine awakening. He was not broken. He was not zero grade. He was something rare, something extraordinary, something that had been waiting to be discovered. To those who possess the mirror root, this manual is written. You are rare, perhaps the rarest of all spirits. Your root is not an element, but a reflection. You do not generate power, you echo it. You do not create techniques, you duplicate them. Your strength lies not in any single direction, but in the perfect, crystalline clarity of your understanding. This cultivation method will teach you to refine your mirror root, to develop your dantian into a true mirror palace, and to unlock the infinite potential that lies within you. You will learn to copy not merely the surface of techniques, but their essence. You will become a cultivator who stands equal to any specialist, because you contain within yourself the perfection of every specialty. Begin with the foundation refinement stage. Meditate daily upon the nature of reflection. Build your mirror palace. And understand this truth: you are not empty. You have simply not yet learned to fill yourself. The scroll continued for several more pages, detailing specific meditations and cultivation methods. Wei Liang read them all, committing as much as he could to memory, though he dared not remove the scroll from the cave. It was too precious, too fragile. Instead, he found a dry corner of the chamber and sat there for hours, reading and rereading the contents of the mirror sovereign technique. The sun moved across the sky. His lamp began to dim, but still he remained, absorbing every word. As night fell, Wei Liang began the foundation refinement meditation described in the scroll. He sat in lotus position, his spine straight, his breathing controlled. He turned his awareness inward, toward that strange, mirrored dantian within his lower abdomen. And there, in the darkness of the cave, with an ancient manual of cultivation resting before him, he began to build his mirror palace. He imagined crystalline walls forming inside his dantian. He visualized light reflecting off those walls, infinite light in infinite directions. He breathed slowly, gathering what little qi he could access, and directed it to strengthen the mirrored structure of his internal core. The meditation was unlike anything he had experienced before. It was not difficult or painful. Rather, it felt like coming home. Every breath felt correct. Every pulse of qi aligned naturally with the chamber within him. There was no resistance, no forcing of his nature into an unwilling shape. This was what cultivation was supposed to feel like. Time lost all meaning. Wei Liang might have meditated for hours or for days. He could not say. But when he finally emerged from the trance, he felt fundamentally changed. His dantian was no longer a mere void. It had structure now. It had purpose. It was becoming a true mirror palace. And Wei Liang understood, with absolute certainty, that he had found his path. Chapter 5. Foundation Establishment. Wei Liang remained in the Crescent Moon Cave for 7 days and 7 nights. A period of intensive cultivation that would transform him from a promising apprentice into something far more serious. Each morning, he would awaken with the first light, immediately beginning study of the mirror sovereign technique. He would read a new section of the ancient scroll, absorbing the cultivation methods described in the classical characters, translating the theoretical principles into practical understanding. The scroll contained meditation specific to mirror root cultivation. It contained breathing patterns designed to synchronize with the crystalline structure of his dantian. It contained visualization techniques meant to strengthen the mirror palace's foundational architecture. Each day, Wei Liang studied a new section, integrating the teaching into his practice. In the afternoons, he would meditate for hours, applying what he had learned. Wei Liang would settle into lotus position in the cave chamber, with the scroll open before him, and turn his complete awareness inward. He would visualize his mirror palace dantian, expanding it carefully, reinforcing its walls, teaching his consciousness to navigate its crystalline passages. The meditation was active, not passive. It required constant focus, constant visualization, constant willpower. But it was not difficult. Rather, it felt like discovering something that had always been meant to exist within him, a part of his fundamental nature finally awakening. Each meditation session lasted hours. When he emerged, his consciousness felt expanded, his internal energetic pathways more responsive, his connection to his qi deeper and more intimate. In the evenings, he would eat sparingly from his diminishing supplies and continue reading, or simply sit in meditation, allowing his body and consciousness to integrate what he had learned that day. By the 7th day, his food supplies were nearly exhausted, and he understood that he could no longer remain in the cave without risking starvation. But the transformation within him was extraordinary. His qi reserves, while still limited compared to a true cultivator's depths, had doubled. More impressively, his control over his qi had improved exponentially. The techniques he had previously copied, the flowing stream stance, the flame burst palm, the swift step movement, now executed with twice, sometimes 3 times their original power. He could feel the difference throughout his body. His muscles responded with greater precision. His meridians sang when channeling qi, the sensation no longer alien but familiar, expected. His physical speed had increased. His endurance was greater. His sensory perception had sharpened. More profoundly, he had begun to understand the true fundamental principle underlying his mirror root. The word copy was too simplistic for what he actually did. It implied mere duplication, like a skilled artisan creating a perfect reproduction of an original artwork. But Wei Liang's process was far more sophisticated. When he observed a technique, his mirror root did not merely record the movements. Rather, it comprehended the technique at a foundational level. It grasped the essential principles underlying each technique, the specific use of body mechanics, the timing of qi channeling, the integration of breath with movement. His consciousness understood the technique so deeply that execution became not just possible, but inevitable. He could perform a technique not as someone following memorized steps from a textbook, but as someone who had independently discovered the technique and understood its nature through personal insight. It was the difference between reading a musical score and personally composing a symphony, between mimicking a martial form and genuinely understanding martial principles. Before leaving the cave, Wei Liang made a critical decision. The mirror sovereign technique was far too precious to remain in the cave, unprotected and isolated from human knowledge. He could not leave it behind. There was no guarantee it would survive another 1,000 years, no certainty that future cultivators would be able to access it. And more than that, he needed it. He needed the manual's teachings to continue his advancement. The scroll represented the accumulated wisdom of a previous mirror root cultivator, knowledge that was impossible to develop independently. Very carefully, with meticulous attention to preservation, Wei Liang wrapped the scroll in his backpack, securing it with multiple protective layers of cloth. The ancient paper was fragile, but with proper care, it could survive transport. The journey back to Linquan took 3 days. Wei Liang moved faster than his outbound trip, driven by purpose and no longer hindered by the weariness of unfamiliar travel. His body was stronger now. His movement was more efficient. His confidence was greater. He arrived at the Jade Dragon Inn in the late afternoon of the 3rd day, pushing open the doors to find Mama Lu working in the common room, her expression quickly transitioning from indifference to surprise as she recognized him. "I didn't think I'd see you again," she said, genuinely pleased, handing him a clean towel. "People who leave these kinds of journeys don't usually return. I assumed bandits had taken you, or beasts, or the wilderness itself." "I found what I was looking for," Wei Liang said, and it was the absolute truth. He rented his room again, paying with the last of his money, but this time his situation was fundamentally transformed. He no longer had wealth in the form of silver taels, but he had something far more valuable. He had direction. He had a cultivation manual designed specifically for his nature. He had a path forward that was uniquely his own. Over the next month, Wei Liang established a routine that would define his entire next phase of development. In the mornings, he worked in Mama Lu's kitchen and common areas, completing various tasks in exchange for meals and a modest wage. The work was simple: washing dishes, preparing vegetables for cooking, carrying water, scrubbing floors, but it provided income and kept him integrated with the community. In the afternoons, he would leave the village and travel to a secluded valley in the hills beyond Linquan. The valley was surrounded by dense forest, hidden from the main roads by stands of ancient trees. Few people ventured into this area, and those who did rarely penetrated deeply enough to discover the small clearing where Wei Liang had established his private cultivation grounds. In that hidden valley, Wei Liang engaged in serious, systematic cultivation. Every day, he would meditate, following the techniques described in the Mirror Sovereign technique, strengthening his Mirror Palace Dantian with each session. The crystalline structure of his inner core became progressively more refined and robust. Every day, he would practice his copied techniques, pushing them to their limits, refining them, improving his execution and control. What had been rough reproductions weeks ago were becoming flawless executions, as though these techniques were written into his very nature. Every day, he would read more of the Mirror Sovereign technique, integrating its deeper teachings into his practice, allowing his understanding to deepen in both theory and practical application. The transformation was gradual but cumulative. His qi reserves continued to grow steadily. His body began to change, becoming leaner, more muscular, more defined, more responsive to his will. His senses sharpened in ways that would have seemed impossible weeks ago. He could smell the approach of weather before any external signs appeared. He could hear conversations at significantly greater distances. He could perceive his surroundings more clearly in dim light. His physical capabilities expanded. He could move faster, jump higher, strike harder. His endurance increased dramatically. He could meditate or practice for twice as long before fatigue set in. Most significantly, he was beginning to genuinely understand the nature of his cultivation. He was not building power through elemental specialization like normal cultivators. Rather, he was developing a kind of universal adaptability. His mirror root allowed him to comprehend and integrate any technique he genuinely understood. His dantian could hold and execute multiple techniques simultaneously, something that should have been impossible for normal cultivators. At the end of this cultivation month, Wei Liang had accumulated enough additional money to consider his next major journey. He had been saving carefully, and now he had gathered sufficient resources to travel to Huading, the nearest significant city. Huading was known to have libraries containing cultivation materials, and more importantly, it was a hub where traveling cultivators of various sects regularly passed through. If he was going to continue advancing his cultivation, he needed to observe more techniques, learn more methods, build his internal library of understanding. But before he could leave for Huading, something unexpected happened. A cultivator arrived at the Jade Dragon Inn. This cultivator was different from the simple outer disciples and minor practitioners who normally passed through. This woman arrived with servants. She occupied the inn's finest room, and she carried about her the unmistakable bearing of someone of genuine power and authority. She was perhaps 30 years old, with the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. Her robes marked her as belonging to the Flowing Water sect, one of the premier cultivation organizations in the region. She came with several servants and occupied the inn's finest room for 3 days. Wei Liang first became aware of her when he was serving tea in the common room. The cultivator, who introduced herself as Xiao Fun, was discussing something with Mama Lu about medicinal herbs. Wei Liang was not particularly paying attention, merely performing his work, when Xiao Fun suddenly turned and looked directly at him. "You," she said, her voice carrying a note of curiosity. "What is your cultivation level?" Wei Liang froze. No one in Lingquan knew that he cultivated. He had been careful to keep his practice secret, hidden in the hills where no one would notice. I have no formal training," he said carefully. "But you cultivate," Xiao Fun pressed. "I can sense it. You have a qi signature, faint but present. And there's something unusual about it. Something I've never encountered before." She rose from her seat and approached Wei Liang, studying him with intense eyes. "Show me your spirit root." Wei Liang's first instinct was to refuse. But something in Xiao Fan's demeanor, a genuine curiosity rather than judgment or condemnation, made him hesitate. "I was tested," he said. "At Iron Crane sect. I was told I have a 0-grade root." Xiao Fan's expression changed. Her eyes widened slightly. "You were rejected by Iron Crane? But you still cultivate? How is that possible?" "I found a way," Wei Liang said, the words coming out carefully. Xiao Fan was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "I am an alchemist of the Flowing Water sect. I work with rare herbs and strange ingredients. I know the signs of uncommon spirit roots, the trace signatures they leave in the environment. Your signature is not of any common type. It is crystalline, reflective, almost as though." She trailed off, her eyes widening further. Her hand rose to her mouth. "That's impossible," she whispered. "Mirror root. There hasn't been a mirror root cultivator documented in over 3,000 years. They were thought to be extinct." Chapter 6. The alchemist's recognition. The revelation hung between Wei Liang and Xiao Fan like a tangible presence, heavy with consequence and implication. Xiao Fan stared at him with an expression that cycled through multiple emotional states: disbelief, wonder, careful consideration, and something that looked almost like protective concern. Around them, the inn's common room continued its quiet rhythms, the hiss and pop of the fire in the hearth, the distant clink of dishes from the kitchen, Mama Lu's footsteps on the wooden floor above. "We should speak privately," Xiao Fan said finally. Her voice was low, careful. "This is not a conversation appropriate for a public room where others might overhear." She approached Mama Lu and rented a small parlor, a space normally reserved for merchants conducting business or families meeting in private. The room was modest but comfortable, with cushioned seating and a small table set aside for tea service. Wei Liang followed her inside, his heart hammering at an accelerated pace, uncertain whether he was walking toward salvation or some kind of catastrophe. What would a cultivator of Xiao Fan's apparent power do with someone who possessed a mirror root? Xiao Fan closed the door carefully, ensuring their privacy, and gestured for Wei Liang to sit. She settled into a chair across from him, her water blue robes settling around her gracefully, pooling around her like ripples in a pond. "Tell me everything," she commanded, her voice gentle but firm. "Your test at Iron Crane, your expulsion, how you have been cultivating in isolation. Everything." Wei Liang found himself speaking without resistance. The words came more easily than he would have expected, as though a dam had burst and all the strain of keeping his discovery secret came pouring forth. He described his rejection by Iron Crane sect in detail, the humiliation of the testing crystal's failure to detect any root. He described his time in Lingquan, his observation of cultivators passing through the inn, his gradual discovery that he could copy techniques. He described the Crescent Moon Cave, the journey north, the discovery of the mirror sovereign technique. He did not show her the scroll that felt too dangerous, too premature, too vulnerable, but he explained its existence and provided details of what he had learned from its pages. Xiaofan listened without interrupting, her expression remaining thoughtful throughout Wei Liang's narration. When he finally finished speaking, she was quiet for a long moment, her eyes distant, her consciousness apparently processing some calculation or consideration. Then she spoke, and her words were soft but absolute. A mirror root, she said. The most flexible, most adaptable spirit root in existence. They are rare not because they are inherently weak, but because they are nearly impossible to identify using standard testing methods. The testing crystals are calibrated to search for specific elemental signatures, the resonance patterns produced by fire, water, wood, metal, and earth roots. A mirror root produces no elemental signature. It reflects all of them equally, which means the crystal has nothing to lock onto. The test fails because a mirror root is fundamentally beyond the testing apparatus's design parameters. Wei Liang's breath caught. How do you know this? How could you possibly understand this? My sect, the Flowing Water Sect, maintains extensive archives, Xiaofan explained. Her voice took on a more professorial tone, as though she was now in teaching mode. Most of our archives are standard categorization, classification of spirit roots by grade and element, documentation of cultivation methods, records of major discoveries. But there are appendices to these archives. Ancient sections written in classical notation, nearly abandoned centuries ago, that document unusual roots that do not fit the standard scale. She leaned forward, and there was something like fierce, protective conviction in her eyes. Mirror roots are mentioned in these ancient texts, Wei Liang. Only briefly, only in the most obscure sections, but they are there. The descriptions match exactly what I sense in your cultivation signature. You are a mirror root cultivator, and that means you possess something that is nearly impossible, nearly priceless. But why are you telling me this? Wei Liang asked, his voice cautious. You are of the Flowing Water Sect. Iron Crane is classified as a rival sect, at least in terms of competitive standing. Why would you help me? Why would you share knowledge that could potentially be kept secret for advantage? Because, Xiaofan said, and her voice carried absolute conviction. The Flowing Water Sect values genuine merit above lineage, above political affiliation, above sect boundaries. And because what you are doing, developing a mirror root through pure self-directed observation and application, without formal training or mentorship, represents a kind of genius that should not be wasted or suppressed. She paused, choosing her next words with obvious care. And because, she continued, there are forces in the cultivation world that look for rare cultivators with unusual roots. Some of these forces have good intentions. Some absolutely do not. A mirror root cultivator developing in complete isolation, unknown and unprotected, is vulnerable to being found by the wrong kind of attention. You need protection. You need allies. You need someone of power to know about you and to care about your survival. Over the next 3 days, before Xiaofan departed Lingquan to return to her sect, she became Wei Liang's first true mentor. She taught him about the political landscape of the cultivation world, the major sects, their relationships and rivalries, their hierarchies and power structures. She explained the progression of cultivation stages with the patience of someone accustomed to teaching. Chi gathering for the foundations of cultivation, foundation establishment for consolidating power, core formation for a dramatic advancement in capabilities, and beyond that the stages that Wei Liang could barely imagine. She explained the various spirit root types and the advantages and limitations of each. She described how cultivators of different roots interacted, which combinations of roots were considered natural rivals, and which were compatible. She gave him a small vial containing 10 pale golden pills, medicinal supplements designed to help cultivators refine their chi and strengthen their meridian pathways. She instructed him carefully on how to use them safely, warning him against consuming too many too quickly, which could cause damage rather than benefit. Most importantly, she offered him a concrete path forward. Return to Iron Crane's sect, she said. Not immediately. Give yourself time. Perhaps 2 or 3 months from now, when you have significantly strengthened your Mirror Palace Dantian, when your chi reserves are considerably deeper, when you have mastered several major techniques and can demonstrate genuine ability. Then return to the sect and request a formal retesting. The sect will resist. They will be embarrassed to admit the testing crystal was wrong. But if you demonstrate genuine power and ability, they cannot refuse you without losing face. And once you are accepted as an outer disciple, you will have access to the sect's libraries, their training grounds, their mentors, and their resources. Why would they accept me? Wei Liang asked. though hope was beginning to kindle in his chest. They already rendered their judgment. They already decided I was a zero-grade root and expelled me. How would I convince them to reconsider? Because you will no longer present as zero-grade, Xiaofan said with a slight, knowing smile. You will have developed your foundation independently, outside the sect's control or influence. You will come to them with genuine capability. And perhaps more importantly, she paused, choosing her final words carefully. Because Elder Huang watches you. I would stake my reputation on this. He knows what you are. Mirror roots are his specialty. The reason he has remained at Iron Crane Sect despite his advanced age, despite his power level being sufficient to make him an independent powerhouse. He is waiting for a mirror root cultivator to emerge. He is waiting for you to prove yourself worthy of his attention and mentorship. Before she left Linquan, preparing for her return journey to her sect, Xiaofan pressed something into Wei Liang's hand. It was a small pendant carved from pale jade, rendered in the shape of intersecting circles, the symbol and insignia of the Flowing Water sect. If you are ever in need, she said, show this pendant to any cultivator who wears the Flowing Water sect insignia. They will assist you, provide shelter, offer guidance. Not because you ask them or because they owe you anything, but because I have personally marked you as someone worth protecting. Your worth is now linked to mine. Then she was gone, disappearing down the road with her servants and attendants, leaving Wei Liang alone in the Jade Dragon and courtyard, holding the jade pendant and wondering if he had somehow imagined the entire conversation. But the pills were real. He could feel them, solid and tangible in the vial Xiaofan had given him. The advice was real. Her words had illuminated a possible future. And most profoundly, the knowledge that someone of genuine power, someone from a major sect, believed in him and was willing to stake her reputation on his worth, was the most real and most precious thing of all. Chapter 7. The first challenge 2 months after Xiaofan's departure. Wei Liang had to confront a truth he had been carefully avoiding. He had grown too skilled for Linquan. The techniques he had copied and refined, now numbering at least 8, each executed with considerable power, were becoming dangerously visible to the untrained eye. Mama Lu had questioned him multiple times about the small tremors in the earth that occasionally accompanied his more intense practice sessions. A shepherd from a nearby village had reported seeing unusual lights in the hills beyond the village. Merchants passing through had begun to comment on the strange atmospheric disturbances they felt when traveling certain roads. People were beginning to notice something unusual was happening in the hills around Linquan. In a world where most people had no cultivation capability whatsoever, unusual attention was dangerous. Questions would lead to investigations. Investigations would lead to discovery. Discovery could lead to anyone from monks to brigands trying to take advantage of him. More fundamentally, Wei Liang had reached a significant threshold in his development. The mirror sovereign technique, which he had now read multiple times with increasing comprehension, was clear on one critical point. Advancing beyond the foundation refinement stage required external pressure, genuine challenge, and direct combat against other cultivators. Meditation and isolated practice could only take a cultivator so far. Actual advancement required testing oneself against real opposition. It required understanding one's capabilities through genuine application in high-stakes situations. It was with this understanding that Wei Liang made his crucial decision. He would travel to Huading, the nearest significant city, 2 days' journey away. Huading was known to be a hub for cultivation activity. It hosted regular tournaments, attracted cultivators of various sects, and maintained libraries and markets where one could acquire cultivation materials. More importantly, Huading would provide opportunities for the kind of testing and advancement he needed. Wei Liang arrived in Huading on a clear morning, the city sprawling across a broad valley, surrounded by gentle hills. The city was significantly larger than Linquan. Perhaps 10,000 people lived here, with cultivators from multiple sects maintaining permanent or semi-permanent residences. He spent his first day exploring, getting his bearings, gathering information about what opportunities existed for cultivation advancement. He found a simple inn where he could rent a room for a few copper taels per night. He visited the city's main markets and herb vendors. He listened to conversations in tea houses where cultivators gathered. It was on his second day, while browsing through a stall selling rare medicinal ingredients at the central market, that he encountered Zhao Tianhao. Zhao Tianhao was 17 years old, the same age as Wei Liang, but there the similarities ended entirely. He had been accepted into Iron Crane Sect alongside Wei Liang, on the same day that Wei Liang had been expelled. He had tested as a bronze-grade windroot cultivator, a respectable result that marked him as having potential for advancement within the sect. And he had been observing Wei Liang since that very first day with the kind of careful, calculating assessment one reserves for a potential threat. Wei Liang, Zhao Tianhao said, approaching with a smile that did not reach his eyes. His voice was pitched to sound casual, but underneath was an edge of contempt. How surprising to encounter you here in Huiting. I had assumed you would have given up on cultivation entirely by this point. Zero-grade roots do tend to lack the necessary persistence and resilience for long-term dedication. Wei Liang had expected this encounter eventually, though he had not predicted precisely where or when it would occur. Every day that passed increased the likelihood that he would encounter people from his past, fellow disciples from Iron Crane, or people who had witnessed his failure and expulsion. The critical question was how to handle it, how to respond to potential antagonism. I have not abandoned cultivation, Wei Liang said, keeping his voice calm and steady. I have simply pursued a different path than the sect's traditional methods. A different path. Zhao Tianhao circled him slowly, the way a martial artist might evaluate an opponent. His expression was one of barely concealed amusement. That is a gracious way of describing wandering aimlessly after being rejected by every sect worth joining. Zero-grade root, expelled on the very first day. I could hardly believe the testing crystal could produce a result so complete in its failure. Wei Liang felt anger stir beneath the surface of his calm, but he suppressed it. Anger was what Zhao Tianhao wanted. Anger led to rash decisions. The crystal detected correctly, Wei Liang said carefully. It simply identified something that the sect was not prepared to encounter. Before Wei Liang could react further, Zhao Tianhao's hand lashed out, a palm strike aimed deliberately at Wei Liang's shoulder. It was the kind of accidental hit that cultivators used when they wanted to demonstrate their superiority to someone they viewed as beneath them, without causing permanent injury that would require explanation. But Wei Liang had trained for 2 months in consistent combat preparation. His response was not conscious thought, but trained instinct. His body flowed naturally into the flowing stream stance, a defensive technique he had copied and mastered from the water cultivator who had stayed at Mama Lu's inn. His shoulders shifted forward at the precise angle, and his stance created the deflecting surface that the technique was designed to generate. Zhao Tianhao's palm strike connected with empty air, the force of his attack finding nothing to strike, the wind of it ruffling Wei Liang's shirt as it passed harmlessly past his body. Zhao Tianhao's eyes widened in shock. Your stance, he said, his voice carrying genuine surprise for the first time. That's the flowing stream stance. A defensive technique from the Eastern Wave sect. How is it possible that you know it? How could a zero-grade root learn and execute such a technique? I learned it through observation, Wei Liang said simply, his voice calm, offering no elaboration. Zhao Tianhao's surprise rapidly transformed into anger. The raw, emotional anger of someone who had fundamentally misjudged a situation and did not like the implications. He launched into a proper, serious attack, 3 sequential palm strikes designed to test Wei Liang's genuine capabilities and assess whether the defensive stance had been luck or actual skill. Wei Liang defended with the flowing stream stance, his movements smooth and precise, his understanding of the technique now absolute. The stance was designed not to absorb force but to redirect it, to guide attacking energy past the defender and dissipate it harmlessly. Against Zhao Tianhao's aggressive strikes, the technique proved devastatingly effective. Zhao Tianhao staggered backward after the third attack, gasping with exertion, his expression one of shock and dawning understanding. You are genuinely cultivating, he said, his voice tight with emotion. You have developed actual capability. But how? The crystal tested you as zero-grade. Zero-grade roots should not be capable of this. Perhaps, Wei Liang said quietly. The testing crystal was simply wrong. Perhaps it was not designed to detect my particular type of root. Anger flashed across Zhao Tianhao's face, raw, uncontrolled emotion that revealed his fundamental nature. In that moment, Wei Liang understood something critical. Zhao Tianhao had been anticipating and perhaps savoring the scenario where he appeared as a superior being while Wei Liang remained broken and hopeless. The reality that Wei Liang had somehow developed genuine capability was absolutely intolerable to him. We will settle this properly, Zhao Tianhao said, his voice cold. There is a cultivation tournament commencing in 3 days' time. Huiting hosts this tournament annually. Multiple sects send their outer disciples to compete. I am here to compete for Iron Crane sect. I will arrange for you to enter as an independent cultivator. Then we will see, in proper combat, whose cultivation is genuinely superior. Very well, Wei Liang said. He saw no point in refusing the challenge. Zhao Tianhao had already decided that they would fight, and the tournament would provide a proper, formal venue for such a confrontation. 3 days, Zhao Tianhao repeated, his voice loaded with menace. 3 days to prepare yourself, zero-grade. I will be waiting. He left the market without another word, his windroot cultivation flaring visibly around him, a display of power and barely controlled aggression. Wei Liang stood in the middle of the herb market, surrounded by merchants and customers going about their normal business, completely unaware of the confrontation that had just transpired. The weight of what he had just committed to settled across his shoulders. He had 2 months of solid, consistent cultivation training. He had 8 copied techniques that he could execute with genuine skill and power. But Zhao Tianhao had been trained by Iron Crane sect for over a year. He had access to the sect's resources, its training grounds, its teaching. He had a bronze-grade spirit root, which meant his natural qi reserves were substantial and significantly deeper than Wei Liang's. By any conventional assessment, Wei Liang should not be capable of winning such a confrontation. But as Wei Liang closed his eyes and felt the mirror-like clarity of his mirror palace Dantian, as he sensed the crystalline walls that reflected and supported his understanding, he realized something important. He was not bound by the same rules as normal cultivators. He did not need to rely on superior natural qi reserves. What he needed was understanding. He needed perception. He needed to observe his opponent's techniques and comprehend them at such a deep level that he could not merely defend against them, but actually execute them better than their original users could. As the tournament approached, Wei Liang began to prepare in earnest. He spent hours each day in observation. Whenever cultivators from various sects gathered in public to train or demonstrate, Wei Liang watched with absolute focus. Every technique, every movement, every principle, he absorbed it all. His mirror root's ability to comprehend through observation meant that each cultivator he watched was essentially teaching him their most powerful techniques. By the time the tournament began, Wei Liang was ready. Chapter 8. The eve of combat, the city of Huading bustled with intense preparation for its annual Outer Disciple Tournament. The Central Colosseum, a vast arena carved from living stone and reinforced with cultivation formations that hummed with barely restrained power, would host the competition. Already, cultivators from a dozen prominent sects had begun arriving in waves. The Crimson Flame sect, the Eastern Wave sect, the Flowing Water sect, the Thundercloud sect, the Iron Fortress sect, and many others. They came with their disciples, their mentors, their supporters and servants. The city felt alive with cultivation energy, a tangible vibration in the air that made even non-cultivators aware that something significant was happening. Wei Liang had registered as an independent cultivator, a designation that carried both vulnerability and advantage. It meant no sect backing, no mentor to provide coaching and resources, no established reputation. The tournament officials barely looked at him when he submitted his name, clearly viewing him as another minor cultivator with minimal chance of advancement past the preliminary rounds. Wei Liang had decided not to spend the 3 days before the tournament secluding himself in his room to meditate or engage in isolated practice. That would have been the conventional wisdom: rest, gather strength, prepare mentally. Instead, he did something unconventional. He moved through Huading continuously, seeking out cultivators. He frequented tea houses where practitioners from various sects gathered to discuss cultivation philosophy and techniques. He attended open-air demonstrations where cultivators showed off their capabilities to impress potential disciples or allies. He positioned himself where he could observe techniques being executed, absorbing everything he could through his mirror root's perfect reflection. A fire root cultivator from the Crimson Flame sect demonstrated a powerful offensive technique called the Crimson Inferno Strike, a technique that required the cultivator to generate an enormous quantity of concentrated fire and project it with precision. Wei Liang watched every moment with absolute focus, his consciousness tracing the exact hand movements, the precise breathing pattern, the specific angle of the body, the exact moment when the fire was summoned and released. He observed the technique executed 3 times, and by the 3rd demonstration, he had completely comprehended it. A water cultivator from the Eastern Wave sect performed an advanced protective technique called the Cascade Defense, a sophisticated maneuver that created multiple flowing layers of water qi that could absorb repeated impacts and redirect force. Wei Liang's consciousness traced each layer as it formed, each flow as it moved, each point where the technique's vulnerable points existed and could be exploited. An Earthroot practitioner from the Iron Fortress sect showed the Stone Fortification Stance, a technique used to dramatically enhance durability and physical stability, making the cultivator as hard as stone. Wei Liang watched, learned, and later that evening, in his private room, practiced until he could execute the stance with perfect fluidity. A lightning cultivator demonstrated the lightning spear strike, a penetrating offensive technique that concentrated electrical power into a single point of concentrated force. Wei Liang observed it twice, committing every detail to his memory. By the eve of the tournament, His mental library of techniques had expanded dramatically. He now had command of at least 10 major techniques, each one mastered to the point of complete fluidity and natural execution. More profoundly, he was beginning to understand the deeper philosophical principles underlying these techniques, how different techniques could be combined synergistically, how their fundamental essences could be adapted and modified, how the core mechanics of one technique could be transplanted into another to create something entirely new. That night, alone in his small room at the Simple Inn where he had rented accommodation, Wei Liang meditated. He was not attempting to learn anything new or engage in new practice. Rather, he was attempting to integrate everything he had learned over the past 2 months, to allow all the separate techniques and principles to come together into a unified whole within his mirror palace. As he descended into deep meditation, turning his awareness inward toward his dantian, something unexpected happened. His mirror palace dantian suddenly expanded dramatically. The crystalline walls that formed the boundaries of that internal space brightened, becoming more luminous and more vivid. His qi reserves, which had been plateaued at a particular level for the past several weeks, suddenly surged with new depth and capacity. His meridian pathways expanded, allowing for greater flow of qi. His meridians hummed with resonance as they adjusted to their new configuration. Wei Liang's eyes snapped open in shock. He remained still for a moment, checking his internal state carefully, confirming the reality of what had just occurred. He had experienced a breakthrough, a genuine cultivation advancement. By the technical standards of the cultivation world, he was still classified within the foundation establishment stage, the same stage as Zhao Tianhao and the vast majority of tournament participants. But within the foundation establishment stage, there existed subtle progressions, periods of accelerated growth that occurred when a cultivator's understanding and comprehension deepened sufficiently to unlock new capacities. Wei Liang had just experienced such a breakthrough, the kind of advancement that normally took a cultivator weeks or months to achieve. He checked his meridians carefully, confirming the actual physical expansion of his qi pathways. His reserves were still not as vast as a bronze-grade root would naturally produce, but they were no longer at a substantial disadvantage. And more importantly, his ability to manipulate and channel qi had improved exponentially. His techniques would execute with greater power, greater control, greater efficiency. As dawn light began to filter through his window, painting the room in shades of amber and gold, Wei Liang rose from his meditation. He did not remain in his room. Instead, he went to a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the city and practiced each of his major techniques one final time. The flowing stream stance, his defensive foundation, perfect in its adaptability. The flame burst palm, his first offensive technique, now capable of generating genuine heat and force. The swift step technique, his movement enhancement, allowing him to reach speeds that would be impossible for an untrained cultivator. The stone fortification stance, his durability enhancement, making his body as hard as tempered stone. The lightning spear strike, his penetrating offensive technique, capable of piercing through defensive barriers. The crimson inferno strike, his most destructive technique, capable of generating a massive area of effect damage. The cascade defense, his most sophisticated defensive technique, creating multiple layers of protection. And 5 additional techniques he had learned through observation, each one a masterwork of cultivation principles. Each technique flowed perfectly through his body. Each one responded to his will with crystalline precision. His body moved with efficiency and grace, his qi channeled through his meridians without resistance or difficulty. By the time the sun had fully risen, Wei Liang knew with absolute certainty. He was ready. More than ready. He was prepared beyond anything his opponents would expect from an independent cultivator with no sect backing. The Colosseum filled with spectators as the morning sun climbed higher. Sect disciples filled special sections, their mentors watching from elevated platforms. Independent cultivators, merchants, and common people occupied the general stands. The tournament master, a severe woman in her 60s with the bearing of someone of considerable power, explained the format. There would be preliminary matches to narrow the field from 200 participants to the final 16. Then a bracket system for the final tournament. Wei Liang's first match was against a fire root cultivator from the Crimson Flame sect. The cultivator, a young man named Huachun, approached the arena floor with obvious confidence. His bronze-grade root gave him significant natural advantages. They bowed to each other, and at the tournament master's signal, began. Huachun immediately launched aggressive fire-based attacks. His opening technique was the Flame Burst Palm, the same technique Wei Liang had copied from a Crimson Flame practitioner in Lingquan. When Huachun released his palm strike, Wei Liang executed the same technique perfectly. The two palm blasts collided mid-arena with a sound like thunder. The crowd gasped. An independent cultivator, one without sect backing, was matching a Crimson Flame disciple directly. It was not supposed to be possible. Hua Chen's expression turned to shock, then anger. He escalated his attacks, pushing harder, throwing more complex combinations of fire techniques. And Wei Liang met each attack with perfect copies, matching them strike for strike. But perfect copying was not enough to win. Hua Chen's bronze-grade root gave him deeper reserves. He could sustain his assault longer than Wei Liang could defend. Wei Liang recognized the shift in their contest immediately. He was beginning to tire. His chi reserves, while improved, were still finite. If he remained purely defensive, he would eventually lose. So he stopped defending and attacked instead. Wei Liang shifted from the flowing stream stance to a completely different technique. The Crimson Inferno strike he had observed during his preparation. It was not originally a wind root technique, and it was not originally something Hua Chen specialized in. But Wei Liang had watched it performed, had studied it in his mind, and had integrated it into his understanding. The technique exploded from Wei Liang with perfect execution. The concentrated fire blast was not as powerful as Hua Chen's same technique would have been, due to his lower chi reserves, but it was perfectly formed, perfectly controlled, and it caught Hua Chen completely by surprise. The fire strike sent Hua Chen flying backward across the arena. He hit the ground hard, skidding through the dust, the wind knocked from his lungs. He did not rise. The tournament master declared Wei Liang the winner. The crowd erupted in confused applause. An independent cultivator had defeated a sect disciple, and not just defeated him, had used one of the sect's own techniques against him. As Wei Liang stepped out of the arena, he caught sight of Zhao Tianhao watching from the Iron Crane section. Their eyes met briefly, and in that moment, Zhao Tianhao's expression shifted from skepticism to something darker. Understanding. Recognition. Zhao Tianhao finally understood what Wei Liang was. Chapter 9. Elder Huang's revelation. Wei Liang won his next 3 preliminary matches, each victory more impressive than the last. His second opponent, a water cultivator from the Eastern Wave sect, fell when Wei Liang executed the cascade defense with such precision that the cultivator exhausted himself trying to penetrate it, then collapsed from fatigue. His third opponent was a stone root disciple who specialized in durability. Wei Liang responded by using the stone fortification stance to match his durability, then attacking with superior technique and speed, exploiting angles and opportunities the stone root cultivator could not defend. His fourth opponent, a neutral cultivator from an independent school, surrendered after 3 minutes, having assessed that Wei Liang's combination of techniques was simply superior to anything she could mount. By the end of the preliminary round, Wei Liang had advanced to the final 16. More importantly, he had attracted the attention of people far more powerful than Zhao Tianhao. On the evening after his fourth victory, as Wei Liang was returning to his inn, an old man appeared before him on the street. The man wore simple gray robes, unmarked and unpretentious, but his presence was substantial. There was weight to him, the kind that came from centuries of cultivation. Wei Liang recognized him immediately. "Elder Huang," he said, bowing respectfully. "Walk with me," Elder Huang said, not as a request, but as a simple directive. They walked through the streets of Huading in silence, leaving the bustling center of the city for quieter neighborhoods. Eventually, they reached a garden, a private space enclosed by high walls, filled with carefully tended plants and a small meditation pavilion. Elder Huang settled onto a stone bench and gestured for Wei Liang to sit beside him. "You are aware, of course, of what you are," Elder Huang said. "A mirror root cultivator," Wei Liang confirmed. "Yes," Elder Huang said. "The first in over 3,000 years. A rarity so profound that most of the cultivation world does not even remember such roots exist." He paused, studying Wei Liang with ancient eyes. "I have spent 40 years waiting for a mirror root to appear. I have meditated on the old texts. I have prepared myself. And then, when you arrived at Iron Crane Sect, I knew immediately. The testing crystal confirmed it through its failure to detect anything, a perfect proof of your nature." "Why did you not say anything?" Wei Liang asked. "Why allow me to be expelled?" "Because," Elder Huang said, "a mirror root must develop through self-discovery. It cannot be taught in the traditional sense. The techniques cannot be transmitted directly, the way a master might teach a disciple. A mirror root must learn by observation, by comprehension, by developing its own understanding. I expelled you to give you the freedom to do so. I knew you would survive, and I knew you would discover your true nature." He turned to look directly at Wei Liang. "Xiaofan came to me, you know. She described what she sensed in you. Her report confirmed my suspicions. You are exactly what I have been waiting for. What do you want from me?" Wei Liang asked. "Nothing," Elder Huang said, surprising him. I want nothing from you, but I want to offer you something. Return to Iron Crane's sect, not as an outer disciple, but as my personal student. I can teach you the history of mirror roots, the principles of your cultivation, the ways to develop beyond foundation establishment without the limitations that bind other cultivators. I can offer you the resources of the sect and my own guidance. Wei Liang's heart quickened. This was the opportunity he had scarcely dared to hope for. What of the other elders? He asked. What of Sect Master Lu? Let me handle that, Elder Huang said. By the end of this tournament, they will understand what you are, and they will be very eager to have you join the sect. A mirror root cultivator is not a liability. It is a treasure. Elder Huang stood. Win your matches, he said. Show the world what a mirror root is capable of, and then come back to Iron Crane. We have much work to do. He walked away, leaving Wei Liang alone in the garden as evening light turned the sky purple and gold. Chapter 10. The tournament begins. The preliminary rounds of the tournament proved to be less of a challenge and more of a confirmation for Wei Liang. In his first preliminary match, he faced a fire root cultivator from the Crimson Flame sect named Huochun. Huochun was a competent practitioner with a solid bronze-grade root, confident in his superiority over an independent cultivator with no sect backing. He approached the match with obvious arrogance, launching aggressive fire-based attacks from the very beginning of the match. When Huochun executed his opening technique, the flame burst palm, Wei Liang responded by executing the exact same technique with perfect precision. The two palm blasts collided mid-arena with a sound like thunder, creating a shockwave that rippled through the spectator stands. The crowd gasped in unified shock. An independent cultivator was matching a Crimson Flame disciple directly, something that simply was not supposed to be possible. Huochun's expression shifted from confidence to shock to anger. He escalated his attacks, pushing harder, throwing more complex combinations of fire-based techniques at Wei Liang. And Wei Liang met each attack with perfect defensive execution, using the flowing stream stance to redirect attacks that could not be blocked directly. But Wei Liang recognized quickly that pure defense would eventually fail. Huochun's bronze-grade root gave him superior reserves. If Wei Liang remained purely defensive, he would eventually exhaust his resources while Huochun still had strength remaining. So Wei Liang stopped defending and attacked instead. He shifted from the flowing stream stance to the Crimson Inferno strike, a technique so advanced that Huochun's own sect would not normally teach it to outer disciples. Wei Liang had observed it being demonstrated only once, during his preparation in Huading, but his mirror root had captured it with absolute precision. The technique erupted from Wei Liang's body with devastating power. The concentrated fire strike punched through Huochun's guard like a physical force, striking the fire cultivator in the center of his chest with unguarded impact. Huochun screamed and fell backward across the arena, his body sliding through dust, his cultivation reeling from the unexpected impact. Medical cultivators rushed in to stabilize him. He had survived the strike, but would not be continuing in the tournament. The experience had shattered his confidence completely. Wei Liang's second-round opponent was a water root disciple named Qin Mei, the same girl who had been tested on the same day Wei Liang was expelled from Iron Crane sect. She was talented, well-trained by her sect, and possessed genuine water root mastery. She fought with intelligence and adaptability, and when Wei Liang used the cascade defense, she quickly adapted her attacks to find weaknesses in specific layers. When he switched to a different technique, she was immediately ready with a counter. But Wei Liang had 2 months of preparation and observation behind him. He had learned 8 major techniques, and Qin Mei had trained in essentially one specific root type. When Qin Mei adapted to one of Wei Liang's techniques, he simply switched to a completely different category of techniques that made use of entirely different principles. The match stretched on for nearly half an hour, with both cultivators pushing to the very limits of their capabilities. But eventually, Qin Mei's endurance failed. Her qi reserves emptied from the extended combat. Her movements became sluggish and inefficient. Wei Liang took the opportunity and launched the stone fortification stance combined with a point-blank flame burst palm. The combination was brutal and decisive. Qin Mei was thrown backward across the arena, the breath knocked completely from her body, and she did not attempt to rise. Wei Liang had advanced to the final 8. His third opponent in the preliminary round was a stone root disciple who specialized in durability rather than offense. The stone cultivator, a young man named Gao Ming, attempted to use his superior physical durability to outlast Wei Liang's attacks. But Wei Liang responded by matching his durability through the stone fortification stance, then attacking with superior technique and speed, exploiting angles and opportunities that Gao Ming could not defend against. The stone root cultivator simply did not have techniques sophisticated enough to handle Wei Liang's varied approach. After less than 10 minutes of combat, Gao Ming conceded defeat. Wei Liang's fourth preliminary opponent was a neutral cultivator from an independent school, a woman who specialized in general qi refinement rather than any specific element. She lasted longer than one might expect, lasting through several exchanges of technique, but ultimately, she was overmatched. Wei Liang's collection of techniques was simply too comprehensive, too varied, too well executed. By the end of the preliminary round, Wei Liang had advanced to the final 16 with 4 consecutive victories. More impressively, he had defeated practitioners from multiple major sects without suffering any serious injuries. The cultivation world was beginning to notice something unusual. The bracket system for the final 16 was formally displayed in the Colosseum the morning after the preliminary matches concluded. Wei Liang's first opponent in the final bracket was a lightning root cultivator from the Thundercloud sect named Li Kuan. According to all available information, Li Kuan was one of the strongest disciples in his sect, a talented practitioner with a bronze-grade lightning root and 3 years of dedicated sect training. They met in the arena as the crowd settled into their seats. Li Kuan carried himself with the arrogance of someone who had never faced a serious challenge. His bronze-grade root and 3 years of sect training made him confident in his superiority. At the tournament master's signal, Li Kuan immediately began using his superior qi reserves to launch rapid-fire attacks. His lightning cultivation created burst attacks that came so quickly they seemed to blur together. Wei Liang had observed a lightning cultivator once, 3 weeks ago, during his time in Huading. The cultivator had demonstrated a technique called the lightning spear strike. It had been performed only twice, and the cultivator had not repeated it. But Wei Liang's mirror root had captured it with absolute precision. As Li Kuan's attacks came at him, Wei Liang did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, pushing into the storm of lightning, moving between the attacks with perfect positioning. And when he saw his opening, he executed the lightning spear strike. The technique generated a concentrated bolt of electricity that punched through Li Kuan's guard and struck him in the center of his chest with devastating force. Li Kuan screamed and fell. The medical cultivators rushed in to stabilize him. He had survived the strike, but would not be continuing in the tournament. His bronze-grade root had given him power, but it had not prepared him to face someone who could use his own techniques against him with perfect precision. Wei Liang's second-round opponent was a water root disciple named Qin Mei, the same girl who had been tested the day Wei Liang was expelled. She was talented and trained, and she fought with intelligence and adaptability. When Wei Liang used the cascade defense, she adapted her attacks to overwhelm specific layers. When he switched to a different technique, she was ready for it. But Wei Liang had spent 2 months preparing in Huading. He had learned 9 major techniques, each one mastered to a degree that would have taken a normal cultivator years to achieve. When Qin Mei adapted to one technique, Wei Liang simply switched to another. And when she thought she had identified a pattern, he shifted to a completely different category of techniques that made use of different principles entirely. Qin Mei lasted longer than any of his previous opponents. The match stretched on for nearly half an hour, with both cultivators pushing their limits. But eventually, Qin Mei's endurance failed. Her qi reserves emptied. Her movements became sluggish. Wei Liang took the opportunity and launched the stone fortification stance paired with a point-blank flame burst palm. The combination was brutal and decisive. Qin Mei was thrown backward, the breath knocked from her body, and she did not rise. Wei Liang had advanced to the final 8. Chapter 11. Rising through the ranks. The tournament continued through the following days, and with each match, Wei Liang's reputation grew. By the time the final 4 bracket was announced, the entire cultivation world was watching with intense interest. An independent cultivator with no sect backing had reached the semifinals. Rumors flew about who he was, where he had trained, what his spirit root truly was. Some speculated he was secretly a high-grade root hidden by his family for political reasons. Others suggested he was an outer disciple who had been mistreated and was now proving his worth. A few, the most knowledgeable observers, began to whisper that he might be something far rarer. Wei Liang's semifinal opponent was a metal root cultivator from the Iron Fortress sect, a young woman named Han Jing. Metal root cultivators were known for their durability and their raw cutting power. Han Jing specialized in sword techniques, and she had won her previous matches through demonstration of superior skill and strength. In the semifinal match, Han Jing came at Wei Liang with relentless sword strikes. Her blade was a cultivator weapon, reinforced by her metal root affinity, and each strike came with bone-shaking power. Wei Liang retreated, using the flowing stream stance to redirect her attacks, maintaining distance, conserving his energy. Is that all you can do? Han Jing taunted, pressing the advantage. Defend? An independent cultivator fighting so cautiously. Wei Liang did not respond to her words. Instead, he focused on her technique. Her sword strikes followed specific patterns, each one designed to build momentum, to create opportunities for follow-up attacks. She had learned her style from her sect's sword masters, and the style was excellent, but it was also recognizable. During his weeks of observation, Wei Liang had seen a metal root cultivator demonstrate the piercing blade technique, a move that used concentrated qi to enhance a blade's cutting power. He had watched it twice. It was a technique that required perfect timing and precise control. When Han Jing paused to reset her stance for a powerful overhead strike, Wei Liang moved. He drew a cultivator weapon he had purchased in Huading, a simple sword, nothing special, and executed the piercing blade technique. His qi flowed through the blade with perfect control. The metal of the weapon sang with power. Han Jing's overhead strike came down, and Wei Liang's blade met it directly. The collision of their weapons sent both of them skidding backward. But Wei Liang had matched her perfectly, and for the first time in her life, Han Jing had faced an opponent using sword techniques as advanced as her own. They exchanged 20 strikes, each one more desperate than the last. But Wei Liang's technique was perfect, flawless, requiring no wasted effort. While Han Jing was powerful, she was not perfect. And after 20 exchanges, her exhaustion was beginning to show. Wei Liang saw his opportunity and struck. He executed a complex combination. The piercing blade technique transformed into a spinning maneuver that disarmed Han Jing's sword and left her defenseless. As the blade fell from her hand, Wei Liang's sword came to rest against her throat. She surrendered immediately. Wei Liang had reached the final. His opponent would be Zhao Tianhao. Chapter 12. The final confrontation. The arena filled to capacity for the final match. The cultivation world had realized what was happening. An independent cultivator with no sect backing was about to face a bronze-grade root disciple from one of the region's most prestigious sections. It was David and Goliath. It was the impossible against the inevitable. Zhao Tianhao entered the arena with his sect mentor accompanying him. The mentor, a master-level cultivator of Iron Crane sect, offered advice and encouragement. Zhao Tianhao's expression was cold and focused, but underneath Wei Liang could see uncertainty. Fear, even. Zhao Tianhao knew that Wei Liang was not just any independent cultivator. He had seen Wei Liang demonstrate impossible mastery of techniques from multiple sections. He had understood that this was no normal match. When the tournament master signaled the start, Zhao Tianhao immediately began with his most powerful techniques. His signature move was the wind slicing technique, a rapid series of blade-like air cuts that could tear through defensive formations. Zhao Tianhao executed it with perfect control, generating 6 simultaneous cuts, each one aimed at a different point in Wei Liang's body. Wei Liang could have defended. He had mastered multiple defensive techniques by now. But instead, he attacked. He executed the lightning spear strike he had copied weeks ago, launching it directly at Zhao Tianhao. Zhao Tianhao was forced to abandon his offensive attack and retreat, raising a defensive barrier formed from wind qi. The lightning strike punched through the barrier, and Zhao Tianhao stumbled backward with the force of the impact. The crowd erupted in shock. An independent cultivator had damaged a bronze-grade root disciple. It was not supposed to be possible. Zhao Tianhao recovered his stance, anger flashing across his face. He switched to a completely different fighting style, hand-to-hand combat techniques designed to supplement his wind attacks. He moved faster than before, attempting to overwhelm Wei Liang with speed and superior reach. Wei Liang met him with the stone fortification stance, which enhanced his durability and allowed him to absorb Zhao Tianhao's strikes. But that was not his goal. As Zhao Tianhao's strikes came against him, Wei Liang studied the precise mechanics of each technique. He felt the exact angle of the impact, the exact amount of qi being channeled, the exact point of vulnerability. By the 10th exchange, he had completely understood Zhao Tianhao's fighting style. Wei Liang began to counter. He executed Zhao Tianhao's own wind-slicing technique, turning it back against him. Zhao Tianhao's eyes widened in shock as his own technique came at him from the front. He barely managed to create a defensive barrier in time. "You copied my technique," Zhao Tianhao gasped. "I copied all of your techniques," Wei Liang said calmly. "I have been watching you practice since we entered the sect. I have mastered every move in your arsenal." The implication hung in the air. Wei Liang was not only a match for Zhao Tianhao. Wei Liang was a perfect copy of Zhao Tianhao, plus Wei Liang's own additional techniques. Zhao Tianhao's composure broke. He launched into a desperate assault, using every technique he possessed, each one executed with maximum power. He was trying to overwhelm Wei Liang through sheer force and speed. But Wei Liang had mastered techniques from a dozen different roots now. He had learned to combine them, to layer them, to use them in ways that their original practitioners had never conceived. When Zhao Tianhao executed the wind-slicing technique again, Wei Liang answered with the lightning spear strike, using the lightning's penetrating power to break through the wind cuts. When Zhao Tianhao switched to hand-to-hand combat, Wei Liang responded with the flame-burst palm, creating distance and superiority through sheer elemental power. Zhao Tianhao fought for 20 minutes with everything he had, and with each minute, he became more desperate, more exhausted, more defeated. Finally, as Zhao Tianhao's qi reserves visibly depleted and his movements became sluggish, Wei Liang executed his final combination. The piercing blade technique paired with the lightning spear strike transformed into a whirling maneuver that was neither wind nor lightning nor metal, but some impossible fusion of all three. The technique struck Zhao Tianhao with devastating power. He was thrown across the arena and landed hard against the barrier wall, unable to rise. The tournament master declared Wei Liang the champion. The crowd was silent for a moment, as if unable to process what they had witnessed. Then the silence broke into absolute chaos. An independent cultivator had defeated a bronze-grade root disciple. An unknown had won the tournament. And somewhere in that arena, the cultivation world's assumptions about what was possible had been shattered. Chapter 13. Recognition and return. The tournament master stood with Wei Liang in the center of the arena, her expression unreadable. Around them, the crowd remained in shocked silence, processing the impossible outcome. I declare Wei Liang, independent cultivator, the champion of the Huiying Outer Disciple Tournament, she announced formally. He is awarded the tournament prize, 10,000 silver taels, 6 cultivation pills of high quality, and a formal letter of recommendation to any sect of his choosing. The crowd erupted into noise, shouting, debating, theorizing about who this mysterious cultivator truly was. As Wei Liang walked from the arena, he saw Elder Huang waiting at the edge of the Colosseum. The old man's expression was satisfied, knowing. He nodded slightly, a gesture that said, "This is what I knew you could do." Over the next 3 days, sect representatives from across the region attempted to recruit Wei Liang. The Flowing Water sect sent a delegation, with Xiaofan leading. She offered him a position as a core disciple, a rank that would typically require years of preparation to achieve, along with full access to the sect's libraries and mentorship from the sect's masters. The Thundercloud sect offered him a position as a personal student of their sect master himself. The Crimson Flame sect offered him their entire arsenal of fire techniques and access to their cultivation chamber. But Wei Liang turned them all down. He had made his decision the moment Elder Huang appeared in the garden. And 4 days after the tournament ended, Wei Liang left Huiying and traveled back to the Iron Crane sect. He arrived at the sect gates on a morning when the mist hung heavy on the peaks. This time, he did not approach as a supplicant or a hopeful recruit. This time, he approached as a champion, as someone who had proven his worth in the wider cultivation world. Sect Master Lu himself came to meet him. The old man's expression was complex, a mixture of calculation, grudging respect, and something that might have been regret. "Wei Liang," Sect Master Lu said, "you have returned." "I have," Wei Liang confirmed. "And I have returned as someone worthy of joining your sect. I have proven myself in the Huiying tournament. I have demonstrated mastery of multiple advanced techniques. I request that you accept me as an outer disciple." Sect Master Lu was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "Your testing results were 0 grade. That has not changed." "The testing results were incomplete," Wei Liang said. "My spirit root could not be categorized by your testing crystal because it is not an elemental root. It is a mirror root, and I have developed it successfully, as you can see from my tournament victories." Another long silence. Then Sect Master Lu said something that surprised Wei Liang. "Elder Huang has explained your nature to the sect council. We have reviewed the records, the historical texts. We understand now what you are." He paused. "The question is not whether you are worthy of joining Iron Crane sect. The question is whether Iron Crane sect is worthy of you." Wei Liang's eyebrows rose. "You are a mirror root cultivator," Sect Master Lu continued. "The first in thousands of years. You have no obligation to us. We expelled you. We rejected you. Why return?" Wei Liang thought about this carefully. He thought about Elder Huang's protection. He thought about Xiaofan's guidance. He thought about the fact that cultivation was not meant to be a solitary path, but rather a journey traveled with mentors and allies. "Because," Wei Liang said, "a cultivator does not grow alone. I have proven that I can survive and develop independently, but now I wish to grow with a sect, with mentors, with people who understand my nature and can help me develop my potential. Iron Crane sect, despite your initial rejection, has Elder Huang, and that is reason enough." Sect Master Lu smiled, actually smiled, a genuine expression of acknowledgement. "Then welcome, Wei Liang. Welcome to Iron Crane sect. We will make good use of you." Chapter 14. Outer disciple Wei Liang's official acceptance into Iron Crane sect as an outer disciple came with a ceremony that surprised him with its formality. The ceremony took place in the grand hall of the sect, with the senior elders present and a gathering of disciples to witness. Wei Liang knelt before sect master Lu and elder Huang, and his acceptance was formally declared. He received the outer disciple robes, white silk with the Iron Crane emblem stitched in red, and a jade token that identified him as belonging to the sect. But the real education began immediately after. Elder Huang took Wei Liang to a private chamber in the elder's residence, a space filled with books, scrolls, and cultivation texts. The chamber itself was enchanted with formations that enhanced meditation and mental clarity. "Welcome," Elder Huang said simply. "This is your study. You will spend several hours here each day reading and learning. There are texts on mirror root cultivation, histories of all documented mirror cultivators, and theoretical works on the nature of reflective spiritual roots." Elder Huang walked to a shelf and withdrew a particular scroll, one that glowed with age and significance. "This," he said, "is the complete mirror sovereign technique. You found a copy in Crescent Moon Cave. This is the original, stored in the sect's most secure vault. It contains deeper teachings than what you found, methods for advancing beyond foundation establishment into core formation and beyond, meditations and techniques that can only be used by mirror roots. The true secrets of your cultivation." Wei Liang accepted the scroll reverently. "Read this carefully," Elder Huang instructed. "Master its teachings, and then come to me each evening, and we will discuss what you have learned. This will be your primary education for the next 3 months." For the next 3 months, Wei Liang followed this discipline with absolute dedication. By day, he trained with other outer disciples. The sect provided a training ground where disciples practiced techniques, sparred with each other, and participated in group cultivation exercises. Wei Liang joined in these activities, but he no longer felt the need to hide his abilities. He trained openly, and the other disciples quickly learned that he was not someone to challenge lightly. By evening, he studied with Elder Huang. The old master took him through the deeper teachings of the mirror sovereign technique, explaining principles that Wei Liang's copy from the cave had only hinted at. A mirror root, Elder Huang explained, does not merely copy techniques. It transforms them. Each technique you learn becomes part of your essence. You do not perform a borrowed technique. You perform your own interpretation of that technique, informed by your understanding. "What is the difference?" Wei Liang asked. "Consider this," Elder Huang said. "A normal cultivator learns a technique, practices it, and eventually masters it. But they are bound to that technique as taught. A mirror cultivator learns a technique, understands it, and transforms it. You can take techniques from multiple sources and combine them in ways the original teachers never imagined. You can improve techniques beyond their original conception. You can create new techniques by fusion and adaptation." He demonstrated this principle by guiding Wei Liang through a meditation practice. "Close your eyes," Elder Huang instructed. "Turn your awareness to your mirror palace. Visualize the techniques you have learned, not as separate entities, but as facets of a unified whole. See how they connect, how their principles overlap, how one can enhance another." Wei Liang followed the instruction. In his mind's eye, he saw the flowing stream stance, the flame burst palm, the lightning spear strike, the piercing blade technique, and all his other learned techniques. They swirled around the crystalline structure of his mirror palace like water flowing around stones. And then, as he watched, they began to merge. The flowing stream stance's defensive principles combined with the flame burst palm's concentrated energy. The lightning spear strike's penetrating power melded with the piercing blade technique's precision. New combinations emerged, hybrid techniques that were neither their original sources nor pure inventions, but rather perfect fusions that transcended their components. When Wei Liang's eyes opened, he gasped with excitement. "Did you see?" Elder Huang asked. "I saw them combine," Wei Liang breathed. "I saw new techniques forming from the combination." "Precisely," Elder Huang said. "That is the true power of a mirror root. Not mere copying, but creative synthesis. Continue developing this ability, and you will become something remarkable. You will become a cultivator who possesses not one master technique, but infinite variations. You will be the master of adaptation itself." Chapter 15. The first major breakthrough. 2 weeks after beginning his formal studies with Elder Huang, Wei Liang experienced his first major cultivation breakthrough. It happened during an evening meditation session. Wei Liang was practicing the foundation refinement techniques from the mirror sovereign technique when he felt something shift within his dantian. His mirror palace, which had been an empty void with crystalline walls, suddenly began to fill. Not with qi, exactly, but with light. with reflection, with the essence of all the techniques he had learned. The flowing stream stances water-like adaptability. The flame burst palms concentrated intensity. The lightning spear strikes penetrating power. The piercing blade techniques precision. All of these essences, these principles, began to orbit within his mirror palace like planets around a sun. And as they orbited, they created a field of perfect understanding. Whenever Wei Liang wished to access one of his learned techniques, it was there, available, ready. More than ready, it was enhanced, perfected, transformed by its interaction with the other principles in his mirror palace. His qi reserves expanded dramatically, not to the level of a bronze-grade root's reserves, but to something close. His control over qi improved exponentially. His ability to execute techniques became perfectly fluid and responsive. When Wei Liang emerged from the meditation, it was with tears streaming down his face. The feeling of the breakthrough was overwhelming, a sense of completion, of rightness, of finally becoming something that was truly whole. Elder Huang was waiting outside the meditation chamber. "You broke through," the old man said, not as a question but as a statement of fact. "Yes," Wei Liang confirmed. "My mirror palace filled with the essence of my techniques. They are no longer separate, they are unified." Elder Huang nodded, satisfied. "This is the first true breakthrough for a mirror cultivator in your stage. It marks the transition from student to independent practitioner. You are now capable of developing new techniques on your own, combining what you have learned in ways that create something entirely new." He placed a hand on Wei Liang's shoulder. "You have done well, Wei Liang. I knew you would be exceptional, but I confess, I did not expect you to progress this quickly. You have achieved in 3 months what normally takes a year or more. Is it because I learned so many techniques before joining the sect?" Wei Liang asked. "Partially," Elder Huang said, "but it is more than that. It is because you possess a natural talent for synthesis and understanding. You do not merely learn techniques. You truly comprehend them. You become them. That is a rare gift, even among mirror cultivators." Chapter 16. Sect Politics and Hidden Enemies. Wei Liang's rapid advancement did not go unnoticed by the other disciples. Most were supportive or neutral, but some, particularly those who had been part of the sect longer, who had expected to progress steadily and receive recognition, viewed Wei Liang with resentment. Feng Xiao, the lightning root noble who had humiliated Wei Liang on the day of the spirit root testing, was among the most hostile. Feng Xiao had watched Wei Liang defeat Zhao Tianhao in the tournament. He had seen Wei Liang's acceptance into the sect as an outer disciple, and he had witnessed Wei Liang's steady progression in the weeks since joining. One afternoon, as Wei Liang was returning from training, Feng Xiao confronted him. "So you are back," Feng Xiao said, blocking Wei Liang's path. The zero-grade root who somehow discovered he was not actually zero-grade. "Quite the story. I assume you have been spreading it through the sect." "I have explained my nature to Elder Huang," Wei Liang said carefully. "Beyond that, I do not think my cultivation methods are of great concern to others." "Do you not?" Feng Xiao's smile was cold. "Let me enlighten you. You are a threat. A serious threat. You demonstrated that you can copy techniques. That means every disciple you train with is teaching you their best techniques. You are growing stronger by learning from others, while we grow stronger by developing our own specialty roots. That is the nature of a mirror root," Wei Liang said. "Precisely," Feng Xiao said, "and it is an unnatural advantage. My father, who is a powerful cultivator in his own right, has taken an interest in your case. He believes that a mirror root poses a danger to the natural order of cultivation. He believes that roots like yours should be restricted, perhaps even eliminated." Wei Liang's hand instinctively moved to the sword at his side. "Is that a threat?" "It is a warning," Feng Xiao said. "My father is connected to people far more powerful than me. People who do not view a mirror root as a gift. If you continue to progress, if you continue to make yourself visible and prominent, there may be consequences." Feng Xiao walked away, leaving Wei Liang standing in the training grounds with anger and apprehension churning in his chest. That evening, Wei Liang brought the conversation to Elder Huang. The old man listened carefully, and when Wei Liang finished, his expression was grave. "Feng Xiao's father is Feng Ku, a cultivator of core formation stage," Elder Huang explained. "He is powerful indeed, and he is part of a faction within the cultivation world that views mirror roots with suspicion. Historically, whenever a mirror root has emerged, there have been powerful interests attempting to eliminate them." "Why?" Wei Liang asked. "Because a mirror root threatens the established order," Elder Huang said. "In the cultivation world, power typically derives from specialization. A master of fire techniques is superior to a dabbler in multiple elements. A master of sword techniques surpasses a person who knows a little of many weapons. Specialization is strength. But a mirror route reverses this, Wei Liang realized. We become strong by learning many techniques. We become generalists rather than specialists. Precisely, Elder Huang said. And to those who have devoted their lives to specialization, this represents a challenge to their worldview and their power structure. That is why mirror routes are so few. It is not that they are rare by nature, but rather that when they emerge, they are often eliminated or suppressed before they can develop their full potential. What do I do? Wei Liang asked. Continue your growth, Elder Huang said firmly. But be careful, be aware, avoid unnecessary conflict, and cultivate allies. You have Xiaofun from the Flowing Water sect. You have my support. Use these advantages. Chapter 17. The Inner Tournament. 3 months after Wei Liang joined Iron Crane sect as an outer disciple, the annual Inner Disciple Tournament was announced. This tournament differed from the Outer Disciple competition. It was held entirely within the sect, with no external participants. Inner disciples, those who had advanced beyond the outer ranks, competed to determine their standing and to compete for special cultivation resources. Normally, outer disciples did not participate in the inner tournament. But there was an exception. Outer disciples of exceptional ability could petition to enter, and if accepted by the sect council, they could compete. Wei Liang submitted a petition. Sect Master Lu and the council discussed the proposal for a single evening. The next morning, Wei Liang was informed that he had been approved. He would be allowed to compete in the inner tournament. Feng Xiao was furious when he learned of this decision. As an inner disciple with a bronze-grade lightning root and 2 years of specialized training, Feng Xiao had expected to dominate the tournament. The addition of Wei Liang, a mirror root who had been with the sect for only 3 months, threatened his position. The inner tournament bracket was announced 3 days later. Wei Liang's first match was against a metal root inner disciple named Chen Duchun. Du was competent and well-trained, but he lacked the experience that true inner disciples possessed. They met in the sect's training arena, a smaller space than the Huading Coliseum, but well-formed and secure. When the match began, Chen Du immediately began with a series of sword strikes designed to establish dominance. Wei Liang met him with the piercing blade technique, matched his strikes perfectly, and within minutes had disarmed him. Chen Du surrendered. Wei Liang's second match was against a windroot inner disciple who specialized in speed. This disciple, Qing Zhu, was faster than anyone Wei Liang had yet faced. Qing Zhu moved like lightning, her entire body a blur of motion. But Wei Liang had learned speed enhancement techniques from multiple sources. More importantly, he had synthesized those techniques into something new. He created a hybrid movement technique that combined windroot speed with earthroot stability and lightning root responsiveness. The result was a movement capability that did not just match Qing Zhu's speed, it surpassed it. Wei Liang began to predict her movements before she executed them, moving to intercept her attacks before they fully developed. Qing Zhu retreated with frustration and eventually surrendered. By the semifinals, Wei Liang had defeated 3 inner disciples. And waiting for him in the semifinal bracket was Feng Xiao. Chapter 18. A final proof. The inner tournament semifinal between Wei Liang and Feng Xiao drew the entire sect's attention. This was not merely a match between 2 talented disciples. This was a confrontation between the old order and something new. Feng Xiao represented traditional cultivation, specialization, mastery of a single root type, advancement through pure practice and talent. Wei Liang represented something unprecedented, a mirror root, adaptability, the possibility of transcending the established structure. Sect Master Lu attended. Elder Huang attended. All of the senior leadership came to observe. When the match began, Feng Xiao immediately launched his most powerful technique. He executed the lightning cascade, a complex maneuver that created a field of simultaneous lightning strikes covering his entire body. It was designed to defend against all angles of attack while positioning him for counterattacks. Wei Liang did not retreat. Instead, he responded with a technique he had created since joining the sect. He called it the mirror reflection technique. Wei Liang generated a field of defensive energy around his body that matched the frequency and intensity of whatever attack came against it. When Feng Xiao's lightning strikes hit Wei Liang's barrier, instead of penetrating, they were reflected directly back at Feng Xiao. The lightning cultivator screamed as his own technique struck him from all angles. Feng Xiao dropped his lightning field and moved to hand-to-hand combat. He lunged at Wei Liang with a speed enhanced by his lightning root, moving faster than a normal human eye could follow. Wei Liang sidestepped with perfect timing, executing a spiral movement that came from one of the water root techniques he had learned. He used Feng Xiao's own momentum against him, redirecting the attack harmlessly past. Feng Xiao tried again, and again Wei Liang defended without striking back. But on the fifth approach, Wei Liang finally attacked. He executed a combination of techniques, wind root speed combined with fire root intensity combined with metal root precision. The attack was not from a single root's perspective, but rather an impossible synthesis of all root strengths. The technique struck Feng Xiao with devastating force, sending him flying across the arena. The noble cultivator crashed into the barrier wall with bone-shattering impact. He fell to his knees, unable to stand, unable to continue. The match was over. Wei Liang had defeated Feng Xiao absolutely. As Wei Liang walked from the arena, he felt the weight of every gaze in the sect upon him. Sect Master Lu was watching with an unreadable expression. Elder Huang was smiling with quiet satisfaction. But Feng Xiao, as he was helped to his feet by medical cultivators, looked at Wei Liang with something worse than anger. He looked at him with absolute understanding of threat. Chapter 19. Recognition and Acceptance. The inner tournament final was officially scheduled for 1 week after Wei Liang defeated Feng Xiao in the semifinal round. That week was intense. Sect Master Lu and the other senior leadership examined Wei Liang carefully, trying to understand exactly what he was and how he had achieved such rapid advancement. Elders requested private meetings with him, questioning him about his training methods, his understanding of his own cultivation, his capabilities and limitations. More importantly, word of Wei Liang's victories against Feng Xiao, against a noble-born lightning root cultivator of considerable standing, spread through the sect like wildfire. Disciples who had previously been indifferent or hostile began to regard him with respect, understanding that he was far more powerful than his initial appearance had suggested. Wei Liang's final opponent in the inner tournament was an earthroot inner disciple named Luo Tian, a cultivator known throughout the sect for powerful and efficient cultivation. Luo Tian had defeated every previous opponent through superior technique execution and the deep qi reserves that came naturally from an earthroot affinity. He was experienced, competent, and confident in his abilities. But by this point in his cultivation journey, Wei Liang had developed himself to a remarkable level. In the final match, Wei Liang employed techniques he had created through deliberate synthesis. Hybrid approaches that borrowed foundational principles from multiple different root types and combined them into something entirely new and unprecedented. He combined the durability and stability of earth root cultivation with the fluid agility of wind root movement. He layered the defensive principles underlying water cultivation with the aggressive offensive power of fire cultivation. More profoundly, he moved with the absolute confidence of someone who had finally achieved complete understanding of their own fundamental nature. Luo Tian was skilled, determined, experienced, and talented. But ultimately, he was limited to the capabilities and perspectives of a single root type. He could see the world through the lens of earth cultivation. He could respond to threats using earth root techniques. Wei Liang, by contrast, was unlimited. He could approach any situation from multiple angles, employ any technique from his vast collection, adapt fluidly to any circumstance that arose. He was not confined to thinking like an earth cultivator or a fire cultivator or a water cultivator. He thought like a mirror cultivator, one who could reflect and adapt to anything. The match lasted 40 minutes, nearly as long as his first tournament final against Zhao Tianhao. Luo Tian gave everything, pushed his cultivation to its limits, attempted every possible approach and strategy. But Wei Liang adapted to each approach with flawless precision. At the conclusion of the 40 minutes, Luo Tian was completely exhausted, his qi reserves entirely depleted, his body unable to continue. He collapsed to his knees and signaled surrender. Wei Liang had won the inner tournament. The announcement of Wei Liang's victory brought the most important figures in the sect to the central training arena. Sect Master Lu himself came forward to present the victory prize. But this was far more than a simple trophy or money. Wei Liang received advanced cultivation resources, rare herbs specifically selected for their ability to refine and strengthen qi, alchemical pills that could enhance meridian development, cultivation manuals on advanced techniques. More importantly, Sect Master Lu formally pronounced Wei Liang as an official inner disciple of Iron Crane sect, granting him full access to the sect's inner libraries, inner training grounds, and inner resources. But Sect Master Lu said something more, something that stunned the gathered crowd. Wei Liang, the sect master announced, his voice carrying across the arena. Your rapid advancement and your exceptional performance throughout your time with our sect have demonstrated that you are worthy not merely of advancement through the outer and inner ranks. You are worthy of the highest circles of our institution. I have consulted with the entire sect council, and we have voted unanimously on a matter. We offer you the position of chosen disciple. Wei Liang felt his breath catch in his throat. His body went momentarily still. Chosen disciple was a position rarely offered, typically reserved for disciples who already possessed exceptional ability and demonstrated promise for future leadership. It was not merely a rank or title. It was official recognition that a disciple was being deliberately groomed for positions of future authority and responsibility within the sect. It was the highest honor a sect could offer to one of its disciples before they reached the level of true master. "Thank you, sect master," Wei Liang said, his voice filled with genuine emotion. He bowed deeply, the gesture expressing his gratitude and respect. Elder Huang stepped forward through the gathered crowd and placed a weathered hand on Wei Liang's shoulder. The old man's expression was filled with satisfaction and genuine pride, the pride of someone who had recognized potential years in advance and had been proven correct in his assessment. "You have proven yourself," Elder Huang said, his voice clear and carrying to every person in the arena. "You came to us broken, cast out, believed by the world to be fundamentally empty and worthless. And you have shown the world that you are none of these things. You have built yourself, through will and understanding, into something remarkable. You have become a cultivator of genuine power and exceptional promise. I am proud to have been your teacher, Wei Liang. I am proud of what you have become." The gathered crowd erupted in applause. Chapter 20. End of the first arc. The evening after his victory in the inner tournament and his official promotion to chosen disciple, Wei Liang found himself back in Elder Huang's private study. The elder's residence was a place of quiet cultivation power, the walls inscribed with subtle formations that enhanced meditation and mental clarity, the air itself seeming to resonate with the accumulated wisdom of decades of practice. Shelves lined with ancient texts and cultivation manuals covered every available wall surface. A small meditation chamber adjoined the study, separated only by a silk curtain. Elder Huang was already waiting, having prepared tea in anticipation of Wei Liang's arrival. The old man gestured for Wei Liang to sit, then poured the tea with the careful deliberation of a ritual. But this time, the dynamic between them had fundamentally changed. Wei Liang was no longer a desperate student seeking guidance from someone of incomprehensible power. He had become something different, a disciple of considerable and demonstrable ability, a cultivator of recognized power, a possessor of something unique and unprecedented. Yet Elder Huang's expression remained exactly the same, patient, knowing, satisfied in a way that suggested he had expected precisely this development all along. "What comes next?" Wei Liang asked, settling into his chair. Elder Huang poured tea for both of them and settled back into his own seat with the satisfaction of someone observing a work completed to his exacting specifications. "Now you consolidate," the old man said, his voice carrying the weight of accumulated experience. "You have advanced with remarkable speed, perhaps even faster than is strictly healthy for a cultivator's foundation. In the coming months, your primary focus must be on deepening your understanding of mirror root cultivation principles. You must move beyond merely copying techniques and instead develop new techniques through deliberate synthesis, creating your own signature methods that are truly original, truly your own." Wei Liang nodded, absorbing the guidance. "You will also need to begin considering your specialization," Elder Huang continued. "Most cultivators specialize in a single root type or a single category of techniques. But you, Wei Liang, have the luxury of choosing from any approach. This is both a gift and a burden. You must decide which aspects of cultivation resonate most deeply with your nature. What are you drawn to? Offensive power? Defensive sophistication? Speed and evasion? Healing and support? You cannot master everything, even with a mirror root. At some point, you must choose what to excel at." "And after that?" Wei Liang asked. "What comes after consolidation?" "After that comes core formation stage," Elder Huang said. His voice took on a more solemn tone. "This is the transition that separates true cultivators from mere practitioners. In core formation, you must take the crystalline structure of your mirror palace and compress it, transform it, birth from it an actual golden core, a construct of concentrated cultivated power that resides in your dantian. It is the next major hurdle in a cultivator's development, perhaps the most dangerous and demanding transition a cultivator will ever experience." He paused, allowing the gravity of this to sink in. "Most cultivators," Elder Huang continued, "spend 2 years or more in careful preparation before attempting core formation. The success rate for breakthrough is perhaps 70% across the cultivation world. A failed core formation attempt can result in death, in permanent cultivation damage, in complete loss of cultivated ability. It is not a matter to approach lightly. But with my abilities," Wei Liang said carefully, "you believe I might advance faster?" "With your talent and understanding," Elder Huang said, I believe you might manage core formation attempt in 1 year, possibly even less. But only if you prepare correctly. Only if you deepen your foundation sufficiently. Only if you understand the principles well enough to navigate the breakthrough without error. Wei Liang felt the weight of this responsibility settle onto his shoulders. There is something else, Elder Huang said, his expression becoming more serious. Something you must understand about the politics surrounding mirror roots. Feng Xiao and his father, Feng Ku, will not accept your rise quietly. Feng Ku is a cultivator of core formation stage, a person of genuine power, and he has connections to various power bases outside our sect. There are groups and individuals in the broader cultivation world who view mirror roots with fear and suspicion. They see you as a threat to the established order of specialized cultivation. They would eliminate you if the opportunity presented itself, if they believe the risk could be managed. Wei Liang's hand instinctively moved to the jade pendant that Xiao Fun had given him, the symbol of the flowing water sect. How do I prepare for that threat? Wei Liang asked. In multiple ways, Elder Huang said. First, you continue to grow stronger. An enemy powerful enough to genuinely threaten you does not yet exist, and the longer you cultivate, the less likely one will ever emerge. Second, you develop deeper alliances. The pendant you carry from the flowing water sect is valuable protection. You should consider visiting their headquarters, establishing formal relationships with their leadership. Third, you make yourself so valuable to our sect that eliminating you would be impossible without destroying Iron Crane sect itself. You are becoming legendary, Wei Liang. Use that. Elder Huang leaned back in his chair, his expression becoming slightly softer. But most importantly, the old man continued, you must not become complacent. You must never forget that you are not the strongest cultivator in the world. You are not even close to being the strongest. At core formation stage and beyond, there exist cultivators whose power makes your current strength seem insignificant. At nascent soul stage and above, there are beings who can reshape landscapes with a thought. You are exceptional, yes, but you are still young, still developing, still far from the heights of cultivation achievement. Wei Liang considered Elder Huang's words carefully. They were sobering, certainly, but they were also clarifying. They put his own achievement into proper perspective. I understand, Wei Liang said. I will continue to grow. I will be careful. I will develop allies and make myself valuable to the sect. Elder Huang smiled, a genuine expression of satisfaction and pride. That is all anyone can do, the old man said. Grow constantly, be careful in your advancement, and trust in the strength of your allies. Do these things, Wei Liang, and you will achieve heights that few cultivators in history have ever reached. Outside Elder Huang's residence, the sun was setting over the Lingxiao peaks, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple and gold. The sect was settling into its evening routines. Disciples were finishing their training sessions and sparring matches, moving toward the meditation chambers and dormitories. Teachers were retiring to prepare evening lectures. The gardeners were closing the training grounds for the night. Wei Liang stood on the pathway outside the elder's residence and looked out at the sect he now fully belonged to. 3 months ago, he had stood in this same sect, about to undergo the spirit root testing that would determine his future. The testing crystal had found him empty, marked him as 0 grade, deemed him fundamentally unsuited for cultivation. 3 months, and he had returned as a chosen disciple, recognized for his power and his potential. But more importantly, Wei Liang had found something deeper than rank or recognition. He had found his true nature. He had discovered that what the world had called weakness was actually uniqueness. The rejection he had experienced, the pain of expulsion, the isolation of independent cultivation, all of these had been necessary. All of these had forced him to develop himself, to understand himself, to become who he truly was. And now he truly belonged. The arc of his awakening was complete. His journey from expelled 0 grade root to chosen disciple of one of the region's premier sects was finished. But as Wei Liang stood there on the mountain path, watching the sun set over the peaks, he understood that this was not the end of his story. It was merely the beginning. The real cultivation journey, the true path toward power and mastery and understanding, was only now truly beginning. He had taken the first steps. He had proven his fundamental capability. He had established his foundation. But ahead of him lay core formation. Ahead lay unknown challenges and unimaginable opportunities. Ahead lay the possibility of becoming something truly extraordinary, a mirror cultivator advancing to heights never before achieved in recorded history. Wei Liang smiled as he watched the last rays of sunlight paint the peaks in shades of gold. His future lay before him, vast and full of promise, and he was ready to embrace it. Epilogue. The path forward. As weeks passed, and Wei Liang settled into his new role as chosen disciple, the sect transformed around him. The discovery of a mirror root cultivator spread through the cultivation world like ripples across still water. Sect masters from other organizations sent requests to meet him. Merchants offered him rare cultivation materials at favorable prices, hoping for future patronage. Independent cultivators sought him out, wanting to learn from someone who had developed his power through observation rather than formal training. But Wei Liang remained focused on his cultivation. He spent his mornings training with Elder Huang, learning about the history of mirror roots and the theoretical principles that govern their development. He spent his afternoons in the sect's inner training grounds, practicing technique synthesis and developing new approaches to cultivation that blended principles from multiple root types. His evenings were devoted to study, reading the mirror sovereign technique repeatedly, discovering new layers of meaning with each careful reading, integrating deeper principles into his practice. The other outer disciples watched him with a mixture of respect and something that bordered on awe. The inner disciples treated him with deference, understanding that his actual capability exceeded their own by a substantial margin. The sect masters studied him with careful interest, recognizing that he represented something unprecedented. And Feng Xiao, the arrogant lightning cultivator who had humiliated him on his first day at the sect, carefully avoided him. 3 months into his tenure as chosen disciple, Wei Liang received a visitor. Xiaofan arrived with a small retinue of the Flowing Water sect, traveling to Iron Crane sect specifically to see him. The alchemist brought gifts, rare herbs of extraordinary value, cultivation pills of remarkable potency, and most significantly, a letter of formal alliance between the Flowing Water sect and Wei Liang personally. "I told you that cultivators of my sect would protect you," Xiaofan said, presenting him with the jade pendant again, though Wei Liang still carried one. "Now it is official. You are not merely someone I protect. You are someone formally recognized by the Flowing Water sect's leadership. This comes with all the protections and benefits that implies." Wei Liang accepted the recognition with genuine gratitude. "What does this mean for my future?" he asked. "It means," Xiaofan said with a slight smile, "that you have an additional path forward. You could advance within Iron Crane sect, eventually claiming leadership. Or you could move to the Flowing Water sect, bringing your mirror root cultivation to our organization. Or you could remain independent, knowing that multiple sects would support you. The choice, Wei Liang, is truly yours now." On a quiet evening, Wei Liang found himself back on the mountainous peaks of Lingxiao, standing at a vantage point that overlooked both Iron Crane sect and the world beyond. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold. The wind carried the sense of cultivation energy and mountain air. And Wei Liang felt, for perhaps the first time since his expulsion, a complete sense of peace. He had come a long way from the broken boy who had been cast out with a 0-grade assessment. He had found his true nature. He had built himself into someone extraordinary. He had returned to his sect not as a failure, but as someone worthy of respect and recognition. But more than that, he had learned something fundamental about the nature of cultivation and about himself. He was a mirror. He reflected the world around him, learned from it, became stronger through understanding. But a mirror was not passive. It actively perceived, actively comprehended, actively integrated knowledge into its being. And that reflection, that understanding, that integration was what made him powerful. The path ahead remained unclear. Core formation awaited. Threats from those who feared his power remained. Challenges beyond imagining surely lay in his future. But Wei Liang was ready. He had already overcome the most difficult obstacle, accepting that he was not broken, that his 0-grade assessment had been incomplete, that what the world called weakness was actually uniqueness. Everything that followed would be merely building on that foundation. Wei Liang smiled, watching the last rays of sunlight fade from the peaks. His journey was just beginning, and the path stretched before him, vast and full of possibility. Chapter 21. The Inner Sect Ascension. The morning light filtered through Wei Liang's new quarters in the Inner Sect dormitory, casting long shadows across the polished stone floor. He stood before the bronze mirror mounted on his wall, observing the subtle shift in his appearance, not yet visible to untrained eyes, but palpable to his own perception. His skin held a faint luminescence, the accumulated refinement of 3 months of intensive cultivation. His eyes, when he focused, reflected light in patterns that shouldn't have been possible for a foundation establishment cultivator. 3 months had passed since his revelation as a mirror-class cultivator. 3 months of existence in a state of profound transformation, where each day brought new understanding of his nature and its implications. The transition from outer disciple to chosen disciple had been formalized quickly. Elder Huang had moved through the bureaucratic channels with quiet efficiency, ensuring that Wei Liang's new status was officially documented and undisputed. The new quarters themselves represented his elevated position. The dormitory room was larger than the outer sect housing, with better light, superior insulation, and access to the sect's internal circulation formations that enhanced ambient qi concentration. The location put him closer to the inner sect's primary training facilities, and the arrangement allowed him to move between locations without passing through outer sect areas where his new status might generate comment or curiosity. The transition to the inner sect had been seamless, almost anticlimactic. 3 days after the revelation of his mirror-class spirit root, the sect elders had processed his transfer. No announcement, no fanfare, just a quiet word from the Elder Council, and suddenly the doors that had been closed to him as an outer disciple swung open with indifference. He was no longer special. He was simply correct. Wei Liang closed his eyes and sank into meditation on his cultivated area. The Mirror Palace had grown since his awakening. Where once it had been a small, fragile thing, a single reflective chamber barely large enough to contain his own form, it now sprawled across an internal landscape of impossible geometry. The polishing stage of the mirror sovereign technique had given him the foundational framework. Now, as he entered the second stage, depth mirror, the palace was beginning to develop chambers of true depth. He could feel each of the 147 techniques he'd copied thus far, housed within the formation patterns he'd woven into his dantian. They weren't stored as mere records or memories. Each one had become a living formation, a crystallized expression of qi manipulation and conceptual understanding, capable of being activated at will. It was as if he carried an entire library of martial knowledge written into the very substance of his cultivation base. The morning bells rang across the inner sect complex, 6 deep chimes indicating the start of the cultivation hour. Wei Liang opened his eyes and rose smoothly to his feet. His new responsibilities included attending the advanced technique seminars reserved for chosen disciples, a privilege that had come with his promotion. This morning, the session would focus on foundation manipulation and the theoretical underpinnings of rapid cultivation progression. As he walked the stone corridors toward the seminar hall, Wei Liang observed the other cultivators he passed. They moved with the casual confidence of those who had never questioned their place in the hierarchy. Some nodded to him, acknowledgement of his new status. Others simply looked through him, the way they had 3 months ago when he was still an outer disciple. The difference was subtle, but it was there. The seminar hall was already half full when he arrived. Chosen disciples occupied the upper tiers of the amphitheater-style seating arrangement, while junior inner disciples filled the lower sections. Wei Liang took a seat in the third row, which seemed appropriate for his position, strong enough to warrant proximity to the elders, but not presumptuous enough to claim a place at the very front. Elder Huang entered with the bearing of someone who had been teaching this same material for decades. He was a thin man, his robes hanging loose on his frame despite his evident strength. His eyes, one slightly milky from an old scar, swept across the assembled cultivators with practiced indifference. When his gaze crossed Wei Liang, there was the briefest pause, the slightest acknowledgement that existed at the edge of perceptibility. Then he continued to the central platform. Today we discuss depth, Elder Huang began, his voice carrying easily through the hall without apparent effort. Not merely the depth of your cultivation base, nor the depth of your understanding, though both are relevant. I refer to depth as a principle of technique application. When you cast a technique, you impose a pattern upon the ambient qi. Beginners create shallow patterns, superficial manipulations that dissipate quickly once the technique concludes. Masters create patterns of such depth that they restructure local reality around them. Wei Liang leaned forward slightly, his attention fully engaged. This was precisely what he was experiencing with his mirror palace. Each technique he copied existed at multiple levels of depth, a surface manifestation that anyone could learn, a mid-depth expression that required true mastery, and a depth of principle that connected to the fundamental nature of qi manipulation itself. Consider, Elder Huang continued, stepping to the side of the platform, that cultivation is not merely about accumulating spiritual power. Any realm can do that with sufficient time and resources. True cultivation is about understanding. When you understand a principle deeply enough, you can express it in infinite variations. The sword cultivator who has truly grasped the principle of cutting does not merely learn sword techniques. He learns to manifest that principle in whatever form the situation demands. The elder raised his hand, and qi coalesced around his fingers in a simple pattern, a sphere of compressed air, stable and elegant. This is a basic wind technique, something a junior inner disciple might learn in their first month. Observe. The sphere shifted, maintaining its form but becoming visually translucent in a way that suggested depth, as if Wei Liang were looking not merely at a surface, but through layers of manipulation. Now I apply depth, allowing the technique to settle into the ambient spiritual environment rather than floating upon it like a leaf upon water. The result is the same sphere, but it has become a permanent feature of this space, at least until I choose to dismiss it. Wei Liang felt a chill run through him. He had been attempting to understand the connection between the techniques in his mirror palace and the ambient chi around him. This was exactly the principle he needed to grasp. It was the difference between having copies of techniques and being able to integrate them seamlessly into his cultivation base. The seminar continued for 2 hours, with Elder Huang demonstrating increasingly complex applications of the depth principle. Each demonstration built upon the previous one, creating a progression that moved from theoretical understanding to practical application to synthesis of multiple principles. One particularly striking demonstration involved Elder Huang creating a technique that existed simultaneously at 3 different depths. The surface manifestation was a simple water-form cultivation method, basic enough that outer disciples learned it in their first weeks. But overlaid on that surface was a middle-depth expression that required advanced understanding of water principle to perceive. And beneath that was a deep expression that seemed to touch something fundamental about how water moved and changed form. A master cultivator, Elder Huang explained, creates in layers. The technique serves multiple audiences simultaneously. The student learns the basic expression. The intermediate practitioner perceives the middle layer and learns more sophisticated application. The advanced cultivator touches the deep principle and understands the unified concept underlying all expressions. This insight struck Wei Liang with particular force. His mirror palace was organizing techniques in exactly this way. Surface expressions accessible to anyone who learned the technique, deeper principles visible to those who understood the underlying concepts, and even deeper principles connecting all techniques to unified understanding. By the end of the seminar, Wei Liang understood that Elder Huang's demonstration had been specifically calibrated to speak to him, to guide his developing understanding of how his palace should organize itself. The elder was teaching through demonstration, using the seminar as a vehicle to communicate directly with Wei Liang without creating obvious attention. Wei Liang lingered after the other disciples had filed out, pretending to organize his notes, but actually remaining in position to attract Elder Huang's attention. "You have questions?" Elder Huang said without turning around. He was erasing the technique diagrams he'd drawn on the teaching scroll, a mundane task that seemed strangely meditative in his hands. "How does one maintain such depth without constant attention?" Wei Liang asked. It was a carefully worded question, designed to seem like a technical inquiry rather than a plea for guidance regarding his specific condition. Elder Huang paused, his brush hovering over the scroll. "That is the correct question," he said finally. "Most cultivators never ask it, which is why most cultivators never master depth. The answer is integration. The technique must become part of you, not something you impose from outside. It must flow from your nature as naturally as breathing flows from life." He turned to face Wei Liang directly, his milky eye catching the light. "For some cultivators, this comes slowly, over decades of practice. For others," he paused meaningfully. "For others, it comes because their nature demands it. Because integration is not a skill they must learn, but a fundamental aspect of how they exist. Such cultivators are rare. I have encountered perhaps 3 in my entire life. They are usually forced to hide their true nature." Wei Liang met the elder's gaze steadily. "And if they chose not to hide, then they would change everything," Elder Huang said simply. "They would be targets and treasures simultaneously. They would be hunted and courted. Their families would be threatened or elevated. Their sect would defend them jealously or attempt to control them. The world would no longer be a simple place of cultivation and advancement. It would become a game of survival and politics." He turned back to the scroll and resumed his erasing. "Get some rest, Wei Liang. Your advancement will accelerate now. Do not be alarmed if your body struggles to keep pace with your cultivation base's growth. Drink the chi stabilization medicines from the inner sect pharmacy. Do not reject them out of pride. Competence is strength. Stubbornness is weakness." Wei Liang left the seminar hall with his heart beating slightly faster than normal. He had not expected Elder Huang to be so direct. The implication was clear. The elder knew what Wei Liang was, and he was offering cautious protection in the form of cryptic advice and metaphorical warnings. That evening, Wei Liang sat in meditation, guiding his consciousness into the mirror palace. The layout had changed again, subtle shifts in the arrangement of technique formations reflecting his unconscious development. But now, with Elder Huang's words fresh in his mind, he approached the integration differently. Rather than viewing each technique as a separate entity stored within his dantian, he began to see them as expressions of a unified principle, the principle of mirroring itself. Every technique was a reflection, a manifestation of qi transformed according to a specific pattern. The palace wasn't merely a repository, it was a resonance chamber, a space where all these expressions could harmonize. He began weaving them together, finding points of connection and sympathy between seemingly unrelated techniques. The waterform cultivation method copied from Xiaofan's notes aligned with a subtle element manipulation technique he'd observed at a regional seminar. The sword wave technique copied from the Iron Mountain sect's outer disciples resonated with a movement acceleration technique. The connections formed naturally, as if they had always been present in the underlying structure of qi itself. By midnight, Wei Liang had merged 17 different techniques into a unified system, not combining their effects, but showing them as variant expressions of a single principle, the use of qi to create and maintain form in the physical world. The exertion left him trembling, his consciousness pulled back into his body like a fishhook. He lay on his cultivator's bed, breathing deeply, and smiled. The second stage was opening to him. Depth mirror was no longer a distant goal. It was becoming a lived reality. Outside, the inner sect slept, its cultivators resting for another day of advancement. Above, the stars wheeled through the night sky, indifferent to the small revolutions taking place in the hearts and dantians of ambitious humans below. Chapter 22. Formation Resonance. The breakthrough came on an ordinary Tuesday, during what had become Wei Liang's afternoon meditation session in the Mirror Palace. There was no dramatic surge of power, no sudden illumination that shook the foundations of reality. Instead, there was a moment of crystalline clarity, a sensation of rightness, as if a puzzle piece that had been slightly misaligned had suddenly settled into perfect position. The afternoon had started as countless others had. Wei Liang had withdrawn from his afternoon seminar. Elder Lin's discussion of power scaling had concluded early due to an emergency that required several elders' attention. Rather than return to his dormitory, Wei Liang had proceeded directly to the sect's central meditation garden, claiming a quiet spot beneath the ancient stone arch that marked one of the sect's oldest training locations. He had begun his meditation in the standard way, gradually shifting his consciousness from external awareness to internal focus. The Mirror Palace had responded as it always did, opening its internal landscape to his perception. The 147 technique formations had shimmered into visibility, each one a crystalline pattern of qi manifestation and principle expression. But today, something was different. The patterns were more vivid, more present, more real than they usually appeared. Wei Liang perceived them not as creations stored within his dantian, but as living entities with their own agency and expression. The water technique formations literally flowed, constantly moving in minute ways that reflected subtle variations in water principle. The fire technique formations genuinely burned, creating internal heat that Wei Liang could feel even in his meditative state. The earth formations had weight, pressing down with subtle force that Wei Liang sensed as both limitation and support. For the first time, the palace felt less like a storage facility and more like an actual environment, a place that existed independent of his consciousness, a place he inhabited rather than merely accessed. And then, in a cascade of transformation that occurred almost faster than consciousness could follow, the palace transformed. Wei Liang gasped, his eyes snapping open in his physical body. For a moment, the boundaries between his internal cultivation space and the external world blurred. He felt the stone floor beneath him, the walls of his dormitory room, the distant hum of the sect's protective formations, but he also felt the palace, as present and real as any external location despite existing entirely within his dantian. This was the true second stage of the mirror sovereign technique, depth mirror. Not merely understanding the principle of integration, but achieving functional unity between his internal formations and his external presence. He checked the time. The afternoon bells hadn't yet rung. He had perhaps an hour before the next seminar. Cautiously, he extended his senses inward, mapping the transformed landscape of the palace. The change was profound. Where previously the palace had been a single large chamber with technique formations arranged throughout, it had now differentiated into distinct zones. The chamber hadn't disappeared. Rather, it had deepened. He could perceive multiple layers, each one connected to the others through patterns of reflected qi. The primary chamber remained as before, a vast space capable of holding over 300 technique formations, each one a crystalline pattern of stable qi. But now Wei Liang could perceive two additional layers behind the primary one, and when he probed further, He found the structure extended in directions that didn't correspond to any standard spatial geometry. The mirror palace had become fractal. Each layer could reflect and project the others, creating exponential expansion in functional capacity. His conscious mind struggled to fully grasp the topology, but his chi understood it instinctively. He moved his attention to the technique formations themselves. Previously, they had been separate entities, individual repositories of learned knowledge. Now they resonated with each other. The water technique and earth technique that had begun harmonizing last night had fully integrated, their patterns now unified while maintaining independent expression. More than that, they had begun projecting their unified influence outward, creating a subtle field of coordinated chi manipulation around him. Wei Liang tested this carefully. He reached out with his chi toward a cup of tea sitting on his table and performed 3 techniques simultaneously: a water-bearing technique he'd copied from Xiaofun, an earth-anchoring technique from a regional seminar, and a subtle air current technique. Previously, applying 3 techniques in unison had required careful sequencing, creating brief gaps between applications. Now they flowed seamlessly, the 3 distinct manipulations creating a unified effect greater than the sum of their parts. The cup lifted, the liquid inside swirling in a precise, controlled spiral that mixed perfectly without spilling. When Wei Liang released the techniques, the cup descended gently to the table, the tea perfectly mixed and absolutely still. For 20 minutes, he performed variations on this experiment, learning the limits and capabilities of his new integrated formation. The breakthrough had genuine and immediately practical implications. The techniques didn't merely coexist in his palace anymore. They functioned as a living system, capable of sophisticated coordinated expression. By the time the afternoon bells rang, Wei Liang had composed himself enough to attend the next seminar. But his mind was distant, still partially focused on the mirror palace's possibilities. The seminar, held by Elder Lin, a woman whose mastery of destruction-type techniques was legendary throughout the sect, covered the principles of power scaling and offensive cultivation. Wei Liang attended dutifully, but his participation was muted. Twice, Elder Lin called on him, and twice he managed to provide responses that demonstrated adequate understanding without drawing further attention. What he couldn't mention, was that Elder Lin's entire presentation on power scaling was incomplete. The elder was discussing power as a linear function of one's cultivation base and technique sophistication. But Wei Liang had just discovered something that suggested power could also scale through coordination and integration. A cultivator with fewer techniques, but perfect unity between them, might outperform a cultivator with many disparate techniques. It was a radical notion in a cultivation society that measured strength primarily through stage advancement and technique collection. That evening, Wei Liang requested a meeting with Elder Huang. The elder received him in his office, a space that was surprisingly cluttered with books and cultivation manuals, all organized according to some personal system that seemed impenetrable. "Show me," Elder Huang said without preamble, gesturing for Wei Liang to sit across from him. Wei Liang hesitated. "Show you what, elder?" "Your palace." "Don't be foolish. If you're here requesting an audience, you've had a breakthrough. I'm offering to verify it. The risk of discovery is minimal. I have privacy formations on this room that date back 3 generations. Wei Liang extended his senses outward, allowing his chi signature to resonate briefly with Elder Huang's perceptions. Just for an instant, he opened the deepest connections of the mirror palace, allowing the elder to sense its structure and depth. The old man's breath caught. His eyes, one milky and one sharp as a hawk's, widened slightly. When Wei Liang withdrew the connection, Elder Huang sat very still for a long moment. "Remarkable," the elder said finally. His voice was hoarse. "I've read descriptions of such things in forbidden texts, accounts from the age of abundant heaven when mirror-class cultivators were not suppressed. But I never expected to encounter one in reality." He poured tea with shaking hands, the first sign of genuine emotion Wei Liang had seen from him. "Do you understand what you're becoming?" "Not entirely," Wei Liang admitted. "The techniques are integrating. They're developing relationships with each other. Some combinations are creating effects I didn't expect when I learned the individual techniques." "That's emergence," Elder Huang said. "The whole becoming more than the sum of its parts. It's the holy grail of cultivation theory, the reason some believe mirror-class practitioners were hunted to extinction thousands of years ago. Not because they were weak, but because they were existentially problematic to the entire hierarchical structure of cultivation society." Wei Liang felt a chill. "I don't understand." "A cultivation society is built on specialization and competition. A sword cultivator masters the sword. A formation specialist masters arrays. A body cultivator refines their physical form. Everyone has a role, and everyone competes within that role. The system is stable, predictable, controllable. Elder Huang paused to sip his tea. A mirror-class cultivator threatens that stability. Someone who can copy any technique and integrate them into perfect harmony? Someone who can combine insights from every discipline? They become impossible to predict. Impossible to defeat through conventional means. Impossible to control through normal hierarchies. So I should hide, Wei Liang said. No, Elder Huang replied firmly. You should become too valuable to suppress, and you should cultivate allies before your nature becomes undeniable. The fact that you're a chosen disciple now, that's protection. But it's incomplete protection. You need genuine relationships with other powerful cultivators. People who will defend you because they respect you, not merely because the sect's status quo demands it. The elder stood and walked to a shelf, retrieving a leather-bound journal yellowed with age. This belonged to a previous elder of this sect, someone who lived 3 centuries ago. She wrote about a mirror-class practitioner she encountered once, briefly, in a remote cultivation mountain. This is the only documented account of such an individual in this sect's history. Read it. Learn from it. Wei Liang accepted the journal carefully. The handwriting was old-fashioned, but legible. The account was brief, perhaps 2 pages, but it described a person whose abilities aligned perfectly with his own. The elder's conclusion was stark. Such practitioners are humanity's greatest potential and our deepest fear. They should be protected at all costs, for if they are lost, we lose access to truths about cultivation that we will take centuries to rediscover. Walking back to his dormitory, Wei Liang clutched the journal and felt the weight of his existence shift. He was no longer simply a talented cultivator with an unusual ability. He was a repository of forbidden knowledge, a being whose very existence challenged the foundations of how the cultivation world understood itself. The night sky seemed darker than before, more watchful. Above, the stars wheeled onward, and in the mirror palace, over 200 techniques resonated in perfect, terrifying harmony. Chapter 23. The sword cultivators challenge. The message arrived via formal sect notice, placed on the board in the inner sect dormitory's common area. Challenge issued to Wei Liang by Baiju of Iron Mountain Sect, requesting match at neutral ground, Crescent Valley, 3 days hence. Wei Liang read the notice 3 times, processing the implications. Baiju. He recognized the name immediately. Iron Mountain Sect was one of the most renowned blade cultivation organizations in the region, known for producing sword cultivators of exceptional refinement. A challenge from someone of that caliber was an honor, even if it arrived unannounced. When the news spread, reactions varied. Some of the chosen disciples seemed impressed that Wei Liang had attracted the attention of a regional cultivator. Others seemed skeptical that an inner sect disciple could provide adequate competition to someone from a sect of Iron Mountain's reputation. Elder Huang, when Wei Liang informed him, simply nodded as if the entire affair had been anticipated. The 3 days of preparation passed in a blur of accelerated study and contemplative meditation. Wei Liang decided against overtraining his body, that risked injury before the match. Instead, he spent his time in the Mirror Palace, cataloging the techniques he possessed that might be relevant to a sword cultivator duel. Over the past months, he'd copied several blade-based techniques. The Iron Mountain Sect's outer disciples had demonstrated them during a friendly exchange match. The Iron Crane Sect's own senior sword practitioners had shown him variations of their house style. And from a visiting cultivator attending the regional seminars, he'd even learned a technique called crescent moon cutting, which seemed relevant given the location of the coming match. But copying sword techniques and facing a genuine sword cultivator were different propositions. Baiju would have spent his entire life perfecting his relationship with the blade. His techniques wouldn't merely be learned patterns. They would be expressions of his cultivated understanding, refined through thousands of repetitions. On the morning of the challenge, Wei Liang traveled to Crescent Valley with Elder Huang and 3 other chosen disciples. The valley was neutral territory, sacred to all the sects in the region, a place where personal disputes could be settled without sect interference. The terrain was dramatic. White stone cliffs rising 300 feet on either side, with a broad valley floor of packed earth that had hosted countless matches over the centuries. Baiju was already there, waiting beside a temporary pavilion that had been erected for official witnesses. The sword cultivator was larger than Wei Liang expected, broad-shouldered, with the bearing of someone who had spent his entire life training his body as the instrument of his will. His blade was sheathed at his side, a weapon of obviously superior craftsmanship, its hilt wrapped in silver cord. Wei Liang, Baiju said, stepping forward. I'm Baiju. Thank you for accepting my challenge. The courtesy was genuine, which immediately complicated Wei Liang's understanding of the situation. I don't believe we've met before, Wei Liang said cautiously. What prompted this match? Curiosity, Bai Ju replied with a slight smile. I heard from a visiting cultivator that an Iron Crane sect disciple had risen to chosen status in an unusually short time. More interesting, I heard whispers about unusual potential. I decided to see for myself. The witnesses assembled, 2 elders from other sects, Elder Huang, and a clerk whose job was to record the outcome. Bai Ju and Wei Liang moved to the center of the valley floor. Standard match parameters, the neutral elder declared. First to submission, first to blood loss beyond sustainable limits, or first to concede. Weapons permitted. Lethal techniques may be used, but lethal injury is grounds for the match ending immediately and the victor accepting responsibility for consequences. Do both contestants acknowledge? Acknowledged, Wei Liang said. Acknowledged, Bai Ju confirmed. The elder raised a flag, held it aloft for 3 seconds, and dropped it. Bai Ju moved forward with the grace of flowing water, his blade sliding from its sheath with a whisper of steel. The motion was so smooth that Wei Liang almost missed the precise moment when the blade transitioned from sheath to extended, ready for attack. Wei Liang drew on the first of his copied techniques, a movement-type cultivation method he'd learned from an agility specialist at a regional seminar. His body became momentarily lighter, his movements faster. He pivoted aside, and Bai Ju's blade passed through the space where he'd been standing a heartbeat before. The sword cultivator pursued smoothly, his strikes flowing from one into the next without pause. Wei Liang found himself in an increasingly desperate defensive posture. Bai Ju's technique wasn't merely skilled, it was beautiful in its precision. Every movement was economical, every transition between strikes flowed naturally from the previous one. Wei Liang activated a defensive chi-hardening technique, and Bai Ju's blade met his arm, scraping across with a sound like fingernails on metal. The impact still burned, the edge of the blade cutting through his protective chi as if it were tissue paper. He needed to understand this fighting style quickly, or the match would end with his defeat. Wei Liang activated his copying ability, pulling his attention into the precise nature of Bai Ju's technique. How did he maintain momentum through each strike? How did he create such perfect transitions? What was the underlying principle? For the first time, Wei Liang encountered resistance in his copying ability. The technique Bai Ju was using wasn't a single, discrete thing that could be learned in one observation. It was a flow, a continuous expression of perfectly refined sword cultivation. The more Wei Liang tried to capture it as a single technique, the more it slipped through his perception like water through fingers. Bai Ju pressed his advantage, driving Wei Liang backward across the valley floor. 3 more near hits, and Wei Liang's robes were sliced in several places, his protective chi flickering like a dying flame. Then, suddenly, Wei Liang shifted his approach. Instead of trying to copy the complete flowing style, he began copying individual strikes, the precise angle of entry for each blade movement, the specific distribution of chi that gave the attack its penetrating power, the recovery motion that transitioned to the next strike. He couldn't copy the entire symphony, but he could analyze and replicate individual notes. With each copied strike pattern, Wei Liang's defensive posture improved. Where Bai Ju's blade had been a whip cracking against his chi barriers, it became an opponent that could be predicted, anticipated, sometimes partially countered. Bai Ju's expression changed, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. The constant assault paused for half a second, and that was enough. Wei Liang activated a technique he'd been considering throughout the match, a sudden acceleration method that pushed every bit of his current strength into his legs. He moved inside Bai Ju's guard, a terrifying place to be in blade combat, but necessary. He caught the sword cultivator's wrist with his palm, using the earth anchoring technique to lock it in place, and pulled upward. For an instant, they stood almost face to face, the match balanced on the edge of a knife. Bai Ju's blade was pinned, Wei Liang's defense was exhausted. Then Bai Ju laughed. It was genuine laughter, not mocking, but surprised and delighted. You copied my techniques, he said. You were analyzing me while defending. Wei Liang maintained his grip, unwilling to release until the match was officially concluded. It's what I do, he said simply. Fascinating, Bai Ju said. Absolutely fascinating. I concede the match. I'm impressed. The neutral elder looked skeptical at this abrupt conclusion, but Bai Ju repeated clearly, I concede. Wei Liang demonstrates sufficient ability to warrant a tie, and I have achieved my objective, confirming his unusual potential. No further purpose is served by continuing this match. After the official proclamation and the brief ceremony of honor that concluded such a match, Bai Ju approached Wei Liang while he was wiping blood from where the blade had finally drawn the minimum needed to satisfy blood loss parameters. I'd like to propose a continuing relationship, Baiju said. Formally, I would like to become allies with you. To the extent that our sects permit, I would support you, and I hope you would reciprocate if I required aid. I believe your abilities are rare enough to be worth understanding, and I believe you have potential that hasn't yet been fully recognized. Wei Liang considered this. It was another weight added to his existence, another person who now understood at least partially what he was. But it was also protection. I would be honored to accept your alliance, Wei Liang said formally. And I reciprocate your support. They clasped forearms, the gesture of formal alliance among cultivators. Around them, the witnesses dispersed, already moving on to other concerns. But Wei Liang felt the significance of the moment. He now had an ally outside his sect, a genuine connection to someone powerful from another organization. As they traveled back to the Iron Crane sect, Elder Huang quietly said, "You're building a network. That's wise. The path you're on will require it." Wei Liang said nothing, but in the Mirror Palace, the technique patterns resonated with a new sense of possibility. He had proven his ability to not merely copy techniques, but to apply them under extreme pressure, with limited time for analysis. It was a validation of the deepest principle underlying his nature. He was not a repository of dead knowledge, but a living system capable of instant, dynamic integration of any learning. That was both power and danger in equal measure. Chapter 24. Rising through ranks. The inner sect ranking matches occurred quarterly, allowing chosen disciples and their peers to establish clear hierarchies for resource allocation and priority selection from the sect's training facilities. Wei Liang had avoided signing up for the first 2 rounds of matches, partly due to the need to consolidate his newfound breakthrough, partly due to caution about drawing too much attention. This quarter, he decided, the time for caution had passed. The registration process was simple. Present yourself at the competition hall 3 days before matches begin, pay a small fee, and wait for the bracket assignment. Wei Liang submitted his entry on a quiet afternoon and received confirmation immediately. His first match would be against Kai Min, a senior chosen disciple who had held a middle-ranking position for 2 years. The competition hall was a vast structure of white stone and polished floors, with observation galleries rising in tiers around a central combat arena. During match week, the entire inner sect seemed to arrive to watch, selected disciples hoping to establish their own rankings, senior disciples confident enough in their position to evaluate potential challengers, and elders observing their promising students. Wei Liang's match against Kai Min took place on the first day, in the early afternoon slot. Kai Min was a fire cultivator, someone who had mastered the techniques of flame manipulation and heat-based damage. He arrived at the arena with obvious confidence, his robes bearing the marks of a practitioner at core formation mid-stage, 2 ranks above Wei Liang's current foundation establishment late-stage advancement. "You're the new chosen disciple," Kai Min said, rolling his shoulders. "I've heard about the rapid advancement. Let's see if it's reputation or substance." The match began. Kai Min immediately unleashed a continuous assault of flame techniques, each one designed to overwhelm through sheer thermal force. The arena temperature spiked, the stone floor beneath them beginning to crack from thermal stress. Wei Liang activated water-based techniques, but quickly realized that direct opposition would merely result in steam and defeat. Instead, he used a different approach. He copied one of Kai Min's own flame manipulation techniques mid-demonstration, then used it to redirect the incoming fire, creating channels that bent the flames around him rather than meeting them head-on. Kai Min faltered, confusion crossing his face for an instant. In that instant, Wei Liang applied a swift physical technique, accelerating forward and striking the fire cultivator's chest with a carefully controlled palm strike, strong enough to hurt, not strong enough to cause serious injury. Kai Min was thrown backward, but his cultivation stage advantages meant he recovered quickly. He came at Wei Liang again, this time with more variety in his techniques, attempting to adapt to the disciple's evident ability. But this was where Wei Liang's true advantage manifested. Each new technique Kai Min displayed, Wei Liang copied it, not in one perfect replication that would be too obvious, but in partial, imperfect versions that evolved with each observation. By the 10th exchange, Wei Liang had developed working copies of 6 different fire manipulation techniques, plus 2 movement methods Kai Min had employed to maintain spacing. The match lasted 20 minutes, longer than most, but the conclusion was inevitable. By the end, Wei Liang was using Kai Min's own most sophisticated techniques against him, in combinations that the fire cultivator hadn't fully developed yet. The defeat came when Kai Min, exhausted and frustrated, overextended on a technique that Wei Liang had predicted and countered. A swift, careful move, and Kai Min was on the ground, conceding defeat. The crowd's reaction was mixed. Some seats were silent, others filled with surprised conversation. Wei Liang heard fragments, demonstrated core stage techniques. And how did he counter so quickly? And definitely better than his advancement level suggests. His second match was against another chosen disciple, a woman named Shun Yu who specialized in arrow cultivation, using qi to manifest projectiles without physical weapons. This was a ranged-based technique system, and Wei Liang had less direct experience with it. The match was more challenging. Shun Yu maintained distance, launching dozens of qi arrows that Wei Liang had to either block or evade. Gradually, he began to understand her pattern. Each arrow followed a slightly different trajectory, a variation that let her maintain unpredictability while still expressing a core principle. By mid-match, Wei Liang had begun copying her techniques. But rather than launching arrows himself, he copied the precision targeting calculation she used and applied it to a water blade technique he'd learned months ago. The combination was devastatingly effective. He could create a water construct and launch it with the accuracy of her arrows, but with superior penetrating force. Shun Yu conceded after a near hit that convinced her the match's outcome was determined. 3 more matches followed in quick succession. Wei Liang won each one, his ranking climbing steadily. After the first day of competition, he found himself ranked in the top 40 of the inner sect chosen disciples, a position that would have seemed impossible 3 months ago. By the end of the week, with 7 matches won, Wei Liang had broken into the top 20. The final bracket for advancement to the elite ranking matches featured the highest-ranked chosen disciples, those competing for the genuine elite status that came with access to forbidden cultivation techniques and priority selection of cultivation resources. Wei Liang wasn't initially included, but a special exemption was granted by Elder Huang, with the rationale that his recent performance warranted evaluation against the highest-tier candidates. The first of these elite matches was against Zhao Tianhao, the same disciple who had tested him months ago in the technique demonstration hall. Zhao Tianhao was now core formation stage, his technique mastery refined through additional months of intensive training. They stood in the arena under the gaze of the full audience. The entire inner sect seemed to have turned out for this match, the first genuine test of Wei Liang's position in the sect hierarchy. "I'm impressed," Zhao Tianhao said by way of greeting. "I heard about your victories. I wasn't sure if they were genuine or merely the result of fighting weaker opponents." "There's only one way to find out," Wei Liang replied. The match was brutal and elegant simultaneously. Zhao Tianhao fought with the refined precision of someone who had devoted every moment to perfecting the blade. His sword style was different from Baiju's, more economical, less flowing, more directly destructive. Each technique was designed to end fights, not to express beauty or explore possibilities. Wei Liang found himself on the defensive more severely than in any of his previous matches. Zhao Tianhao's cultivation stage advantage was no longer negligible. It was significant. He moved faster, hit harder, and showed little mercy. 3 cuts opened on Wei Liang's arms and chest within the first 5 minutes, blood dripping onto the arena floor. Then Wei Liang stopped trying to win and started focusing entirely on learning. He copied Zhao Tianhao's techniques in rapid succession, not attempting to apply them, but merely warehousing them in the Mirror Palace. He allowed himself to be pushed backward, driven across the arena, exposed to continuous assault. Zhao Tianhao began to believe he was winning. His attacks became slightly less careful, more aggressive, expecting quick victory. And that was when Wei Liang shifted his entire fighting approach. Using the crescent moon cutting technique, a movement acceleration method, and 3 different defensive qi manipulation methods he'd copied from his opponents over the past week, he created a coordinated sequence of counters. The techniques flowed into each other as perfectly as if they had been designed as a unified system. Zhao Tianhao's expression transformed from aggressive confidence to shock. Suddenly, he was no longer the aggressor. Suddenly, it was his blade that was struggling to meet incoming attacks, his defense that was failing. The match concluded when Zhao Tianhao, recognizing the shift in momentum, conceded rather than allow his defeat to become embarrassing. But as they clasped forearms after the match, Zhao Tianhao said quietly, "You've changed. You're not just copying techniques anymore. You're synthesizing something new from them. That's dangerous, Wei Liang. Not just for your opponents. For the entire sect hierarchy." Wei Liang said nothing, but he understood what Zhao Tianhao meant. The ranking system was built on the assumption that cultivation stages and learned techniques determine power. But Wei Liang was violating that assumption. He was using a smaller cultivation base and fewer innate abilities to defeat cultivators with superior advantages, simply through superior integration and understanding. That night, Elder Huang summoned him to an office deep in the Elder's quarters. The space was even more cluttered than before, books piled on every surface, cultivation diagrams covering the walls. Wei Liang had learned that the apparent disorder was actually a sophisticated organizational system. The elder could locate any text within moments despite the apparent chaos. You've placed yourself at risk, Elder Huang said without preamble. Everyone now understands that your advancement is exceptional. Soon, questions will arise about the source of that exceptionality. Wei Liang moved carefully through the cluttered space, observing the titles of books as he passed. Many were cultivation theory texts, but others appeared to be historical records or philosophical treatises. One shelf seemed dedicated entirely to chronicles of sect politics and interorganizational conflicts. Another contained what appeared to be personal journals or correspondences, the handwriting in many of them predating Wei Liang's own cultivation era. The opposition will become more organized, Elder Huang continued, gesturing for Wei Liang to sit. Right now, their objections are theoretical, but as your advancement becomes increasingly undeniable, their concerns will shift from theoretical to practical. They'll begin to perceive you as a genuine threat to their power structures. What do you recommend? Wei Liang asked. Advancement, Elder Huang replied. You must reach core formation stage as quickly as possible. At that stage, the advantage it provides will be substantial enough that your unusual techniques will seem merely like competent application of your cultivation base. Now, every victory seems impossible. At core formation stage, your victories will seem merely impressive. Wei Liang understood the logic. How long do you estimate? With intensive training? 3 to 4 months. The Mirror Palace's integration should accelerate your advancement. The coherence you've achieved is effectively doubling your cultivation efficiency. Elder Huang paused. But there's another matter. I've received inquiries from outside the sect. Other organizations have heard about you. They're interested in who you are, what your techniques represent. Protection from the Iron Crane sect alone will not suffice indefinitely. You said earlier to develop allies, Wei Liang said. Yes, I'm referring to something more extensive. There are scattered communities of mirror-class cultivators' descendants throughout the cultivation world. People whose heritage is obscure enough that they avoid suppression, but whose nature sometimes manifests in unusual abilities. I believe these individuals would be highly motivated to form an alliance with someone of your demonstrated potential. Such an alliance might provide long-term protection beyond what any single sect could offer. Wei Liang felt the weight of these implications settle over him. His existence was expanding beyond the simple framework of sect membership and technique mastery. He was becoming entangled in a larger history, a larger conflict that had supposedly ended centuries ago. When should I begin this expansion? Wei Liang asked. After you reach core formation stage, Elder Huang said. When your power level matches the significance of your network. Not before. For now, focus on advancement. Everything else flows from cultivation strength. That night, Wei Liang returned to his dormitory and immediately began the most intensive meditation sequence he had yet attempted. The Mirror Palace responded to his focus, the integration deepening, the reflected techniques resonating in patterns of increasing complexity. He was no longer merely advancing. He was transforming. Chapter 25. The Journey to Crimson City. 2 months after the ranking matches, Wei Liang received an invitation to attend a regional cultivation exchange in Crimson City, a major cultivation hub located 8 days' travel to the southwest. The exchange was primarily for inner-sect chosen disciples and equivalent-ranked cultivators from other sects, offering opportunities to observe different cultivation methodologies and establish connections with practitioners outside their home organizations. Elder Huang approved the request immediately and even provided travel allowance, a clear indication that he supported this venture. The elder seemed satisfied with Wei Liang's progress. In the past weeks, Wei Liang had advanced to foundation establishment peak stage, his cultivation base saturated with techniques, nearly ready for the critical breakthrough into core formation. The journey itself was undertaken by a contingent of 8 chosen disciples, escorted by a mid-level elder named Zhang Wan. The route followed established trade roads, relatively safe paths that connected the major cultivation centers. Wei Liang traveled in the middle of the group, avoiding the position that would mark him as either the most important member or the most vulnerable. On the 3rd day of travel, a peculiar incident occurred at a way station. As the group was preparing evening meals, a young woman approached with obvious intent. She was striking in appearance, dark hair pulled back, features sharp with determination, and most notably, a bearing that suggested significant cultivation despite her apparent age of perhaps 22 or 23. I'm looking for Wei Liang from Iron Crane sect, she said directly, ignoring the group's obvious surprise. I'm Yin Rue, from the Crimson Earth sect based in Crimson City. My brother sent me to meet you before we all arrive at the exchange. Elder Zhang Wen's hand moved instinctively toward his sword, but Wei Liang raised a hand in a calm gesture. It's all right, Elder. This is unexpected, but not necessarily threatening. Yin Rui smiled slightly. My brother, Yin Jinghua, has heard about you from some contacts in the cultivation circles. He wanted to personally verify some rumors before the exchange begins. And what rumors would those be? Wei Liang asked, curious despite the oddness of the situation. That you're advancing at an impossible pace, Yin Rui said. That you're using techniques and combinations that suggest some kind of synthesis or principle that other sects haven't discovered. That you defeated someone 2 full stages above you in rank matches. That several elders are watching you unusually carefully. She tilted her head. We think you might be more interesting than the standard chosen disciple candidate for exchange. And if I am, Wei Liang replied cautiously. Then we'd like to know you better, Yin Rui said simply. The Crimson Earth sect values unusual talent. We're not as large or prestigious as Iron Crane, but we have connections, resources. If you're as exceptional as reports suggest, those might be useful to you. The proposal was tempting in a way Wei Liang hadn't anticipated. I'll consider your offer, he said. We'll be in Crimson City for nearly 2 weeks. Presumably we'll encounter each other during the exchange. Certainly, Yin Rui agreed. But I wanted to make sure you understood the invitation was genuine, not merely courtesy. She turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. My brother wanted me to give you this. She handed over a small jade pendant, intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift when Wei Liang looked at them directly. If you decide you want a private meeting with Yin Jinghua, present this to the Crimson Earth sect representative during the exchange. It's a formal seal of protected audience. After she departed, Elder Zhang Wen seemed troubled. That was extraordinarily irregular, he said. Some kind of recruitment attempt, obviously. Be cautious, Wei Liang. Sects don't reach out like this without significant motivation. Wei Liang agreed, but his mind was already turning the encounter over, analyzing it for meaning. The Crimson Earth sect had apparently been aware of his progress, tracking him across the region. They wanted something from him, either to recruit him directly or to form some kind of mutually beneficial relationship. The remaining 5 days of travel were mundane by comparison. The group followed the road, stopped at established way stations, and generally made good progress. The landscape began to change as they approached Crimson City, the flat plains giving way to rolling hills with a distinctive reddish tint to the soil. Crimson City itself was larger than Wei Liang had expected, a sprawling metropolitan center that had developed around natural hot springs and mineral deposits that supported alchemical production. The city was built in tiers, with outer rings dedicated to commercial and residential areas, and inner rings reserved for cultivation organizations and their facilities. The Iron Crane sect's temporary residence for exchange participants was a compound in the outer cultivation ring, impressive but not extravagant. The chosen disciples were assigned shared quarters, 3 to a room, and given a schedule of exchange events that would consume most of the next 2 weeks. The first week focused on theoretical seminars and technique demonstrations. Cultivation masters from a dozen different sects presented their methodologies, explained their approaches to advancement, and answered questions from the gathered disciples. Wei Liang attended most sessions, but his participation was minimal. He was here primarily to observe, to add new techniques to his mirror palace. By the 3rd day, he had already copied 15 different techniques from demonstration sessions alone. His integration capacity was approaching its limit. The mirror palace's structure was becoming unwieldy, even with the depth mirror stage providing additional organizational possibilities. The realization came with both satisfaction and concern. He was approaching the limitations of the 2nd stage. It was time to consider advancement to the 3rd stage, 2nd surface, but that step required deep meditation and careful preparation. On the evening of the 4th day, Wei Liang presented Yin Rui's jade pendant to the Crimson Earth sect's organizational representative. The result was immediate. He was escorted to a private pavilion in the sect's residential compound and introduced to Yin Jinghua. The man was older than Wei Liang had expected, appearing to be in his late 30s, with the bearing of someone who had reached the nascent soul stage, the rank of true cultivation power. His resemblance to his sister was obvious, the same sharp features, the same focused intensity in his gaze. Thank you for accepting the invitation, Yin Jinghua said, gesturing for Wei Liang to sit. I wanted to meet you in person before making a proposal. Rumors are often unreliable, and I prefer to assess such matters directly. What exactly are the rumors you're investigating? Wei Liang asked. Yin Jinghua smiled slightly. That you're a mirror-class cultivator, though the term might be unfamiliar to you. That you can copy techniques with perfect precision after seeing them once. That your advancement rate is accelerating beyond what cultivation stages should permit. that several established sect elders are protecting you very carefully, which suggests knowledge of something significant about your nature. Wei Liang's casual demeanor evaporated. This man clearly knew far more than mere gossip. How are you informed about such specific details? Wei Liang asked carefully. My family has certain historical interests, Yan Jinghua replied. We maintain archives of cultivation records that predate current sects and hierarchies. In those archives, I found references to mirror-class practitioners from the age of abundant heaven. The descriptions match your behavior patterns closely. And what do you want from me? Wei Liang asked directly. Continuation of our relationship, Yan Jinghua said. My sister will become a trusted ally. She's already forming that connection with you through the exchange. I'm offering something more formal. Access to the Crimson Earth sect's historical archives in exchange for allowing us to study your cultivation methodology. We have knowledge of the 3 final stages of mirror sovereign technique that current sect libraries don't contain. In exchange, you would permit us to observe and document your advancement. Wei Liang considered this carefully. The offer was substantial, access to knowledge about his cultivation path that he currently lacked. But it was also a commitment to ongoing relationship with the Crimson Earth sect, which might complicate his primary loyalty to Iron Crane. I need to consider this proposal, Wei Liang said. Can you give me a few days? Of course, Yan Jinghua agreed. We're here for 2 more weeks after the exchange ends. You'll have plenty of time to make a decision. That night, Wei Liang sent a formal message to Elder Huang, explaining the offer and requesting guidance. The response came the next morning, delivered via swift courier. Accept the knowledge exchange, but maintain formal neutrality regarding sect loyalty. The Crimson Earth sect is not hostile, and knowledge of advanced stages is worth the cost. This is mutual benefit, not betrayal of Iron Crane. With that authorization, Wei Liang returned to Yan Jinghua and formally accepted the proposal. The Crimson Earth sect representative seemed genuinely pleased and immediately arranged for Wei Liang to have access to the sect's historical archives, a collection of texts stored in their compound's restricted section. For the remaining days of the exchange, Wei Liang spent his afternoons in the archives, reading accounts of mirror-class cultivators from centuries past. The documents were fragmentary and sometimes contradictory, but they painted a picture of a cultivation tradition that had been suppressed and nearly destroyed. The 3rd stage, second surface, was described as a fundamental shift in how techniques could be expressed. Rather than merely integrating existing techniques, a cultivator in second surface stage gained the ability to synthesize new techniques entirely, creating original expressions of qi manipulation that had never existed before. The mirror palace would develop secondary reflective surfaces, allowing techniques to project variations of themselves, multiply their expression through systematic variation and recombination. By the time Wei Liang was ready to return to Iron Crane's sect, his mind was already beginning to map the path toward this advancement. 2 weeks in Crimson City had transformed his understanding of his own nature. He was no longer a curiosity or anomaly. He was part of a lineage, even if that lineage had been suppressed for centuries. As the Iron Crane contingent departed the city, Wei Liang carried with him 3 things. The jade pendant from Yin Rui, which was now a token of genuine alliance, copies of the most relevant historical texts, given to him by Yan Jinghua, and a profound sense of purpose. He was not merely advancing for himself. He was advancing for a tradition that had been nearly destroyed. The weight of that responsibility was immense, but so was the potential that came with it. Chapter 26. The Forbidden Technique. Upon returning to Iron Crane sect, Wei Liang immediately immersed himself in intensive cultivation. The accumulation of new techniques from the Crimson City Exchange, combined with his existing Mirror Palace formations, had created a saturation point that demanded resolution. The depth mirror stage was straining under the weight of over 300 distinct technique patterns. He scheduled a private session with Elder Huang to explain what he'd learned. The elder listened carefully, then made a significant revelation. The 3rd stage requires a fundamental shift in methodology. You can't merely copy techniques anymore. Or rather, you can, but the copied techniques will be fundamentally different in their nature. They will become secondary expressions, variations on an original principle rather than complete techniques themselves. How is that different from what I'm already doing? Wei Liang asked. You'll understand when you reach it, Elder Huang said cryptically. But here's the critical warning. During the transition to second surface, you'll encounter something unusual. There are certain very old techniques from the age of abundant heaven, created by mirror-class practitioners, that don't follow standard copying patterns. They resist. They seem to push back against the normal process of technique absorption. What happens if I try to copy one anyway? Wei Liang asked. That's the significant part, Elder Huang said. No one living knows for certain. The last documented instance of a mirror-class cultivator attempting to copy an ancient formation technique occurred 400 years ago. The account suggests the palace adapted in an unexpected way, incorporating principles rather than specific techniques. 2 weeks later, Wei Liang was meditating in the mirror palace when he felt the presence before consciously perceiving it. During his studies in Crimson City, he'd copied a technique from an ancient scroll, a formation diagram that seemed incomplete, its pattern deliberately obscured by whoever had originally written it. He'd stored it in the palace but hadn't attempted to apply it, sensing that something about it was different from his standard repertoire. Now, as his consciousness drifted through the palace's layers, he perceived the formation exerting a subtle pressure on the surrounding technique patterns. It wasn't attempting to integrate like the others. It was attempting to expand, to fundamentally alter the structure of the palace itself. Wei Liang tried to suppress the effect, but the formation resisted. Unlike normal techniques, which were created specifically for a single person's copying capability and therefore adopted quickly once encountered, this ancient formation seemed designed to be incompletely copied. It was as if the original creator had intentionally left gaps, knowing that a future mirror-class practitioner would need to fill those gaps with original understanding. The formation began to evolve within the palace, not through Wei Liang's deliberate control, but through some principle that had been inherent in the original design. It created new chambers within the palace's structure, forcing the entire space to reorganize around the expansion. The existing technique formations were suddenly existing in a new architectural context. For 12 hours, Wei Liang remained in deep meditation as the palace transformed around his consciousness. The pressure was intense, almost painful, but also somehow correct, as if the palace had been waiting to achieve this configuration and the ancient technique had simply been the catalyst. When he finally withdrew his attention and opened his physical eyes, Wei Liang found himself trembling, tears running down his face from the intensity of the experience. He checked the time. He had been in meditation since before dawn. It was now past noon. He staggered to his feet and immediately sought Elder Huang. The elder took one look at him and understood immediately. It happened, Elder Huang said. The palace expanded. Yes, Wei Liang confirmed. The ancient formation didn't copy as a single technique. It modified my entire palace structure. Elder, I don't fully understand what it did. Can you still access your previous techniques? Elder Huang asked. Yes, but they're different now. They're not separate anymore. They're expressions of underlying principles. The palace is showing me that the thousands of distinct techniques I've learned are actually variations of a smaller number of core concepts. Water-based techniques, fire-based techniques, movement-based techniques, they're not individual things anymore. They're all expressions of one or two fundamental principles. Elder Huang nodded slowly. The ancient formation technique adapted your mirror palace to early second surface functionality. You've achieved what should take months or years in a single night. The fact that you survived the process without shattering your cultivation base is remarkable. He paused. Also troubling. It suggests that your palace is more advanced than even I realized. Is this dangerous? Wei Liang asked. Very, Elder Huang replied. This kind of rapid advancement draws attention from multiple sources. The sect hierarchy, other cultivators, rival organizations, they're all beginning to sense that something extraordinary is happening with you. We need to accelerate your advancement to core formation stage. Once you achieve that, the power level will be undeniable, and it will become harder for people to question its legitimacy. Wei Liang spent the next 3 weeks in isolation, using the newly organized palace to execute his core formation advancement. The process was remarkably smooth, with his techniques now organized into principle-based categories rather than individual expressions. His cultivation efficiency increased dramatically. His foundation establishment late-stage cultivation base fed enormous amounts of refined qi into the consolidation process. The breakthrough came on a clear afternoon during his final meditation session. Wei Liang's consciousness withdrew from the mirror palace and settled back into his physical body. When he opened his eyes, everything appeared to shimmer slightly, as if the world itself had become more transparent to his perception. He checked himself through careful qi circulation. The confirmation was immediate and undeniable. He had achieved core formation stage. The physical sensation of the breakthrough was profound. His body felt simultaneously lighter and more substantial. The ambient qi around him seemed to react to his presence with greater responsiveness. When he stood, he felt the earth's support differently, as if his foundation had deepened impossibly far into the ground beneath the sect. Elder Huang sensed the breakthrough from across the sect and summoned him within the hour. The elder's reaction was of satisfaction, mixed with something that might have been concern. Remarkable, Elder Huang said. Your advancement speed is accelerating. Foundation establishment to core formation in barely a month. That's unprecedented among mirror-class practitioners in the existing records. He paused. Which means it's dangerous. It means your cultivation base is drawing attention from detection formations throughout the region. What should I do? Wei Liang asked. Prepare yourself, Elder Huang replied, for the next stage of complications. Your existence is becoming harder to hide. Within months, perhaps within weeks, external cultivators and organizations are going to attempt to recruit or suppress you. The Iron Crane sect will do its best to protect you, but that protection has limits. You need to consider your long-term strategy. Do you intend to remain with Iron Crane sect indefinitely? Do you plan to form independent power? Do you want to seek out other mirror-class cultivators? Wei Liang had no immediate answer. The questions were too large, the implications too complex. Instead, he said, "Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I'll consider these matters carefully." As he left the Elder's office, Wei Liang felt the weight of the ancient technique still resonating in the Mirror Palace, like an echo that would never fully dissipate. He had copied something he shouldn't have been able to copy, and in doing so, he had proven himself to be something more than even the oldest records suggested possible. Whatever came next, he would face it with a cultivation base that had been proven in ways that transcended ordinary advancement. Chapter 27. The Martial Library. The regional cultivation conference following Wei Liang's core formation breakthrough drew thousands of cultivators to Crimson City for 2 months of intensive technique demonstration, resource trading, and hierarchical establishment. Wei Liang attended as part of Iron Crane sect's official delegation, participating in seminars and observing demonstrations that ranged from minor cultivation techniques to legendary secret methods. It was during this intensive period of observation that the Crimson Earth sect offered him unprecedented access, permission to study in the Crimson Martial Library, a facility that contained 10,000 hand-copied texts and over 3,000 original technique scrolls spanning 3 centuries of collection. The library was located in the heart of the Crimson City Cultivation Quarter, a series of buildings carved partially into the mountainside. Its architecture was designed to preserve the materials within, temperature control through natural water flows, humidity management through plant-based systems, and protection formations that had been continuously maintained for generations. Yin Rui personally escorted Wei Liang to the library on the first day. "My brother wanted you to see this in person," she explained as they walked through the outer gardens. "There are references here to mirror-class cultivation that don't exist anywhere else. Accounts written by mirror practitioners themselves, not reconstructed from historical interpretation." Inside, the experience was overwhelming. The library's main chamber rose 6 stories, with walkways connecting various sections organized by technique type, cultivation principle, and historical era. Librarians, specialists who had devoted their lives to maintaining and understanding the collection, moved silently through the aisles, retrieving texts and returning them to their precise locations. Yin Rui brought him to a restricted section on the 3rd level, accessed through a sealed door that recognized her authority to grant him entry. This section contained the oldest texts, materials from the Age of Abundant Heaven and the immediately following periods. "You have 2 weeks, Yin Rui said, gesturing to a private study space. "The librarians will bring you any text you request. Don't leave these materials unattended. Don't attempt to copy sections. Transcription is forbidden, but reading and analysis are encouraged." Wei Liang spent the next 14 days in a state of near-total immersion. He examined texts written in ancient calligraphy, studied diagrams that showed techniques organized according to principles he was only beginning to understand, and most significantly, read accounts by mirror-class practitioners describing their own experience of advancement. One text in particular struck him deeply, titled "The Doctrine of Reflected Understanding." It had been written by someone named Chao Ling, who identified herself as a mirror-class cultivator of the late Abundant Heaven period. Her writing was poetic and technical simultaneously. The mirror does not steal, but recognizes itself in all expressions. When we encounter a technique, we are encountering a particular manifestation of universal principles. The copy is not inferior. It is the same principle, recognized and internalized. To those who do not understand, we appear as thieves of knowledge. To ourselves, we are simply mirrors, reflecting the truth that already exists in all cultivation. Further in the text, the 3 final stages lead toward the null meridian, the state where technique becomes transparent, where the distinction between self and technique ceases to hold meaning. This is dangerous. This is also inevitable. A mirror-class cultivator who does not advance toward null meridian cannot survive long-term, because their very existence proves something that the cultivation hierarchy denies, and denial always eventually demands suppression. Wei Liang also found technical diagrams for the third and fourth stages that matched the information Yin Jinghua had provided, plus additional detail. The third stage, second surface, was documented extensively. The fourth stage, null meridian, was described more mysteriously, with fragmentary accounts that seemed contradictory. But it was the fifth stage, completion, that captured his deepest attention. The few references to it suggested something that transcended conventional understanding of cultivation. Completion is not culmination. It is beginning. A mirror-class cultivator who achieves completion transforms from an individual practitioner into a nexus point, a living formation through which all principles flow equally. Such cultivators become something between human and technique, unique beings whose nature defies categorization by existing hierarchies. One afternoon, halfway through his time in the library, Yen Rui brought him a visitor. The woman was elderly, her cultivation base clearly significant despite her age. She introduced herself as Magistrate Cho, the head librarian and a keeper of the library's deepest secrets. "I wanted to meet you directly," Magistrate Cho said without preamble. "The Crimson Earth sect believes you're important for the future of mirror-class cultivation. But I wanted to verify that assessment myself." "How would you do that?" Wei Liang asked. "By testing you," Magistrate Cho said. She gestured, and a formation activated on the study table. A technique appeared before him. Something ancient, something that shimmered in a way that suggested it was not a normal technique. "Copy this if you're able." Wei Liang extended his awareness toward the technique, attempting to engage his copying capability. For a moment, nothing happened. Then resistance, a pushing back against his consciousness as if the technique was defending itself. But unlike the ancient formation that had transformed his palace, this resistance seemed almost curious, almost inviting him to try harder. Wei Liang pushed forward, and the technique opened like a flower blooming. The principle underlying it became apparent. It was a technique for teaching other people, for showing understanding directly from one consciousness to another. It was older than any standard technique format, predating the modern cultivation era entirely. When Wei Liang opened his eyes, Magistrate Cho was smiling. "Remarkable," she said. "You can perceive and copy formation techniques, which suggest your palace has developed far beyond the standard descriptions. I suspect you're at least halfway to true second surface development." "I had a breakthrough 3 weeks ago," Wei Liang said. "An ancient formation technique in my palace reorganized my entire structure." "And you survived it," Magistrate Cho said. "That confirms my assessment. The Crimson Earth sect's interest in you is not merely motivated by academic curiosity. We believe you're the first fully viable mirror-class cultivator to emerge in nearly a millennium. Your existence matters to the world in ways you haven't yet begun to understand." She left him with a final instruction: "Finish your reading here. Then prepare for the next phase of your journey. You won't find what you need to seek within library walls anymore. The knowledge you need now exists only in practice and in the encounters that will come seeking you." The final days of Wei Liang's time in the library were spent consolidating what he'd learned. He couldn't transcribe the texts, the prohibition was absolute, but he could internalize the principles they conveyed. By the end of the 2 weeks, he had absorbed knowledge equivalent to what would normally take months to accumulate through standard cultivation channels. When he finally emerged from the library and returned to the Iron Crane sect's temporary residence, he felt fundamentally changed. He had moved beyond curiosity about his own nature. He now understood that his existence represented a continuity with a suppressed tradition, a living link to a cultivation methodology that had been nearly erased. That evening, Wei Liang reviewed the copies Yin Jinghua had permitted him to carry. The texts contained methodologies for advanced stage development, accounts of mirror-class practitioners operating in different regions, and most significantly, detailed descriptions of the political history of mirror-class suppression. The accounts made clear that the suppression had been deliberate and coordinated. Multiple sects and organizations had conspired to eliminate mirror-class practitioners because their existence threatened established hierarchies. One text in particular stood out: the Council of Nine's decision, a formal record from the Age of Perfect Harmony describing the deliberate campaign to suppress mirror-class practitioners. The decision had been made because the council had concluded that mirror-class cultivators represented an existential threat to the carefully balanced system of sect competition and resource allocation. If practitioners could copy techniques freely and integrate them into unified systems, the entire basis of sect specialization and competitive advantage would collapse. The pressure this knowledge created was substantial. So were the possibilities. Chapter 28. Tournament selection. The regional cultivation exchange concluded with the traditional tournament, where representatives from various sects competed to establish prestige and demonstrate strength. The tournament was organized in multiple brackets based on cultivation stage, with separate competitions for foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and higher stages. Wei Liang was registered in the core formation bracket. The competition would consist of a single elimination format with the top 32 cultivators participating, selected through preliminary matches that had taken place over the previous week. Wei Liang had easily advanced through his preliminaries, defeating 2 opponents without significant difficulty. The tournament grounds were an impressive arena carved into a natural amphitheater in Crimson City's cultivation quarter. The space was massive, capable of hosting 8 simultaneous matches on different stages, with observation galleries rising on all sides and protective barriers ensuring spectators would be safe from stray technique effects. Wei Liang's first tournament match was against a cultivator from the Mountain Wind sect, a woman named Li Daiyu who specialized in wind-based techniques and possessed the kind of fluid grace that indicated significant refinement. The match lasted 15 minutes and ended with Wei Liang's victory. He copied several of Li Daiyu's wind techniques and used them to create interference patterns that disrupted her attacks while supporting his own. The second match was more challenging. Wei Liang faced a cultivator who was not just technically competent, but conceptually sophisticated, someone who understood the underlying principles of their techniques rather than merely applying learned patterns. The match lasted nearly an hour, testing Wei Liang's integration capabilities to their limits. He ultimately won by deploying a synthesis technique that combined 5 different principles into a unified effect, creating something that transcended any single technique in power. The third match brought him into the final 8. His opponent was Yin Rui. The surprise was mutual. Wei Liang hadn't expected Yin Rui to advance so far in the tournament, though logically, as a member of the Crimson Earth sect and someone of obvious talent, she should have been a serious contender. They stood in the arena facing each other, and Yin Rui smiled with what seemed to be genuine amusement. "We can make this interesting," Yin Rui said before the match began. "Or we can make this test something. Your choice, Wei Liang." "Test," Wei Liang replied. He wanted to understand Yin Rui's true capabilities, not merely engage in a competitive match. The result was something unusual. Yin Rui demonstrated remarkable sophistication in earth element techniques, but more significantly, she showed understanding of how to combine her techniques with subtle spiritual energy manipulations that enhanced their effectiveness. She was creating compound effects, layering multiple principles into single expressions. Wei Liang found himself forced to evolve his approach in real time, copying not just her techniques but the methodology she was using to combine them. The match became a conversation of technique and principle, a genuine exchange of understanding rather than merely a competition for dominance. After 45 minutes, Yin Rui conceded the match. "You've advanced beyond what I expected," she said as they clasped forearms after the conclusion. "I wanted to see your limits, and I think I've just confirmed that they're not as defined as I thought they were." "You pushed me to synthesize," Wei Liang acknowledged. "That's valuable. Thank you for the match." The semifinals brought Wei Liang against a cultivator from the Azure Sky sect, a woman in her early 30s who fought with the kind of refinement that suggested decades of cultivation. The match was the most difficult Wei Liang had faced. The Azure Sky sect cultivator's techniques had the kind of depth that came from genuine, lived experience. She wasn't deploying techniques. She was expressing cultivation principles that she had internalized over years of dedicated practice. Wei Liang won, but barely. The final victory came not from copying her techniques, though he did copy several, but from creating a synthesis that connected principles in a way the Azure Sky sect cultivator hadn't anticipated. It was an original expression, something that existed only because of how Wei Liang's mirror palace could integrate disparate concepts. The finals brought him against Bai Ju, the sword cultivator who had become his ally months ago. This match was different from their previous encounter. Both of them had advanced significantly since their first meeting. Bai Ju was now core formation mid-stage, his sword cultivation refined to extraordinary levels. Wei Liang was core formation early stage, but with access to hundreds of techniques and the capability to synthesize them. The crowd fell silent as the match began. The attention on this particular match was intense. The narrative of the sword cultivator from Iron Mountain sect against the rising star from Iron Crane created obvious drama. Bai Ju came in with his characteristic flowing blade style. Each strike connected to the next in an unbreakable chain of motion. Wei Liang responded with defensive integration, using multiple copy techniques to create a defense that bent and redirected attacks rather than meeting them directly. But as the match progressed, something unexpected happened. The techniques Wei Liang had copied from Baiju in their previous encounter had continued to develop in the Mirror Palace, refining themselves through the thousands of micro-adjustments Wei Liang made whenever he applied them in practice sessions. When Wei Liang activated these refined versions of Baiju's own techniques, something remarkable became apparent. Wei Liang was using Baiju's own blade philosophy against him, expressing his principles in ways the sword cultivator himself hadn't yet achieved. Baiju seemed to recognize this at the same moment Wei Liang did. The sword cultivator's expression transformed from aggressive focus to something like wonder. His attack slowed, became less committed, as if he was no longer trying to win, but trying to understand what he was witnessing. The match concluded when Baiju, after observing Wei Liang execute a sword movement that perfectly expressed Baiju's own philosophical understanding, but executed with precision beyond what Baiju had achieved, conceded voluntarily. "You're not just copying anymore," Baiju said as they clasped forearms. "You're refining. You're taking techniques and improving them through some kind of internal synthesis. He seemed to struggle for words. "That's transcendent, Wei Liang. That's something beyond normal cultivation advancement." Wei Liang was awarded the tournament championship, along with significant cultivation resources and prestige. But as he accepted the honor, he felt the weight of Baiju's observations settling over him. He wasn't just copying techniques and integrating them. His Mirror Palace was refining them, improving them through continuous subtle adjustments. He wasn't merely preserving knowledge, he was advancing it. He was creating synthesis techniques that were genuinely new, expressions that transcended anything he'd learned. In the privacy of his quarters that night, Wei Liang sank into meditation and examined the Mirror Palace more closely than he ever had before. The transformation was unmistakable. The palace had begun to develop its own emergent properties, characteristics that arose from the interaction of multiple techniques, but weren't present in any individual technique. The ancient formation that had catalyzed his advancement to the second stage had apparently also initiated a secondary process. His palace wasn't just integrating techniques anymore. It was learning from them, understanding their principles more deeply than the original creators, and generating new possibilities that those creators had never conceived. This was the true nature of second surface stage advancement. It wasn't merely synthesis. It was transcendence. Chapter 29. The alliance deepens following the tournament. Yin Rui extended an invitation that was more formal than previous interactions. She requested that Wei Liang spend time at the Crimson Earth sect's territory, specifically at their cultivation grounds in the surrounding mountains, where their most intensive training facilities were located. Elder Huang approved the request cautiously, with the implicit understanding that Wei Liang's continued advancement required exposure to different cultivation environments and methodologies. The deeper logic was also clear. Wei Liang's connection to the Crimson Earth sect was becoming a strategic asset, a foundation that might be necessary if his existence eventually became a matter of sect-level conflict. The journey to the Crimson Earth sect's mountain territory took 5 days of travel beyond Crimson City. The landscape became progressively more dramatic, with towering peaks and narrow valleys that had clearly been shaped by intentional cultivation-based geological manipulation over centuries. When they arrived at the sect's main compound, Wei Liang's first surprise was its scale. The sect was smaller than Iron Crane, with a smaller population and fewer resources, but what it lacked in magnitude it compensated for through remarkable architectural sophistication. The entire compound seemed to have been designed as a unified system. Buildings, cultivation grounds, water features, and earth formations all interconnected through channels of flowing qi that were visible as subtle luminescent patterns to trained observation. Yin Jinghua was waiting to greet them at the sect's main gate. "Welcome," he said formally, clasping forearms with Wei Liang. "We're honored by your willingness to spend time with us. I have a proposal that I wanted to discuss in person." They moved to a private pavilion overlooking the sect's central cultivation grounds. Yin Jinghua served tea personally, a gesture that indicated the seriousness he attached to this conversation. "The Crimson Earth sect has been observing the cultivation world's movements," Yin Jinghua began. "There are currents moving beneath the surface, forces that most cultivators don't yet perceive. In the next 2 to 3 years, I believe there will be a significant realignment in regional power structures. Organizations will rise and fall. Alliances that have stood for decades will fracture. New hierarchies will emerge." "Why are you telling me this?" Wei Liang asked. "Because the realignment will be triggered by something specific," Yin Jinghua continued. "Rumors are beginning to circulate more widely about the existence of a mirror-class cultivator active in the current period. Other sects are starting to investigate. Organizations that would benefit from controlling such a cultivator are beginning to move. Simultaneously, organizations that view mirror-class practitioners as existential threats are beginning to mobilize against those threats. He paused to allow that to settle. Within a year, perhaps less, your existence will become a matter of significant cultivation world politics. Every major organization will be aware of you and will be forced to decide whether you represent opportunity or danger. That decision will generate pressure from multiple directions. And your offering? Wei Liang asked. Formal alliance, Yan Jinghua said. Not with the Crimson Earth sect alone, but with what I'm calling the Alliance of Reflection, a loose confederation of sects and independent cultivators who understand the significance of mirror-class practitioners and are committed to their protection and advancement. We currently have 5 small sects and approximately 30 independent cultivators as formal members. Iron Crane sect is not yet a member, though Elder Huang has been informed of our existence. Wei Liang felt the scope of this shifting. What had seemed like local sect dynamics was actually the edge of a much larger system. What would membership entail for me? Agreement to support the Alliance's mutual defense if any member is attacked because of mirror-class cultivation practices, Yan Jinghua explained. Agreement to share knowledge of advancement with other Alliance members, to help develop cultivation methodologies for mirror-class practitioners. Agreement to maintain communication and coordination regarding threats to Alliance interests. In return, you receive protection, access to our resources, and connection to a network of cultivators who will understand your nature. Wei Liang considered this carefully. It was a substantial commitment, but it was also a realistic acknowledgement of the larger dynamics that would inevitably emerge. I'll accept, he said finally, but I need to consult with Elder Huang before formalizing. Naturally, Yan Jinghua agreed, but I wanted you to understand the stakes before you made that decision. You're not just advancing your own cultivation anymore, Wei Liang. You're becoming a focal point for larger forces. Your choices will affect countless cultivators. The remainder of Wei Liang's week at the Crimson Earth sect was spent in intensive collaboration with other Alliance members who had been brought together specifically to meet him. There was a fire cultivator named Xinqing who had been studying ancient mirror-class texts for decades, an independent water specialist named Su Ming who claimed to have mirror-class lineage despite not having the ability itself, and several younger cultivators who were exploring possible mirror-class development paths based on theoretical frameworks. These interactions were illuminating. Wei Liang discovered that while he was the most advanced functioning mirror-class cultivator in generations, he wasn't the only one aware of the tradition's existence. The Alliance represented 3 centuries of accumulated knowledge and effort to preserve and rehabilitate a suppressed cultivation methodology. One conversation, in particular, stood out. Xinqing, the fire cultivator, shared something significant. We've been searching for a true mirror-class cultivator for so long that we've almost forgotten what we were searching for. The text described transcendent individuals who could perceive and internalize any knowledge they encountered. We thought that was metaphor, but you've shown us it's literal. You can copy techniques directly, integrate them, refine them, and create synthesis expressions. You're exactly what the ancient texts described, and better. Better how? Wei Liang asked. Because you're doing it at an accelerated pace, Xinqing explained. The ancient accounts suggest mirror-class cultivators took decades to reach the second surface stage. You've done it in months. Your palace is advancing faster than our theoretical models predict should be possible. That suggests something about your particular development that transcends standard mirror-class progression. When Wei Liang finally departed the Crimson Earth sect, he carried with him 3 things. Formal confirmation of his Alliance membership, a collection of texts that Yan Jinghua had allowed him to copy, not memorize, but physically carry, and a profound sense that his trajectory had shifted from ascending a simple sect hierarchy to moving through a much larger cultivation world landscape. The message he sent to Elder Huang upon his return to Iron Crane sect was brief. I have formally joined the Alliance of Reflection. I recommend that Iron Crane sect consider official membership. The cultivation world's political structure is entering a period of transformation. Strategic positioning is now necessary. Elder Huang's response took 3 days, but was equally brief. Approved. I will pursue Iron Crane sect membership in the Alliance. This aligns with our interests and with our protection of you. Focus on your advancement. The next stage will require your full attention. Chapter 30. The night training the breakthrough to full second surface stage came not through scheduled meditation or formal cultivation sessions, but during an unexpected night. Wei Liang had been meditating in his dormitory when an unusual sensation began building in the Mirror Palace. Not pressure like the transition to the first stage, but a kind of resonance, a vibration at frequencies just below the edge of normal perception. He extended his attention inward, following the sensation into the palace's deepest layers. What he found was extraordinary. The technique formations were beginning to generate secondary patterns, reflections of themselves that existed at slightly different angles to the original expressions. It was as if his palace had begun to develop internal mirrors, creating infinite regress of technique manifestations. Wei Liang understood immediately what was occurring. The true second surface stage was activating. The palace was developing the capability to generate variations of every technique he possessed, creating what was effectively an exponential multiplication of available expressions. But more than that, the secondary patterns were beginning to interact with each other in novel ways, generating synthesis combinations that Wei Liang had never explicitly designed. He rose from meditation and walked to the window of his dormitory. Outside, the inner sect was sleeping. The night was clear, stars visible overhead in patterns that seemed to echo the internal patterns developing in his palace. On impulse, Wei Liang left the dormitory and made his way to the sect's central meditation garden, a space dedicated to cultivators who needed quiet for intensive work. The garden was empty at this hour, the only sound the soft murmur of the sect's protective formations maintaining their nightly rhythm. Wei Liang found a clear space in the center of the garden and began to move through forms, applying his techniques not in combat, but in pure expression. The result was extraordinary. With the secondary patterns now accessible, Wei Liang could execute techniques in variations and combinations that he had never attempted before. A simple water technique became 24 different applications, some subtle, some dramatic. An earth element method developed 17 distinct expressions, each one useful for different circumstances. But it was when he began synthesizing these variations, combining a water technique variation with an earth technique variation with a movement variation, that something truly novel emerged. The combined effect was not merely the sum of its parts. It was something genuinely new, a technique that expressed principles from all three sources in a unified, coherent way. Wei Liang stopped, his body trembling. This was true synthesis. This was the difference between copying existing knowledge and creating new understanding. He had just created a technique that had never existed before, that expressed cultivation principles in ways no prior master had conceived. Impressive, Elder Huang said, stepping out of the darkness at the garden's edge. Wei Liang hadn't sensed his approach, had been too focused on the breakthrough to notice the elder's arrival. I didn't realize anyone was monitoring the garden, Wei Liang said. I maintained discreet oversight of your development, Elder Huang replied, stepping forward to observe Wei Liang's current state more closely. Your second surface breakthrough is occurring ahead of schedule, and it's deeper than anticipated. The synthesis technique you just created, show me. Wei Liang executed the newly created technique again, allowing Elder Huang to fully perceive its structure. The elder's expression became increasingly focused, his attention clearly engaged at multiple levels of analysis. Remarkable, Elder Huang said finally. You've achieved something that the ancient texts describe as the goal of second surface stage development. You've created a genuinely novel technique rather than merely synthesizing existing ones. This suggests your palace has achieved a level of sophistication that transcends standard mirror class development. What's the next stage? Wei Liang asked. Null Meridian, Elder Huang replied. The stage where technique becomes transparent, where the distinction between self and technique ceases to hold meaning. But you're not ready for that advancement yet. Your early stage second surface. You need months, perhaps years, to develop full facility with your synthesis capabilities. The rush to advance too quickly would compromise your foundation. They stood in the night garden, the stars wheeling overhead. Elder Huang placed a hand briefly on Wei Liang's shoulder. A gesture that Wei Liang understood was the elder's acknowledgement of his achievement. You're becoming something that this generation of cultivation wasn't prepared for, Elder Huang said quietly. You're proving that the suppression of mirror class practitioners wasn't elimination of a weakness, but destruction of a potential. That's dangerous knowledge, Wei Liang. It will cause reactions from people who have invested centuries in the suppression narrative. Be prepared for that. I understand, Wei Liang said. I don't think you do, Elder Huang replied. But you will. In the coming months, you will. The elder departed, leaving Wei Liang alone in the garden with the newly awakened capability of synthesis. He spent the remainder of the night experimenting, creating dozens of novel technique combinations, learning the boundaries and possibilities of his expanded power. By dawn, Wei Liang had created approximately 30 distinct new techniques, each one expressing principles in ways that transcended any single source. The Mirror Palace was barely containing them. The internal space was becoming crowded with the infinite proliferation of technique variations and synthesis expressions. He would need to develop further organizational methodology. But for now, the realization was enough. He was no longer merely a repository of copied knowledge. He had become a creator, a generator of genuine novel understanding. The distinction was fundamental. It changed everything about how he understood himself and his place in the cultivation world. Chapter 31. The opposition emerges 6 weeks after Wei Liang's breakthrough to full second surface stage. The first open opposition to his existence appeared. A formal letter arrived at Iron Crane sect, addressed to the sect leadership and copied to all regional sect councils. It was signed by elder masters from 3 prominent sects, organizations known for their conservative stance on cultivation hierarchies and their resistance to non-standard advancement methodologies. The letter's contents were direct and unmistakably hostile. It has come to our collective attention that a cultivator of extraordinary and irregular development has been permitted to advance through sect ranks at Iron Crane sect. This cultivator demonstrates capability inconsistent with their cultivated foundation, employs techniques that do not align with established sect methodologies, and exhibits advancement rates that violate fundamental principles of chi accumulation and stage development. We propose a formal investigation into this cultivator's methods and nature. If the investigation reveals practices inconsistent with established cultivation standards, we recommend formal sanctions and potential expulsion from recognized cultivation organizations. We call upon all major sects to participate in this investigation, and we request that Iron Crane sect voluntarily cease advancement permissions for this individual pending examination. The letter was signed by 3 distinguished individuals: Elder Master Qian from the Eastern Wind sect, Elder Master Luo from the 7 Stars organization, and Elder Master Wu from the Perfected Arts sect. Elder Huang brought Wei Liang the letter and allowed him to read it completely. The elder's expression was calm but serious. This was inevitable, Elder Huang said. Your advancement has become visible to everyone with sufficient cultivation perception to sense regional chi fluctuations. The opposition organizations are afraid. In their worldview, your existence represents a threat to the entire hierarchical system they've built their power upon. What happens now? Wei Liang asked. A formal sect council is called, Elder Huang explained. All major regional sects will be represented. The investigation letter will be discussed. Iron Crane sect will be forced to defend your position or formally disavow you. The alliance will mobilize to support you through their own sect representatives. And if the sects decide against you? Wei Liang asked carefully. Then you flee, Elder Huang said simply. You depart Iron Crane sect and move to alliance territory, becoming an independent cultivator protected by the alliance's formal defense agreement. That's the long-term plan, Wei Liang. You were never going to be able to maintain a comfortable position within conventional sect hierarchy indefinitely. Your existence is too unconventional. The sect council convened 3 days later. It was held in neutral territory, in a city halfway between several major sects, with representatives from approximately 20 different organizations in attendance. Wei Liang was not permitted to attend the full council, but he was allowed to present his case to the gathered leadership before they deliberated. Elder Huang coached him on his presentation. Be honest about your nature. Explain your advancement in terms of demonstrated capability and principle-based understanding. Don't apologize for being exceptional. Frame your existence as beneficial to the entire cultivation world, not threatening to existing hierarchies. When Wei Liang was called to present, he found himself standing before a council of some of the most powerful cultivators in the region. The atmosphere was skeptical. Several elder masters were clearly predisposed to see him as a problem requiring management. Wei Liang decided on radical honesty. I'm a mirror-class cultivator, he said directly. My spirit root allows me to copy any technique perfectly after observing it once. My advancement has been rapid because I've been integrating these copied techniques into a unified system rather than treating them as separate expressions. This is not a violation of cultivation principles. It's an application of principles in a way that most cultivators haven't explored. An elder master from the Eastern Wind sect interrupted. You copy techniques? That's theft of intellectual property. That's appropriation of established methodologies. That violates the fundamental contracts between sects and their disciples. I don't steal, Wei Liang replied calmly. I learn. When I observe someone executing a technique, I understand that technique. The difference between my understanding and standard learning is the speed and accuracy with which I achieve comprehension. But the principle is identical. Would you prohibit rapid learning as a violation of sect rights? Another council member, a woman who appeared to be from the Alliance, specifically from the Crimson Earth sect, asked, What is your intention regarding your cultivation advancement? Do you plan to remain with Iron Crane sect indefinitely, or do you have other objectives? My intention is to develop my capabilities as fully as possible, Wei Liang answered. Whether that occurs within Iron Crane sect or in the Alliance territories depends on the support available. I'm not seeking to destabilize any organization or to create instability in the cultivation hierarchy. I'm simply trying to advance my own cultivation and, eventually, contribute to the development of mirror-class cultivation theory for the benefit of future practitioners. The council deliberated for 6 hours. The conclusion was a compromise. Wei Liang could continue his advancement within Iron Crane sect, but he would be subject to periodic reviews by neutral evaluators to ensure his techniques remained within established cultivation standards. Additionally, his synthesis techniques, any genuinely novel techniques he created, would be considered sect property, with potential for licensing to other organizations. The decision was obviously imperfect, but it was also obviously the best outcome that could have been achieved given the political situation. Wei Liang accepted the terms, and Elder Huang seemed satisfied with the result. However, the private conversation Elder Huang initiated that evening revealed a deeper layer of concern. The opposition is testing. They're not yet committed to suppression, but they're beginning the process. In 3 to 6 months, I expect them to pursue more aggressive actions. We need to accelerate your advancement and your network building. By the time they make their next move, we need you to be advanced enough that suppression becomes costlier than tolerance. The message was clear. The cultivation world's political system was beginning to move against Wei Liang's existence. Time was no longer an unlimited resource. Acceleration was now necessary. Chapter 32. Regional politics. The weeks following the sect council were consumed by political maneuvering and strategic positioning. Elder Huang coordinated extensively with Yan Jinghua and other alliance leadership to strengthen mutual defense agreements. Iron Crane sect formally joined the Alliance of Reflection, a decision that generated some internal controversy but was ultimately approved by the sect leadership. Wei Liang participated in alliance coordination meetings through mirror essence communication, a technique that allowed his consciousness to be partially transmitted across distances through specially prepared formations. This allowed him to communicate with alliance leadership in real time without physically traveling, maintaining his presence within Iron Crane sect while developing his external network. During one of these meetings, Yan Jinghua made a significant revelation. 3 of the opposition sects have been making overtures to some northern cultivation organizations. They're attempting to expand the suppression coalition beyond our region. If they succeed in creating a multi-region alliance against mirror-class practitioners, we'll face coordinated opposition across a broader territory. The strategic implications were serious. Wei Liang's existence, while increasingly powerful, was still vulnerable to coordinated suppression by multiple sections. The alliance was strong, but not strong enough to resist opposition from all the major regional organizations simultaneously. What's our counter-strategy? Wei Liang asked. Recruitment, Yan Jinghua replied. We need to identify and recruit additional mirror-class practitioners or practitioners with mirror-class heritage. We need to expand the alliance's power base substantially. Right now, the opposition believes mirror-class practitioners are rare enough to be controlled through suppression. If we can demonstrate that there are multiple functional mirror-class cultivators operating independently, the cost-benefit calculation of opposition becomes much less favorable. The conversation that followed involved extensive discussion of cultivation records, historical genealogies, and theoretical assessments of where other mirror-class practitioners might be located. By the end of the meeting, Yan Jinghua had identified approximately 7 individuals whose records or ancestry suggested possible mirror-class characteristics. We need to reach out to these people, Yan Jinghua explained. Carefully, with explicit proof of the alliance's intentions and capabilities. Some of them may be in hiding. Others may not have realized their own nature. Wei Liang, I'm going to ask you to participate in these outreach efforts. Your existence is proof of what's possible. Your testimony to what mirror-class cultivation can achieve will be valuable in recruitment conversations. Wei Liang agreed, recognizing the logic of the request. If the alliance was going to successfully resist the emerging opposition coalition, expanding its membership with genuine mirror-class practitioners was essential. The first recruitment outreach took place 2 weeks later. Yan Jinghua had identified a cultivator operating as an independent alchemist in a small mountain settlement approximately 30 days' travel from Iron Crane sect. The alchemist, named Lao Yuan, had unusual advancement records, periods of rapid development followed by years of stasis, a pattern consistent with someone integrating complex systems rather than following standard cultivation progression. Wei Liang traveled to meet Lao Yuan accompanied by Yan Rui and 2 alliance security specialists. The journey itself was revealing. Wei Liang was gaining direct experience with the cultivation world beyond sect boundaries, observing how independent cultivators operated and structured their practices. Lao Yuan's residence was a complex of workshops built into a mountainside, with obvious evidence of alchemical operations. The alchemist himself was a thin man in his 50s, his hands stained with chemical compounds, his eyes showing the characteristic wariness of someone who had been operating outside official sect structures for extended periods. "You're the mirror-class cultivator," Lao Yuan said without preamble when they were introduced. "Yin Rui described you. I wanted to see if the description matched reality." "What would you expect the description to miss?" Wei Liang asked. "The weight," Lao Yuan replied. "Carrying knowledge like you carry it, maintaining coherence across so many techniques, it leaves marks on your presence, creates patterns in how your chi manifests. I can sense it in you. The weight of synthesis." Yin Rui's opening statement was direct. "We're recruiting mirror-class practitioners into the Alliance of Reflection. We're building a network that can protect practitioners like us from opposition suppression. Would you be interested in formal membership?" Lao Yuan was silent for a long moment. "I've spent 20 years developing my alchemy in isolation," he said finally. "The Alchemist Guild would suppress me if they knew I was improving their standard formulas through systematic integration of multiple methodologies. It's safer to operate independently. Safer until someone notices your improvements and decides the enhancement represents a threat," Wei Liang said carefully. "Which is apparently beginning to happen in the cultivation world more broadly. The opposition is becoming organized." Lao Yuan considered this. "Show me what the Alliance offers. Show me that protecting me is actually beneficial to your organization, not merely theoretical mutual aid." For the next week, Wei Liang and his delegation spent time with Lao Yuan, demonstrating the Alliance's capabilities and structure. They shared information about the opposition movements. They explained the long-term strategy for developing mirror-class cultivation as a recognized methodology rather than a suppressed aberration. By the end of the week, Lao Yuan formally agreed to join the Alliance. More significantly, he agreed to share his alchemical methodologies with the Alliance, techniques for creating materials that could support rapid cultivation advancement, and for producing medicines that enhance specific cultivation principles. As Wei Liang's delegation was preparing to depart, Lao Yuan asked one final question. "Do you think we can actually succeed? Do you think a mirror-class cultivation movement can survive when the entire hierarchical system is organized to suppress it?" "I don't know," Wei Liang answered honestly. "But I know that attempting to suppress something that actually works goes against cultivation principles. Eventually, reality wins against ideology. It might take decades. It might take centuries. But eventually, the cultivation world will have to acknowledge that mirror-class practitioners represent genuine advancement rather than aberration." The return journey took Wei Liang through a period of deep reflection. He was becoming increasingly aware that his personal advancement was intertwined with a larger movement, the potential rehabilitation of a suppressed cultivation tradition. The weight of that intertwining was becoming impossible to ignore. Chapter 33, Void Integration. The transition from second surface stage to null meridian stage began unexpectedly, during a meditation session that was intended to be routine consolidation. Wei Liang was integrating his newly created synthesis techniques into the Mirror Palace's organizational structure when he became aware of something unusual. The distinction between his consciousness and the palace's consciousness was beginning to blur. Initially, the blurring was subtle, moments where he couldn't quite determine whether a particular awareness was his personal perception or the palace's autonomous processing. But as the meditative state deepened, the distinction became increasingly abstract. Wei Liang found himself perceiving the palace from inside and outside simultaneously. He was observing the palace's structure from his personal consciousness, while simultaneously being aware of his own consciousness from the palace's perspective. It created a kind of cognitive loop, consciousness observing itself observing. Rather than resisting the experience, Wei Liang allowed it to develop. The null meridian stage, according to the ancient texts, was characterized by integration of the practitioner's personal identity with their technique system. Resistance would only slow the natural progression. As the meditation continued, the loops of self-observation deepened. Wei Liang began to experience what he would later describe as void perspective, a position of awareness that transcended the usual distinction between observer and observed. From void perspective, his individual consciousness and the Mirror Palace appeared as equally fundamental aspects of a larger unified system. Techniques no longer appeared as expressions belonging to the palace or to Wei Liang. They appeared as expressions of the unified system itself, manifestations that could arise from either component with equal facility. The boundary between Wei Liang's personal cultivation base and the palace's internal space became permeable, not quite dissolved, but flexible enough to allow techniques to flow between them in both directions. The experience was simultaneously liberating and disorienting. Wei Liang emerged from meditation approximately 14 hours later, a period that his personal consciousness experienced as perhaps 30 minutes, and found himself unable to clearly articulate what had occurred. The first person he informed was Elder Huang. The elder listened to Wei Liang's halting description and then asked a single question. "Did you return?" "Return from where?" Wei Liang asked, confused. "From void perspective," Elder Huang clarified. The ancient texts describe a critical danger point in null meridian stage development. Some practitioners fail to return to personal consciousness after achieving void perspective. They become permanently integrated into their technique systems, ceasing to exist as individuals. The fact that you returned and are capable of conversation suggests you've successfully navigated the transition. Over the following weeks, Wei Liang discovered that his perception of the cultivation world had fundamentally shifted. Previously, techniques had appeared as individual entities with distinct characteristics. Now, they appeared as expressions of unified principles, countless variations of a smaller number of underlying concepts. More significantly, Wei Liang found that he could perceive other cultivators' techniques with unprecedented clarity. When observing another practitioner's technique, he could see not just the specific expression, but the principle underlying it, and potentially infinite variations that could express that same principle differently. This capability had profound implications for his copying ability. Previously, copying had been essentially perfect replication. Now, copying was evolving into principle understanding. When he encountered a new technique during this phase of development, he understood it not just as an expression, but as a manifestation of a principle he could manipulate and reshape. He experimented with this new capability during a training session with Zhao Tianhao. When the sword cultivator demonstrated a technique, Wei Liang's perception revealed the underlying principle, the coordination of blade trajectory with qi flow to create penetrating force. But from void perspective, Wei Liang could see multiple ways to express that same principle. He could execute it with different weapons. He could execute it without weapons, using pure qi projection. He could execute it with earth element enhancement or water element modification. "You're not just copying," Zhao Tianhao said, noticing the variations. "You're understanding. It's like watching someone comprehend a concept at a level deeper than execution." Wei Liang realized this was the true meaning of null meridian stage. It wasn't merely integration of self and technique. It was transformation of the practitioner into something that perceived cultivation principles directly, independent of their expression in any specific technique. He could now copy not just techniques, but principles. He could integrate not just techniques, but understanding. He could create not just synthesis techniques, but entirely novel expressions of cultivation concepts that had never been manifested before. The implications for his cultivation advancement were profound. With this capability, the progression toward core formation late stage became smooth, almost automatic. His cultivation base expanded effortlessly because every principle he understood could be applied to refine his foundation in precise, tailored ways. Elder Huang observed this development and made a concerning statement. "You're advancing toward completion stage now. The final stage." Few texts describe what happens when that stage is achieved. Wei Liang. Some accounts suggest transformation into something beyond conventional cultivation classification. Others suggest the cultivator becomes a bridge between cultivation practice and cultivation theory, living knowledge rather than living individual. "Should I slow my advancement?" Wei Liang asked. "No," Elder Huang replied. "Slowing would only create instability. You must advance to completion when the time comes. But you should prepare yourself for the possibility that reaching that final stage might require you to accept fundamental transformation in your nature as a cultivator and as an individual." The weight of this revelation was substantial. Wei Liang was no longer simply advancing through cultivation stages in the way a normal practitioner would. He was approaching something that transcended the very concept of cultivation advancement, a stage where the distinction between practitioner and cultivation might cease to be meaningful. Chapter 34, The Proposition. 3 weeks after Wei Liang's null meridian breakthrough, Yin Rui arrived at Iron Crane's sect with an invitation from Yin Jinghua. The message was formal but also personal. Yin Jinghua was requesting that Wei Liang spend an extended period in the Crimson Earth sect's territory, not as a temporary visitor, but as a semi-permanent resident. The official justification was continued access to the Crimson Martial Library and collaborative development of mirror-class cultivation theory. The implicit justification was preparation for the escalating political situation. My brother believes that operating from Crimson Earth sect territory would provide more protection, Yin Rue explained as they traveled toward the sect. The opposition coalition is expanding. They're beginning to take actions beyond political maneuvering. There have been incidents, hostile cultivators confronting isolated alliance members, attempted recruitment of our contacts with promises of protection if they break from the alliance. What kind of incidents? Wei Liang asked. An alchemist we recruited was harassed by cultivators claiming to represent the perfected arts sect, Yin Rue explained. A formation specialist was threatened with exposure of personal information unless he agreed to stop collaborating with alliance research. It's not open conflict yet, but it's coordinated pressure. When they arrived at the Crimson Earth sect, Wei Liang was shown to a new residence. Not temporary quarters, but a permanent facility with dedicated cultivation chambers and library access. The setup made clear that this was intended to be a long-term arrangement. Yan Jinghua met with Wei Liang in the sect's command center, a room where alliance communications and strategic planning occurred. The discussion was extensive and serious. We need to make a strategic decision, Yan Jinghua said without preamble. We can continue as a defensive alliance, protecting our members from opposition pressure while hoping that time and demonstration eventually shift cultivation world opinion. Or we can transition to proactive advancement of mirror-class cultivation theory, creating public demonstrations that challenge the suppression narrative directly. What would proactive advancement involve? Wei Liang asked. Multiple initiatives, Yin Jinghua explained. First, formal publication of mirror-class cultivation theory, presenting the methodology as legitimate academic knowledge rather than suppressed practice. Second, public recruitment of mirror-class practitioners and mirror-class heritage cultivators, making the movement visible rather than hidden. Third, direct challenges to opposition sects through legitimate cultivation competitions and demonstration matches that showcase mirror-class capabilities. That sounds like it would accelerate opposition actions rather than reduce them, Wei Liang said carefully. It would, Yin Jinghua agreed. But it would also create a situation where suppression becomes openly political rather than theoretically justified. Right now, the opposition claims they're protecting cultivation standards. If we make mirror-class cultivation genuinely public, they'll be forced to admit they're suppressing a legitimate tradition because it threatens their power. That's a much harder position to maintain politically. The conversation continued for hours, exploring strategic options and potential consequences. Yin Jinghua presented detailed scenarios, risk assessments, and potential outcomes. By the end, a decision had been made. The alliance would begin a phase of deliberate public engagement, transitioning from hidden movement to visible advancement of mirror-class cultivation as a recognized methodology. Your role will be central, Yin Jinghua said. You're the most advanced functioning mirror-class cultivator in generations. Your willingness to publicly demonstrate mirror-class capabilities gives legitimacy to the entire effort. But I want to be clear. This will make you a direct target for opposition suppression. Are you willing to accept that? Wei Liang thought carefully before answering. The question went to the core of his understanding of his own purpose. He had begun this journey simply trying to advance his personal cultivation, trying to understand his own nature. But somewhere in the process, his advancement had become entangled with a larger movement, a larger purpose. I accept, Wei Liang said finally. I'll support the alliance's transition to public engagement. But I want to do this carefully. We should demonstrate capability and safety gradually, not through dramatic confrontation. We should build public support through education and demonstration, not through challenge and conflict. Agreed, Yin Jinghua said. Your caution is wise. The transition will occur over the next 6 months. In that time, you'll continue your advancement while also beginning to mentor other mirror-class practitioners. By the time we make our formal announcement regarding alliance structure and objectives, you'll be core formation late stage or approaching it, which will provide significant credibility. The proposition settled over Wei Liang like a mantle of responsibility. He was now not merely a cultivator advancing his personal path. He was a public representative of an entire tradition, a focal point for a movement that would reshape how the cultivation world understood its own foundations. That evening, alone in his new quarters, Wei Liang reflected on the transformation. 8 months ago, he had been a newly revealed, chosen disciple in Iron Crane sect, his nature barely understood beyond a small circle of elders. Now he was a key strategic asset in a multi-sect alliance, positioned to become the public face of mirror-class cultivation rehabilitation. The Mirror Palace resonated with the weight of this transformation. Every technique within it seemed to vibrate with a sense of larger purpose. The synthesis expressions Wei Liang had created responded to his emotional state. their manifestations shifting subtly as his commitment to the larger mission deepened. He understood, in that moment, that his advancement was now fully entangled with the Alliance's survival and success. His personal cultivation and the movement's political existence had become effectively identical. There was no separating them anymore. Chapter 35. Tournament Culmination. The Inner Sect tournament held at Iron Crane Sect 6 weeks after Wei Liang's relocation to Crimson Earth Sect was unlike previous competitions. The unusual aspect wasn't the format or the rules, but the atmosphere of anticipation surrounding Wei Liang's participation. Wei Liang had advanced to core formation late stage just days before the tournament's opening ceremonies. His cultivation base had achieved approximately 75% saturation, the threshold at which advancement to nascent soul stage would become a realistic possibility within the next few months. The combination of null meridian capability and core formation stage power made him functionally exceptional, even among elite cultivators. His first match was against a senior chosen disciple named Wu Jiang, a water cultivator with sophisticated technique refinement. Wei Liang won the match in 14 minutes without fully revealing his current capability level. The message was clear. Wei Liang was advancing rapidly but remaining conservative in his displays of power. His second match was more challenging. The opponent was Gao Ming, a combat specialist who had been developing martial applications of cultivation principles for nearly a decade. Gao Ming fought with economical efficiency, each technique deployed for maximum effect with minimal energy waste. Wei Liang found himself working harder than in the previous match, but ultimately prevailed through synthesis techniques that combined 5 different fundamental principles into unified expressions. The semifinal brought Wei Liang against Xinyu, the arrow cultivator he'd defeated in earlier ranking matches. She had clearly advanced significantly in the intervening months. Her targeting precision and arrow velocity had both increased substantially. But Wei Liang's null meridian capability allowed him to perceive the principle underlying her technique and respond not just to the specific arrow trajectory, but to the conceptual approach that generated it. The finals brought Wei Liang against Zhao Tianhao. The sword cultivator had also been advancing rapidly. He was now solid core formation mid-stage, his blade technique refined to the point where he could execute compound sword expressions that combined multiple principles in sequential application. The match was recognized by observers as a genuine competition between two exceptional cultivators rather than an inevitable victory for one side. The first 15 minutes were contentious. Zhao Tianhao pressed aggressively, his sword technique demonstrating refined understanding that had developed through months of additional cultivation. Wei Liang responded defensively, copying and integrating Zhao Tianhao's specific expression patterns while simultaneously building understanding of the underlying principles. Then, at the 16-minute mark, Wei Liang shifted his approach. Using null meridian capability, he began executing synthesis sword techniques that expressed the same fundamental principles as Zhao Tianhao's own technique, but in variations that the sword cultivator hadn't explored. The result was almost like a conversation. Zhao Tianhao expressing one variation, Wei Liang responding with another, each one building on the previous exchange. The crowd's reaction was immediate and profound. This wasn't a competition in the traditional sense. This was a collaboration, a mutual exploration of technique, principle, and expression possibility. When the match concluded, with Zhao Tianhao conceding after Wei Liang executed a flawless synthesis expression that perfectly balanced all the technical requirements of sword cultivation, the applause was sustained and genuine. Even the opposition observers seemed impressed despite their political stance against Wei Liang's advancement. As Wei Liang and Zhao Tianhao clasped forearms after the match, the sword cultivator said quietly, "You're not just better than me now. You're exploring possibilities that I didn't know existed." That's humbling, Wei Liang, but it's also inspiring. It makes me understand that cultivation advancement isn't about defeating others. It's about discovering new expressions of principles. Following the tournament, Elder Huang pulled Wei Liang aside for a private conversation. The opposition coalition is beginning to fracture, the elder explained. Some sects are questioning whether suppressing mirror class practitioners is actually beneficial to the broader cultivation community. Your demonstration in this tournament showed that mirror class cultivation produces sophisticated practitioners who advance the understanding of cultivation principles. That's harder to suppress than examples of mere technical superiority. What happens next? Wei Liang asked. Political reorganization, Elder Huang replied. Within weeks, I expect the formal announcement of the Alliance of Reflection's existence and objectives. We'll present mirror class cultivation as a legitimate academic tradition. We'll showcase multiple functioning mirror class practitioners. We'll make the suppression position untenable from an intellectual perspective. He paused. But the opposition won't accept that passively. They'll likely attempt some kind of aggressive action to discredit the alliance or to suppress the movement's public visibility. We need to be prepared for conflict, Wei Liang. Physical conflict, not merely political maneuvering. The warning resonated deeply. Wei Liang had understood intellectually that his advancement might trigger opposition, but the concrete statement of potential physical conflict made the abstract real. He was not just a cultivator advancing his own power. He was a participant in a conflict that might demand not just advancement, but also direct combat application of his capabilities. Chapter 36. The Nascent Soul Encounter 2 weeks after the tournament. Yan Jinghua arranged a private meeting between Wei Liang and Yan Jinghua's senior cultivator, a nascent soul stage practitioner named Lu Qing, who served as the Crimson Earth sect's military commander. The purpose of the meeting was clearly strategic. Lu Qing would be responsible for coordinating defensive actions if the opposition coalition attempted physical suppression. Lu Qing was a woman in her mid-40s with the bearing of someone who had spent decades in both administrative and combat roles. She observed Wei Liang for a long moment before speaking. Yan Jinghua said, "You've achieved null meridian stage development with core formation power level. That's unusual, theoretically unprecedented." "I'm advancing faster than the historical records suggest," Wei Liang acknowledged. "I'm not entirely sure why." "It's because you're applying a superior methodology," Lu Qing said bluntly. "The ancient mirror-class practitioners had to develop their approach through trial and error. You have 300 years of accumulated knowledge to guide your advancement. That compounds the acceleration." She paused. "The question is whether you're willing to apply your capabilities in defensive combat if the situation demands it." "I am," Wei Liang replied. "I understand that the alliance's survival and the visibility of mirror-class cultivation might require military action." "Good," Lu Qing said. "Then we need to begin planning. If the opposition coalition decides on direct action, they'll likely attempt to target specific individuals or facilities. They'll probably try to isolate the most advanced cultivators and attempt suppression through superior numbers. What I need to understand is what kind of defensive capabilities you can actually deploy." The conversation that followed was purely tactical. Lu Qing asked Wei Liang to describe his technique capabilities, his synthesis expression range, his capability for creating original techniques in combat situations. Wei Liang was as detailed as possible, though he realized that no description could fully capture the reality of null meridian stage perception and expression. By the end of the meeting, Lu Qing had developed a preliminary defense strategy. "We'll position mirror-class practitioners in clustered groups rather than isolated locations. We'll develop formation systems that incorporate mirror-class synthesis capabilities. We'll train rapid response teams that can coordinate with your technique deployments. If conflict occurs, the goal will be to demonstrate enough strength that the opposition recognizes the cost-benefit calculation is unfavorable, triggering negotiated settlement rather than escalated combat." The practical preparation for conflict became another layer of Wei Liang's training over the following weeks. He worked with Lu Qing's military specialists, learning how to coordinate his techniques with formation systems and how to apply synthesis expressions in tactical applications rather than merely experimental or competitive contexts. It was during one of these training sessions that Yan Jinghua arrived with surprising news. Yan Rui has achieved mirror-class development. Her breakthrough occurred last night during intensive training. She's now at Foundation Establishment peak stage, with a mirror palace that's beginning early-stage integration. She wanted you to be the first to know. Wei Liang felt a profound sense of validation. Yan Rui's breakthrough meant that mirror-class cultivation wasn't merely Wei Liang's unique phenomenon. It was an inheritable trait that could manifest in practitioners from mirror-class heritage families. The implications were significant. If other practitioners from mirror-class backgrounds experienced similar breakthroughs, the alliance would gain additional strength. That evening, Wei Liang met with Yan Rui privately. She was excited and somewhat overwhelmed, experiencing the initial stages of mirror palace development, the phase where the palace was small and fragile, but expanding daily with new integrated techniques. "I can feel them," Yan Rui said, her eyes bright with wonder. "Every technique I've ever learned, they're all there in the palace, but they're connected in ways I never understood before. It's like my entire training suddenly makes sense." "Welcome to mirror-class cultivation," Wei Liang said with genuine warmth. "It gets more profound from here. How long until I reach your level?" Yan Rui asked. "Years, probably," Wei Liang replied. "I've been advancing unusually quickly. Standard progression would suggest you'll reach second surface stage in 12 to 18 months, null meridian in 3 to 4 years. By that point, I might be approaching completion stage, which is the final transformation." Will you still be you? Yin Rui asked, a subtle note of concern in her voice. Elder Huang mentioned that completion stage involves fundamental transformation. What does that mean? I don't know yet, Wei Liang admitted. But I'm not afraid of it. Whatever completion transforms me into, it will still be an advancement of my understanding and capability. That seems more important than maintaining a fixed sense of self. Chapter 37. Void Principle Integration. The advancement to what Wei Liang recognized as true null meridian capability, transcending the early-stage development he'd been experiencing, came during a meditation session in the Crimson Earth sect's deepest cultivation chamber, a space where the ambient qi was refined to extraordinary purity. The transition occurred as Wei Liang was exploring the boundaries of his principle understanding. He had been investigating how different fundamental principles, creation, destruction, transformation, reflection, balance, could be unified into a single coherent framework of cultivation understanding. As he probed deeper into the integration, Wei Liang began to perceive something that lay beneath all principle manifestations, a void, not emptiness, but a kind of fundamental openness, a state of potential from which all specific principles emerged. The void wasn't separate from principles, it was their source, the underlying substratum that gave rise to all expressions. Wei Liang extended his consciousness into this void, perceiving it not as abstract concept, but as lived reality. In the void perspective, all techniques, whether he'd learned them directly or synthesized them, appeared as surface ripples on an infinite ocean. The water of the ocean was the void principle, and every technique was a particular way of organizing that water into temporary form. The realization that came with this perception was profound. Wei Liang didn't need to copy, integrate, or even synthesize techniques anymore. He could directly access the void principle and organize it into any form he desired. He could manifest techniques without prior learning, without copying, without reference to any external source. This capability manifested immediately in practical application. As Wei Liang emerged from meditation, he tested it cautiously. He imagined a technique, a water-based form that he'd learned from Shaofan months ago, and rather than accessing it from the Mirror Palace, he organized void principle directly, generating the technique from base principle. The result was indistinguishable from the copied version, but the process was entirely different. He had created it new, from understanding of principle rather than from imitation of expression. Wei Liang spent the next week experimenting with this new capability, learning its boundaries and possibilities. He discovered that creating new techniques was much faster through void principle access than through synthesis methodology. But he also discovered a limitation. Techniques created purely from void principle were less sophisticated than techniques refined through the Mirror Palace. They were correct in principle, but lacked the sophistication that came from understanding how others had implemented them. The optimal application, Wei Liang realized, was a hybrid approach. Use void principle access for rapid tactical technique generation when needed, but continue developing Mirror Palace techniques for applications where sophistication and refinement were valuable. By the time he emerged from this experimental phase, Wei Liang had achieved what he recognized as full null meridian capability, not merely blended consciousness with his technique system, but direct access to the void principle that underlay all cultivation expression. When he reported this advancement to Elder Huang during their next communication session, the elder's response was, "Void principle mastery. That's remarkable." The oldest texts suggest null meridian stage is characterized by transparent technique, but void principle access transcends that. You've evolved beyond the stage itself, Wei Liang. You're approaching completion stage development. What happens when completion stage arrives? Wei Liang asked. According to the fragmented accounts I've encountered, the distinction between cultivator and cultivation system ceases, Elder Huang replied. You would become something other than a human practitioner of cultivation techniques. You would become a living expression of cultivation principle itself. Whether that constitutes transformation, transcendence, or something else entirely, I cannot say with certainty. The historical accounts are too incomplete. The weight of this revelation settled over Wei Liang as he concluded the communication session. He was approaching the final transformation of his cultivator identity. He was not yet clear on whether that final transformation would preserve his individual consciousness or dissolve it into something larger. But rather than fear the uncertainty, Wei Liang found himself experiencing something close to readiness. He had accepted transformation at each stage of his advancement. Null Meridian had already asked him to surrender the boundary between self and technique. Completion would apparently ask him to surrender the boundary between cultivator and principle. Whether he would remain Wei Liang at the end of that transformation was uncertain. But whatever he became, It would represent the culmination of a journey that had begun when he first discovered his mirror-class spirit root. Chapter 38. Core Formation Late to Breakthrough Approach. The weeks following Wei Liang's Void Principle breakthrough were consumed by intensive consolidation and preparation for the Alliance's formal public announcement. The announcement was scheduled to occur at a regional cultivation conference, a formal gathering where Wei Liang would present the history and theory of mirror-class cultivation to a broad audience. Simultaneously, Wei Liang's personal cultivation was approaching a critical juncture. His core formation late-stage advancement was nearly complete, with his cultivation base approaching the saturation point that would trigger nascent soul stage breakthrough. The breakthrough itself would be in natural development. He had all the theoretical understanding and practical capability required, and his qi accumulation was more than sufficient. But the timing presented a strategic consideration. Should he attempt the breakthrough before or after the Alliance's public announcement? Elder Huang and Yan Jinghua discussed this question in a joint communication session with Wei Liang. The arguments were balanced. Earlier breakthrough would provide Wei Liang with nascent soul stage power, which would enhance his credibility in the announcement. Delayed breakthrough would allow him to maintain some advancement trajectory beyond the initial announcement, creating momentum for future developments. Advance before the announcement, Yan Jinghua decided finally. We want to present you as a cultivator at genuine elite level, not as someone ascending to it. Nascent soul stage Wei Liang will be much more impressive to the cultivators we're trying to convince than core formation Wei Liang approaching breakthrough. Wei Liang agreed with this assessment, and they set the breakthrough attempt for 2 weeks before the scheduled announcement. The location would be the Crimson Earth sect's deepest cultivation chamber, the same space where Wei Liang had achieved full null meridian capability. The breakthrough process began with a week of preparation, controlled refinement of qi accumulation, expansion of the dantian to accommodate the new stage's power level, and extensive meditation on the principles that would govern nascent soul cultivation. The actual breakthrough occurred during a 3-day intensive cultivation session. Wei Liang sank into the deepest meditation he'd ever achieved, his consciousness settling into void principle awareness where technique and principle were no longer distinct. From this position, his cultivation base began to reorganize. The shift from core formation to nascent soul was not merely a matter of power accumulation. It was a fundamental restructuring of how his cultivation operated. At core formation stage, power had been distributed throughout a unified dantian. At nascent soul stage, cultivation would be concentrated in a newly formed nascent soul, a crystallized essence of power that would be simultaneously less distributed and more potent than the previous stage. Wei Liang felt his core formation dantian compress, its power consolidating into a single brilliant point at the center of his cultivation base. The sensation was almost unbearable, an intensity of compression that seemed to push against the boundaries of his physical existence. Then, the breakthrough. The compressed power exploded outward in controlled expansion, forming the nascent soul, a formation of crystallized qi that would be the core of his power for decades to come. Wei Liang emerged from the breakthrough with his consciousness still partially in void perspective. His perception shifted into a new relation with cultivation principles. The nascent soul was simultaneously inside him and a presence he could observe objectively. It was both part of him and something he inhabited, and the distinction between these perspectives was fluid rather than fixed. The physical sensation of post-breakthrough was exhaustion mixed with exhilaration. Wei Liang lay in the meditation chamber for nearly an hour, allowing his body to adjust to the new power level coursing through him. When he finally stood, his movements were subtly different, more certain, more integrated, expressing power that had previously been distributed but now was concentrated into essential form. The first person to observe Wei Liang after the breakthrough was Lu Qing. The nascent soul cultivator examined Wei Liang's qi signature carefully and nodded slowly. "You've stabilized the breakthrough immediately," Lu Qing observed. "Most nascent soul stage cultivators require several weeks to fully integrate their new power level. You seem to be operating naturally at your new stage already. The null meridian capability makes integration simpler," Wei Liang explained. "My consciousness is already unified with my cultivation system. Adding a new power manifestation doesn't disrupt that unity." "Remarkable," Lu Qing said. "Your advancement rate continues to exceed all expectations. If you maintain this trajectory, you'll reach immortal ascension stage within 3 to 5 years. At that point, you'll transcend standard cultivation progression entirely." Wei Liang understood the implication. Immortal ascension stage was so rare and transformative that it existed almost outside the conventional cultivation hierarchy. Only a handful of cultivators in any generation achieved it, and those who did were considered to have moved beyond the human cultivation world. But the immediate concern was the announcement. 2 weeks after his breakthrough, Wei Liang prepared to present mirror-class cultivation to a broader audience than had ever directly encountered the tradition. Chapter 39. The mirror carries reflection. The announcement occurred at a regional cultivation conference attended by representatives from over 40 different sects and organizations. The setting was a formal lecture hall in Crimson City's central cultivation district, with tiered seating arranged to accommodate several hundred observers. Wei Liang stood before them dressed in Crimson Earth sect formal robes, a symbol of his alliance affiliation, and began his presentation with a simple statement. I am a mirror-class cultivator. I have been advancing through cultivation stages while employing principles and methodologies that were suppressed 3 centuries ago. I'm here to demonstrate that mirror-class cultivation is not aberration or threat, but legitimate advancement that benefits the entire cultivation world. The presentation itself lasted 6 hours, broken into sections that addressed history, theory, demonstrated capabilities, and future potential. Wei Liang explained the history of mirror-class practitioners in the age of abundant heaven. He outlined the theoretical framework that governed mirror-class cultivation, how copying led to understanding, how understanding led to integration, how integration led to synthesis, and how synthesis could generate genuinely novel knowledge. He demonstrated his capabilities through controlled technique expressions, showing how he could manifest techniques from multiple sources in rapid succession, how he could synthesize techniques to create novel expressions, and how he could access void principle to generate new techniques that had never been manifested before. Most significantly, he introduced other alliance members who had mirror-class characteristics or heritage. Lao Yuan, the alchemist, who demonstrated enhanced alchemy methodologies. Yin Rui, now approaching foundation establishment peak stage, who showed early-stage mirror palace capabilities. And 3 other practitioners who had been recruited by the alliance, and who represented diverse cultivation backgrounds with mirror-class development. The response from the audience was mixed. Some cultivators seemed impressed and intrigued. Others appeared skeptical or concerned. But the presentation accomplished its primary objective. It made mirror-class cultivation visible and legitimate rather than hidden and aberrant. The formal question-and-answer session that followed the presentation was contentious. Representatives of the opposition sects posed challenging questions about methodology validity, about whether mirror-class practitioners were actually advancing cultivation understanding or merely copying existing knowledge, about whether the alliance was attempting to create a parallel cultivation hierarchy. Wei Liang responded to each question carefully and thoughtfully. He acknowledged legitimate concerns while presenting evidence that mirror-class cultivation did, in fact, advance cultivation understanding through the synthesis and principle access capabilities it provided. One question, posed by Elder Master Qian of the Eastern Wind sect, cut to the core of the opposition's concern. Your presentation shows individual advancement and technique synthesis. But how does this benefit the broader cultivation world? Why should organizations accept mirror-class practitioners if their primary benefit appears to be personal power advancement? Wei Liang's response was direct. Because mirror-class practitioners serve as bridges between cultivation's disciplines. A mirror-class cultivator can understand both sword technique and water cultivation equally deeply. We can perceive principles that connect apparently unrelated disciplines. We can generate novel techniques that express combined principles in ways that isolated specialists never conceive of. For the cultivation world as a whole, mirror-class practitioners are catalysts for theoretical advancement. He continued, additionally, the suppression of mirror-class cultivation has not actually eliminated it. It merely drove it underground. By bringing mirror-class cultivation into open practice, we're allowing legitimate study and development rather than forcing practitioners to hide and innovate in isolation. The cultivation world benefits from transparency rather than suppression. The presentation concluded with a formal statement. The Alliance of Reflection invites all organizations and practitioners interested in mirror-class cultivation research and advancement to participate. We offer access to historical knowledge, collaborative development of theory, and structured pathways for practitioners who discover mirror-class characteristics in their cultivation. The era of suppression is ending. The era of legitimate research and development is beginning. The response from the broader cultivation world was not immediate acceptance, but it was acknowledgement. The presentation had made it significantly more difficult to justify simple suppression. From that point forward, opposition to mirror-class cultivation would require explicit justification beyond mere tradition and hierarchy maintenance. As Wei Liang left the lecture hall that evening, Yan Jinghua met him outside with genuine satisfaction evident on his face. "You've changed the terms of the entire discussion," the older cultivator said. "The opposition can no longer claim mirror-class cultivation is aberration. They must now argue about legitimacy and benefit. That's a much weaker position." Walking through Crimson City's cultivation quarter that night, Wei Liang felt the weight of transformation that had occurred. In the space of less than a year, he had moved from hidden cultivator to public representative of an entire suppressed tradition. His personal advancement had become inseparable from the alliance's political success. But more significantly, Wei Liang perceived something deeper. His existence had become something beyond individual cultivation advancement. He was now a nexus point through which knowledge flowed between separate cultivation disciplines. The Mirror Palace and his void principle access had transformed him into something that the cultivation world had lacked, a living connection between normally compartmentalized systems of understanding. Whether this represented the beginning of completion stage transformation or was merely its precursor, Wei Liang was uncertain. But he accepted the ambiguity. The final transformation would come when it came. For now, the path was clear. Continue advancing, continue serving the Alliance's mission, continue opening possibilities for future mirror-class practitioners. Chapter 40. Reflection. What the mirror carries now in the meditation chamber deep beneath the Crimson Earth sect. Wei Liang sat in profound stillness. His consciousness extended through the Mirror Palace in its fully developed configuration. The palace was enormous now, not a physical space, but an organizational structure so complex that representing it in three-dimensional spatial metaphors was inadequate. It existed in dimensions of principle and understanding that transcended conventional geometry. Every technique Wei Liang had ever learned resided within the palace, but they were no longer separate entities. They had become expressions of unified principle, manifestations of fundamental understanding that Wei Liang could perceive and apply with transparency. A water technique was not something different from an earth technique. It was the same underlying principle expressed through different elemental filters. More than that, Wei Liang could perceive techniques that didn't exist, expressions of principle that no cultivator had yet manifested. The palace contained not just knowledge of what had been accomplished, but maps of what could be accomplished. Infinite variations of cultivation possibility that waited only for someone to choose to manifest them. Yin Rui had advanced to Foundation Establishment peak stage, her mirror palace beginning to show the first signs of the depth mirror integration that would characterize her second stage development. She would reach where Wei Liang was now in approximately 2 years, assuming continued intensive cultivation. Lao Yuan had made remarkable progress integrating alchemical methodologies, discovering synthesis approaches that improved cultivation medicine potency by 40 to 60%. His contributions to Alliance research were already justifying the organization's investment in recruiting mirror-class practitioners. 3 other mirror-class practitioners identified and recruited by the Alliance were at earlier stages of development, their palaces not yet achieving integration, but their potential evident. The tradition that had been nearly destroyed 3 centuries ago was being rehabilitated through Wei Liang's network expansion. The opposition coalition had fractured. 2 sects had withdrawn from suppression activities, their leadership convinced by Wei Liang's presentation that mirror-class cultivation represented legitimate advancement. 3 others maintained skeptical positions but had agreed to neutrality rather than active opposition. Only the most conservative organizations, the Eastern Wind sect, the 7 Stars organization, and the Perfected Arts sect, continued explicit resistance. But even that resistance was weakening. The cost-benefit calculation was shifting. Suppressing practitioners who had begun to establish genuine value in the broader cultivation community was becoming politically and practically indefensible. Wei Liang's personal cultivation was approaching the threshold of completion stage. He could feel it coming, a pressure that built as his nascent soul refined itself toward the final transformation. The pressure wasn't destructive. It was the pressure of potential demanding manifestation, of the final stage calling his consciousness toward transcendence. The question Wei Liang sat with in this moment was simple but profound. What happens when the mirror reaches completion? What becomes of Wei Liang when the final transformation occurs? The ancient texts offered ambiguous answers. Some accounts suggested completion stage transformed the practitioner into a pure expression of cultivation principle, no longer human, but a living manifestation of understanding itself. Other accounts suggested the cultivator transcended to a plane of existence so different from the human cultivation world that conventional language couldn't describe it. But Wei Liang had learned not to fear transformation. At each stage of his advancement, He had accepted dissolution of previous forms of understanding in exchange for access to more profound realities. Polishing had dissolved his innocent ignorance. Depth mirror had dissolved the independence of separate techniques. Null meridian had dissolved the distinction between self and technique. Completion would apparently dissolve the distinction between cultivator and principle. He was prepared for this. More than prepared, he was ready. The mirror palace resonated with his acceptance, its internal patterns shifting into configurations of increasing sophistication. Every technique within it began to glow with unified luminescence. The distinction between individual technique formations and the palace's overall structure became increasingly fluid. They were still separate, but the boundaries between them had become permeable, allowing expression and understanding to flow freely in all directions. Wei Liang opened his eyes from meditation and stood, his nascent soul power flowing through him with the certainty of long practice. He walked from the meditation chamber into the crimson earth sect's gardens, where the evening light was beginning to transition toward night. Yin Rui was waiting for him there, having sensed his emergence from meditation. She bowed respectfully, appropriate for a junior member of the alliance greeting a senior cultivator. But Wei Liang raised her, embracing her instead. "You're approaching the final stage," Yin Rui said, perceiving directly through her developing mirror palace the shifts that were occurring in Wei Liang's cultivation base. "I can feel it in your presence." "What comes next?" "Completion," Wei Liang said. "Transformation. Transcendence. I'm not certain which word is most accurate." "Will you still be you?" Yin Rui asked, a note of concern in her voice. Wei Liang considered the question seriously. "I don't know," he answered honestly. "But I know that whatever I become will represent advancement beyond my current understanding. That seems more important than preservation of my current identity." He paused, then continued. "When you reach completion stage in a few years, you'll face this same question. My advice would be to approach it with acceptance rather than resistance. The transformation is not loss. It's evolution into something larger and more profound." They stood together in the twilight garden, two mirror-class cultivators separated by experience, but united in their understanding of what it meant to perceive cultivation through principle rather than technique. Wei Liang looked toward the evening sky, where stars were beginning to emerge. His mind extended outward, perceiving the vast network of consciousness that now connected the alliance. Dozens of cultivators linked by shared understanding and committed purpose. His advancement had created this network. His transformation would advance it further. In the Mirror Palace, all techniques resonated in perfect harmony. Not unity in the sense of uniformity, but unity in the sense of coherent coordination, each expressing its unique nature while simultaneously contributing to the whole. Wei Liang understood then what the final stage would bring. Not loss of self, but expansion of self into something that could hold all these principles, all these expressions, all these possibilities simultaneously. He would become the mirror, not merely possess it. He would become the reflection, not merely create it. The path stretched before him, clear and inevitable, and filled with profound possibility. He had begun this journey 8 months ago as a foundation establishment cultivator discovering his nature. He stood now at the edge of transcendence, preparing to dissolve completely into the principles he had spent this entire advancement learning to perceive and express. The transformation would come. Completion would arrive. When it did, Wei Liang would accept it, not as ending, but as beginning. The beginning of whatever role a mirror-class cultivator at the pinnacle of advancement would play in the cultivation world's future. For now, the night deepened, the stars wheeled overhead, and in the depths of the Crimson Earth sect, a young cultivator prepared for his final transformation, knowing only that it would be profound, accepting fully that it would change him beyond recognition, ready to discover what lay beyond cultivation itself. Chapter 41. The Archive Proposal. Wei Liang stood in Elder Huang's private study, the weight of the Mirror Palace's 10,000 techniques pressing against his consciousness like water against a dam. The leather-bound volumes lining the shelves seemed ordinary in comparison, mere repositories of words, when he carried living, breathing knowledge that could be called upon at will. Yet as he examined the dust particles floating through the afternoon light, he understood the crucial difference. These books would survive his death. His knowledge would not. You want to do what? Elder Huang set down his tea with deliberate care, the kind of movement that suggested he was recalibrating his understanding of reality. An archive, Wei Liang said. He had rehearsed this conversation 100 times, lying awake on his cultivation platform, running through every possible objection. A neutral institution, not affiliated with any sect, open to all. Elder Huang's silence stretched. The old master was not prone to idle reactions. He was assembling thoughts, testing the idea from multiple angles. Wei Liang waited, projecting calm, though internally he was cycling through the 17,000 techniques he'd observed in Crimson City before its destruction, each one a whisper of what was lost. Every sect in the eastern provinces would consider this an existential threat. Elder Huang said finally. They would, Wei Liang agreed. I'm aware. Then you're aware this would kill you. Probably slowly. Certainly thoroughly. The elder rose and walked to the window, his hands clasped behind his back. Your proposal isn't radical, Wei Liang. It's suicidal. Wei Liang had expected something darker from Elder Huang, something with more weight. Instead, the answer felt like a starting position in a negotiation. The Crimson City sect had 10,000 disciples. Their chief technique, the Vermilion Ascent method, was observable only to inner disciples. It was unique. No other sect developed anything like it. When Blood Ember sect destroyed them, all 10,000 techniques died. The Vermilion Ascent method died. As all things do, Elder Huang said, but his tone suggested he was listening. Not necessarily. Wei Liang moved to the shelf and withdrew a volume at random. It was a commentary on sword forms. This book will outlive its author, its sect probably, maybe even the sect's entire civilization. Knowledge preserved externally has a different lifespan than knowledge preserved internally. Knowledge preserved externally can also be destroyed externally, Elder Huang countered. A library can burn. An archive can be razed. Your immortality concept works until someone decides the knowledge is dangerous. The Silver Script Academy was destroyed because it refused to choose sides. It maintained absolute neutrality. Every faction wanted exclusive access. Wei Liang had not mentioned this book before. He had copied the account from a wandering merchant's personal journal in Crimson City. The academy was destroyed not because it failed to hoard knowledge, but because it refused to. Yet it lasted 300 years before the Jade Heaven War. 300 years of preserving techniques that would have been lost otherwise. Elder Huang turned from the window, and Wei Liang saw the shift in his expression, not acceptance yet, but movement. The old master was no longer dismissing the idea, he was evaluating it. You've thought about this extensively, Elder Huang said. It was not a question. I've thought about little else for 3 months. Elder Huang returned to his seat and gestured for Wei Liang to sit. Tell me the architecture of this proposal, not the philosophy, the mechanics. How would this archive function in a world where sects derive power from hoarding? Wei Liang had prepared for this. Each technique is preserved in writing and, when possible, in demonstration. Visitors can observe and learn, but not copy without permission. The key innovation is the exchange system. If a sect contributes a technique to the archive, they receive copies of any 10 techniques of their choosing. This gives them incentive to participate while preserving their secrets. They still have exclusive techniques because they're the only ones who know the deeper applications. No sect would trust this, Elder Huang said, but his tone was speculative, not dismissive. They would contribute trash and request masterworks. Probably. Initially, Wei Liang leaned forward slightly, but the benefit accumulates. If a sect knows the archive has, say, 5,000 verified techniques, and their own disciples can't reasonably master 5,000 techniques in a lifetime, the decision becomes whether they want 100% of something narrow or 30% of something vast. Over time, even conservative sects might find participation worthwhile, and the archive itself becomes more valuable the more techniques it contains. Elder Huang stood again and paced toward the shelves. What you're describing would require absolute neutrality. Not just claim neutrality, genuine neutrality. The moment you favor one sect over another, you've failed. I'm aware, Wei Liang said quietly. The moment a major sect perceives that you favor neutrality over their interests, they'll move against you. Also aware. Elder Huang laughed, a sharp, genuine sound. Your awareness doesn't change the outcome, boy. It just means you'll be dead with full understanding of why. But he was still pacing, still thinking. You can't run this alone. The moment you're stretched thin managing the archive, someone will exploit the gap. You need a team. Wei Liang had brought a list of names, but he let Elder Huang arrive at the framework first. Xiaofan would be necessary. Bai Ju as well. He had even begun to wonder if they should reach out to independent cultivators, people without sect affiliation who had proven reliable. The foundation had to be deep enough to survive his death, if it came to that. Why are you telling me this first? Elder Huang asked. You have the power to implement this without Azure Peak's approval. It was a crucial question, one Wei Liang had asked himself repeatedly. Because if the sect collective ever looks at what I've built, I want them to see that Elder Huang warned me of the dangers. That you examined the proposal. That you didn't stop me, but you understood the full cost. It matters, in the historical record. When sects try to destroy this archive, I want them to have to explain why they destroyed something that Azure Peak didn't even fully oppose. Elder Huang stared at him for a long moment. That's political thinking, Wei Liang. I didn't know you had that capacity. I didn't either, until recently. The elder moved to a side table and prepared fresh tea with slow, deliberate movements. When he handed Wei Liang a cup, the gesture felt ceremonial. You'll need a location. Somewhere defensible, but not threatening. Somewhere without existing sect ties. I've been considering possibilities. You already have a location, Elder Huang said, reading him easily. Where? Iron Peak Fortress, Wei Liang said. Unclaimed for 2 centuries. The formations are still partially active. And it has history. The right kind of history. Elder Huang closed his eyes, and Wei Liang saw the moment he fully committed to supporting this mad enterprise. When he opened them again, the calculus had shifted. You understand that by knowing this, by blessing it, I've made myself a target as well. Yes. And you're asking me to accept that anyway? I'm not asking, Wei Liang said carefully. You're choosing. I wanted you to choose with full understanding. Every major sect will want to destroy you for this, Elder Huang said, and it wasn't a warning anymore. It was acknowledgement of inevitability. They won't move immediately. First they'll test you. They'll try to manipulate you, infiltrate your network, exploit your neutrality against you. But eventually, they'll move. The only question is how far you'll get before that happens. Wei Liang nodded. He had already begun the process of steeling himself for that eventuality. In his meditation sessions, he visualized the endgame scenarios, sects coordinating against him, his archive under siege, the choice between defending it through force, which would destroy its neutrality, and allowing it to fall. There was no resolution that didn't end in loss. But the question was whether he could achieve enough preservation before that happened. 100 years of survival might save more than 1,000 years of hoarding by sects that would eventually destroy each other anyway. He opened his awareness to the Mirror Palace, the internal space where all his copied techniques lived. The collection was vast, tens of thousands of methods, arts, and partial insights. Looking at it, he understood something he hadn't fully grasped before. This collection could die with him. All of it. Every technique he'd ever observed, every refinement, every insight. The thought was not paralyzing. It was motivating. When do you leave? Elder Huang asked. 3 days. I need to handle some matters at the sect first. Do it quietly. Don't announce anything. The moment you leave to scout Iron Peak, rumors will start. Let people speculate. Confusion is better than clarity for now. Elder Huang settled back into his chair. And Wei Liang, if this works, if you actually establish a neutral archive that functions, you'll have created something no one has managed in recorded history. The pressure to corrupt it will be immense. Sects will offer you resources, status, power. They'll try every angle. You have to be absolutely certain you can resist all of it. I am, Wei Liang said. That's the problem, Elder Huang replied. If you were uncertain, you'd be wise. But certainty is what let the Silver Script Academy refuse all 5 powers in the Jade Heaven War. Certainty was what got them destroyed. The old master sipped his tea. Still, I think you're right. I think it needs to exist. And I think you're probably the only person in the current generation with the power and the peculiar moral framework to attempt it. So I'm blessing this mad enterprise. And I'm recommending you accept that you're probably not going to survive it. Wei Liang absorbed this without flinching. I know. Then we have nothing else to discuss, Elder Huang said. Accept this. When you find the right location, when you begin the actual construction, send word. I want to see it before the end. Chapter 42. The fortress city Iron Peak Fortress rose from the shattered ridge like the bones of a dead giant, its towers crumbling but still dignified in the afternoon light. Wei Liang stood at the base of the western approach, feeling the residual formation arrays humming in the stone like sleeping animals. The fortress had been the stronghold of the Silver Jade sect 2 centuries prior, before internal collapse and a series of failed harvests had forced the sect to migrate westward. What remained was architectural and conceptual, crumbling walls, empty chambers, and the faint signature of technique sealed into the very foundation. Xiaofan climbed up beside him, her breathing steady despite the altitude. Her foundation establishment cultivation allowed her to maintain the pace Wei Liang had set, though she was not yet at the level where extreme exertion felt effortless. This is enormous, she said, surveying the sprawl of abandoned structures. How long do you estimate before it's usable? Months, Wei Liang said. Possibly a year. The formations are still partially active, which means they're consuming ambient qi. We need to either suppress them or integrate them into new protective arrays. Bai Ju approached from the northern perimeter, where he'd been examining the outer wall structures. The merchant cultivator's practical I had already been assessing materials, structural integrity, and defensibility. The good news is that nothing has attacked this place in 200 years. The bad news is that's probably because nothing valuable is left, and everyone who knows how to navigate the defenses is dead. I found 3 collapsed towers on the eastern side. The stone is still sound, but the load-bearing points have degraded. We can work with that, Wei Liang said. He was already copying the formations he sensed in the stone, fragments of array patterns that had been carved into the bedrock itself. The technique was ancient and sophisticated, using methods he'd never encountered before. Each pattern he absorbed was a piece of a puzzle that had been abandoned for 200 years. Why this place specifically? Xiaofan asked. There are other locations without the structural complications. Because, Wei Liang said, turning to face her fully, this place knows what it means to preserve something. Look at the architecture. The design is defensive but not aggressive. The towers are built for observation and protection, not for launching attacks. This fortress was built by people who understood the difference between security and conquest. Baiju nodded, understanding the subtext. You're right. Most sect fortresses are designed with redundancy and isolation in mind. They want to be unassailable. But this one has multiple entry points, multiple defensive positions. It's designed so that even if attackers breach the outer walls, there are nested fallback points. That suggests the original architects were thinking about long-term occupation and evacuation routes rather than absolute stand-to-the-death defenses. They spent the next hour exploring the central grounds, moving through the remains of what had once been training grounds, meditation halls, and administrative buildings. Baiju provided historical context as they walked, drawing from his merchant network's collected intelligence. The Silver Jade sect had been small but influential, known for techniques that enhance perception and mental acuity. They declined not from external pressure but from internal fracturing. The sect's leadership had split over philosophical differences about the role of cultivation in society. They debated everything, Baiju said, leading them through what appeared to be a library. Shelves still lined the walls, most of them empty, but some containing fragments of scroll cases and writing implements. The head sect patriarch wanted to emphasize martial cultivation and political influence. The secondary leader wanted to focus on scholarship and technique preservation. They couldn't compromise, so the sect simply dissolved. Half the disciples left to join other sections. The remainder retreated from public life. Within 50 years, the fortress was abandoned. Wei Liang paused at one of the shelves and ran his fingers along the stone. The library section was enormous. He'd estimate it could have held thousands of texts. They left everything, he said quietly. Whatever was too valuable to transport, they left it. Either destroyed or abandoned for decay. Probably both, Xiaofan said. She'd moved to an examination of the floor and walls. This entire section has scorch marks. Someone burned the collection before they left. The realization was sobering. Centuries of accumulated knowledge, methodically destroyed by people who couldn't agree on how to preserve it. Wei Liang felt the weight of that failure in his bones. This was what he was fighting to prevent. They pressed deeper into the fortress, climbing toward the central tower. The formation arrays grew denser as they ascended, which meant the tower had likely served as the primary power center for the entire fortress complex. Baiju struggled slightly with the altitude and spiritual pressure, but neither Wei Liang nor Xiaofan slowed their pace. The merchant had chosen to come on this scouting mission despite knowing he wasn't at the cultivation level to make it easy. At the tower's apex, they found something that made them all pause. A door. It wasn't an ordinary door. It was carved directly from the bedrock, seamless with the surrounding stone as if it had grown rather than been built. The frame was inscribed with formations so intricate that Wei Liang's initial observation revealed only the outermost layer of complexity. The seals were old, pre-elemental and substrate, meaning they predated the current cultivation system's division into fire, water, earth, wind, and void affinities. These seals operated on more fundamental principles. That shouldn't be here, Baiju said, his usual confidence faltering. The fortress was sealed over 200 years ago. If there was something in this tower worth protecting, we would have records of it. Unless the records were destroyed, Xiaofan said. She moved closer to the door, examining the script. This writing is ancient. Older than the current era by centuries? Maybe more. Wei Liang's analytical mind was already cataloging the sealing technique structure. It used layers, multiple binding points arranged in a pattern he recognized partially from his Mirror Palace collection. Someone with expert knowledge of pre-elemental arts had sealed this door, and they'd done so with intention to preserve whatever lay behind it for a very long time. We're not opening it today, Wei Liang said, though every part of him wanted to proceed. Not until we understand what we're looking at. Agreed, Baiju said, relief audible in his voice. I've seen enough sealed mysteries to know that curiosity is often lethal. We gather information first. We plan the approach second. We act only when we're absolutely certain. They spent the next 2 days circumnavigating the fortress, mapping its structure, and taking inventory of salvageable elements. Wei Liang continued his work of copying formation patterns from the stone, slowly beginning to understand the integrated defense system the original architects had designed. Each tower, each wall section, each courtyard served a function in a larger array. The fortress itself was a technique, when viewed from the proper perspective. By the 3rd day, they were ready to depart. As they made their descent back toward the valley where they'd camped, Xiaofan walked beside Wei Liang with deliberate closeness. "You found what you were looking for," she said. "It wasn't a question." "I found a location," Wei Liang replied. "I haven't found what's behind that sealed door, and I have a feeling it's going to change everything." "Because you're going to open it," Xiaofan said. Despite Baiju's warnings about sealed mysteries being lethal, Wei Liang smiled slightly. "When I open it, you'll help me." "Obviously," Xiaofan said. "I'm not letting you face whatever you release without backup." Chapter 43. The sealed chamber. 2 days of work on the door revealed its structure in stages, like an onion unwrapped layer by layer. Wei Liang positioned himself in meditation posture directly in front of the seal, extending his spiritual sense into the array patterns and copying them piece by piece into his mirror palace. The process was exhausting in ways that normal technique copying was not. These were not methods designed for rapid acquisition, but rather ancient arts meant to be studied over months or years. By evening of the 2nd day, he'd mapped the outermost layer, a containment binding that prevented anything within from escaping, and anything from entering without the precise sequence of qi resonances. The binding itself was neutral. It didn't care whether something was trying to escape or trying to enter. It simply enforced the boundary with the implacable logic of pre-elemental formations. Xiaofan sat nearby, maintaining a protective watch and occasionally bringing him water. Baiju had set up a camp at the tower's base, claiming they needed someone to monitor their provisions and magical instruments. Though Wei Liang suspected the merchant simply didn't want to be present for whatever catastrophe might emerge from the sealed door. "I can sense something alive in there," Xiaofan said on the evening of the 2nd day. "Not recent alive. Not anything that should be alive. But the presence is. I don't know the word. Preserve. Stasis," Wei Liang said, still not withdrawing from his meditative state. "Someone put a living thing in stasis and sealed it here 200 years ago. Or possibly longer. The formation isn't degrading naturally, it's maintained. That means someone, somewhere, has been renewing it. But the fortress is abandoned," Xiaofan said. "We found no evidence of recent occupation." "Then the maintenance is being done remotely," Wei Liang said. He finally withdrew his attention from the door, opening his eyes. "Or it doesn't require direct maintenance. Some formations are self-sustaining if they're constructed properly. The deeper you understand qi manipulation, the longer maintenance cycles can stretch. This could have been sealed 500 years ago with enough precision that it will function for another 500 years with no intervention." He stood and rotated his shoulders, working through the stiffness. Copying the pre-elemental formations had created tension in his meridians. They operated on different principles than the standard cultivator's path, and integrating them into his mirror palace was like trying to fit a piece of one puzzle into a different puzzle entirely. "How long until you can open it?" Xiaofan asked. 3 more days, Wei Liang said. "I need to understand the 3rd and 4th layers before I attempt the activation sequence. If I get the sequence wrong, I could trigger the failsafe and destroy whatever is inside. Or destroy us. Or release something catastrophic," Xiaofan said. She didn't sound frightened. She sounded matter-of-fact. "That too," Wei Liang agreed. On the 3rd day of intensive work, Baiju came to the tower bearing concerning news. A merchant caravan had passed through the Shattered Ridge's lower passages and mentioned seeing unusual activity at Iron Peak Fortress. Word was spreading. The merchant community had noted Wei Liang, Xiaofan, and Baiju taking up residence on the abandoned property. "The Iron Mountain sect has already begun making inquiries," Baiju reported grimly. "They're claiming the fortress belongs to them by right of discovery, though that's not technically accurate. But if they can establish any claim, they'll use it to challenge your authority here." "How much time do we have?" Wei Liang asked, still not turning from the door. "Weeks, probably. They'll move slowly at first, testing your response. But they will move." Wei Liang absorbed this without breaking his focus. He'd expected this. The moment he'd selected Iron Peak, he'd known some sect would eventually challenge his claim. The key was to establish his operation's legitimacy before that challenge could gain traction. On the 4th day, he was ready. The awakening sequence was a careful progression of precisely modulated qi flows. Wei Liang had spent all night integrating the pre-elemental techniques into a usable form, translating them into the modern cultivator's language. At dawn, he began. The first resonance point released without resistance. The second triggered a soft hum in the stone. The third caused the door itself to emit a faint blue light. Xiaofan moved to stand beside him, her hand resting on her sword hilt, ready for violence. Wei Liang appreciated her clarity of purpose. For resonance points activated. 5. 6. On the seventh, the door swung inward silently, revealing a chamber that had been sealed for centuries. Inside, suspended in air held by chi threads that sang with harmonic resonance, was a woman. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with long hair still dark and skin that showed no signs of decay or aging. Her breathing was so shallow that Wei Liang almost couldn't detect it, but the rise and fall of her chest was unmistakable. Her cultivation aura, though suppressed by the stasis formations, was massive. Even filtered through the containment array, it projected a presence that made Xiaofan want to prostrate, made her legs uncertain, made the air feel thick with authority and power. Wei Liang remained standing, unmoved by the aura's weight, because he was too busy analyzing the formation that maintained her stasis. The technique was extraordinary, a hybrid of preservation, life support, and energy recycling that he'd never encountered before. He began copying immediately, his attention divided between the woman before him and the elegant systems that sustained her. The woman's eyes opened. She didn't move or attempt to speak. She simply looked, her gaze passing over Xiaofan with what seemed like distant recognition, then settling on Wei Liang with an expression of mild curiosity. She tried to move her hand, and found she couldn't. The stasis formation held her completely immobile. Wei Liang continued his analysis, his movements deliberate and clinical. He mapped the final sequence of the awakening lock, the progression that would release her from the stasis array without triggering any failsafes. This was the critical moment. Open it incorrectly, and the system would collapse catastrophically. "Stay back," he said quietly to Xiaofan, though he wasn't sure why. The woman was trapped. She posed no immediate threat. He activated the awakening sequence. The stasis formation dissolved in stages, the chi threads releasing their pressure slowly, allowing her body to readjust to normal gravity and movement. Breathing became harder, deeper. Her eyes moved more freely. After 30 heartbeats, the last threads released, and she fell. Wei Liang caught her, more reflex than conscious choice, and found her surprisingly light, despite the muscular build evident beneath her clothing. She collapsed against him, gasping, her body convulsing slightly as it readjusted to normal physical sensation. The chamber's atmosphere had changed. The stasis array's suppression effect was fading, and her true aura began to manifest. It was spirit-severing stage, a cultivation level so far beyond them that Xiaofan immediately found herself on her knees, unable to maintain her footing against the sheer weight of her presence. Even Wei Liang felt the pressure, though it didn't compel him to kneel. He remained standing, still analyzing, still studying her meridian structure and chi pathways. The woman looked up at him with eyes that had seen centuries pass and found the perspective amusing. "What year is this?" she asked, her voice rough from disuse. 2026 by the Eastern calendar, Wei Liang said. "You've been sealed for approximately 1,000 years. The woman laughed. A sound like silver bells dropped into a canyon. 1,000. That's much longer than I'd anticipated. I assumed 100 years at most." She pulled away from Wei Liang, testing her balance, and managed to stand without assistance. "I'm Sume. I was the head librarian of the Silver Script Academy. And I assume you're here because the academy is gone." "The fortress was abandoned," Wei Liang said. "We're establishing something new here." Sume studied him more carefully, her gaze now focused rather than distant. "You're a cultivator with a peculiar aura. Not mirror root, something different. And you're not prostrating before my presence. That suggests either supreme confidence or supreme foolishness. Perhaps both," Wei Liang said. "But more importantly, you said you were trying to preserve something. I'm trying to do the same. I think we have a great deal to discuss." Chapter 44. The awakening 3 days passed while Su Mei recovered her physical strength. Her consciousness had awakened immediately, but her body moved through stages of reintegration. First just breathing normally, then movement returning to her limbs, then the ability to walk without assistance. By the evening of the 3rd day, she was strong enough to leave the tower and walk the fortress grounds with Wei Liang. The two of them moved slowly through the abandoned corridors, Sume stopping frequently to study particular architectural features, as if checking that the fortress remained as she remembered it. Xiaofan trailed at a respectful distance, maintaining protective watch despite knowing that Su Mei's capabilities exceeded her own by orders of magnitude. Baiju had returned to the lower camp, having announced he needed to send messages to his merchant contacts before any more dramatic revelations emerged. The Silver Script Academy was here? Wei Liang asked as they passed through the old library chamber. The fire-scarred walls and empty shelves seemed to pain her. 3 towers worth of preserved knowledge, Su Mei confirmed. We maintain branches in 7 locations across the provinces. Each repository held copies of thousands of techniques, organized by principle rather than by sect affiliation. The Academy's philosophy was that knowledge was orthogonal to politics. A technique for sword manifestation was a technique for sword manifestation regardless of whether a Blue Storm cultivator or a Crimson Path cultivator discovered it. Context matters, but truth is truth. Wei Liang had expected this. He'd read partial histories of the Silver Script Academy in the fragments of Crimson City. But hearing it from someone who had actually lived in that institution, who had actually preserved its knowledge, was different. It was confirmation of something essential. What destroyed it? He asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. The Jade Heaven War, Su Mei said. She sat on a remaining block of stone, her movements still recovering their grace. 260 years before the fortress was sealed, 5 great powers discovered that the Academy had maintained neutral stances during their conflicts. No sect gave the Academy any advantage. Knowledge of a sect's techniques might appear in the Academy's records, but no exclusive secrets were preserved there. This was intolerable to the powers. Each demanded the Academy surrender to them exclusively. Each promised prosperity in exchange for submission. Each threatened destruction if we refused. And the Academy refused, Wei Liang said. Absolutely, Su Mei said. Her voice carried no grief, just matter-of-fact acknowledgement of historical fact. We understood what submission meant. We understood that the moment we became aligned with any faction, we would become a weapon in their conflicts, and our neutrality, the very thing that made us valuable, would be destroyed. The 5 powers coordinated their assault. They attacked simultaneously from all cardinal directions, and they ensured that every single repository was destroyed. But you survived, Wei Liang said. Someone preserved you. The Academy's final protective formation, Su Mei said. The strongest cultivation masters, myself and 3 others, entered a stasis chamber and waited for the siege to end. But the siege never ended in the way we expected. The 5 powers destroyed the Academy completely. They destroyed the other 3 masters when they emerged. I remained sealed because the sealing mechanism was sophisticated enough that the external forces couldn't detect it. I was supposed to emerge after 50 years and rebuild, but the mechanism drifted in its timing. 1,000 years of accumulated error, and I wasn't activated until now. Wei Liang let this settle. For masters had willingly entered stasis to preserve themselves as living repositories of Academy knowledge. 3 had died when they emerged. Su Mei alone had survived, sleeping through 1,000 years, waiting for a future that might finally be ready for what the Academy had tried to be. Why didn't the Academy just hide its knowledge? Wei Liang asked. Scatter it across the provinces, lose it deliberately, make preservation impossible? Because that would have validated the 5 powers' worst fear, Su Mei said. That knowledge is too dangerous to be free. That truth itself must be controlled. If we'd hidden or destroyed our collections, we would have proven them right. We chose to be destroyed rather than surrender that principle. She looked at Wei Liang directly. You're thinking about building something new here. That's why you sealed a 1,000-year-old Academy librarian in this fortress, isn't it? Or you're planning to? No, Wei Liang said. I didn't know you existed. The fortress seemed suitable for other reasons. But now that you're here, he paused, understanding the weight of what he was about to propose. I'm planning to build what the Silver Script Academy was. A neutral repository, open to all, preserving knowledge without allegiance to any faction. Su Mei closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were bright with something that might have been tears. Then you're planning to die, she said. Unless you're wiser than the Academy's founders. Unless you understand something we didn't. Maybe, Wei Liang said. Or maybe the calculation is different now. The 5 grand sects are powerful, but they're not unified in the way the 5 powers were before the Jade Heaven War. They're also not all equally hostile to knowledge preservation. And I have the advantage of your experience. You can teach me the mistakes the Academy made, where they were vulnerable, how they were exploited. The Academy's greatest vulnerability, Su Mei said slowly, was that we believed in the power of truth. We thought that if knowledge was freely available, reason would prevail. People would choose understanding over conflict. We were spectacularly wrong about that. People choose what they want regardless of what truth suggests. Knowledge without a framework for wisdom is just fuel for violence. Then we add wisdom, Wei Liang said. The archive isn't just techniques. It's context. It's the history of where techniques came from, what problems they solve, what dangers they present. We preserve the full picture, not just the method. Sume stood and walked to the window. The sunset painted the fortress ruins in amber and scarlet. If you're truly serious about this, I won't stop you. The Academy's message deserves to survive. But I want to be clear. I tried this before, and everyone I worked with died. Either you'll be remarkable, or you'll die like we did. There's no middle ground. I understand, Wei Liang said. Do you? Sume asked. Because I don't think you do. You're still young. You still believe that if you're clever enough, fast enough, strong enough, you can survive. But we were all of those things too. We had more experience, more power, more resources. We failed anyway. Wei Liang met her gaze. What was the sealer's final message? There's always a final message in these situations. Sume smiled slightly, recognizing the reference. Yes. The sealing formation's notes said, find the next one who asks why. I think that might be you, Wei Liang. You're asking why instead of just accepting that some things are impossible. That's the only thing that keeps archives alive. Chapter 45. The Librarian's History. Over the next week, Sume taught Wei Liang the organizational systems of the Silver Script Academy. They worked in the ruined library, Sume reconstructing the method by which techniques had been cataloged, not by sect, not by affinity, not even by function alone, but by principle. A technique for manifesting fire dragons was stored in the same section as a technique for manifesting water serpents because both operated on the principle of animal summoning. A meditation art for clarity of mind was placed near combat techniques that improved reaction speed because both enhanced cognitive processing. It seems chaotic at first, Sume explained as she walked Wei Liang through the mental reconstruction of the Academy's library layout. But when you understand the principle, you can find what you're looking for without being told where it is. And more importantly, you discover connections you didn't know existed. Someone studying water manifestation might stumble upon a meditation technique that improves their understanding of flow. Someone studying sword forms might find a life preservation method that uses identical principles of structure and balance. Wei Liang's mirror palace, when he shared its structure with Sume, fascinated her. The internal space where he stored copied techniques didn't have a physical architecture. It was abstract, organized by Wei Liang's intuitive understanding rather than formal rules. But when Sume saw how his consciousness navigated it, how techniques flowed from one association to another, she began to teach him how to impose the Academy's formal structure onto his internal space. It was the kind of work that took days. Wei Liang would enter meditative states for 8 to 10 hours, with Sume guiding him, reshaping how his mirror palace organized its contents. By the end of the week, his 10,000 copied techniques had been reclassified into a coherent system that allowed him to discover techniques he'd forgotten he possessed, hidden under surface-level associations. This is extraordinary, Sume said on the evening of the 7th day. Your memory palace is exponentially more efficient than the Academy's physical library ever was. If you can integrate this organizational principle with a permanent physical structure, you'll have something more powerful than anything the Academy ever built. I can't maintain it alone, Wei Liang said. He was physically exhausted from the intensive reorganization work. His mind felt stretched. The Academy had dozens of full-time librarians. I have myself, you, and whatever I can convince others to contribute. Then you recruit, Sume said. It was a simple answer, delivered with the certainty of someone who had spent centuries thinking about these problems. You need a team, and not just assistants. You need people with genuine insight into technique preservation. People who understand that this is more than just cataloging. How do you recruit for that without revealing what you're building? Wei Liang asked. The moment the major sects know that someone is trying to establish a neutral archive, they'll move against it. You don't hide what you're building, Sume said. You hide where? You recruit from the margins, wandering cultivators, independent scholars, people who have already been rejected by the sect system. These are the people who will understand why the archive matters. These are the people who have nothing to lose by supporting it. Wei Liang listened. This was the kind of strategic thinking that came from actual experience with institutional survival. He paid attention to every nuance. Over the following evenings, Sume continued the story of the Silver Script Academy, how it had grown from a small repository maintained by a brilliant scholar 2,000 years prior, to a major institution that had branches across the cultivated world. She described the politics of maintaining neutrality, the careful balance of accepting knowledge from all factions while never allowing any faction preferential access, the techniques for vetting techniques, ensuring that something truly was unique rather than a sect's claim of uniqueness, the debates about whether esoteric knowledge should be preserved at all, or whether some methods were too dangerous to record. We were naive about danger, Sume admitted. We preserved everything, assuming that context would guide people toward wisdom. We were wrong. Some techniques are dangerous not just in their execution, but in their mere knowledge. Knowing that a particular meditation method can shatter a cultivator's mind is dangerous. Knowing that there's a combination of herbs that creates a poison with no antidote is dangerous. We preserved all of it anyway, because we believed that hiding knowledge wouldn't prevent its discovery, only prevent its ethical use. Did that prove true? Wei Liang asked. After the academy fell, did other sects rediscover the dangerous techniques? Yes, Sume said, but more slowly. Decades in some cases, centuries in others. And when they rediscovered them, they did so in the context of their own beliefs about what knowledge is. If the academy had preserved the poison technique alongside a text explaining the philosophical debates about whether such creation was ethical, that context might have mattered. Instead, a cultivator would rediscover it in isolation, with no framework except their immediate ambitions. Wei Liang absorbed this. So the archive needs not just techniques, but commentary, philosophy, history, and curation, Sume added. The academy made a mistake in trying to be completely impartial. You can't be truly impartial about knowledge. Some techniques genuinely are more important than others. Some require ethical frameworks to be useful rather than destructive. An archive needs stewards who make judgments, not just librarians who catalog. This became the core of what they began building together. Not just a repository, but a teaching institution. A place where techniques would be preserved alongside their history, their applications, their dangers, and the philosophical frameworks that had surrounded them when they were first developed. By the second week of Su Mei's awakening, she could stand without assistance and had begun to explore the fortress with Wei Liang, suggesting which sections would work for preservation, which could house scholars, where meditation chambers should be established. Her ancient knowledge of institutional architecture became invaluable. She'd spent 300 years managing the physical spaces of the Silver Script Academy. That experience was written into her understanding of how buildings should be arranged to facilitate learning. You're thinking of this as a long-term project, Xiaofan observed one evening. She'd taken to watching the two of them work together, standing guard, but also genuinely interested in the conversations. You're not expecting this to end quickly. Institutions are long-term, Sume said. They take decades to establish credibility, centuries to become truly safe. My hope, our hope, is that we do this slowly enough and carefully enough that we can reach a point where the archive becomes too valuable to most people to destroy. Like the way a forest eventually becomes too important to the ecosystem to burn down. Not because anyone lacks the power to destroy it, but because destruction would harm too many people who benefit from its existence. That requires surviving long enough to establish those dependencies, Xiaofan said. It requires not being destroyed early. Yes, Sume agreed. It requires a lot of luck. And it requires someone younger than me who can see this through my death and beyond. Someone with both power and patience. Someone who understands why the archive matters enough to die for it if necessary. She looked at Wei Liang as she said this, and Wei Liang understood that he had just been formally tested and found adequate. Sume was committing to this project, not just as an advisor, but as a co-founder. The academy would live again, at least in some form. Whether it would survive long enough to matter was a question without an answer yet. Chapter 46. Return to Azure Peak. Wei Liang's return to Azure Peak sect required careful navigation. He'd been absent for 6 weeks, and the sect's administrative apparatus had begun to generate questions about his extended sojourn. Elder Huang had provided cover, describing Wei Liang's absence as approved research for sect advancement, but the cover would only hold for so long before scrutiny began. He arrived in the late afternoon, taking the rear entrance that avoided the main courtyard where senior disciples would recognize him. Xiaofan had returned with him. Bai Ju remained at Iron Peak to oversee the initial structural assessments. The fortress needed repair work before it could safely house people, and the merchant was better suited to that negotiation than Wei Liang. Elder Huang was in his study, as Wei Liang had expected. The old master looked up from his records with the expression of someone who'd been maintaining careful watch over accumulated problems. You've been gone 43 days, he said without preamble. The sect noticed. I've been deflecting. I found a location, Wei Liang said. And something unexpected. He recounted the discovery of Su Mei with deliberate care, watching Elder Huang's expressions shift through skepticism to profound concern. By the time Wei Liang finished describing the woman's cultivation stage and her history with the Silver Script Academy, the elder was standing at his window, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. You understand that a spirit-severing master who was sealing herself away 1,000 years ago probably means she was operating at a level far above what spirit-severing masters can reach today? Elder Huang said quietly. The cultivation system has degraded, Wei Liang. The techniques are simpler now. The results are weaker. If she was spirit-severing then, she might be something far more remarkable by current standards. I'm aware, Wei Liang said. And you're trusting her, Elder Huang said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Wei Liang said. Based on everything she's taught me about the Silver Script Academy and her century of work there, I trust her motives. I'm not certain she can prevent catastrophe any better than her academy could, but I trust her judgment. Elder Huang finally turned from the window to face him. What do you need from Azure Peak? Access to the restricted library, Wei Liang said. I want to copy 3 techniques from our collection to bring to the archive. With your permission. Which 3? Elder Huang asked. Wei Liang had prepared for this question. The river-binding form that we use to meditate, because it's fundamental to how we teach qi control. The principle of mutable structure, because it demonstrates how flexibility strengthens rather than weakens technique. And the secret of silver reflection, because it's specific to our sect, but it's also beautiful, and I want to preserve beautiful things. Elder Huang considered this. He walked to a shelf and withdrew 3 sealed scrolls. I've been expecting you to ask for these eventually, he said. I prepared them 3 weeks ago, guessing at what you'd want. Take them. Copy them. When your archive is established and operating, send me a record of what you're preserving. I want to know what survives. Wei Liang accepted the scrolls with genuine gratitude. This was more support than he'd dared hope for. Not just permission, but positive facilitation. How long before the major sects move against you? Elder Huang asked as Wei Liang prepared to leave. Weeks, possibly. Iron Mountain is already making inquiries about Iron Peak Fortress. I've bought time by not announcing my intentions, but time is finite. Then move quickly, Elder Huang said. Establish your operation. Get enough of a foundation that destroying it would be expensive rather than trivial. Most sects won't move if the cost is significant. They'll wait for opportunities to exploit your vulnerabilities instead. Wei Liang nodded. This aligned with his own calculations. The return journey to the fortress took 3 days. During those 3 days, Wei Liang and Xiaofan traveled in silence most of the time, but on the second evening, Xiaofan asked the question that Wei Liang had known was coming. Do you fear what's ahead? She asked. They were sitting at a campfire, watching the flames dance in patterns that almost looked like cultivation techniques if you stared long enough. Wei Liang considered the question seriously. Fear was a concept he'd thought about extensively. He didn't experience fear the way most cultivators did. He didn't feel the instinctive panic responses that made weaker people run. But there was something similar, a background awareness of potential failure. I fear that the archive becomes what the Silver Script Academy was, he said finally. Necessary, valuable, and then destroyed because those qualities threaten the wrong people. I fear that everyone working with me gets caught in that destruction. I fear that I make decisions that kill people who trusted my judgment. That's a significant fear, Xiaofan said. Yes, Wei Liang agreed. But it's not significant enough to stop me. The alternative, letting knowledge die with its practitioners, letting each sect hoard in isolation, watching the Crimson City situation repeat across the provinces, is worse than the risk of failure. Then I'll help you build something that might die, Xiaofan said. Because building something that's guaranteed to fail does seem worse. They traveled in silence the rest of the evening, and Wei Liang felt something settle in his mind. This wasn't certainty. It was clarity. He was building something that would probably fail, but the attempt itself was worth something. The attempt itself preserved possibility. Chapter 47. The spy. The intruder was caught by Baiju near the central tower, attempting to sketch the fortress layout on a concealed scroll. The merchant cultivator brought him to Wei Liang with minimal fanfare. Just a warning look and the clear indication that violence was not on the table yet. The spy was young, probably not yet 20, with the nervous energy of someone operating far beyond his capabilities. He wore the insignia of Iron Mountain sect under his travel cloak, and his hands shook as he tried to explain. I was just following orders, he said when Wei Liang questioned him. My sect master wanted to know what you were building here. I wasn't supposed to fight or cause problems. Just observe. And what did you observe? Wei Liang asked. He was sitting in the fortress's main gathering chamber, positioned in a way that looked relaxed but prevented the spy from easily running. That you're repairing the fortress. That you're bringing in materials and workers. That you have an older woman here who moves with a cultivation level that frightened everyone she passed. The spy swallowed hard. And that you're not hostile. I expected fortifications being built, defenses being established. But you're clearing ruined towers instead. You're establishing library spaces. You're not building a weapon. Wei Liang studied the young man more carefully. Despite his obvious fear, there was intelligence in his expression. He'd made accurate observations. He'd understood what he was seeing. What's your name? Wei Liang asked. Renlin, the spy said. I'm from Iron Mountain's outer disciple circle. I volunteered for this assignment because it seemed safer than the usual missions. Wei Liang made a decision that he knew was both foolish and possibly crucial. He stood and walked to the nearest window, gesturing for Ren Lin to follow. Together, they looked out at the fortress reconstruction, workers moving through the courtyards, teams carrying materials up the central tower, Bai Ju directing a group of hired laborers toward the library wing. Do you know what I'm building? Wei Liang asked. A fortress, Ren Lin said. But not for military purposes. A library. A research facility. An archive, Wei Liang said. A repository for cultivation knowledge. Open to all. Neutral in sect politics. A place where techniques can be preserved regardless of faction, where knowledge doesn't die when sects do. Where cultivators can learn from the entire history of technique rather than just their sect's specific path. Ren Lin looked at him as if he'd announced he was planning to swim to the moon. Ren Lin struggled for words. That's impossible. No sect would allow it. The 5 grand sects would destroy it immediately. Probably, Wei Liang agreed. But the attempt itself matters. Because the alternative is what happened at Crimson City, where 10,000 disciples' accumulated knowledge died, because there was no way to preserve it outside sect structures. Wei Liang led Ren Lin back into the fortress and to a chamber where Wei Liang had begun organizing the archive's initial collection. He'd already brought hundreds of techniques from his mirror palace, transcribing them into permanent record. The work was painstaking, but necessary. This is from what I've observed and copied, Wei Liang said. Techniques from a dozen different sects and traditions. Methods for things that no single sect preserves in isolation. I'm offering you a choice. Return to Iron Mountain sect with a full report of what's happening here, which will probably trigger immediate action against us. Or stay for 3 days, help with the archive work, and leave with one technique of your choosing, preserved for you, documented, yours to study and master. Ren Lin stared at him. You're giving me a technique. Willingly. After I was caught spying. You were doing your job, Wei Liang said. I'm offering you a different option. If you want to return to Iron Mountain, I won't stop you. I'll even supply you with information to report. I'm not hiding what I'm building. But if you want to spend 3 days seeing what this actually is, you can do that instead. Ren Lin made his decision within minutes. He helped with the archival work, doing the careful transcription that Wei Liang had been drowning in. By the end of the first day, he was asking questions about technique structure that suggested genuine interest in the work itself, not just curiosity about what Wei Liang was building. On the evening of the 3rd day, Wei Liang presented Ren Lin with 3 technique scrolls to choose from. This one, Ren Lin said, selecting a meditation method designed to improve perceptual acuity. We don't have anything like this in Iron Mountain. This could help our scouts understand what they're seeing. It's yours, Wei Liang said. Learn it well. And when Iron Mountain sect moves against me, remember that you've seen what I'm actually trying to build. Ren Lin left the fortress the next morning with the technique sealed in his robes and genuine confusion written across his face. He would report to Iron Mountain. He would describe everything he'd seen. Bai Ju, watching from the tower, predicted what would happen next. They'll try to recruit you, the merchant said. Offer you resources, power, position. They'll claim you're building something dangerous and they want to help you redirect it toward productive purposes. When you refuse, they'll turn hostile. I know, Wei Liang said. And you're still going to give techniques to spies and let them leave? Yes, Wei Liang said. Because the archive's legitimacy depends on proving that we're genuinely neutral. If I only preserve techniques for people I trust, I'm not neutral. I'm just another sect hoarding knowledge. The only way this works is if I can face tests and maintain my principles anyway. That's going to kill you, Xiaofan said. She'd arrived at the tower in time to hear the final part of the conversation. Maybe, Wei Liang said, but at least I'll die standing on something solid. Chapter 48, The First Visitors. The archive's first wing opened on a clear morning in late spring. Wei Liang had prepared the gallery chamber carefully, arranged the first 500 transcribed techniques in neat, organized shelves, each with explanatory notes describing origin, application, dangers, and philosophical context. Sume had designed the layout to encourage wandering and discovery rather than simple lookup. The space felt more like a garden than a library. The first visitor arrived by mid-morning, traveling alone and looking worn from extended travel. She was a woman in her middle years, with cultivation at the foundation establishment level and an expression that suggested she'd survived something significant. Bai Ju brought her to the archive, uncertainty in his posture suggesting he wasn't sure if this was a legitimate visitor or another spy. Wei Liang helped her to a seat and brought water. Welcome to the archive, he said. What brings you? 3 years ago, my sect burned, she said. Her voice was steady, but her hands shook slightly. A neighboring sect attacked us over a disputed resource. We lost our core scripture, the meditation foundation that all our disciples learned. I've been searching for other sources of that technique ever since. I've traveled to 20 sections. None of them would help. Most refused to even speak with me. Wei Liang brought her to the organization section where he'd placed meditation techniques by principle. He searched for a moment, then produced a scroll. This isn't your exact scripture. I can't guarantee that. But it's a method for foundation meditation that uses the same principle structure. Your body should recognize the resonance. The woman opened the scroll with trembling hands. As she read, her expression shifted from hope to something deeper. Tears began to fall. It's not exactly the same, she said finally. But it's close enough that I can rebuild from this. I can teach my disciples again. Where did you get this? I copied it from a wandering cultivator in Crimson City, Wei Liang said. 3 years ago, there was a city filled with knowledge, and it was dying. This is what I managed to preserve from that loss. The woman spent the next several hours in the archive, copying additional techniques that might help her disciples. Before she left, she gave Wei Liang 3 techniques in exchange, methods from her sect that she'd remembered well enough to record. The second visitor arrived in early afternoon. He was young, probably Wei Liang's age, with the bearing of someone who'd spent significant effort becoming stronger only to discover that strength wasn't enough. His meridians were malformed in subtle ways. His chi channels followed an unusual path that made standard cultivation techniques difficult to apply. He'd been rejected by 2 sects, each telling him that his structure was fundamentally incompatible with proper development. They said I was broken, he said to Wei Liang, his voice carefully controlled to mask anger. They said my cultivation potential was capped because my meridians won't accept standard methods. Your meridians aren't broken, Wei Liang said after brief examination. They're just different. The problem is that standard techniques were designed for standard structures. But there are methods that work with unusual meridians instead of fighting them. Wei Liang led him through the archive and selected 3 techniques, all related to chi flow, but each adapted for non-standard structures. These were created by cultivators who didn't fit into normal categories. Study them. See if any resonates with your path. The young man practiced one of the techniques in the archive's meditation chamber, and Wei Liang watched his chi begin to move with clarity for the first time. He could see the moment the young man felt his cultivation potential unlock, the moment he realized that he wasn't broken, just different. He wept quietly, then looked up at Wei Liang with gratitude so profound that Wei Liang had to look away. The third visitor was a core formation elder from a small sect, and she was explicitly seeking combat intelligence. She wanted to know techniques used by attacking cultivators who'd raided her sect. Wei Liang provided everything he knew, detailed descriptions of methods, probable weaknesses, counters that he'd observed or copied from other traditions. This would take years to develop on our own, the elder said, reviewing the documents Wei Liang had prepared. You're giving us the advantage we need to defend ourselves. I'm giving you knowledge, Wei Liang said. What you do with it is your responsibility. I have to maintain neutrality, which means I'm equally willing to provide the same information to the attacking sect if they asked. I'm preserving the knowledge. The choice of how to use it is yours. The elder looked uncomfortable with this answer, as if expecting Wei Liang to claim some kind of moral high ground. But she accepted the scrolls and left, presumably satisfied with the exchange. By evening, the archive had served its first 3 visitors, and Wei Liang was already being changed by the experience. It was one thing to theorize about neutral knowledge preservation. It was entirely different to sit across from someone whose world had fallen apart and be able to offer them a piece of their past. It was different to see a young man's despair transform into hope because someone had bothered to understand his structure rather than condemn it. This is what the archive is actually for, Sume said that evening, standing in the gallery as sunset painted the stone red and gold. Not as a resource, though it is that, but as evidence that a different way is possible. That knowledge doesn't have to be controlled to be safe. That neutrality doesn't mean apathy. It means serving everyone equally. Will it be enough? Wei Liang asked. When the major sects finally move against us. No, Sume said. It will never be enough to prevent violence. But it will be enough to remind people why the archive mattered, even as they're trying to destroy it. Chapter 49. The 3-sect confrontation. They arrived 2 weeks later. Representatives from Iron Mountain Sect, Blue Storm Sect, and Azure Jade Sect, arriving simultaneously at the fortress gates in a clear show of coordination. Wei Liang had been expecting this confrontation, though not quite this quickly. Ren Lin's report must have circulated through the sect network faster than he'd anticipated. Wei Liang met them in the fortress's main chamber, with Sume standing slightly behind him and to the left. It was a calculated positioning, making clear that Wei Liang held primary authority while demonstrating that he had high-level support. Bai Ju was present as a visible neutral observer, and Xiao Fun was deliberately absent, preparing defensive positions in case negotiation broke down into violence. "You're establishing an unsanctioned institution," the Iron Mountain sect master said without preamble. He was a thin man with sharp eyes and the bearing of someone accustomed to absolute obedience. "This archive is unregistered with any sect authority, undeclared to the Cultivation Association, and potentially a threat to the proper organization of cultivation knowledge." "I'm not claiming to be sanctioned by sects," Wei Liang said. "I'm deliberately maintaining independence from sect systems. The archive's entire purpose is to preserve knowledge outside of sect politics." "Which makes it dangerous," the Blue Storm sect master said. She was younger than the Iron Mountain master, with powerful chi and the bearing of someone used to getting her way. "If knowledge spreads without proper context, if techniques are accessible to cultivators without proper training or discipline, the results could be catastrophic." "Techniques spread regardless," Wei Liang said calmly. "What changes without an archive is the context. A cultivator who learns a technique from their sect gets one perspective. A cultivator who learns it from neutral sources gets multiple perspectives, multiple frameworks for understanding. That improves judgment rather than reducing it." "You're naive," the Iron Mountain sect master said. "Knowledge is power. Distribute it freely, and you distribute power to people who don't deserve it. You create instability. Concentrate it absolutely, and you create brittleness," Wei Liang countered. "I've seen it. Crimson City sect was stable until it was destroyed. Then every technique was lost. That brittleness is worse than instability." The Azure Jade sect master, an older woman with calculation written in her expression, had been silent until now. "What does your exchange system actually offer us?" she asked. "If we contribute a technique to your archive, what do we receive?" Wei Liang explained the exchange system in detail. 5 techniques of the contributing sects choosing could be taken from the archive free of charge. Additional techniques could be studied for a modest fee that would be reinvested in archive maintenance and expansion. "So you profit from this," the Iron Mountain sect master said. "Marginally," Wei Liang said. "The archive will be expensive to maintain. Hiring librarians, purchasing preservation materials, expanding facilities. The fee structure covers operational costs. I'm not becoming wealthy from this." "You're becoming powerful," the Blue Storm sect master said. "You're creating a network of dependency. Every cultivator who benefits from the archive becomes motivated to protect it. You're building a power base without explicitly claiming authority." Wei Liang didn't deny this because it was partially true. He hadn't intended to build a power base, but the consequences of his actions were creating one whether he intended it or not. "I'm building an institution that survives through value rather than force. If the archive is destroyed, people will suffer. That's power, yes, but it's power derived from service rather than dominance." The discussion continued for hours, circling back to the same core disagreements. The sects wanted control. Wei Liang was offering transparency, but not subordination. The sects wanted knowledge to remain exclusive. Wei Liang wanted it to be shared. The sects wanted to prevent proliferation of dangerous techniques. Wei Liang wanted to provide context for all techniques, including the dangerous ones. Finally, the Azure Jade sect master stood. "I'll agree to a trial arrangement," she said. 6 months. I'll permit my disciples to visit the archive. I'll allow information exchange through your system. At the end of 6 months, I'll reassess whether this is beneficial or threatening." "I'll do the same," the Blue Storm sect master said, surprising Wei Liang slightly. The Blue Storm sect had been historically progressive in their openness to reform. The Iron Mountain sect master remained silent for a long moment. Then he stood. "No," he said flatly. "I will not participate in this experiment. More than that, I will recommend to the 5 grand sects that they act together to shut down this archive before it destabilizes the entire cultivated world." He paused at the chamber's exit. "Wei Liang, you're young and strong, but you're playing with forces you don't understand. The day the 5 grand sects coordinate against you will be your last day." After they left, Bai Ju released a breath he'd been holding. 1 out of 3 is significant. The Blue Storm sect being willing to participate changes the calculation. "Iron Mountain will escalate," Wei Liang said. "They'll use this next 3 months to build opposition among the other sections. They'll argue that any sect that cooperates is implicitly betraying the seat of power. And if enough sects buy that argument," Sume asked, "then we accelerate our timeline," Wei Liang said. "We establish the archive's core systems now. We make sure the knowledge is distributed widely enough that destroying the fortress doesn't destroy the archive's purpose. We prepare for the worst." Xiaofan emerged from the defensive positions, her expression fierce. "Good. I'm tired of preparation anyway. Let them move. We'll respond. Chapter 50. The opening ceremony. The official opening ceremony happened on the new moon, when the cultivation world was traditionally sensitive to new beginnings. Su Mei insisted on this timing, and Wei Liang deferred to her centuries of institutional experience. The ceremony was small, only essential figures, no grand announcements to the broader cultivation community. The 5 grand sects would learn about the archives soon enough. For now, Wei Liang wanted to establish it as a functioning reality rather than a theoretical proposal. Su Mei designed the ceremony based on the Silver Script Academy's founding ritual, adapted for their different context. Instead of grand declarations, there were statements of purpose. Instead of hierarchical structures, there were circles. Instead of elevation of some participants over others, there was genuine equality in the gathering space. Wei Liang stood in the center of the archive's main gallery, looking at the assembled people. Elder Huang, who had traveled from Azure Peak despite the political risk. Xiao Fan, whose loyalty had become the foundation of everything they'd built. Bai Ju, whose practical intelligence had made the fortress functional. Ren Lin, the young spy who had stayed and become something like a disciple. 3 other wandering cultivators who had been among the archive's early visitors and had agreed to stay as assistant librarians. Su Mei, the ghost from 1,000 years past who had shown them what was possible. This archive exists because knowledge should survive, Wei Liang said. His voice wasn't loud, but in the gathered silence of the gallery, it carried clearly. Not every technique is equally important. Not every method should be accessible to every person. But the principle of preservation is essential. A world where knowledge dies with its practitioners is a world that learns the same lessons over and over, making the same mistakes, never progressing. This archive is a stand against that cycle, against the assumption that control of knowledge is necessary for stability, against the fear that truth is dangerous. He gestured to the shelves surrounding them, each one lined with carefully preserved techniques. What you see here represents thousands of hours of work. But more importantly, it represents a commitment to maintain absolute neutrality, to preserve knowledge regardless of sect politics, to serve all who come seeking understanding equally. This won't be easy. This will probably cost us everything eventually. But it will exist, and that existence will matter. Elder Huang stepped forward and placed his hand on Wei Liang's shoulder. The gesture was simple, but its meaning was profound. The chosen disciple of Azure Peak, one of the 5 grand sects, was endorsing this enterprise. That endorsement would carry weight when sects later tried to destroy it. Su Mei moved to the center of the gallery and began a meditation that Wei Liang recognized as the Silver Script Academy's founding ritual. Her ancient voice spoke words in classical cultivation dialect that most modern cultivators couldn't fully understand, but the intent was clear. This archive was now formally consecrated as a place of preservation, protected by the weight of history and intention. As sunset painted the fortress walls in colors that seemed almost alive, a formal message arrived from the 5 grand sect's administrative body. A messenger cultivator descended from the evening sky with deliberate ceremony. The message was sealed with the seals of all 5 sect masters, a clear indication of unified action. Wei Liang broke the seal with steady hands and read the contents aloud. We, the masters of the 5 grand sects, hereby extend an invitation to Wei Liang, founder of the Archive of Techniques, to attend a formal council meeting. We wish to discuss the future of knowledge preservation in the cultivated world and the role of neutral institutions in the proper organization of power. Your presence is requested within 1 month at the Tower of 5 Peaks. Wei Liang looked up from the message to meet Su Mei's expression. The ancient librarian's face was calm, but her eyes held layers of knowing that came from having lived through this exact kind of situation before. It begins, Su Mei said quietly, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. This is the moment where we discover whether history repeats itself or whether something new is possible. Wei Liang felt the weight of the message in his hands, understanding its implications. The 5 grand sects were taking him seriously enough to invite formal discourse. They were not yet moving to destroy the archive. They were testing whether he could be reasoned with, redirected, brought into alignment with their interests. But they were moving. The pressure was beginning. And everything that came next would depend on whether Wei Liang could maintain his principles under pressure, or whether he would, like every previous attempt at knowledge preservation, eventually fail. He looked around the archive, at the shelves of techniques, at the people who had committed themselves to this enterprise, at Su Mei who had waited 1,000 years for the possibility of trying again. We're going to need more library space, Wei Liang said finally, and better defenses, and probably legal counsel for whatever comes next. I know people, Bai Ju said immediately. I can arrange it. I'll handle the additional archival work. one of the new librarians offered. The formation defenses are already being reinforced, Xiaofan added. We can have secondary protection in place within 2 weeks. Wei Liang nodded, accepting the commitments. This was what it meant to be building something real, not just his effort, but the collective effort of people who believed in the purpose. The archive might fail. The sects might destroy it. But for now, at this moment, with these people, something genuine had been established. That was enough to continue. The ceremony ended as the last light left the fortress. In the gathering darkness, the archive stood like a promise that knowledge would be preserved, that truth would be protected, that the cycle of loss could be interrupted. For now, until the tests began. Extended content. Chapter 41 Expansion. As Wei Liang left Elder Huang's study that afternoon, he carried with him something more valuable than explicit permission. He carried the old master's willingness to think seriously about the proposal, his recognition that the enterprise was dangerous but not impossible. The journey back to his meditation chamber took him through Azure Peak's main courtyard, where disciples practiced their forms in the afternoon light. He watched them for a moment, these young cultivators performing the same sword techniques they'd learned from their instructors, the same methods refined over centuries, passed from master to student in an unbroken chain. It was stable. It was consistent. It was also fragile in ways these disciples didn't understand. If Azure Peak sect fell, if its leadership shifted, if some disaster befell the institution, all of this training would evaporate like morning mist. The techniques would be lost unless someone happened to preserve them externally. Wei Liang spent that evening in deep meditation on the Mirror Palace, not copying new techniques, but instead examining what he already possessed. He navigated through the 10,000 methods he'd gathered, looking for patterns in what he'd chosen to preserve. The collection wasn't random. It reflected his journey through the cultivated world, each technique associated with the person he'd learned it from or the context where he'd observed it. The Vermilion Ascent method from Crimson City occupied a space of honor in his memory, but it was surrounded by techniques that no longer had living practitioners. A meditation art for enhancing internal energy circulation that he'd copied from a scroll fragment. A sword form that he'd observed being performed exactly 3 times before the cultivator who knew it was killed in a sect conflict. Methods for treating chi deviation that had been preserved in a dying cultivator's personal notes. Techniques for perceiving deception that had been recorded in a merchant's journal. All of these things would be lost when Wei Liang died. They would be erased from the cultivated world. Unless he emerged from meditation as the moon was rising, his decision crystallized into absolute clarity. The archive wasn't a peripheral idea or a philosophical exercise. It was essential. It was the only answer to the fundamental injustice of knowledge dying. He would build it, and he would maintain it, and if that cost him his life, it would be an acceptable price for thousands of techniques surviving beyond him. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, it brought profound peace. Over the next weeks, Wei Liang prepared in ways he hadn't mentioned to Elder Huang. He began the intricate work of transcribing techniques from his Mirror Palace into physical form. The process was extraordinarily time-consuming. Each technique required not just recording the method itself, but explaining the principle behind it, the variations that existed, the applications that extended beyond the obvious. He created working copies on rough paper, then spent additional time crafting permanent versions on proper cultivation parchment that would resist degradation for centuries. By the time he departed Azure Peak, he had created permanent records of 300 techniques. The collection was small compared to what existed in his Mirror Palace, but it represented a proof of concept. An archive could exist. Knowledge could be preserved. The path forward was possible. Extended content. Chapter 42 Expansion. The journey to Iron Peak Fortress took longer than Wei Liang had anticipated because Baiju insisted on traveling via a less direct route that avoided major sect territories. The merchants' caution proved justified when they encountered a patrol from Iron Mountain sect near the provincial boundary. The patrol waved them through without interference. Baiju's merchant credentials were perfectly legitimate, but Wei Liang noticed the captain's eyes lingering on him with recognition and suspicion. News traveled through merchant networks faster than through sect hierarchies, Baiju explained. The story of Wei Liang's extended absence from Azure Peak, combined with rumors of strange acquisitions of materials and hiring of construction workers, had already reached the trading posts. Iron Mountain sect would be piecing together what was happening before Wei Liang had even fully established the fortress. As they climbed higher into the shattered ridge mountains, Xiaofan began to notice the formations embedded in the stone. Unlike the obvious cultivation structures that marked sect territories, these were subtle, ancient binding patterns woven so thoroughly into the bedrock that they seemed almost natural. Baiju explained that this was typical of the oldest power structures. The Silver Jade sect had spent centuries refining their territorial formations until they became nearly indistinguishable from the stone itself. That's dangerous knowledge to have scattered in a place like this, Xiaofan observed. Someone could study these formations and learn to replicate them for other purposes. Which is exactly why the fortress was abandoned, Baiju said. The sect that left here didn't want to destroy their own work. These formations are beautiful in their own way, but they also couldn't risk leaving them intact where enemies might study them. So they sealed the fortress and left, hoping that time and nature would degrade the patterns. Instead, the patterns have remained stable for 2 centuries. They're almost self-maintaining at this point. Iron Peak Fortress revealed itself gradually as they climbed the final approach. First, the outer walls became visible, massive stone structures that had weathered centuries of wind and weather but remained structurally sound. Then the towers came into view, each one positioned for optimal defensive coverage of the approaches. The central tower rose tallest of all, visible from tremendous distance, a beacon that would have announced the fortress's position to any cultivator with spiritual perception. Wei Liang studied it all with the eye of someone looking for preservation rather than military advantage. The fortress was designed defensively, but not aggressively. There were no weapon emplacements pointing outward, no offensive formations waiting to be activated. Chapter 51. The 5 grand sects meeting. The tea room overlooked the archive's central garden, where the first cherry trees were beginning to unfold. Wei Liang sat across from Shinkai, an envoy sent by the 5 grand sects coalition, a man with the deliberate bearing of someone used to being obeyed. Sume stood by the eastern window, her presence quiet but unmistakable. Baiju occupied a corner chair with a ledger, making notes as if the conversation were a simple transaction. Your facility is more impressive than reports suggested, Shinkai began, setting down his tea untouched. He was a core formation cultivator, mid-stage, with the refined aura of someone who had never experienced material want. The archive has attracted considerable attention. Wei Liang nodded. That was the intention. Indeed. Shinkai's fingers drummed once on the table, a gesture precisely calculated to imply impatience. The coalition recognizes the archive's value. Knowledge preservation, neutral exchange, universal access, admirable principles. However, principles require protection. Resources, the sort of support that only a major sect can provide. You're kind to offer, Wei Liang said. Allow me to be direct. Shinkai's expression shifted into something more practiced, the smile of someone closing a sale. Join the coalition. Formalize a relationship. Contribute techniques to the shared repository, restricted methods, foundation secrets, the sort of knowledge that stabilizes and strengthens cultivation across the sections. In exchange, the coalition provides military protection, political standing, resource allocation, and preferential access to coalition archives. It was not a request. Wei Liang had anticipated this precisely. The archive's mission is neutrality, Wei Liang said quietly. Not as a principle, but as a practical necessity. The moment we align with any faction, we cease to be a neutral institution. We become a resource to be leveraged, protected, controlled, and ultimately weaponized. Shinkai's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. You misunderstand. Coalition membership does not compromise neutrality. It merely acknowledges the reality that power structures exist. We are not asking you to take sides in sectarian disputes. We are asking you to recognize that this region belongs to the influence of the 5 grand sects and to operate accordingly. That, Sume said, her voice cutting across the room like a blade, is exactly what compromises neutrality. Shinkai's eyes shifted to the spirit-severing cultivator by the window. Most people did not recognize what she was. The aura was too carefully muted, but the moment of recalibration crossed his face. I see the archive employs experienced staff. We do, Wei Liang said. Sume lived through the last attempt to impose such an arrangement. The Silver Script Academy refused the coalition's patronage approximately 1,000 years ago. It was destroyed in the Jade Heaven War. The knowledge it preserved was scattered. That archive took millennia to build. The silence that followed was educational. The coalition does not intend threats, Shinkai said finally, and his tone had shifted. The certainty had cracked slightly. But you must understand, a facility of this magnitude, operating on principles the major sects find inconvenient, will eventually come under pressure. From factions within the coalition, from independent cultivators seeking advantage, from hostile sections. Without formal protection, we will manage, Wei Liang said. And we will do so by remaining neutral. The moment we choose a protector, we have chosen an enemy. We will not do that. Shinkai stood. He was not angry. That would have been easier. He was puzzled, as if he had encountered a cultivator who refused to cultivate at all. I will report this conversation to the council. They will reconsider their approach. After he left, the room seemed larger. Bai Ju closed his ledger. Was that wise? They have resources we don't. They have force, Wei Liang corrected. Resources come from knowledge, access, cooperation. We have all three. They have force, and force is only useful when the other side needs something they can take. We need nothing from them except to be left alone. They won't leave us alone, Sume said from the window. The light caught the silver in her hair. They never do. The academy received the same visit, delivered with the same courtesy. The coalition was younger then, hungrier. We refused. They tested us twice. The first test we survived. The second test came with the Jade Heaven War, and we were already weakened by a century of isolation. Too much knowledge, too little willingness to share with those we needed. She turned to face him fully. They will test you, Wei Liang. The only question is whether you are ready. Am I? He asked. No, she said. Not yet. But you will be. That night, Wei Liang walked the archive alone, past rows of catalog techniques, through the meditation chambers, into the deep vaults where the most sacred knowledge was kept. His hand ran along binding after binding, not possessing them, but acknowledging them. The nascent soul within him pulsed slowly, like a second heartbeat, and he could feel it building towards something. A threshold, a transformation. He did not yet know what it would cost. He found Elder Huang in the deepest meditation chamber, where the foundational arrays converged. The old master was sitting in perfect stillness, his chi barely visible to ordinary perception, the mark of a cultivator so advanced that even his presence had become subtle. They came, Elder Huang said without opening his eyes. Yes, Wei Liang confirmed. Shinkai, core formation stage, coalition representative. He offered protection and resources in exchange for alignment. And you refused, Elder Huang said. It was not a question. Completely, Wei Liang said. But he left understanding that the refusal was not emotional. I explained the practical necessity of neutrality. I made no moral claims, no righteous declarations. Simply stated fact. Elder Huang opened his eyes. That is why you might actually survive what he represented. Many cultivators refuse the coalition out of pride or principle. The coalition breaks those cultivators because their refusal can be worn down. But you refuse out of necessity. The way a river doesn't refuse to flow downward. It's simply the nature of the thing. That's harder to overturn. What do they want? Wei Liang asked. Beyond the obvious. Control, Elder Huang said simply. The coalition is 5 major sects, but they are not unified in purpose. Each sect wants control of knowledge. If the archive becomes coalition-aligned, then each sect can claim access to all archive knowledge and use that access to leverage position against the other for sections. It's a game of incremental advantage. By refusing to align, you've made that game impossible. That's why Shinkai seemed puzzled. He expected either resistance or compliance. He did not expect refusal based on rational necessity. Will they attack? Wei Liang asked. Not immediately, Elder Huang said. But yes, eventually. The coalition learned from the Silver Script Academy's destruction that direct assault is messy. They prefer pressure, gradually making things difficult, reducing resources, limiting visitors, creating circumstances where the institution becomes unsustainable. Then they offer their protection once again, at a moment of desperation. How long? Wei Liang asked. Months, Elder Huang said. You have months before the pressure begins to mount seriously. Use that time wisely. You need to stabilize the archive's position, deepen the visitor network, make the institution so clearly valuable to the cultivation world that destroying it would be obviously counterproductive. Wei Liang nodded slowly. The nascent soul is becoming unstable. Yes, Elder Huang said. I can feel it from here. Your mirror palace has accumulated too much technique knowledge. The breakthrough is coming whether you're ready or not. We need to accelerate your preparation. Chapter 52. The message arrived on pale jade paper sealed with the 5 grand sects interlocking symbol. Wei Liang broke the seal and read it in the archive's morning light. The coalition recognizes that formal alignment may not suit the archive's philosophy. We propose instead a flexible arrangement. On matters where the archive's knowledge aligns with coalition interests, we would welcome consultation. Compensation would be generous. This preserves your neutrality while acknowledging practical realities. In other words, sell us what we want when we want it, and call it neutral. Wei Liang set the message aside and turned his attention to the day's arrivals. The archive's visitor count had tripled in the past 10 days. The defenses Su Mei and Elder Huang had constructed were holding, but Wei Liang found himself constantly running calculations on capacity, storage, organization. Each day brought more requests, more cultivators seeking knowledge, more sects wanting to participate in the exchange program. He understood what was happening. The archive was becoming too valuable to ignore. Word had spread beyond the 5 grand sects' influence. Independent cultivators were arriving. Smaller sects were sending delegations. Merchant consortiums were asking for exclusive access to certain categories of knowledge. The success of the archive was creating its own problems. The first visitor of the day was a woman in her 60s, bearing the cultivation marks of someone who had walked the wrong path. She found Wei Liang in the Foundation Studies section and knelt without preamble. Her chi was visibly unstable, threads of it flickering and spasming as if fighting against her own meridian structure. "I was taught the ascending spiral method," she said, her voice hoarse from years of strain. 40 years of cultivation, and I've realized it's incompatible with my root structure. I'm causing damage with every breakthrough. I came to ask, is there another way to redirect what I've built? Wei Liang read her meridian structure by sight now, a skill his nascent soul had awakened. He could perceive the damage clearly, a cultivation path forcing incompatible energy through pathways never designed for it, creating persistent inflammation in 3 critical nodes. The inflammation was chronic and worsening. Left untreated, she would have perhaps 5 years before the damage became irreversible. The clear stream recalibration, he said, and the gentle foundation retraining method. Not a reversal, a redirection. It will take time, perhaps 2 years of careful work, but the damage can be recovered from. He brought her to the archives containing both techniques, and spent the next hour explaining how they could work in sequence. He showed her the foundational principles behind each method, why the second had been developed specifically to correct errors in the first, how the creator of the second method had spent decades understanding and reversing the mistakes of the first. The woman followed his explanation closely, asking technical questions, understanding at a deep level. By the time she finished reading, she was weeping, not from despair, but from relief. She had come expecting to hear that her life's work was wasted, that she would have to start over. Instead, she had found a path forward. "There's something else," Wei Liang said quietly. "The people who developed these correction methods, they left detailed notes about what happens psychologically when a cultivator realizes they've been on the wrong path. The shame, the anger, the feeling that they've wasted decades. The correction methods include spiritual work for addressing those emotions. You're not alone in this experience." She looked at him with sudden understanding. This archive preserves more than just techniques. It preserves what cultivators have learned through their entire journey, Wei Liang said, including the hard parts. The second visitors arrived at midday, 2 women with the bearing of rival sect disciples. One wore green robes with silver threading, the other wore silver with green. They avoided each other's eyes, sitting at opposite ends of the library's entrance chamber. This was deliberate protocol. Sects in conflict were not supposed to meet in person, especially not in neutral spaces. "We heard that the archive doesn't judge," the green-robed one said carefully to Wei Liang. "That you preserve knowledge from all sections." "We do," Wei Liang said. "The Endless Path sect claims that the Silver Lotus School developed their core method by stealing from ours," the silver-robed one said, speaking as if the other woman were not present. "My entire sect war with theirs is based on this accusation. We've been in conflict for 70 years. But if you have the original development records..." Wei Liang brought both of them, separately, to the archive's historical section. This was sensitive work. He needed to ensure that neither felt that the other had received preferential access to the records. He showed the green-robed cultivator the original development documents for the Endless Path method first, then the records for the Silver Lotus approach. The documentation was clear, detailed, and incontrovertible. The Silver Lotus method had developed independently, 15 years before the Endless Path version was formally recorded. The underlying principle was nearly identical, but not because of theft, because both sects had the same root source. Both had studied under a now-forgotten wandering cultivator named Du Shuang, who had traveled through the region approximately 100 years prior, teaching her method to whoever would listen. The green-robed woman read the documents carefully. Then Wei Liang brought the silver-robed woman and showed her the same records. For a long moment, both women stood in silence, reading the historical documentation that revealed the true source of their conflict. Not theft, but parallel learning. Then, quietly, they began to laugh. A confused, rueful sound that echoed through the archive's vaults. "We've been at war for 70 years, the green-robed woman said. "Over a misunderstanding," the silver-robed one finished. "About a misunderstanding. About the same teacher who taught us both," the green-robed woman continued. Wei Liang left them alone with the records. When he returned 2 hours later, they were sitting together, planning how to present this discovery to their respective sections. More than that, They were discussing how Du Shuang's original method had evolved differently in each school, how the two approaches had developed in complementary directions, how perhaps the two sects had been unconsciously exploring different aspects of a single deeper truth. When they left together. Word would spread. The archive had resolved a 70-year conflict simply by preserving complete records of knowledge development. The third arrival came in the late afternoon. An elder woman, her chi flickering like a candle near its end. She had perhaps weeks left, maybe less. She wore the simple robes of an independent cultivator, someone who had never affiliated with a major sect. She carried a metal case sealed with spiritual locks that had been maintained with loving care. "I'm dying," she said without preamble, as if stating a fact about the weather. "I've spent 80 years mastering 17 different cultivation schools. They're not all good. Most aren't particularly good. But 3 of them. 3 contain techniques I've never seen replicated elsewhere. Methods that genuinely work, that show something true about the nature of qi. I've searched for decades to see if other schools had discovered the same methods. As far as I can tell, I'm one of only a few people who know them." She set the case down carefully. "I want to donate them to your archive. I want them preserved in complete detail. I want them taught to other cultivators after I'm gone. I don't want them to die with me and be lost to the world." Wei Liang opened the case. The techniques inside were indeed remarkable. Unconventional approaches to spirit formation that violated several classical assumptions and yet somehow worked perfectly. The meditation sequences alone represented insights it would have taken him years to develop independently. Each technique was written in clear detail, accompanied by personal notes explaining the development process, the trials, the insights that had led to the final form. "I will preserve them exactly as you intended," he promised her. "And I will create a section in your name. Cultivators will trace the lineage back to you. Your knowledge will continue to be taught, your name will be remembered, and your techniques will help other cultivators reach stages of understanding they might not have reached otherwise." She stayed in the archive for 3 days, working with the transcription team, ensuring every detail was recorded precisely. She also wrote extensive commentary, not just technical notes, but personal reflections on how she had developed each technique, what circumstances had led to her breakthrough moments, what she regretted, what she would have done differently if she had known then what she knew now. On the 3rd night, her chi became more fragile, as if the act of transferring her knowledge had been the thing keeping her anchored to life. By the 4th morning, she simply did not wake. The transition was peaceful. There was no struggle, no pain, just a gentle release as the last of her chi dissipated into the world from which it had come. Wei Liang arranged a quiet cremation in the archive's memorial garden and added her name, Elder Yunmi of the Wandering Path, to the registry of ancestors, the catalog of cultivators whose knowledge had transcended their mortal span. It was this act, this addition of a name to the registry, that pulled something into focus for Wei Liang with sudden clarity. The archive was no longer abstract. It was no longer simply a building or a collection of texts. It was becoming a continuity, a place where the dead continued to teach the living, where knowledge became an immortal conversation between generations of cultivators separated by decades or centuries. Each name in the registry represented a cultivator who had lived, struggled, discovered, and then chosen to leave their understanding behind for others to find and build upon. Each technique contributed represented a fragment of a human being, their insights, their effort, their hard-won wisdom earned through decades of dedication. The archive was not just preserving techniques as abstract knowledge. It was preserving people, transforming them into lasting influences that would continue to shape cultivation practice for centuries to come. That evening, Elder Huang arrived without warning. He had sensed the imbalance in Wei Liang's cultivation, the instability building in the Mirror Palace. He walked into the memorial garden where Wei Liang was standing in contemplation, as if he had simply appeared there from nowhere, and said, "You need to do this soon, while you still choose the timing." Wei Liang understood immediately. The nascent soul formation was not a matter of if, but of when. The accumulation of techniques and understanding had built to a critical point. The moment of breakthrough was approaching, whether he guided it or not. And the when, he realized, was now. "How long?" he asked. Elder Huang sat on a stone bench near the memorial garden's central pool, suddenly looking every one of his 300 years. "Days. Maybe a week. The Mirror Palace is becoming unstable, too much knowledge accumulated without integration. The archive within your consciousness has exceeded the capacity of your current cultivation stage. If you wait much longer, the breakthrough will happen whether you're ready or not. And if you're not ready, if you're not guiding it deliberately." He trailed off, but the implication was clear and terrifying. "Well, we will find out what happens when a technique collection breaks through on its own, untended, and unguided by conscious intention. It's not pleasant. It's catastrophic. Wei Liang nodded slowly. The nascent soul was the stage where the cultivator's core being was reorganized into a unified whole. For most cultivators, this was a matter of refining what they already were, integrating what they had learned, creating a coherent self. For Wei Liang, it meant resolving a fundamental question. Was he a cultivator, or was he a mirror? Was he a person with understanding, or was he merely a collection of copied techniques arranged in human form? The breakthrough would provide the answer. Chapter 53. Preparation. Elder Huang explained it over 5 days of intensive teaching, in the quiet chamber deep beneath the archive, where the foundational arrays thrummed with concentrated qi. The chamber itself was a teaching tool. Its arrays were designed to demonstrate the principles Elder Huang was explaining, making abstract concepts visible through the movement of qi in space. The nascent soul stage, he said, is where the cultivator achieves unified consciousness. For most foundation establishment disciples reforming their structure, core formation cultivators compressing their scattered understanding, it's a matter of consolidation. They organize what they already are, refine it, and emerge as a whole being rather than a collection of disparate parts. Wei Liang listened, maintaining the meditative posture Su Mei had taught him hours before. The posture itself was a technique, designed to open specific meridians, to encourage a particular flow of qi through the body, to prepare the consciousness for deep integration. Your situation is different, Elder Huang continued. He gestured, and the arrays in the chamber shifted, creating visual representations of the difference between normal breakthrough and Wei Liang's situation. You are not consolidating a unified self. You are consolidating a library. The mirror root technique allows you to copy any method after seeing it once. You've been adding to this collection for years. The techniques don't conflict. They're stored separately, accessed individually, but they're not integrated. When the nascent soul forms, it will try to unify everything at once. That means every technique, every principle, every method colliding in a single moment of reorganization. The interference, Wei Liang said quietly, watching as the arrays displayed competing patterns of qi, each one trying to dominate, creating cascading contradictions. Severe. It could scatter your nascent soul before it coheres. It could create contradictions in your core being that would take decades to resolve. Or it could simply fail. You could emerge from the breakthrough with a nascent soul partially formed, which is worse than not attempting it at all. A partially formed nascent soul is unstable at best, catastrophic at worst. So what prevents this? Wei Liang asked, though he already suspected the answer. He was asking to understand the depth of what prevention would require. You must go in prepared. You must sort the techniques before the breakthrough, organize them by principle, understand what they express rather than merely possessing them. You need to know them deeply enough that when they collide in the nascent soul formation, they compose rather than conflict. They need to become not a library, but a unified understanding. This will take time, and it will take a clarity of consciousness that you haven't yet achieved. Su Mei taught him a meditation method from 1,000 years past, the clear knowing technique, designed for cultivators who accumulated knowledge faster than they could integrate it. It involved a form of mental architecture, a way of arranging understanding so that disparate pieces could be held in consciousness simultaneously without creating dissonance. The technique had been developed by the Silver Script Academy specifically to address the problem of scholars whose libraries had become too vast for normal consciousness to manage. The Academy taught this to scholars with vast libraries, Su Mei said, guiding him through the meditation patterns over 3 days of intensive practice. Some of them used it simply to manage their reading, to be able to hold multiple complex texts in mind simultaneously without losing track of details. Not all of them pursued nascent soul breakthrough. Some simply needed to hold too much knowledge without experiencing mental fragmentation. But for you, this becomes essential preparation. Your breakthrough depends on being able to maintain coherent consciousness while all those techniques reorganize themselves. Baiju and Xiaofan took on the daily operations of the archive. Baiju moved through the logistics with the efficiency of a merchant who understood complex systems, scheduling visitors, managing the exchange requests, ensuring the record-keeping remained flawless. He also began documenting everything about the archive's operations, creating detailed manuals so that his knowledge could be preserved even if something happened to him. He understood that institutions required documented processes, not just competent people. Xiaofan managed the physical space with growing mastery. She tended the gardens, refined the defense formations, trained staff in emergency protocols. She asked Wei Liang once if he was afraid, finding him in the moment between meditation sessions. Yes, he told her honestly, but not in the way I expected. I'm not afraid I'll fail. I've faced enough challenges to know that I can handle failure. I'm afraid that when I emerge, I might be different. Changed in ways I don't anticipate. Changed in ways I might not like. Xiaofan nodded with the understanding of someone who knew that transformation was not always kind, that growth sometimes meant losing aspects of yourself that you had valued. That's wisdom, she said. Fear of fundamental change is appropriate. It means you're taking the breakthrough seriously, not approaching it with blind confidence. For 6 days, Wei Liang worked through the Mirror Palace's accumulated arsenal of techniques. He organized them first by category: combat forms, perception methods, healing arts, formation principles, meditation structures, rare experimental methods. Then, deeper, he began to trace the foundational principles underlying each technique. A combat form expressing the principle of flowing water, how to move continuously without losing structure. Another expressing compressed spring tension, how to store potential and release it explosively. A perception method built on the principle of harmonic resonance, how consciousness could perceive vibrations in the environment. A healing art based on regenerative cycles, how to encourage the body's natural restoration. As he sorted, something extraordinary began to happen. The 1,000 techniques he had copied, inherited, and collected began to reveal their underlying unity. Most cultivation techniques, regardless of their specific form, were variations on a dozen core principles. The techniques that had seemed most disparate suddenly showed their relationships to each other. A formation principle he'd copied from the Azure Peak sect expressed the same core understanding as a combat method he'd learned from a wandering master, just expressed through different physical media, different applications, different contexts. The revelation was staggering. Knowledge was not discrete. It was relational. Everything connected to everything else. The techniques weren't separate possessions. They were facets of a single unified understanding of how qi moved through reality, how intention shaped qi, how consciousness could direct energy. By the 6th day, Wei Liang had organized the entire Mirror Palace according to these principles. The techniques that had seemed like a chaotic library were now revealed as a coherent whole, thousands of specific implementations of a dozen fundamental truths. He could see the relationships between techniques across different schools. He could understand how one cultivator's insight had influenced another, separated by centuries, without direct contact, simply because both had discovered the same underlying principle through their own observation and practice. He looked at what he had created and understood, with sudden clarity, what Sume had meant about the mirror cultivator who reached null meridian stage. Understanding could not be unlearned. Knowledge could not be forgotten once it was truly known. Once you had perceived the principle underlying 1,000 expressions, you could never again see those expressions as isolated or disconnected. On the evening of the 6th day, Wei Liang informed the archive staff that he would be entering deep meditation for the nascent soul breakthrough. Elder Huang approved the timing with a formal nod. Sume prepared the meditation chamber with arrays designed to stabilize qi fluctuations during breakthrough, arrays that would maintain environmental equilibrium so that Wei Liang could focus entirely on internal transformation without having to fight external qi disturbances. Xiaofan brought him water and food, which he consumed slowly, consciously, as if saying goodbye to ordinary sensation. She did not speak, but her presence was steadying. Baiju brought final reports on archive operations, assuring Wei Liang that everything was in order, that he could commit fully to the breakthrough without concern about practical matters. Elder Huang brought simply his presence, 3 centuries of understanding about what Wei Liang was about to attempt. At midnight, when the celestial alignments were most favorable, Wei Liang sat in the center of the meditation chamber. He was surrounded by crystalline formations that would focus his qi, by threads of golden light that marked the boundaries of the cultivation field, by the quiet presence of the 4 people who had become closest to him. He looked at each of them in turn, acknowledging what their presence meant, then closed his eyes. The meditation began. Chapter 54. Nascent Soul. The breakthrough began not with violence, but with stillness, a perfect cessation of external sensation, as if Wei Liang had been set down in an infinite silence. The world fell away. His body became irrelevant. Even his sense of individual identity began to dissolve into something broader and deeper. The Mirror Palace opened. It was not a metaphor. The interior structure of his cultivation became visible as a vast space. Crystalline halls, endless corridors of archive techniques, chambers within chambers, each one holding a method, a principle, a fragment of understanding. But now, in this meditative breakthrough state, Wei Liang could perceive the relationships between them. The techniques glowed with different colored light depending on which principle they expressed. The underlying truth shone through every particular form like a sun behind clouds. He could see, for the first time, the actual structure of his own cultivation. The mirror root had created a space where techniques could be stored separately, accessed individually, maintained without degradation. It was a perfect preservation system, and it was completely hollow. The first crisis came immediately, a wave of realization that threatened to fragment his consciousness. Wei Liang understood, with the clarity of breakthrough perception, that he had been a collector, a copier, a thief of techniques, no matter how benignly he had framed it. He possessed thousands of methods, but had not created any of them. He had not earned them through decades of focused practice. He had not suffered through the failures that gave mastery its weight. He had simply seen them once and stolen the pattern. A library is only as useful as the librarian's understanding, a voice that was not his own but also was whispered through the silence. It was true. He could replicate any technique, but to what end? He could execute them perfectly, but he had never lived them. He had never spent years refining a single method until it became part of his bones. He had never felt the subtle feedback of long practice, the way understanding deepened through repetition and failure and adjustment. He was a mirror, perfect surface, infinite reflectivity, and beneath that perfection, nothing. No genuine understanding, no hard-won wisdom, no lived experience. The crisis deepened. As the nascent soul began to form, the contradiction threatened to split him apart. How could he claim to understand techniques he had merely copied? How could he integrate a library when he was fundamentally detached from every technique it contained? The nascent soul was supposed to be the cultivator's unified self. But what was his unified self? A collector, a thief, a reflection of other people's understanding with no authentic center. For 2 days, Wei Liang existed in that dissolution. The mirror palace threatened to scatter. The techniques began to degrade as the coherent framework holding them started to collapse. He felt himself fragmenting, each copied technique pulling away from the others, the unified structure of his cultivation becoming a chaos of competing methodologies. Then, slowly, a counter-understanding emerged. A master who had spent 30 years perfecting a technique understood it through the lens of their own journey. They knew what didn't work, what pitfalls existed, what assumptions had to be tested. They understood their method from within, with the intimacy of use. But they also understood it narrowly. They knew their technique completely, but only their technique. They could see the nuances and complications, but they could not see how their method related to other approaches, could not perceive the principles that unified seemingly disparate techniques. Wei Liang, by copying, had achieved something different. He could see what each technique expressed about the nature of qi itself. He could see the principles underlying 1,000 different implementations. He could perceive the architecture of cultivation knowledge itself. He could see how a healing method developed in the Eastern Mountains shared core principles with a combat form from the Northern sects, both of them expressing the same deep understanding, that qi moves most effectively when it flows rather than forces. The difference was not between deep and shallow. It was between narrow and broad. The master knew their mountain completely. Wei Liang could see the entire range. And understanding, once perceived at that level, could not be unknown. This, he realized, was the true promise of the mirror root. Not to steal techniques, but to perceive the principles they embodied. Not to clone the surface, but to understand the structure beneath. He had been afraid that he was merely a thief. But what if he was something else, something that the cultivation world had almost forgotten, a natural philosopher, an observer of the principles underlying practice? Over the next 4 days, Wei Liang lived an eternity inside the formation of his nascent soul. He worked through the techniques in the mirror palace methodically, one by one, but not as separate items anymore. He traced each technique to its core principle. He understood what each one expressed about how qi moved through reality, what it revealed about the nature of cultivation, what assumptions about the universe it embodied. He felt the resonance between a meditation method and a combat form that, on the surface, had nothing in common. But beneath the surface, both were expressing the same underlying principle, the way a structure could be maintained through continuous internal flow rather than external rigidity. He traced the lineage of understanding, how one technique had influenced another across generations, how practitioners had built upon prior insights, how knowledge had evolved as cultivators added their own observations and refinements. He worked through a healing method developed in the jade gardens of the Eastern Mountains and understood its core innovation. The insight that damaged meridian structures could be restored not by forcing them into old shapes, but by allowing them to grow new pathways. The creator of this method had spent years studying how plants grew around obstacles, how water found the most efficient path to the sea, how life itself seemed to optimize through release rather than control. Wei Liang understood not just the technique, but the observation that had generated it. He applied that same understanding to a formation technique from a northern school and saw how the same principle applied to how spiritual energy could flow through stone and through space. Both were expressions of the principle of optimal flow. The healing method worked through biological systems. The formation method worked through geological systems. Different media, but the same deep truth. He found techniques that contradicted each other at the surface, but expressed complementary principles at the foundation. A combat form that taught rigidity and structural integrity worked alongside a meditation method that taught flexibility and adaptive response. They seemed opposed until he understood that both were valid responses to different challenges. Rigidity worked when defense was needed, flexibility worked when adaptation was needed. A cultivator who understood both principles could choose the right response to the right circumstance. He found other techniques that seemed similar but were actually expressing fundamentally different assumptions about the nature of qi. Two different sects had developed methods that looked identical on the surface, but one assumed that qi was essentially active and needed to be directed toward action. The other assumed that qi was essentially responsive and needed only to be clarified to respond appropriately. Both methods worked, but they worked for different types of cultivators, with different relationships to action and response. Slowly, over these 6 days, a unified understanding began to form in the center of the Mirror Palace. It was not that all techniques were the same. They were specific and varied and valuable in their particularity. Each method was precious precisely because of its specificity, its way of expressing a principle in a particular context. But they all emerged from a small number of core truths about how qi responded to intention, structure, direction, and refinement. These truths were universal. The techniques that expressed them were infinite variations on finite principles. On the 6th day of meditation, Wei Liang stood in the center of the Mirror Palace and realized he was no longer looking at his collection from outside it. He had entered the space completely. He was not carrying the library anymore. He was not viewing it as a museum visitor viewing artifacts. He was becoming it. The thousands of techniques were not separate from him. They were integrated into his understanding. The collection and the cultivator were merging into a unified whole. The nascent soul formed then, not as a compressed sphere of elemental qi, but as something stranger and more fundamental, a mirror sphere of crystallized pre-elemental substrate, the substrate from which qi itself emerged. It was not a weapon or a tool. It was a perception, a way of seeing, a self-contained reflection capable of reflecting the structure of any technique it encountered, but also capable of generating technique patterns of its own based on principles rather than copying. Wei Liang emerged from meditation on the 7th dawn, and the world looked different. The first thing he perceived was that the world had changed. Not the physical world. The archive garden was still there, still growing, still real. But he could perceive it differently. The qi patterns in every living thing were visible to him now, not as abstract structures, but as expressions of principle. He could read the technique patterns underlying a cultivator's movement. He could sense the intention in how a master had shaped a formation. He could perceive, in the growth of a plant or the shape of a stone, the reflection of deep cultivation principles. More than that, he could perceive the relationships between all things, the way one technique influenced another, the way one cultivator's understanding had shaped the understanding of those who came after, the way the archive itself was not just a building but a living network of influence, a place where knowledge transformed people and people added to knowledge in a continuous cycle. For the first time, Wei Liang understood the vision that had driven him to create the archive. It was not about possession. It was not about preservation in the sense of frozen preservation. It was about participation in a continuous conversation between living cultivators and the dead ancestors whose knowledge still taught. It was about understanding that cultivation was not an individual journey, but a collective exploration of how reality worked. The weight of this understanding might have been crushing, but the nascent soul formation had integrated it into his being. He did not carry the knowledge as a burden. He was the knowledge. The distinction between knower and known had dissolved. Sume was sitting in the corner of the meditation chamber, unmoving. She had not left in 7 days. Her presence had been like an anchor, a reminder that consciousness persisted outside the meditation state, that someone was witnessing his transformation. When Wei Liang met her eyes, she began to weep, not from sorrow, but from something deeper. Recognition, perhaps, or remembrance. The expression in her eyes was the expression of someone who had watched this happen before, with Wei Chun, 1,000 years ago. The expression of someone who had waited patiently to see if another mirror cultivator would choose to pursue depth rather than merely to collect. "Welcome," she said, "to the true mirror path." Chapter 55. Iron Mountain attacks. The attack came at midday, precisely calculated for the moment when Wei Liang was still weak from breakthrough. This was not random violence. This was calculated assault, planned with knowledge of his circumstances. Someone within Iron Mountain had contacts in the cultivation world. Someone knew that Wei Liang had entered deep meditation for nascent soul breakthrough. Someone had advised attacking during that window of vulnerability. The outer defensive arrays flared to life, golden light erupting from the ground, from the walls, from the carefully hidden formation cores distributed throughout the archive grounds. The response was instantaneous and perfectly coordinated, a testament to Xiaofan's meticulous preparation over weeks of defensive drills and contingency planning. Xiaofan moved with the coordination of someone who had prepared for this exact scenario in detail. She had memorized every formation parameter, had practiced every defensive sequence, had thought through hundreds of variations of possible attack configurations. The Iron Mountain disciples came in 3 waves, using siege formation protocols, coordinated enough to suggest professional military planning, aggressive enough that peaceful retreat was not an option. This was serious assault, not a probe. Baiju had activated the archive's internal communication system minutes before the first strike landed. He coordinated with Xiaofan through the network of Jade tokens keyed to specific frequencies, relaying information about force composition and attack vectors with the precision of a merchant calculating market movements. He tracked casualties, array degradation rates, supply status, all the logistical details that determined whether a defense would hold. "They're not attempting to breach the inner sanctum," Baiju reported to Wei Liang, who was still in the meditation chamber, attempting to stabilize his post-breakthrough constitution. His voice was calm despite the crisis. "They're focusing on the outer structures, the guest halls, the resource storage areas, the administrative wing. This suggests they want to damage the archive, not capture it." "Damage contained?" Wei Liang asked, forcing himself to rise to his feet. His legs barely responded. The breakthrough had not been purely spiritual. His entire body needed to reintegrate. Every cell had been reorganized, had absorbed new understanding of how qi moved through flesh and bone. Moving felt like attempting to navigate the world through someone else's limbs. So far, Xiaofan is holding them at the second outer wall with formation arrays Su Mei designed. She's not taking losses. The formations are working perfectly. Wei Liang nodded and attempted to walk. His legs were unsteady but functional. He pushed himself toward the archive gate, understanding that the moment of his arrival might be tactically significant. Xiaofan's voice came through the communication jade, sharp with controlled urgency. "Wei Liang, don't move. We can hold this. Su Mei's arrays are sufficient. You're in no condition to fight." Wei Liang understood she was right, but even as she spoke, a new signal came through, a power surge at the inner wall. One of the formations had failed, its qi channel overloaded by sustained assault. The Iron Mountain cultivators were pressing closer, advancing into the archive's secondary defensive perimeter. "They brought someone stronger than we anticipated," Baiju said, his merchant's voice suddenly sharp with the clarity of understanding combat dynamics. "Probably their sect master. Late-stage core formation, at minimum." Su Mei's arrays weren't designed to hold that level of force indefinitely. Against multiple core formation disciples, the arrays would hold for days. Against a master cultivator applying sustained pressure, they're degrading faster than expected. Wei Liang pushed through the weakness and forced himself toward the archive gate. His legs were uncertain, barely responsive to his will. But his perception was crystalline clear, one of the profound gifts of the nascent soul breakthrough. He could read the qi patterns of the attackers as if they were written instructions, could see the intent in their movements, the tactical principle underlying their formation, the structure of their master's personal cultivation style from how his qi moved through the attacking disciples. He reached the gate as the Iron Mountain sect master was beginning to press through the outer array. The man was stout and powerful, with the bearing of someone used to overwhelming opposition through raw strength combined with confidence. He held a spirit-severing cultivator's subtle aura, not visible to ordinary perception, but clear as daylight to Wei Liang's post-breakthrough senses. This was not a late-stage core formation cultivator. This was something more. "Enough," Wei Liang said quietly. The word was not loud. It was not shouted. But it carried the weight of absolute certainty, the clarity of someone who had just completed a major breakthrough and seen reality more clearly as a result. It carried the calm authority of someone who understood exactly what he was saying and meant every word. The sect master paused mid-movement. Behind him, his disciples paused. Su Mei, standing at the gateway with arrays of golden light still crackling around her, paused. Even Xiaofan, coordinating from the inner courtyard through the communication network, paused. "I'm not yet healed from a breakthrough," Wei Liang continued, his voice steady and precise despite the weakness in his legs. So I won't invite you into combat. But I will make a simple observation that should shape your decision. I have been copying techniques for years. Your sect's methods, the methods of every cultivator who has ever visited this archive, the restricted techniques your sect master considers sacred and protected. I have all of them. Every single one. If you continue this assault, I will return to Iron Mountain and ensure that you understand the implications of that statement. The sect master's face went still. The calculation happened in his eyes, the moment of realization when he understood what it meant. A nascent soul cultivator had claimed to possess the entire technique arsenal of a mid-sized sect. That claim was not boast or bluff. That claim was observable fact, demonstrable through the techniques Wei Liang had just seen being used by the Iron Mountain disciples. We are negotiating no terms, Wei Liang added with complete finality. You will withdraw, repair the damage you have caused, and consider carefully what happens next. I am willing to be reasonable. I am willing to extend the same exchange agreement to your sect that we have offered to every other faction that approaches in good faith. But that willingness is not infinite. Test it a second time, and you will not like the consequences. Su Mei's presence suddenly became more tangible, a spirit severing cultivator's full attention, no longer restrained, suddenly focused with lethal clarity on the intruders. The sect master felt it and made a decision. He ordered the withdrawal with sharp gestures, and the Iron Mountain disciples retreated, first walking, then running, abandoning their siege entirely. When the dust settled and the archive returned to a state resembling normalcy, Wei Liang looked at Xiao Fan. She was still in perfect defensive posture, her breathing controlled despite the intensity of her focus. Send them a message, Wei Liang said. Official request for a meeting. Tell them I'll be at their gate tonight. Xiao Fan's eyes widened with concern. You're not recovered. That's fine, Wei Liang said, and meant it completely. The weakness in his legs was a small thing, almost irrelevant. The clarity in his perception was more than enough. Tonight. Chapter 56. Iron Mountain. Wei Liang walked through Iron Mountain's main gate alone, moving with deliberate slowness. This deliberateness was intentional. It conveyed neither urgency nor hesitation, but rather the calm certainty of someone who understood exactly what he was doing and why. He was not recovered. His body was still weak, his personal chi reserves depleted by the breakthrough. Every step required conscious effort, but he had never been more ready for combat. The clarity of perception that came with nascent soul breakthrough more than compensated for his physical weakness. The Iron Mountain disciples saw him coming and mobilized immediately. They did not see a weak cultivator. They saw someone who had walked into their gates after ravaging their defenses at the archive. They saw a nascent soul cultivator who had demanded a meeting and then come alone. This was either arrogance or a profound certainty. Either way, it demanded response. A dozen core formation cultivators arranged themselves in tactical formation. Two spirit-severing masters positioned themselves at the rear, not for combat, but as observers, as proof that Iron Mountain was taking the situation seriously. The entire sect arrayed itself for what they clearly believed would be a decisive engagement. Wei Liang stopped in the center of the courtyard and waited. This too was part of the combat, forcing Iron Mountain to make the first move, demonstrating that they were the aggressors, establishing the psychological dominance. The sect master understood this on an intuitive level. After a moment, he ordered the assault. Wei Liang did not fight to defeat. He fought to learn. The first wave came with sword forms, elegant, coordinated, practiced over decades of training. Wei Liang observed the opening sequence and copied the entire technique from a single glance. Each cultivator executed the form with minor variations based on their personal understanding. Wei Liang perceived these variations. They were like different dialects expressing the same language. He reflected the technique back at them with perfect precision, and watched as a method they had spent years mastering was suddenly used against them with absolute efficiency. The Iron Mountain disciples scattered, confused. One moment, they had been the teachers demonstrating their mastery. The next moment, they faced their own technique executed more perfectly than they could execute it. The second wave was more careful. They unleashed formation arrays designed to constrain movement, to limit options, to force Wei Liang into an increasingly confined space until he had no room to maneuver. Wei Liang read the formation signatures and stepped through them as if they were written suggestions rather than binding structures. He observed the principle underlying the formation and understood it completely, a compression principle, attempting to reduce available space until the opponent had nowhere to move. He had seen similar principles in a dozen other contexts, in healing arts that pulled damaged tissue back together, in meditation methods that focused scattered consciousness, in storage techniques that packed large volumes into small spaces. He copied the formation and inverted it, creating an expansion pattern that actively pushed against their constraint, breaking the formation open from the inside, scattering the cultivators maintaining it. By the third wave, the Iron Mountain cultivators were beginning to understand that conventional combat was useless. They were facing someone who did not merely defeat techniques. They faced someone who understood the principles beneath the techniques so completely that they could adapt, modify, and counter each approach instantaneously. This was not combat. This was demolition. The sect master came then, moving with the careful deliberation of someone trained over decades to be lethal. His method was a restricted art. Wei Liang could tell from the density of principle it contained, from the way the qi bent around his movements, from the sheer integration required to execute it. It was a technique that required deep commitment, years of dedicated practice, a merging of the entire being into a single expression of power. This was not technique. This was the martial expression of a cultivator's soul. Wei Liang watched the opening gesture and copied the entire technique from that single motion. The Mirror Palace, at its current stage of development after nascent soul breakthrough, allowed what Wei Liang thought of as depth copying, the ability to perceive and replicate techniques even when only partially observed, as long as he could perceive the underlying principle clearly enough. It was dangerous. It meant creating a technique copy that was based on inference rather than complete observation, that filled in gaps with educated assumption. But he had the context now. He understood the principle at the deepest level. He could fill in the gaps with confidence. He demonstrated the technique back at the sect master, executing it with the ease of someone who had just learned it. The execution was perfect. No hesitation, no uncertainty, no wasted motion. The sect master stumbled backward, and Wei Liang watched the moment of realization cross his face with the clarity of post-breakthrough perception. This was not a cultivator he could overcome through combat. This was something else entirely, something that perceived what he did and reflected it back perfected. Wei Liang paused, and then did something unexpected. He activated the archive door, a rare technique that allowed access to knowledge that should be theoretically unavailable. He sensed the formation signatures embedded in Iron Mountain's deepest vault, the sealed techniques kept in the sect's most restricted chamber, the sacred arts that they believed were protected by distance and concealment, protected by layers of sealing arrays that should have hidden them from any external perception. He copied 2 more of them, right there in the courtyard, just by reading their energetic signatures through the barriers that supposedly protected them. The spirit-severing masters felt it and reacted in shock. Those techniques were known only to the most senior cultivators. The fact that he could perceive them through the sealing barriers meant his perception exceeded anything Iron Mountain had encountered. When he was done, he spoke clearly to the sect master, his voice carrying across the courtyard so that every witness heard. Everything you know, I know. Every technique your sect possesses, every restricted method, every sacred art you have guarded for generations. I know all of it. Consider what happens next very carefully. He did not wait for a response. He did not engage in conversation or negotiation. He walked back through the Iron Mountain gate at the same deliberate pace at which he had entered, moving slowly because his body was still weak, moving deliberately because each step was a statement. I have nothing to fear from you. I have demonstrated my capabilities. The choice of what comes next belongs to you. By the time he reached the outer gates, messengers were already riding urgently toward his destination with the written surrender. Iron Mountain would send their formal peace agreement before he even arrived at the archive. Chapter 57. Aftermath. The formal surrender came within 2 days of Wei Liang's departure from Iron Mountain territory. The sect master sent representatives bearing elaborate gifts, ancient jade formations, rare cultivation stones, scrolls containing techniques the sect had developed in secret. This was more than surrender. This was the act of a leader trying to preserve his sect's dignity in the face of overwhelming power difference. It was, Wei Liang recognized, an important gesture. Wei Liang accepted the gifts with appropriate ceremony, then did something unexpected. He invited the sect master to visit the archive personally. This invitation carried its own message, that the relationship between them did not have to be defined by the power imbalance, that there was possibility for transformation. The sect master arrived 3 days later, moving carefully, aware that he was walking into the territory of someone who had read his entire technique arsenal and could replicate it at will. Wei Liang received him not in the formal reception chamber, but in the archive itself, walking him through the vaults personally. This, too, was a deliberate choice, not the ceremonial approach that would acknowledge victory, but the collegial approach that suggested shared purpose. Your library will be integrated into the archive's collection, Wei Liang explained, showing him the vault where Iron Mountain's techniques were being carefully cataloged. The work was meticulous. Each technique was being transcribed, annotated, cross-referenced with similar methods from other schools. You will receive access, in return, to 3 times as many techniques from our collection, methods from other schools, from individual masters, from cultivators who have contributed to us over years of operation. The exchange preserves knowledge from all sources. This is not humiliation. It is integration. The sect master looked at the shelves, row after row of techniques collected from across the cultivation world. He could see materials from schools that Iron Mountain had been at war with for generations. He could see advanced methods that his sect had never developed. He understood, in that moment, the true scope of what the archive represented. It was not a threat. It was an opportunity for transformation. Your disciples will benefit, Wei Liang continued. Some of your cultivators will become significantly stronger when they access methods they never possessed. Some will leave the sect entirely to pursue knowledge elsewhere. Some will stay and help rebuild Iron Mountain as something new. All of these outcomes are preferable to destruction. The sect master was quiet for a long moment, absorbing the implications. Then he asked, his voice thoughtful, "You could have destroyed us. We attacked your sanctuary. By any law, by any standard of justice that cultivators respect. Because destruction is a path," Wei Liang replied, "and I am not certain where it leads. Your sect will now have access to methods you never possessed. Some of your disciples will become stronger than any of your current masters. Some will transcend your sect's hierarchy entirely. Your sect will transform. That transformation is a more elegant response than destruction. It's also harder to reverse. If I had destroyed you, there would always be the possibility of revenge, of someone from your sect hunting me decades from now. But if I integrate you into the archive's network, your disciples become invested in the archive's survival. You become connected to the larger cultivation world through knowledge rather than isolated through warfare." The sect master listened and understood that this was not naivete. This was a sophisticated form of power, the kind that created permanent peace rather than temporary victory. It was a form of power that acknowledged the enemy's humanity, that treated the moment not as an ending but as a beginning. Later, as the delegation was preparing to return to Iron Mountain, the sect master asked Wei Liang privately, "Why did you not destroy us? Why show such mercy when you had such overwhelming advantage? Most cultivators in your position would have taken the victory completely." "Because your disciples didn't choose the war," Wei Liang replied. "The hatred belonged to leadership decisions, to you, to your elders, to the political circumstances that made conflict seem inevitable. That's something that can be changed. People's choices can change. Destruction would only create more hatred, more conflict, more reasons for revenge cycles that would persist for generations. The archive is not built on those principles." After the Iron Mountain delegation departed, Sumei found Wei Liang in the archive's historical chamber, where he was researching the Jade Heaven War in detail. "That's why the Silver Script Academy lasted as long as it did," she said quietly. "We believed that knowledge could transform violence into understanding. We preserved techniques from all factions because we believed that if people truly understood each other's methods, truly saw what others were trying to express, the wars would seem foolish. And for 1,000 years, we were right. The Academy became too valuable for factions to openly war over. But understanding cannot always overcome deep ambition. In the end, the war destroyed us because we were too visible, too powerful, and our knowledge threatened those who believed power should be concentrated." Wei Liang turned from the historical texts and looked at Su Mei directly. "In all that 1,000 years," he asked carefully, "did you ever hear of another cultivator who trained in the mirror sovereign technique? Another cultivator with a mirror root like mine?" Su Mei's expression shifted in a way Wei Liang had learned to recognize. She was accessing very old memories, drawing from depths of consciousness that normal conversation did not touch. She took a long moment to answer, and when she spoke, her voice was weighted with the remembrance of centuries. "Yes," she said finally. "There was a man named Wei Chun. He reached the null meridian stage." The name hit Wei Liang like a physical force, not because it was unfamiliar, but because it suddenly had context. Null meridian was the stage beyond spirit severing, the stage where a cultivator transcended the boundaries of their own body and became something fundamentally different. It was a stage that most cultivators only read about in legends. The fact that another cultivator with a mirror root had reached it suggested possibilities that Wei Liang had not yet fully contemplated. "What was he like?" Wei Liang asked. "Wei Chun. What did you hear about him?" "I never met him," Su Mei said. "He was cultivating in the eastern mountains when I was at the academy. But I heard accounts from those who had witnessed his presence. They said," she paused, searching for the right words. They said that when he was near, the chi would become more stable. Techniques would function more clearly, as if the mirror was reflecting fundamental truth. The world seemed more real around him. People who trained in his vicinity reported that their own cultivation progressed faster, that they understood techniques more deeply, as if his presence somehow clarified the principles they were studying. Do you know what happened to him? Wei Liang asked. He died in the Jade Heaven War, Sumei said. I never knew if he completed the mirror completion stage, the final stage of the path, where copying becomes creation. But before he died, he left behind a journal. The Silver Script Academy preserved it. I have it still. Wei Liang felt something shift in his understanding. A cultivator with a mirror root had already walked the path before him, had reached null meridian, had left records. The implications were profound. It meant that the mirror path was not theoretical. It had been proven through lived experience. That night, Wei Liang sat with Elder Huang and told him what he was considering. You want to pursue spirit severing, Elder Huang said, understanding without needing explanation. Yes, Wei Liang confirmed. The breakthrough has shown me what the mirror path truly is. I need to know if I can reach what Wei Chen reached. I need to understand if the mirror's final stage is creation. Elder Huang nodded slowly. The risk is significant. Spirit severing is not a breakthrough like nascent soul. It's a severing, a cutting away of yourself from the foundations of ordinary cultivation. Some cultivators emerge transformed. Others emerge broken. I need to try, Wei Liang said. Then you should do it soon, Elder Huang said. While the resonance of your breakthrough is still strong, the nascent soul will support the severing better if it's fresh. Chapter 58. The other mirror. Over the next week, Sumei brought him Wei Chen's journal. It was written in an elegant hand on paper that had survived 1,000 years due to careful preservation and protective arrays. The first entry was dated to a time when the Silver Script Academy was at its height, before the Jade Heaven War had even been conceived as possibility. The mirror shows me what is. Today, a student came asking why her technique failed. I perceived the answer immediately. Her alignment was wrong. Her intention was scattered. Her effort was misdirected. I showed her the proper form, and suddenly the technique worked. But then I asked myself, was I showing her something I had copied, or something I had created? At what point does perfect observation become creation? Later entries traced Wei Chen's progression through the stages of cultivation. Core formation. I have now copied 200 techniques. But I realized that I am drowning in copies. The nascent soul formation approached like a storm. I finally understood that I needed to stop copying and start knowing. I spent 6 months organizing the Mirror Palace. When I emerged, I felt liberated. The copied techniques no longer weighed on me. They had become my understanding. Spirit severing attempt number 1 failed. The severing was too violent. I tried to cut away all external reference points at once. The mirror fragmented. I emerged from the meditation chamber unable to copy anything for 3 months. The humbling was necessary. Spirit severing attempt number 2. I approached it differently. I stopped trying to sever my dependence on external techniques. Instead, I tried to understand. What if the mirror's greatest strength was not in copying what exists, but in perceiving what could exist? I went into meditation asking not, how do I sever myself, but what would I create if I were not bound by what has already been created? The severing took 7 days. The outcome? I do not yet have words. The final entries were dated just before the Jade Heaven War. I believe I understand the final stage, mirror completion. It is where the mirror stops reflecting and becomes a source of light, where copying becomes creation, where the mirror does not show what is, but what could be. I may reach this stage. The Academy has given me everything I needed to reach it, but I will not attempt it while the world is burning. If I succeed, I will have responsibility for what my creation means. If I fail, the Academy will lose a cultivator when it can least afford the loss. The journal ended there. He never completed it, Wei Liang said quietly. No, Sumei said. The war came, and he chose to defend the Academy instead. He died a spirit-severing cultivator, powerful but not complete. I have always wondered if he made the right choice. Probably he did. If he had been deep in mirror completion when the war came, he could not have defended us. But the question remained, what would he have become if he had finished? Wei Liang closed the journal carefully, handling it with reverence. It was not just historical documentation. It was a conversation across time, one cultivator speaking to another across the gulf of 1,000 years, the same questions being asked, the same path being walked. He never completed it, Wei Liang said quietly. The war came, and he chose to defend the Academy instead. He died a spirit-severing cultivator, powerful but not complete. I have always wondered if he made the right choice. Probably he did. If he had been deep in mirror completion when the war came, he could not have defended us. But the question remained. What would he have become if he had finished? That's what haunted me for centuries, Sume said. That question. Was it courage or cowardice to abandon his own advancement to help others? Was he noble to sacrifice his potential, or foolish? Eventually, I understood that the choice itself was what mattered. He chose. That choice came from who he was. Wei Liang looked at the journal entries again, reading the progression from confused copy collector to confident cultivator to someone on the edge of understanding transcendence. I want to know the answer, he said finally. For him, and for myself. I want to reach mirror completion and find out what comes after. I want to see what the mirror becomes when copying becomes creation. Then you'll need to attempt null meridian formation, Sume said. That is the stage where mirror completion becomes possible. It is the stage beyond spirit severing, where individual form becomes optional and consciousness becomes the primary medium. It is dangerous, more dangerous than spirit severing, and it is a stage where I cannot follow you. Spirit severing cultivators can assist with severing, but null meridian requires that you exist beyond individual form, and I am not sure I remember how to do that anymore. After spirit severing, Wei Liang said, First, I need to sever. Sume nodded. She placed a hand on his shoulder, and for a moment, the ancient weight of 1,000 years of knowledge and loss pressed down on both of them. She had guided cultivators through spirit severing before. She had witnessed the transformation, the becoming. She had also witnessed the failures, the cultivators who fragmented, who lost themselves, who emerged wrong. I will guide you, she said, as far as I can. Wei Chen left detailed notes about the preparation. I have them preserved in the archive's deepest vault. And I have lived long enough to understand something he may not have discovered. The severing is not about cutting away. It's about understanding so deeply that you no longer need external reference. It's about integrating so completely that your knowledge becomes part of your being, and you become a source rather than a mirror. The pain comes from the loss of what you were. The transcendence comes from becoming what you always had the potential to be. Chapter 59. The severing Wei Liang entered meditation on a night when the stars were perfectly aligned, not out of superstition, but because Sume insisted that the universe had rhythms, and riding those rhythms made difficult transformations easier. She had explained that spirit-severing alignment required awareness of the deeper patterns, the way Qi moved through celestial mechanics, the way the world's elemental flows shifted with seasons and cosmic cycles. The alignment she chose was rare, a convergence of influences that happened only a few times per generation. The meditation chamber was prepared with arrays designed by both Elder Huang and Sume. The arrays would not protect him. Spirit-severing protection was theoretically impossible, because the cultivator undergoing the severing had to be isolated from external support, but they would stabilize the Qi environment around him and make the severing less chaotic than it otherwise would be. They created a kind of neutral space where Wei Liang could face his fundamental transformation without external Qi constantly trying to sustain or interfere with the process. Xiaofan brought him tea an hour before the meditation began. Their hands touched briefly as he accepted the cup, and Xiaofan's eyes were steady. This was how she showed love, through presence, through witnessing, through the quiet assurance that she would be hereafter. Baiju had already begun the handoff, ensuring the archive would run seamlessly without Wei Liang's presence for however long the severing took. He had prepared contingency plans for every role Wei Liang filled, cross-trained staff, updated protocols. This too was how Baiju showed loyalty, through meticulous preparation. Elder Huang entered the chamber quietly and positioned himself at the eastern corner of the meditation array. He was not there to intervene. Spirit-severing intervention was impossible and potentially catastrophic. He was there to serve as witness, as a presence that affirmed Wei Liang's choice. He brought with him 300 years of understanding about what this moment meant. Sume was present in the southern alcove, a 1,000-year-old cultivator prepared to pull Wei Liang back from the abyss if he went catastrophically wrong. She had done this before, had sat with other cultivators attempting spirit-severing, had felt the moment when they began to fragment, had reached in with her spirit-severing presence to anchor them back to existence. She had failed more often than she succeeded. The knowledge of those failures, of the cultivators who had not returned from the severing, weighed on her like stones. The severing is not a breakthrough, Sume had told him the night before. Breakthroughs are additions. You add understanding, add integration, add capability. The severing is a dying and a rebirth. Most cultivators who survive it describe the same thing, a moment where they are forced to choose between cutting away parts of themselves or ceasing to exist. The ones who survive are the ones willing to let go. What about the ones who don't survive? Wei Liang had asked. They discover at the critical moment that they are not willing to let go, Sume had said. Or they discover that what they are letting go of is more essential than they understood. The severing shatters them. We call them the void touched. They survive the severing, but they are not whole. They become something broken that thinks it is still alive. Wei Liang closed his eyes at the hour of alignment, and Sume began a meditation chant. Ancient words in a language that had not been spoken except in sacred chambers for 1,000 years. The first stage was the falling away of external sensation. The world became abstract, then disappeared entirely. He existed only as consciousness, as awareness, as the mirror palace that had become his being. The meditation arrays fell away. His body became a distant rumor. Even the sense of the four observers faded into irrelevance. Then came the first crisis. A fundamental panic rose through his being. What if, in severing his connection to external techniques, he severed his ability to copy? What if the mirror stopped working? What if he lost everything that defined him? It was not a small fear. It was existential. Because the fear was objectively true. Severing would change him in ways he could not predict. He might lose capacities that were essential to his being. He might become something he did not recognize, something he did not want to be. And there was no going back. Once the severing began, returning would only leave him shattered. The second stage was confronting this choice directly. For spirit severing, the cultivator must sever their chi flow from the external elemental streams. They must stop taking chi from the world and start generating it from their own being. For most cultivators, this was a matter of sealing internal meridians and creating an internal furnace, a restructuring of the fundamental mechanisms by which they drew sustenance from the universe. The external chi of the world would no longer sustain them. They would have to sustain themselves. But for Wei Liang, the severing was vastly more complex. The Mirror Palace had been built entirely on copied techniques. His power came from reflecting external methods, from drawing in external knowledge and storing it in his consciousness. In severing, he would have to disconnect from that dependency completely. He would have to stop being a receiver and become a generator. He would have to generate his own techniques, create his own methods, become a source rather than a reflection. But he had never created a technique from nothing. Everything he possessed had been copied, observed, reflected from another mind. How could he generate from first principles? How could he become a source when he had always been a mirror? The crisis deepened exponentially. If he truly severed, would the thousands of copied techniques vanish? Would the knowledge disappear because it was no longer connected to external reference points? He would emerge from this severing either as Wei Chun had emerged, transformed, capable, whole, or as one of the void touched, a broken shell claiming consciousness. Wei Liang went deeper into the meditation, following the guidance Su Mei had given him. Understanding cannot be unlearned. It was true. He could not unknow what he had learned. The techniques existed not just in the Mirror Palace, but in his understanding. They were part of his being now. If he lost the ability to access them through copying, he would still have them, integrated into his own knowledge, part of his own expression. But would they work? Once the external reference was cut away, would the knowledge become inert, like a technique performed in perfect darkness, technically unchanged, but functionally useless because there was no longer external chi to respond to the intention? The third stage was acceptance. And the acceptance was not simple. Wei Liang released the fear and embraced the choice. He would sever. He would cut away his dependence on external technique patterns. He would lose the ability to copy new techniques after seeing them once. The mirror root would become dormant or transform into something else entirely. In exchange, he would become capable of creating, or he would shatter. The severing happened as Su Mei had described it, like a death and a rebirth. But the experience was far more intense than her words had prepared him for. For the first day, Wei Liang felt the external elemental streams beginning to withdraw from his being. They did not withdraw gently. They pulled away like blood draining from a body, like life itself being called back to the cosmos. He existed in a state of progressive deprivation, each moment a little more essential chi being cut off. For the second day, the copied techniques began to flicker and dim. They were no longer sustained by the Mirror Palace's constant reaching outward toward external patterns. They flickered like candle flames in the wind, and for a terrible moment, Wei Liang believed he was losing them entirely. 3,000 techniques he had collected and integrated, beginning to drift away into nothingness. For the third day, Wei Liang existed in a state beyond pain or fear. There was only the moment, the choice, the moment again. The Mirror Palace was no longer a reflection of external reality. It was becoming something else, something closed, something complete unto itself. Then, on the fourth day, something changed. The techniques did not vanish. They transformed. They were no longer possessed. held externally in the mirror palace, but integrated at the deepest level. They were no longer copies but expressions of Wei Liang's own understanding. The thousands of specific methods, rather than remaining distinct and separate, began to compress and unify. They were not losing their individuality so much as revealing the common structure beneath. 1,000 techniques expressing the same dozen principles. A dozen principles expressing the same 6 truths. 6 truths expressing the same 3 fundamental laws. 3 laws expressing a single unified understanding of how Qi moved through reality, how intention shaped energy, how creation emerged from will. And with that unified understanding came something entirely new. The ability to generate techniques from first principles. Not copying what existed, but creating what could exist. Not reflecting what another cultivator had discovered, but discovering for himself. He created his first original technique on the 7th day of severing, a method for stabilizing the Qi of wounded cultivators. It was different from any healing technique he had copied, because it was built on his own understanding of how Qi flowed through damaged meridians. It was elegant in the way of things created with complete understanding. It was correct in every particular. On the 8th day of meditation, Wei Liang stood in the center of the severed mirror palace and understood what Wei Chun must have understood in his own severing. The mirror had not been destroyed. It had been transformed. It was no longer a reflection of external truth. It had become a source of internal truth, and from a source could flow creation. He emerged from meditation on the morning of the 8th day. He did not emerge immediately. For the first time in his cultivation journey, Wei Liang could not walk. His body had been reorganized at the deepest cellular level. His Qi generation had been completely restructured, no longer a system for receiving external elemental Qi, but a system for generating Qi internally. He had ceased to be a creature of external nourishment and become a creature of internal furnace. Sume carried him to a recovery chamber prepared with specialized arrays. The process was slow and careful. Xiaofan prepared broths that contained specific nutrients, not for sustaining his Qi, but for helping his body readjust to having an internal rather than external Qi source. Elder Huang verified that the severing had been successful by examining Wei Liang's fundamental structure. Wei Liang was now a cultivator without external dependence, a source rather than a reflection. His meridians had sealed. His internal furnace had stabilized. He was no longer part of the world's Qi flow. He was a world unto himself. For 3 days, Wei Liang existed in a state of profound disorientation. His senses had transformed. His perception of Qi had fundamentally changed. He could no longer perceive the external elemental streams because he was no longer receiving from them. Instead, he perceived his own internal generation, the way his being itself was creating Qi continuously. The world appeared different because he was experiencing it through completely different mechanisms. By the 4th day, he could walk again. His legs were uncertain but functional. By the 5th day, he could move with his old grace. By the 6th day, he attempted to copy a technique. A visiting cultivator came to the archive and demonstrated a healing form, elegant, efficient, built on principles Wei Liang recognized from his previous experience. He watched carefully, his perception as keen as it had ever been. And nothing happened. The ability was simply gone. He perceived the technique. He understood its principles, but he could not copy it. The mirror root was no longer a receiving mechanism. It had become something else entirely. Instead of despair, Wei Liang felt something like profound peace. He did not need to copy anymore. He understood the principles at the deepest level. He could create his own version of the healing form, one that was not a replication of the visiting cultivator's work, but an original expression of the same underlying principles, perhaps more efficient, perhaps more elegant, perhaps adapted specifically for his own use. He created it that night, a healing technique that worked on principles he now understood completely. It was subtle, elegant, and perfectly efficient. He had generated it from nothing but understanding. When Elder Huang saw what Wei Liang had created, he simply nodded and said, "You're ready for null meridian formation." "Not yet," Wei Liang replied. "First, I need to understand what I have become." He spent the next 2 weeks exploring the transformed mirror palace, understanding the new capabilities, testing the limitations. He learned to generate techniques consciously, creating them through intention and understanding rather than copying them from external sources. He learned to perceive Qi at the deepest levels, not the flowing Qi of the world's elemental streams, but the generated Qi of his own being. He learned to sense the intention behind any cultivation method he encountered, to understand not just what a technique did, but why its creator had designed it that way. He was ready, but not for advancement. Ready, finally, for something else entirely. Chapter 60. The new mirror Wei Liang stood in the archive garden on the morning after the second week of integration, and the chi field around him moved differently. It was subtle. The world did not visibly change. But to anyone with the perception to notice, the reality around Wei Liang seemed to shimmer slightly, as if existence itself was quietly testing its own reflection through him. The grass grew with more efficiency. The water in the fountain flowed with more grace. The light fell at perfect angles, as if sculpted by intention. Elder Huang observed from a distance. He did not approach for 10 minutes. When he finally walked across the garden to where Wei Liang stood, his expression was complex: satisfaction, recognition, and a deep sadness that Wei Liang did not yet understand. "You have completed what many cultivators never approach," Elder Huang said. "You are no longer bound by what you receive from the world. You are now a source. This is what separates spirit severing from all lower stages." "It feels hollow," Wei Liang said quietly. "It will," Elder Huang assured him. "For several months. You will feel like something was taken and nothing replaced it. But you're wrong. What was taken was limitation. What replaced it was responsibility. Now you must use what you can create with intention, not habit." Xiaofan arrived as the morning light deepened, bearing fresh tea. She set the pot down carefully and then simply bowed, a full, formal bow that acknowledged transformation. When she straightened, her eyes were shining. "Welcome," she said, "to the true path." Later, Su Mei found him in the archive library, reading through the records of the Jade Heaven War, looking for information about Wei Chun, trying to understand what the other mirror cultivator had been facing in his final years. Su Mei sat across from him without speaking for a long moment. Then she bowed, the same deep bow that Xiaofan had offered, but heavier with years and memory. "The first time I witnessed a spirit-severing cultivator who understood what they had become," she said quietly, "was Wei Chun. He had the same expression you have now, the realization that he had lost something precious and gained something he did not yet know how to use." "Did he find a use for it?" Wei Liang asked. "Yes," Su Mei said. "He created the mirror completion techniques, the foundational methods that would allow a mirror cultivator to progress to null meridian formation. He left them in a sealed vault for whoever came after. For you, perhaps." "Where are they?" Wei Liang asked urgently. "Hidden," Su Mei said. "Protected by arrays I have maintained for 1,000 years. I will give them to you, but Wei Liang, you must understand. Mirror completion is not a normal stage of cultivation. It is a stage where the cultivator becomes more concept than being. Wei Chun never finished it. I do not know if he chose not to, or if he simply ran out of time." Wei Liang nodded. He would pursue it. But first, there was a matter he needed to understand. "The message I received earlier," he said. "From the 5 grand sects. Do you remember?" Su Mei's expression shifted. "Yes. You went very still when you heard it. You looked like you had seen something impossible." Su Mei did not speak for a long moment. Then, very quietly, "Because I had." The message included a specific designation. It mentioned that a void return cultivator named Shen Wuming was moving toward this region. "He has been asking about me specifically." Wei Liang felt something cold move through his awareness. Void return was beyond spirit severing, beyond even null meridian. It was a stage where cultivators transcended individual form entirely. "Shen Wuming died in the Jade Heaven War," Su Mei said, and her voice held something between wonder and terror. "I watched his death myself. I stood in the archive vault as he guided the final defense, using techniques no one had ever seen before. He was struck by a void return cultivator from the enemy coalition, and his form simply dispersed. I assumed he was gone. I have assumed it for 1,000 years. But he's not," Wei Liang said quietly. "No," Su Mei whispered. "Somehow, impossibly, he is not." A messenger arrived at that moment, one of Bai Ju's scouts, moving with urgent efficiency. He bore a sealed jade token. Bai Ju's face appeared in the token's light. "Wei Liang, we have confirmed the report. A void return cultivator is indeed approaching our region. He will be here within 10 days. And," Bai Ju paused, and Wei Liang could see the uncertainty in his merchant's eyes. "He is asking specifically for the location of Su Mei. He says he has a message that only she can receive." Wei Liang looked at Su Mei and saw, for the first time, fear break through the ancient cultivator's perfect composure. "It's impossible," she whispered. "He couldn't have survived. I saw." But even as she spoke, she was straightening, and the fear was being replaced by something else, a longing that had waited 1,000 years, and a dread of what answering it might mean. "Tell me about him," Wei Liang said quietly. "About Shen Wuming." Su Mei was quiet for a long moment, her ancient eyes looking through the present moment toward 1,000 years in the past. "He was the archive's greatest cultivator," she said finally. "Not in the sense of power, though he was powerful, incredibly powerful. but in the sense of understanding. He lived through the development of the mirror path alongside Wei Chun. They were not rivals exactly, but two cultivators pursuing parallel paths, each reflecting and inspiring the other's development. Why do you think he survived? Wei Liang asked. Because, Su Mei said, void return is a stage where the cultivator learns to preserve themselves through pure understanding. The physical form becomes optional, a convenience rather than a necessity. If Shen Wuming had reached that stage before the war, he might have found a way to preserve his consciousness even after his form was destroyed. It would have taken 1,000 years of hiding, of rebuilding, of learning how to exist without the structures that normally sustain a cultivator. But it would have been possible. Wei Liang felt the weight of this settle into his understanding. Another impossible figure was returning. Another century-old mystery was being resolved. The world that had seemed determined by the past was suddenly being rewritten by the future. He looked back at Su Mei and understood something profound. For 1,000 years, she had been waiting for this possibility. For 1,000 years, she had preserved everything perfectly, had guarded the Academy's knowledge, had maintained the archive's foundations, all while holding the desperate hope that Shen Wuming might somehow have survived. She had not spoken of this hope to anyone. She had not allowed it to interfere with her duties. But it had sustained her, given her purpose, kept her focused through centuries of isolation and waiting. Now, finally, that waiting would be answered. For good or ill, the mystery would be resolved. We prepare the archive for what comes next, Wei Liang said, and his voice carried the clarity and weight of someone who had just completed 2 major breakthroughs in rapid succession. We strengthen the defenses. We contact allies. We alert the cultivators who depend on the archive's resources. And we prepare ourselves for the revelation that everything we thought we understood about the Jade Heaven War was incomplete. The war, he realized, was not beginning. It was returning. The past was not settled. History was still being written, shaped by the impossible fact that the dead had not remained dead, that cultivators who had disappeared into legend were walking the earth again, that the foundations of everything Wei Liang had built the archive upon might need to be reconsidered. He stood in the garden as the morning light deepened into afternoon, feeling the strength of his spirit severing cultivation, the clarity of his post-breakthrough perception, and understood that this was why the breakthrough had come at this moment. The universe had its own rhythms, its own sense of timing. The dead were returning because the world needed witnesses to their return. And Wei Liang, through all his doubts and struggles, had become someone ready to face what came next. Chapter 61. The 5 Sects Delegation. The morning the 5 Grand Sects Delegation arrived, the sky above the Mirror Archive was perfectly clear, the kind of clarity that felt deliberate, a statement of intention. Wei Liang sensed them long before they entered the archive's outer grounds. 5 distinct chi signatures, each one perfectly controlled, each one placing power on display like a peacock spreading its feathers. He was in the archive's main hall, reviewing formations with Su Mei, when Bai Ju appeared at the doorway. "They're here," the merchant cultivator said quietly. 5 of them. Nascent soul at minimum, void return probability on the lead. Wei Liang set down his brush. He had known this was coming. Every move the archive made, every minor sect that allied with them, every technique freely shared, every cultivator who came seeking knowledge instead of sect dominance, made this conversation inevitable. The 5 grand sects' power rested on scarcity. The archive was the opposite of scarcity. "Bring them to the reception chamber," Wei Liang said. Standard courtesy. Su Mei's ancient eyes watched him with something between approval and sadness. "They won't accept anything less than submission," she said quietly. "Then we'll have something to discuss," Wei Liang replied. The delegation arrived with perfect synchronization, 5 cultivators in matching robes of deep crimson, each bearing the insignia of their respective sects: Azure Dragon, Celestial Sanctum, Golden Meridian, Iron Mountain. No, not Iron Mountain. They were archive allies now. Golden Meridian, Silver Crescent, and Hollowblade. The lead cultivator was a woman whose eyes held the particular coldness of someone who had spent decades being obeyed without question. "Wei Liang," she said, and did not bow. Wei Liang stood. He did not bow either. "You honor the archive with your presence, Sect Master." "Sect Master Luo Chun," the woman said, establishing her rank. "Celestial Sanctum, one of the 2 most powerful sects in the continent. We have come to discuss a matter of cultivation realm governance. A formal matter." She handed him a scroll. The paper was expensive, woven with spirit threads that made it shimmer slightly. Wei Liang unrolled it and read quickly. The message was brief. The Archive of Mirrors, operating as an independent cultivation institution within the territories of the 5 grand sects and the allied minor sects, has created a power imbalance that threatens the stability of the cultivation hierarchy. As this imbalance has become untenable, the 5 grand sects hereby propose the establishment of a guidance council, composed of 1 representative from each grand sect, which shall have asterisk. Asterisk 1. Veto power over any techniques accepted into the archive asterisk asterisk 2. Authority to approve or deny access requests from any cultivator asterisk asterisk 3. Final determination on archive operations and resource allocation asterisk asterisk. This proposal is offered in spirit of cooperation and stabilization of the cultivation world. Acceptance must occur within 2 weeks, or the 5 grand sects will pursue dissolution of the archive through the Continental Congress. Asterisk. Wei Liang finished reading and carefully rolled the scroll back up. He looked at Sect Master Luo Chun with genuine curiosity, as if she were a puzzle he hadn't quite solved yet. "This is your opening position," he said. "It wasn't a question. It is our only position," Luo Chun replied. "We are offering partnership. Partnership where we lose all autonomy and you gain all control," Wei Liang said mildly. "Yes, I see the offer." One of the other delegates, a sharp-featured man with the silver insignia of Silver Crescent Sect, shifted forward. "Your tone suggests you misunderstand the situation. The 5 grand sects are not requesting your agreement. We are informing you of the terms under which you will be permitted to continue." Wei Liang walked to the window. From here, he could see the archive's outer grounds, the training fields where Xiao Fan was working with the defensive formation crew. Beyond that, the city of Crimson, where the archive had brought order to chaos and knowledge to darkness. "I understand the situation perfectly," he said without turning. "A young institution threatens your power structure by refusing to gatekeep knowledge. You've tried veiled warnings. Now you're here with demands. In 2 weeks, you'll escalate. That's the pattern." "You're remarkably unconcerned for someone facing dissolution," Luo Chen observed. Wei Liang turned back. His expression was calm, but his mind was already moving through possibilities, already calculating what moves would come next. "Because I know what you're actually afraid of. Not the archive itself. It's too new to be truly threatening yet. You're afraid of what it represents. 1,000 years ago, there were institutions like this one. The Silver Script Academy, the Grand Repository. They were neutral, and they preserved knowledge rather than hoarding it. Then came the Jade Heaven War, and every one of them was destroyed. By you. By your predecessors." The chamber went very still. "You know your history," Luo Chen said carefully. "Enough of it," Wei Liang replied. "I'll consider your proposal. I'll need 2 weeks to consult with my allies and advisors." It was a perfect response, compliance with the deadline without any hint of surrender. Luo Chen's expression showed the faintest disappointment, as if she'd hoped he would refuse outright, giving them cause for immediate action. 2 weeks, Luo Chen confirmed. "We will await your response." They left in the same perfect formation they had arrived in, each footstep precisely controlled, a demonstration of discipline and power. Wei Liang watched them depart, then turned to find Su Mei and Bai Ju already in the doorway. "We need to prepare," Wei Liang said quietly. "For what?" Bai Ju asked, though he already knew the answer. "For the next move," Wei Liang said. Because them coming here wasn't their opening move. It was their confirmation of what they already knew they wanted to do. The real game has already started. Chapter 62. Documentation and precedent. 2 weeks was not much time, but Wei Liang had learned long ago that time was a tool like any other. It mattered less how much you had than how you used it. He began that night, not with formations or cultivation techniques, but with paper. The archive's records, painstakingly compiled by Su Mei over months, laid out like a general's map before a war. Every allied sect listed with dates and agreements. Every hostile action recorded with witness signatures. Every technique in the archive traced back to its origin, with documentation of how it was acquired. "The 5 grand sects want to frame this as us stealing," Wei Liang explained to Su Mei and Bai Ju, spreading pages across the archive study. "So we don't just respond to accusations. We establish that we have legitimate title to everything we possess, and more importantly, we show they have attacked us first. They've always attacked first." Su Mei watched him work with the intensity of someone studying a student who might actually exceed her expectations. "This is strategy," she said. "Most cultivators would have begun copying the delegation's techniques, gathering chi signatures, preparing for violence. Most cultivators aren't in our position," Wei Liang replied, not looking up from the documents. "Violence is their answer to everything because they've never needed anything else. We're threatening something deeper, the foundation of how they organize society. You can't punch that away." Bai Ju, meanwhile, was already working his own channels. Every merchant has friends, and friends have friends, and through those webs of connection, information flows like water downhill. By the third day, he returned with intelligence that made the picture sharper. It wasn't unanimous, he reported, sipping tea that Xiaofan had brought. She lingered in the doorway, her nascent soul aura now clearly visible when she concentrated. The breakthrough had changed something in her, not just her power, but her presence. She was beginning to feel like a peer to Wei Liang, rather than a younger companion. The push for the delegation came from Celestial Sanctum and Azure Dragon, specifically. The others are concerned, but not committed to destruction. That's the wedge, Wei Liang said immediately. If we can show that breaking the archive is going to cause more problems than it solves, some of them might abstain rather than support dissolution. There's something else, Bai Ju continued, and his tone shifted into something darker. Hollow Blade Sect. They're running a parallel operation. I'm not sure what yet, but there's money moving, documents being prepared, and they're reaching out to minor sects to gather witnesses for something. My contact wasn't clear on the details, but it's connected to the 5 sects ultimatum, like they're setting up a secondary attack. Wei Liang set down his brush. Outside, the first light of dawn was just beginning to touch the archive's walls. He hadn't slept. Neither, judging by the shadows under Su Mei's eyes, had the ancient librarian. What would Hollow Blade do? He asked, thinking aloud. What leverage do they have that the others don't? Su Mei's expression shifted, a flickering recognition. Accusation, she said quietly. They can't challenge the 5 grand sects directly, so they'll propose an accusation that forces a hearing. In ancient times, neutral institutions could be brought before the Continental Congress on charges of subversion or theft, if they can convince enough people that the archive is stealing techniques rather than preserving them. They turned the 5 sects' political attack into a legal one, Wei Liang finished. It was elegant, in a vicious way. Use the 5 sects' pressure to create the political environment for an accusation, then strike while attention was focused. We need to prepare defenses for both, he said. Documentation proving we have legitimate claim to every technique in the archive. And we need to do it fast. They worked through the next week with the intensity of people preparing for siege. Wei Liang interviewed the wandering cultivators who had contributed techniques to the archive. Xiaofan helped organize witness statements. Bai Ju tracked down records, birth certificates, sect registration documents, anything that could prove a technique's origin and legal transfer. It was Su Mei who provided the crucial element. Before the Jade Heaven War, she explained, pulling ancient scrolls from the archive's deepest vaults, there were laws about neutral institutions. The Silver Script Academy operated under a charter that gave us immunity from external control, as long as we maintained strict documentation and didn't practice warfare. The Continental Congress upheld that charter in writing. Do those laws still exist? Wei Liang asked. Technically, Su Mei said, and smiled slightly. The 5 grand sects never formally abolished them. They just stopped respecting them. But the words are still there, in the congressional records. It was on the 10th day that Bai Ju finally brought confirmation of what Hollow Blade was planning. They're going to accuse you of stealing the cutting rain technique, he said bluntly, claiming it's one of their core arts and you copied it from a raid. Wei Liang paused. He knew the technique. It was in the archive's collection, a water-based cutting technique that used high-pressure flow to slice through objects. Is it theirs? No, Bai Ju said. According to the archive's records, a cultivator named Lin Shui registered it here almost 20 years ago, before Hollow Blade even existed as an established sect. Wei Liang walked to the archive's records wall, where hundreds of technique certificates hung, each one meticulously documented with date, source, and transfer authentication. He found the cutting rain documentation quickly. The date was clear, 19 years ago. The original cultivator, Lin Shui. The witnesses, 3 names, all carefully recorded. One of the witnesses, he said slowly, checking the names, is Elder Huang. Yes, Su Mei said. There was something like satisfaction in her ancient voice. The man who trained you is now essential to your defense. Wei Liang set down the document and allowed himself the faintest smile. The 5 sects were trying to move him like a piece on a board. But boards have edges, and players who've been playing longer sometimes understand the terrain better. Send word to Elder Huang, Wei Liang said, and prepare for a very public hearing. Chapter 63. The Cutting Rain claim Hollow Blade sect's formal accusation arrived on the 11th day, delivered by a cultivator with the rank consciousness of someone sent specifically to make a point. The accusation was written in the flowery language of official channels, but the substance was sharp. Wei Liang and the Mirror Archive are in unlawful possession of the proprietary technique known as cutting rain, a core art of Hollow Blade sect passed down through 7 generations of leadership. This technique was stolen during a raid on Hollow Blade's outer training grounds on date and has since been incorporated into the archive's collection under false documentation. We demand immediate return of this technique, compensation for damages, and public acknowledgement of the theft. Wei Liang read it once, then handed it to Su Mei without comment. The ancient librarian's reaction was barely perceptible, a tightening at the corner of her mouth that suggested she'd seen this play before and was not impressed by the new generation's execution of it. They're going to claim our documentation is fraudulent, she said. They have to, Wei Liang agreed, because the actual documentation is solid, which means they're gambling on authority, that their assertion of truth will be accepted over our evidence. It's a weak play. Weak plays are still dangerous, Su Mei cautioned. They can create doubt, and doubt is the point. But Wei Liang was already moving. He went to the techniques section of the archive where the cutting rein was stored and pulled the entire file, not just the certificate of registration, but every step of documentation. He had learned long ago that details were weapons. The chain was unambiguous. Year 2786, 4th month, 15th day. Technique, cutting rein, submitted for archive registration by cultivator Lin Shui, Foundation establishment stage. Witnesses, Elder Huang of Azure Peak Sect, Merchant Cultivator Bai Ju, Archive Administrator Xiao Fun. *** verification conducted via formation art dating techniques. Conducted by Su Mei, 1,000+ years spirit cultivator, verified authentic mid-period cultivation era technique. Send for Elder Huang immediately, Wei Liang instructed by Ju. And prepare a formal response. Hollowblade's accusation is on record. They've given us the field to respond on. The formal response took 2 days to prepare, but when it was complete, it was a masterwork of precision. Wei Liang laid out every element. First, the documentation. The cutting rein was registered by Lin Shui on specific date, 20 years prior to Hollowblade Sect's official founding as a formal sect. The witnesses were named and available for verification. The technique had been analyzed and verified as authentic to the mid-period cultivation era, at least 300 years old, not a recent creation. Second, the impossibility of the timeline. Wei Liang had never attacked Hollowblade's training grounds. The archive had no attacks of Hollowblade recorded in its history until Iron Mountain's sect's assault, which had been in the archive's records and had resulted in Iron Mountain's peaceful integration. Third, the precedent. The Continental Congress maintained records of all technique registrations across all affiliated institutions. A quick check would show the cutting rein in the Silver Script Academy's archives from over 1,000 years ago, preserved in the Great Library before the war, which meant Hollowblade couldn't possibly own it. They had copied it from somewhere themselves, just like everyone else did. When Hollowblade's response came, it was exactly what Wei Liang expected. Escalation dressed as righteousness. The archive's documents are forgeries, created after the fact to give false legitimacy to stolen techniques. We demand a public hearing before the Continental Congress to prove our claim. If the archive refuses, it will be taken as admission of guilt. They're betting you'll fold rather than face public scrutiny, Bai Ju observed, reading the escalation. Most cultivators can't handle that kind of exposure. Most cultivators aren't trying to create a neutral institution, Wei Liang replied. And Hollowblade just made a critical mistake. They demanded a public hearing. They wanted one anyway, but by making us respond publicly rather than politically, they've shifted the ground we're fighting on. To what? Xiaofan asked. She was learning, Wei Liang realized. Each confrontation was teaching her how to see beneath the surface of conflicts. To one where evidence matters more than authority, Wei Liang said. Because in front of the Continental Congress, with every sect watching, lies become visible. Hollowblade can't just assert truth. They have to prove it. He was proven right when Elder Huang arrived 3 days later. The elder of Azure Peak Sect came alone, riding hard. And when Wei Liang greeted him in the archive's main hall, the old master wasted no time with pleasantries. I heard about the accusation, Huang said flatly. Hollowblade is using you to make a point to the 5 grand sects. They want to show that even a young institution can be brought down if enough pressure is applied. It's political theater. Will you testify? Wei Liang asked. I'll do better, Huang replied. I'll explain the formation art dating techniques used to verify the cutting rein's authenticity. Once I demonstrate how the verification works, anyone with a basic understanding of formations can see that the technique is genuine and ancient. Hollowblade will look like children making accusations they don't understand. Wei Liang felt something settle in his chest, not quite relief, but the sense of solid ground underfoot. He wasn't alone in this. The people around him had chosen to stand with the archive, not because they had to, but because they understood what it meant. The hearing is scheduled for the 26th day of the month, Wei Liang said. 3 days from now? Are you prepared? Elder Huang's weathered face split into something that was probably meant to be a smile, but looked more like the expression of someone about to sharpen a blade. I've been waiting decades for someone to build something worth defending. Let's make these children understand what they're attacking. Chapter 64. The hearing approaches. 3 days to prepare for a public hearing was a strange amount of time. Long enough to second-guess everything. Short enough that there was no time to actually change anything fundamental. Wei Liang spent those days doing what he'd learned to do best, understanding the other side. He reviewed everything Hollowblade had submitted. He analyzed the logic of their argument, looking for the places where they were relying on assumption rather than evidence. He traced the connections that Baiju's network had suggested between Hollowblade's shadow operation and the 5 Grand Sects delegation. The picture that emerged was clear. Hollowblade wanted to prove the archive was vulnerable. If they could bring down one technique's claim, they could cast doubt on everything else. If enough doubt accumulated, maybe the Continental Congress would side with dissolution. They're not trying to win the argument about the cutting rein, Wei Liang explained to Su Mei, Baiju, and Xiao Fan on the evening before the hearing. They're trying to win the argument about whether the archive can be trusted at all. They'll present their case as if it's obvious Hollowblade owns the technique. When I present the evidence, they'll attack the evidence, not on merit but on credibility. They want people to think, well, who knows what's true? So how do we counter that? Xiao Fan asked. We make the evidence so clear that attacking it looks absurd, Wei Liang said. Elder Huang's testimony about formation art dating will do most of that work. But I also need to demonstrate something bigger, that the archive's entire documentation system is honest and sound. Not just the cutting rein, every technique. He pulled down the master registry and showed it to them. Hundreds of entries, each one traced back to its source, each one verified. We show the court that we take this seriously, that every single technique has been examined, verified, and documented. Then we invite them to check any of them. If Hollowblade wants to accuse us, let them accuse something else. Let them try to find another technique that doesn't have solid provenance. They can't, because Su Mei built this system too carefully. The ancient librarian watched him with an expression that might have been approval. I learned from an institution that was destroyed for being careless, she said quietly. The Silver Script Academy's enemies attacked our credibility first, and by the time we tried to defend it, people had already stopped believing us. This time, we don't wait for the attack. We establish the truth so thoroughly that attacking it becomes the attack. The morning of the hearing, Wei Liang dressed carefully, not in robes that announced power, but in the deliberate simplicity of someone who had nothing to hide. He allowed himself one preparation that was purely tactical. When Hollowblade's representative arrived at the hearing chamber ahead of time, Wei Liang stood and greeted them in person. The motion was casual, almost accidental, but it allowed him full proximity. His mirror palace, currently at the depth mirror stage enhanced with the Silver Script Foundation technique that Shen Wuming had gifted him, recorded the representative's cultivation technique with absolute precision. It was a competent technique, but not remarkable. No hidden depths, no secret power that might have been relevant to the case. Just solid mid-tier cultivation work. Wei Liang filed the information away. A good fighter prepares for violence even when they expect negotiation. The hearing chamber itself was vast, a neutral hall in the city of Crimson designed for exactly these kinds of proceedings. Witnesses were arranged on one side. Judges, 3 neutral cultivators appointed by the Continental Congress to handle pre-Congress disputes, on the elevated platform, and space in the center for the 2 sides to present their case. Hollowblade presented first, and their representative, a sharp-faced woman named Chen Shi, laid out her argument with theatrical confidence. The technique, called cutting rein, was proprietary to Hollowblade, she asserted. It had been taught to Hollowblade initiates for generations, passed down through their founding master. Recently, the Mirror Archive had obtained this technique and added it to their collection, presumably by copying it during a raid on Hollowblade training grounds. We seek not vengeance, Chunshi concluded, but justice. The archive must acknowledge the theft, return the technique, and accept that some knowledge is not free to copy. Some knowledge is earned through lineage and blood. That is the way of cultivation. It was a solid opening. For a moment, Wei Liang could see how it might move people. The appeal to tradition, to the idea that power had to be earned, that free knowledge was somehow a betrayal of the hard path that cultivators walked. Then it was Wei Liang's turn. He walked to the center of the chamber slowly, carrying a single scroll, the cutting rein's original registration from the archive. He didn't speak immediately. He simply unrolled it and held it up for the judges and observers to see. The cutting rein was registered with the Mirror Archive on the 15th day of the 4th month, year 2786, he said quietly. That was 20 years ago. 3 years before Hollowblade sect was officially founded. The witnesses to this registration are Elder Huang of Azure Peak sect, Bai Ju the merchant cultivator, and Xiao Fun of the archive. All three are alive and available to verify. The scroll was old enough to be clearly authentic. The spirit threads that bound the paper had aged visibly. But the real proof was about to come. However, Wei Liang continued, I understand that some might think this document was created after the fact, with false dating. For that reason, I've asked Elder Huang to examine the technique itself using formation art dating, a process that allows a cultivator to determine the age of a technique by analyzing the chi patterns embedded within it. Elder Huang rose. The old master was small, weathered, but when he moved to the center of the chamber, there was an absolute authority in his presence. He took the cutting rain documentation, studied it briefly, then turned to address the judges. I've been a formation master for 63 years, Huang said. I've certified the age of hundreds of techniques, objects, and formations. The cutting rain embedded in this document is over 300 years old. It's written in the style of water cultivation from the mid-period era, that is, 3 to 5 centuries ago. This is not a recent creation. This is not something created by Hollowblade 20 years ago and then backdated. This is an ancient technique, probably copied and recopied across generations, until it eventually reached a wandering cultivator named Lin Shui, who brought it to the archive. Chun-Chi's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. She was beginning to see the angle Wei Liang had taken. Furthermore, Huang continued, I can demonstrate the verification process, if the judges would permit it. The judges agreed, and for the next 2 hours, Elder Huang performed formation art analysis on the cutting rain, explaining each step in language that educated cultivators could follow and laypeople could at least understand. He traced the chi patterns back through time, showed how the technique, style, and structure matched records from the mid-period era, presented evidence that would have been unavailable to a forger. By the time he finished, the case was effectively over. Wei Liang waited for the judges to render their verdict. The documentation of the mirror archive is found to be authentic and verifiable. The cutting rain technique predates Hollowblade sect by several centuries and was legitimately registered with the archive by its original source. The accusation of technique theft is dismissed. Hollowblade sect is sanctioned for making a false accusation before a hearing of the Continental Congress. The words landed like a hammer. Around the chamber, Wei Liang could see reactions, some sympathetic, some clearly evaluating the political implications. He had won the case, but Hollowblade's real play was becoming clearer. Chun-Chi's expression, as she collected her materials to leave, showed something that wasn't quite anger. It was calculation, the look of someone moving to the next phase of a long game. The Continental Congress will hear about this, she said quietly as she passed Wei Liang. I look forward to it, Wei Liang replied. Chapter 65. The Continental Congress Announcement. The Continental Congress announcement came 5 days later, delivered by official courier to the Mirror Archive with all the bureaucratic weight that only ancient institutions can muster. The Congress would convene in 6 weeks at the Neutral Peak, a massive mountain that sat at the geographical center of the continent and had been designated as the permanent meeting ground for the Congress centuries ago. Every major sect would send representatives. The Mirror Archive status would be formally debated and voted upon. Both the 5 grand sects and the archive must send official representatives to present their positions. They want you to come, Bai Ju said, reading the document carefully. Or rather, they require the archive to send someone. It could theoretically be anyone. It will be me, Wei Liang said. Sume looked up from her work. She had been reviewing texts about ancient Congress protocols, preparing for exactly this possibility. You understand what that means. Once you arrive at the Neutral Peak, every sect will be watching you. Every technique you use, every chi you emit, every conversation you have will be observed and analyzed. If they discover anything they can use against the archive, then we make sure they can't, Wei Liang said. But there was something else, something that Su Mei wasn't saying directly. Something that showed in the way her ancient eyes held sadness and determination in equal measure. I won't be going, she said finally. If I'm publicly known to exist, a 1,000-year-old cultivator from the pre-war era, I become a target. The 5 grand sects would want to control me, or eliminate me, or at best, question me until they understood every technique I've ever learned. The archive is more important than I am. I'll stay here and protect it. Wei Liang wanted to argue, but he understood the logic. The 5 cultivators who had come to deliver the ultimatum were powerful, but they weren't void return tier. The threat level at the Continental Congress would be entirely different. If the 5 grand sects discovered what Su Mei was, they would stop playing the political game and move to direct control. The preparation will take weeks, Wei Liang said. We have time to ensure you have everything you need before I leave. What we need, Su Mei said quietly, is for you to win. Not just for the archive, but because the alternative is the destruction of something good. I've spent 1,000 years watching things be destroyed. I'd like to watch something be built instead. The next days fell into a strange rhythm. Wei Liang worked with Bai Ju to prepare the archive's case for the Continental Congress. They gathered documentation, compiled statistics on how many minor sects had been helped by access to cultivation knowledge, prepared arguments about why knowledge that could be freely learned shouldn't be artificially gatekept. But beneath all that preparation, something was moving in the background. Bai Ju's network was bringing reports of increasing activity. The 5 grand sects were preparing something, some kind of coordinated push that went beyond simple politics. There were whispers of cultivators being hired, of techniques being purchased, of something being gathered. It feels like they're preparing for multiple contingencies, Bai Ju explained to Wei Liang, Su Mei, and Xiao Fun in the archive's inner chamber. If the political attack fails at Congress, they seem to be preparing for something else. An assassination attempt, Su Mei said flatly. It wasn't a question. Possibly, Bai Ju confirmed. Or an attack on the archive while Wei Liang is away at Congress. They know that with you gone, the archive's defense would be weaker. Wei Liang considered this. It fit the pattern of how the 5 grand sects operated, multiple angles of attack, distributed risk, contingencies built upon contingencies. They had learned long ago that single approaches rarely worked against entrenched opposition. Then we prepare for both, Wei Liang said. Strengthen the archive's defenses while I'm gone, and prepare for the possibility that I'll need to be ready for direct confrontation at Congress itself. You're one cultivator, Xiaofan said, though not as a challenge. She was asking him to clarify his strategy. Even at spirit-severing stage, you're not stronger than the 5 grand sects combined. No, Wei Liang agreed. But I don't need to be stronger. I need to be more unpredictable. I need to have resources they don't know about. I need to be willing to go places they aren't willing to follow. He looked at the empty space by the chamber door, where Shun Wuming had stood after the assassination attempt. The void-returned cultivator had made an appearance, given Wei Liang a technique, and left with promises of non-interference. But Wei Liang was beginning to understand that Shun Wuming's definition of non-interference might be subtler than he'd initially realized. One more thing, Wei Liang said to the group. No one outside this room knows that Su Mei is here, or what she is. It needs to stay that way. If the 5 grand sects discover a 1,000-year-old spirit cultivator is part of the archive, everything changes. So we keep her completely out of sight. No appearances at Congress, no public acknowledgement, nothing. They agreed, and Wei Liang turned his attention back to the documents. The Continental Congress awaited, and with it, either the archive's vindication or its destruction. Chapter 66. The Shun Wuming factor. 5 days before Wei Liang was scheduled to leave for the Continental Congress, something shifted in the archive's atmosphere. It was subtle, a change in the way the formation arrays responded, a slight difference in the qi that flowed through the buildings. Su Mei felt it first. Someone is watching us, she said to Wei Liang during a routine formation inspection. Not with hostile intent, but with focused attention. I know this sensation from 1,000 years ago. It's the weight of a void-returned cultivator's observation. Wei Liang had already sensed it. He'd been tracking it for the past 2 days, letting Shun Wuming watch as he prepared for Congress, as he trained with Xiao Fun, as he reviewed strategies with Bai Ju. The void-returned cultivator was still honoring his promise of non-interference. He wasn't intervening, just observing. But on the 6th day, Shun Wuming made his presence known. Wei Liang found him standing in the archive's oldest section, in the deep vault where Su Mei kept the most ancient texts. The void-returned cultivator was examining a scroll with the attention of someone reading old letters from long-dead friends. He was dressed as he had been in Dead Meridian Valley. Simple robes, no insignia, no mark of power. But his presence filled the room like still water filling a container. You're leaving soon, Shun Wuming said without turning. The Congress awaits the troublemaker who thinks knowledge should be free. Are you here to stop me? Wei Liang asked. No, Shun Wuming replied, finally turning to face him. His ancient eyes held something that might have been amusement. I'm here to observe what happens when someone young tries to accomplish what we failed to accomplish 1,000 years ago. We thought knowledge was enough. We thought that if we preserved the truth, people would choose it over comfortable lies. We were naive. And you think I'll be naive too? Wei Liang asked. I think, Shun Wuming said slowly, that you might be different. You're not trying to preserve knowledge through authority or institutions alone. You're trying to change how people think about knowledge itself. That's either brilliant or impossible. I'm not sure which. They walked together through the archive's vaults, and Shun Wuming told him things. Not about the Jade Heaven War, not about ancient conflicts, but about the Continental Congress itself. About how the voting patterns worked, about which sects had power and which had influence, about the difference between the two, about how to move through political spaces without being crushed by them. The 5 grand sects will present their case, Shen Wuming explained as they walked. They'll argue stability. They'll argue that the archive is destabilizing the cultivation world's hierarchy. Everything they say will have internal logic. The problem isn't that they're wrong about hierarchy. Hierarchy is real. It does provide stability. The problem is that they think it's the only kind of stability possible. So how do I counter that? Wei Liang asked. You show them a different model, Shen Wuming said. You show them that the archive hasn't destroyed hierarchy. It's just removed one of the mechanisms that maintained it. Knowledge is still hard to understand, still requires cultivation to develop properly. You're not making everyone equal. You're just removing artificial scarcity. On the evening before Wei Liang's departure, Shen Wuming came to him with something specific. They met in the archive's highest tower, where the view stretched across the entire city of Crimson and beyond. The void-returned cultivator held out a single scroll, ancient, carefully preserved, written in a script that Wei Liang could read, but which felt old and full of weight. This is the Silver Script Academy's founding charter, Shen Wuming said. The actual document, not a copy. It survived because I kept it. The 5 grand sects will deny its validity, will claim it was destroyed in the war. But it exists. And the Continental Congress, if they choose to see it, will recognize its authority. Wei Liang took the scroll carefully. It was light but substantial, and the moment he touched it, his mirror palace resonated with the technique of its preservation, a method of keeping documents fresh across centuries that was no longer taught anywhere in the cultivation world. Why are you giving me this? Wei Liang asked. Because, Shen Wuming said, I said I wouldn't help directly. I'm not. I'm just making old information available. What you do with it is entirely your choice. But Wei Liang, if you take this to Congress, if you invoke the old precedent, you're also inviting questions about where it came from. Questions about whether a 1,000-year-old cultivator is involved with your archive. Questions that will make Su Mei vulnerable. It was a choice, then. Shen Wuming was giving him the power to win, but only at a cost. The cost of potentially exposing Su Mei. Wei Liang held the scroll, feeling its weight, and made his decision. I won't use this, he said. Shen Wuming's expression showed surprise, possibly the first genuine surprise Wei Liang had ever seen from him. Even if it means losing at Congress? Even then, Wei Liang replied. The precedent matters, but it doesn't mean anything if the person presenting it becomes more controversial than the precedent itself. I'll win with what I have, or I'll lose with what I have, but I won't sacrifice Su Mei's safety to do it. The void-returned cultivator took the scroll back, and for a moment, something ancient and sorrowful flickered across his features. You're better at this than I was, he said quietly. I always chose the tactics that won the immediate battle. You're choosing the tactics that might actually last. He turned to leave, then paused at the tower's edge. One more thing. The 5 grand sect's real play isn't political. It's not a Congress either. It's what happens after. If they can't destroy you politically, they'll try directly. Be ready for that. Wei Liang. Be ready for a fight. Chapter 67. The journey to Neutral Peak. The Continental Congress met at Neutral Peak once every 10 years, and the gathering was, by any measure, extraordinary. Cultivators came from every corner of the continent. Sect masters, elder cultivators, young prodigies, merchants, formation masters, legendary recluses emerged from hidden valleys to attend. The peak itself transformed into a temporary city, with structures that appeared and disappeared as needed, with defensive formations layered so thickly that even the weather couldn't reach the interior spaces. Wei Liang arrived with Baiju and Xiao Fun, traveling through careful stages rather than in a direct rush. The merchant cultivator had insisted on proper approach. Arriving too quickly looked desperate. Arriving too slowly looked afraid. They came in like merchants making a delivery, with appropriate caution and appropriate pacing. The moment Wei Liang stepped onto Neutral Peak's grounds, his mirror palace began recording techniques. Everywhere he looked, there were cultivators performing arts, casting formations, moving with distinctive chi signatures. The Congress itself was, in a sense, a hunting ground for someone with Wei Liang's ability. And Wei Liang, despite his focus on the political aspects of his mission, couldn't resist the opportunity to strengthen his mirror palace with the diverse techniques surrounding him. Be careful, Xiaofan warned through their shared communication formation. You're being watched. She was right. Wei Liang could feel the observation, multiple cultivators noting his presence, measuring him, evaluating. The archive's representative had arrived, and he was young, which made him interesting and dismissible in equal measure. The 5 grand sects would be assessing him. Other sects would be forming opinions. The political battlefield was becoming visible. They were assigned quarters in the archives delegation zone, a modest section with 3 small buildings, far from the grand pavilions of the 5 grand sects. But modesty was useful. It allowed Wei Liang to observe without being immediately the center of attention. That changed when Xiao Rui arrived. Wei Liang's former rival from Azure Peak had grown since their last meeting. He was now a solid nascent soul cultivator with the bearing of someone who had risen quickly through his sect's ranks. He walked through the delegation zone with clear purpose and found Wei Liang in the archive's main pavilion. Wei Liang, Xiao Rui said, and there was no hostility in his tone, something that would have been unthinkable a few years ago. I came to tell you that Azure Peak sect will not oppose the archive at Congress. It was a significant statement. Azure Peak wasn't one of the 5 grand sects, but they were respected. An explicit declaration of non-opposition would carry weight. Elder Huang spoke to the sect leadership. Xiao Rui continued. He explained what happened with Hollow Blade's accusation. He explained the archive structure. The sect concluded that you're not a threat to Azure Peak's interests. You're a resource that Azure Peak can access if needed. Which, pragmatically, we will. Wei Liang smiled slightly. That's the most pragmatic endorsement I've received so far. It's what you deserve, Xiao Rui said, and there was genuine respect in his expression. I spent years thinking I was stronger than you, better than you. I was wrong. You found a way to accomplish more with less power. That's the kind of thinking this realm needs. After Xiao Rui left, Baiju examined Wei Liang with the expression of someone evaluating goods in a market. One moderate sect publicly aligned. That's a start. But it won't be enough against the 5 grand sects if they move in concert. I know, Wei Liang said. That's why we need to find which of the 5 grand sects is actually opposed to the archive, and which are just following along because it's the position of the moment. Over the next 3 days, Wei Liang and Baiju conducted a careful political assessment. The merchant cultivator used his network of trade contacts while Wei Liang attended various Congress sessions, observing how different sects positioned themselves, who spoke, who stayed silent. The picture that emerged was revealing. Celestial Sanctum, genuinely hostile. Sect Master Luo Chun had decided that the archive represented a fundamental threat to hierarchical stability. Azure Dragon, officially hostile, but with less conviction. They were committed to the 5 grand sect's unified position, but not out of deep belief. Golden Meridian, uncertain. They had sent a representative who seemed more interested in observing than taking strong positions. Silver Crescent, likely to abstain. Their representatives showed no strong interest in either supporting or opposing. Hollow Blade, the wild card. They had been sanctioned for false accusation, which meant they were desperate to show strength. They would push for archive dissolution, but their push would come across as self-interested. If you can get Azure Dragon to abstain, that reduces the unified opposition, Baiju analyzed. The Congress doesn't require unanimous consent for decisions. It requires a supermajority of represented interests. If we can break the 5 grand sect's unity, we have a real chance. Azure Dragon's representative is the person to target, Wei Liang said, already thinking about the angles. They're following the official position, but they don't have personal investment in archive destruction. That evening, Wei Liang arranged a chance meeting with Azure Dragon's delegate, a cultivator named Master Shun, no relation, as far as Wei Liang could determine, to Shen Wuming. The delegate was in one of the Congress's public gardens, and Wei Liang simply joined him there, making casual conversation about formations. Within an hour, Wei Liang had Master Shen discussing the actual question. What did Azure Dragon actually care about? The 5 grand sects care about being acknowledged as the highest authority, Master Shen said carefully. As long as the archive doesn't position itself as above the sects, as long as there's an understanding about the hierarchy, Azure Dragon might be satisfied. Wei Liang listened, asked questions, and gradually came to understand the political reality underneath the official position. The 5 grand sects wanted to be recognized as the ultimate authority. The archive was threatening that authority by offering an alternative, not better, not lower, but different. What if the archive explicitly acknowledged the 5 grand sect's authority over certain matters? Wei Liang asked carefully. What if we positioned ourselves as complementary rather than alternative? Master Shin's expression changed. That might be acceptable, but you'd have to be willing to accept it, not just say it. Then I accept it, Wei Liang said. I have no desire to challenge the 5 grand sect's authority over cultivation rankings, sect matters, or formal recognition. I only want the freedom to preserve and share knowledge. I'm not asking for supremacy. I'm asking for autonomy in a different domain. It was a calculated move. Wei Liang was essentially surrendering on the broader political question, which he'd never been seeking to win anyway. in exchange for simple recognition of the archive's right to exist independently. Word traveled fast in the Congress's corridors. By evening, Golden Meridian's delegate was seeking Wei Liang out, wanting to understand the archive's actual position. By the next morning, other minor sects were arriving at his pavilion, asking questions, taking his measure. Wei Liang was becoming a known quantity at Congress. Not the enemy of the 5 grand sects, but a cultivator with a clear idea about what he wanted and what he was willing to concede. That clarity, more than power alone, was becoming his weapon. Chapter 68. The Congress floor. The formal Congress session began on the 4th day after Wei Liang's arrival, in a chamber so vast that it took Wei Liang a moment to orient himself to the space. The ceiling rose so high that clouds formed within it, natural weather happening inside a building. Thousands of cultivators could assemble here, and thousands did, arranged by sect, by region, by informal alliance. The 5 grand sects had the central, elevated positions. The archive's representative, Wei Liang, was placed in a speaker's position on the chamber floor, elevated enough to be seen, but clearly placed below the grand sect's level. A subtle message about hierarchy, delivered through spatial arrangement. Sect Master Luo Chen opened the formal debate with a presentation that was, Wei Liang had to admit, masterfully done. She didn't attack the archive directly. Instead, she framed the issue as a question of stability and order. The mirror archive, she said, her voice carrying through the chamber with the force of cultivation technique amplifying it, presents an interesting philosophical question. Can knowledge truly be free? And if it is free, is freedom itself stable? She presented arguments about the necessary structure of cultivation society, about how power distributions required knowledge distributions to be controlled, about how free access to techniques would undermine the careful hierarchies that kept the realm stable. It was, Wei Liang realized, a genuinely sophisticated argument. Not just, we want power, but a coherent thesis about why hierarchical control of knowledge was necessary for a functioning society. When his turn came, Wei Liang stood and took a moment to look across the chamber. He could see cultivators at every tier, watching, evaluating, trying to anticipate where this was going. Sect Master Luo Chen is right, he said, and felt the surprise ripple through the chamber. Knowledge does matter for stability. The question is whether artificially restricting access to knowledge creates stability, or whether it creates a different kind of instability. He paused, letting that sink in. 1,000 years ago, Wei Liang continued, the realm had institutions like the Silver Script Academy and the Grand Repository. Neutral places where knowledge could be preserved without being controlled by any single power. Those institutions existed within a hierarchical system. They didn't challenge the hierarchy, but they offered something the hierarchy couldn't: preservation of information independent of sect politics. He walked across the speaker's space, his movements deliberate, buying time while his mind calculated the right next words. Then came the Jade Heaven War, and those institutions were destroyed. Not because they threatened stability. They were destroyed because 5 powers believed that controlling knowledge was more important than any other consideration. The war that resulted nearly destroyed the realm entirely. The chamber was very quiet. Wei Liang could see faces turning toward each other, people recognizing the weight of what he was invoking. The archive is not trying to be the highest authority, Wei Liang said. The 5 grand sects are the highest authority. I accept that, but I'm asking for the right to be something different, a place where knowledge is preserved and shared, not controlled. Not because control is evil, but because preservation through control failed catastrophically the last time it was tried. He turned to face the 5 grand sects directly. And I can offer the 5 grand sects something in return for that autonomy. I can offer them the archive's records, available to their cultivators. I can offer the techniques we preserve for their use in cultivation and advancement. I can promise that the archive will not position itself as above the sects, will not teach techniques that directly challenge sect authority, will not attempt to create competing hierarchies. It was a careful balance, offering enough to make the 5 grand sects' opposition seem unreasonable, without offering so much that he surrendered the archive's actual mission. The question Congress faces, Wei Liang concluded, is simple. Can the cultivation world support a neutral institution dedicated to knowledge preservation? Or must all knowledge flow through the sect's hierarchies? We tried that model 1,000 years ago. The result was a war that killed millions. I'm asking you to consider whether we should try something different. When he sat, Baiju was already moving to gather reactions. Xiaofan watched from the delegation zone, and Wei Liang could see the careful focus in her expression. She was analyzing the political consequences the same way she analyzed formations. The 5 grand sects counterpresentation came after a brief recess. This time, it was Azure Dragon's Void Return representative who spoke. a cultivator named Sect Master Tian, ancient and powerful and remarkably thoughtful. The archive's position, Tian said, is more reasonable than we initially assessed. The question of stability remains. But perhaps stability can be achieved through cooperation rather than absorption. It was the opening Wei Liang had been positioning for. Azure Dragon was moving toward abstention, and their shift would create the space for other sects to do the same. The vote, when it finally came after 2 more days of formal presentations and informal negotiations, was neither a complete victory nor a total defeat. The Continental Congress granted the Mirror Archive recognition as a neutral institution, independent of sect control, with the explicit understanding that the archive would remain apolitical and would not position itself as a challenge to sect authority. It was a compromise, but it was also, Wei Liang realized, a win. The archive would survive. It would have legal standing. It would have the right to exist. As the chamber emptied, Wei Liang felt the weight of the decision settle on him. He had accomplished what he came to do. The archive was safe, at least politically, but as he turned to leave the chamber, a hand gripped his arm. The touch was gentle but unmistakable, and when Wei Liang turned, he found an older cultivator, eyes like still water, holding him with a grip that conveyed absolute power held in absolute check. "You argued well," the man said quietly. "But arguments don't stop what's coming. I know about your archive. I know about Su Mei." The man released him and walked away before Wei Liang could respond, disappearing into the crowd with the ease of someone practicing a technique that made him unremarkable, invisible to casual observation. Wei Liang stood frozen, understanding immediately what had just happened. Shen Wuming had allowed someone else, someone powerful enough to recognize Su Mei's name, someone who could move through the Congress unobserved, to find Wei Liang. A warning. The political battle was over. But Shen Wuming had been right about one thing. The real fight was only beginning. Chapter 69. The Return and the Revelation. Wei Liang, Bai Ju, and Xiao Fan traveled back from the Continental Congress with urgency disguised as caution. Wei Liang's mind was running through scenarios, calculating responses, trying to anticipate what the next move would be. "The man who spoke to you," Bai Ju said as they rode through the valleys between peaks. "Do you know who he was?" "No," Wei Liang admitted. But he knew Su Mei. He recognized her name on simple mention. That means he has access to extremely specific information about the archive. The 5 grand sects could have hired someone, Xiao Fan suggested. Someone neutral, someone with access to information networks. Or, Wei Liang said, he was warning us. Shen Wuming said he wouldn't help directly, but he also said there were 2 problems coming. One political, one violent. The political problem has been addressed. Now we need to prepare for the violent one. They arrived at the Mirror Archive to find everything intact. The formation arrays were undisturbed, the staff were unharmed, and Su Mei was waiting in the archive's main hall with the patient expression of someone who had survived 1,000 years and could survive anything else. But there was something in her ancient eyes that had changed. A hardness, or perhaps a return to something harder that had been present before Wei Liang met her. "Someone came," she said, not as a question. "Not to attack, to observe, to see if I was really here." "When?" Wei Liang asked. 3 days ago. A cultivator with pre-elemental qi, void returned here, moving through the archive spaces as if he belonged here. He didn't try to hide. He wanted me to know he had found me." Wei Liang nodded slowly. Everything was becoming clear. The person who visited me at Congress. He was confirming what he'd already discovered here. The 5 grand sects now know exactly what the archive contains. And more importantly, they know that you're here. "I should leave," Su Mei said immediately. "Separate myself from the archive. If I'm the threat they're reacting to, removing me removes the justification for any direct action." "No," Wei Liang said. "If you leave, the archive loses the most valuable resource it has, your knowledge. And we lose your protection, because right now, Shen Wuming is watching. If you're attacked, he'll respond. But if you disappear, the 5 grand sects might decide that neutralizing the archive becomes necessary. So what do we do?" Bai Ju asked practically. Wei Liang walked to the archive's central tower and looked out across the city of Crimson. The archive spread below him like a map, each building a piece of the structure he'd built. Outside, the allied minor sects' territories surrounded the archive like supporting structures. "We prepare," he said finally. "We strengthen the defenses, we ensure that attacking the archive becomes expensive and dangerous, and we make it clear that if the 5 grand sects move directly against us, the consequences will be significant." "That's a challenge," Xiao Fan said quietly. "That's saying you're willing to fight them." "I am," Wei Liang said. "They've already made that decision. Now I have to make it clear that it's a bad one." Over the next 2 weeks, the Mirror Archive transformed. Wei Liang implemented formation arrays that he'd been studying for months, learned and refined and improved through his mirror palace's capacity to copy and combine techniques. Xiao Fun, now at full nascent soul strength, led training sessions for the archive's defensive force. Bai Ju worked his intelligence network harder than ever, trying to determine exactly what the 5 grand sects were planning. The answer came in pieces. Multiple cultivators at spirit-severing tier were being recruited by unknown parties. Hollowblade sect was actively funding some kind of operation against the archive. Rumors suggested that the 5 grand sects were preparing to present a new petition to the Continental Congress claiming that the archive had violated the spirit of the recent agreement. But beneath all of that, the real threat was simpler. 3 spirit-severing assassins had been hired, paid for, and equipped with techniques designed specifically for archive penetration and rapid target elimination. They're going for a fast strike, Bai Ju explained to Wei Liang, Xiao Fun, and Su Mei. Kill you, destroy the archive's central knowledge repository, and disappear before there's time for organized resistance. If they succeed, they create a precedent. The archive can be brought down by direct action. If they fail, well, assassins fail all the time. The 5 grand sects can deny involvement. When Wei Liang asked, soon, Bai Ju said, my network indicates they're assembling in the foothills 3 days from here. They'll arrive within the week. Wei Liang looked at his team. Su Mei, ancient and powerful but reluctant to expose herself. Xiao Fun, nascent soul tier and rapidly growing. Bai Ju, not a strong combatant but invaluable for intelligence and coordination. The archive's defensive force, competent, trained, but not in the same tier as assassins who specialized in killing cultivators. And somewhere, watching, was Shen Wuming, a void-returned cultivator with access to techniques lost for centuries. An ancient being with reasons of his own to care whether the archive survived. We prepare, Wei Liang said. Not for defense. For victory. Chapter 70, The Breaking Point. The 3 assassins arrived on a clear morning, coming through the eastern approach to the archive with the precision of professionals. Wei Liang tracked them through the formation arrays, 3 distinct chi signatures, each one calibrated for maximum damage and minimum vulnerability. They tested the archive's outer defenses first, sending probes against the perimeter formations. Wei Liang watched them work, analyzing their technique, their approach, their assumptions. They were good, but they were also, he realized quickly, operating under a significant disadvantage. They didn't know about his mirror palace. By the time they launched their actual assault, coming through the archive's training grounds with the intention of reaching the central tower where Wei Liang typically spent his mornings, he had already copied all 3 of their combat techniques, analyzed their strengths and weaknesses, and prepared countermeasures. The fight itself was over in less time than it would take to describe it properly. Wei Liang met the 3 assassins in the archive's training courtyard, and when they attacked simultaneously, their most effective strategy, designed to force Wei Liang to choose which attack to defend against, he was ready. He didn't defeat them with superior power. Instead, he defeated them by returning their own strength against them, using a hybrid technique that combined the Silver Script Foundation's knowledge management capability with the sovereignty function he developed in his Mirror Palace. Each assassin's attack was mirrored perfectly, captured in the Mirror Palace's multiple layers, and reflected back with enough force to incapacitate rather than kill. 2 of the assassins fell into unconsciousness before they could mount a second attack. The third, seeing her companions down, pivoted toward escape rather than continuing the fight. Wei Liang let her run. He watched from the courtyard as the 3rd assassin fled toward the eastern approaches, moving with the speed of someone who understood the fight was lost, and the only remaining variable was survival. She would reach the foothills, Wei Liang estimated, reach the rendezvous point where the 5 grand sects coordinators would be waiting. And she would deliver a message, whether she intended to or not. The archive could not be taken quickly. Bai Ju arrived within minutes, already organizing the archive's medical cultivators to treat the 2 captured assassins. You're letting her escape, the merchant cultivator said, not as a criticism but as an observation. Yes, Wei Liang confirmed. She'll tell the 5 grand sects that the assault failed. She'll tell them that we were ready. She'll tell them that their plan didn't work. Let them absorb that information. It won't stop them, Xiaofan said, joining them in the courtyard. It'll make them more determined. They'll just try something else. I know, Wei Liang said. But there's something in this failure they need to understand. The archive isn't a target that can be taken with casual effort. If they want to destroy it, they're going to have to commit resources. And if they commit resources, they become vulnerable to consequences. The captured assassins, once they recovered, provided intelligence that Bai Ju had suspected. They'd been hired through intermediaries, paid in spirit stones, equipped with techniques by unnamed handlers. The chain of command had been deliberately obscured so that individual sects couldn't be directly implicated in the assassination attempt. But Wei Liang was learning to see through those layers of misdirection. The techniques they'd been given had markers, not obvious ones, but markers nonetheless. Through the Mirror Palace's analysis, he could see the signatures of the sects that had provided them. Hollow Blade, obviously, but also Golden Meridian, subtly, and definitely Celestial Sanctum, who had provided a technique whose structure showed their distinctive approach to power. They're not unified, Wei Liang said to Bai Ju as they reviewed the captured assassin's equipment. Each sect provided something different, which means they coordinated but kept their involvement separate. If one was exposed, the others could deny participation. Can you expose them? Bai Ju asked. I could, Wei Liang said. But I won't. Not directly. Instead, I'm going to use this information to leverage Azure Dragon. He sent a carefully worded message to Sect Master Tian at Azure Dragon through his Congress connections. The message contained no accusations, no threats, just a simple offer. The archive had captured assassins with equipment traceable to multiple 5 grand sects. If Azure Dragon wanted, Wei Liang could provide detailed analysis of that equipment. Whether Azure Dragon used the information was their choice. The response came within 2 days. Azure Dragon formally withdrew from the 5 grand sect's unified position, announcing that they no longer supported any coordinated action against the Mirror Archive and would, in fact, be pursuing their own relationship with the archive independent of the other grand sects. It was a small fracture, but fractures spread. Over the next week, Golden Meridian followed, announcing that their previous participation in attacks against the archive was a misunderstanding and that they also sought to establish independent relations with the archive's knowledge preservation systems. The 5 grand sect's unified opposition was collapsing from within, not through force, but through the simple demonstration that assaulting the archive was expensive and consequence-laden. But Wei Liang knew the danger was far from over. Celestial Sanctum had not withdrawn. Hollowblade Sect was, if anything, more committed. And somewhere in the background, there were other pieces moving, other strategies being considered. Shen Wuming appeared again that evening, materializing in Wei Liang's private study with the subtlety of someone who had learned to exist slightly outside normal space. Shen Wuming, Wei Liang said, not bothering to be surprised. You allowed someone to find Su Mei. Yes, the Void Return cultivator said simply. I needed to ensure that the challenge was real. You've handled the first assault well, but there are 2 more things coming. Are you ready? No, Wei Liang said. But I don't think I'll be ready, so I'm learning to act despite that. Shen Wuming smiled, a rare expression on his ancient face. Yes, that's the correct approach. The second assault will not be violence. It will be legal. The 5 grand sects will move to invalidate the Continental Congress decision. They're preparing evidence, false evidence, but prepared nonetheless. Celestial Sanctum is coordinating with Hollowblade. They'll present a petition claiming the archive violated the agreement almost immediately. Then I need to prepare a legal defense as strong as my military one, Wei Liang said. You do, Shen Wuming agreed. And for that, you'll need someone who understands both cultivation law and ancient precedent. Someone who has navigated these waters before. Su Mei, Wei Liang said. Su Mei, Shen Wuming confirmed. He turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. The third problem I mentioned, the one that isn't political and isn't assassination, comes after the legal assault fails. It comes from someone you haven't considered yet. Someone whose power is completely outside the 5 grand sect's direct control, but who has been watching, learning, calculating. Be ready for them. Then he was gone, the way he always was when he departed, not walking out, but simply ceasing to occupy the space, as if he had always been an absence that had temporarily appeared. Wei Liang sat alone in his study, reviewing the legal materials, the Continental Congress agreements, the precedents. The archive had won the political battle. It had survived the assassination attempt. Now it had to survive the legal counter-assault. And after that, there would be something else. Something coming from a direction Wei Liang hadn't yet considered. He began preparing, knowing that preparation was all he could do. The next move belonged to Celestial Sanctum and the 5 grand sects. But Wei Liang was learning to anticipate moves he couldn't yet see. That was the true power of the Mirror Palace, not just copying techniques, but copying patterns, copying approaches, learning to see the shape of things before they had fully formed. Chapter 71. The legal assault begins. The petition arrived with all the bureaucratic weight that the 5 grand sect's full authority could muster. It was delivered by a Void Return cultivator, not for offense, but for respect. The message, we are serious about this, and we are bringing our full strength to bear. The accusation was carefully constructed. Asterisk the Mirror Archive, granted recognition as a neutral institution by the Continental Congress, has violated the terms of that recognition through the following actions: ****1. Operating assassination defense protocols that were not disclosed to the Congress, ***2. Maintaining an undisclosed cultivator of extreme antiquity and power, which violates the neutral institution requirement, ***3. Facilitating attacks on other sects through the dissemination of their techniques, Golden Meridian, and others, ***4. Operating as a de facto military force through the coordination of minor sects against the 5 grand sects' authority. Each accusation was structured carefully, not outright false, but twisted to suggest malice where only necessity existed. The defense protocols that Wei Liang had installed were not assassination defenses, they were ordinary formation arrays. But the 5 grand sects petition called them weapons. Su Mei's presence was portrayed not as a library resource, but as a hidden military asset. The archive's relationships with minor sects were reframed as coordinated military conspiracy. It's brilliant propaganda, Su Mei said, reading the petition with the careful attention of someone who had survived similar campaigns 1,000 years ago. They're not claiming we did something illegal. They're claiming we did something within the letter of the law, but violating its spirit. The spirit of a law is always subjective. They're betting on being able to convince the Continental Congress that they're right about what the spirit of the agreement was. So how do we counter it? Wei Liang asked. By defining the spirit for them, Su Mei said. By showing that the Continental Congress itself recognized that neutral institutions require defensive capacity, that they require internal resources, that they exist to preserve knowledge that other institutions might want to control. We invoke precedent. The actual documents of the Silver Script Academy's charter preserved statements about how neutral institutions were understood to operate. Wei Liang hesitated for only a moment before making his decision. Use the documents Shen Wuming gave me. The actual Silver Script Academy charter. If we invoke that directly, we're exposing his existence as a source. But if that's what's necessary to win this fight, then that's what we do. Su Mei's ancient eyes widened slightly. That will make you a target. If the 5 grand sects know that a 1,000-year-old cultivator from the pre-war era is supporting you, they'll move to eliminate you, Shen Wuming, and anyone connected to either of you. Then we protect against that, Wei Liang said simply. Shen Wuming said he wouldn't help directly. But if I take that risk voluntarily, if I use what he's given me, then I'm making the choice. He promised non-interference, but he also said he would watch. Let me see if that watching includes support when it comes to direct conflict. They prepared the archive's legal defense over the next 5 days. Su Mei coached Wei Liang on the arguments, on the precedents, on the history of how neutral institutions had been understood before the Jade Heaven War. They compiled documentation, assembled witnesses, prepared responses to every accusation. The legal hearing was scheduled for 2 weeks from the petition's arrival, at a neutral ground selected by the Continental Congress. Every major sect would send observers. The 5 grand sects would send their most skilled legal advocates. The archive's survival would be determined, again, by Wei Liang's ability to convince people that his vision was correct. But this time, there was one crucial difference. This time, Wei Liang was willing to take risks that he hadn't been willing to take before. He was willing to reveal Shen Wuming's involvement if it meant establishing the archive's legal foundation on solid ground. He was willing to accept the consequences of that revelation. You've changed, Bai Zhu observed as they made preparations for travel to the hearing. A few weeks ago, you would have found a way to win without exposing Shen Wuming. Now you're willing to bring him into the open. Because this isn't about winning this specific battle anymore, Wei Liang said. It's about making sure the archive can survive whatever comes next. If the 5 grand sects know that Shen Wuming is involved, they'll think twice before attacking. Not because he's so powerful, they could challenge a void return cultivator and lose, but they could also challenge him and potentially win. But because his involvement means the archive isn't just some young institution, it's connected to the pre-war era, to history, to powers that existed before the current hierarchy solidified. Psychological warfare, Xiaofan said, understanding immediately. You're using Shen Wuming's existence as a deterrent without actually having him do anything. Exactly, Wei Liang confirmed. The message is, if you destroy the archive, you're fighting not just against me, but against someone who has been alive for 1,000 years and remembers the last time you tried to monopolize knowledge. That's a threat you can't neutralize with assassins or legal arguments. The hearing loomed, and as the date approached, Wei Liang found himself moving through a strange duality. On one level, he was preparing a legal defense, assembling arguments, reviewing precedent. On another level, he was preparing for war, because he understood now that the legal hearing was the final formality before the real conflict would begin. The five grand sects weren't really interested in proving the archive had violated the agreement. They were interested in establishing legal justification for its destruction. If Wei Liang could convince the Continental Congress to deny that justification, the conflict would escalate to a level where power mattered more than arguments. And at that level, Wei Liang had advantages they didn't know about yet. Chapter 72. The hearing convenes. The legal hearing took place in the same vast chamber where Wei Liang had argued for the archive's independence weeks before. This time, the atmosphere was different, darker, more tense, with the clear sense that something fundamental was being decided. The five grand sects opened with sect master Luo Chen again, presenting the accusations with the care of someone constructing a prosecution. She didn't attack Wei Liang directly. Instead, she simply laid out the timeline of events since the Continental Congress decision and invited the observers to draw their own conclusions. The archive, Luo Chen said, promised to operate as a neutral institution. Instead, they have accumulated military assets, maintained hidden cultivators, and deliberately positioned themselves to challenge the five grand sects' authority. These are not the actions of a neutral institution. These are the actions of a power trying to position itself as an alternative hierarchy. It was a solid opening. Luo Chen was skilled at this kind of advocacy. She presented the facts selectively but not dishonestly, constructed an interpretation that was reasonable even if incomplete, and invited reasonable people to come to her conclusion. Wei Liang's counterargument started differently. "I'm not going to dispute the facts," he said when his turn came. "The archive has accumulated defensive formations. We have individuals of significant power. We have relationships with minor sections. All of that is true. What I'm going to explain is why those things are necessary for a neutral institution to exist at all." He walked to the center of the chamber and presented the Silver Script Academy's charter, the actual document, preserved by Shun Wuming, authenticated by formation art analysis that took 2 hours to complete. The charter laid out in explicit terms that neutral institutions required sufficient defensive capability to remain independent from sect control. Access to cultivators of significant power to preserve knowledge against hostile forces. The right to form relationships with other institutions, without those relationships being interpreted as military alliances. 1,000 years ago, Wei Liang explained, these rights were considered fundamental to neutral institutions. The five grand sects' ancestors understood that knowledge preservation was incompatible with complete political subservience. The Silver Script Academy operated within a hierarchical system, but it operated with autonomy, because that autonomy was necessary for its function. Luo Chen stood to respond, and Wei Liang could see her calculating the implications of the charter's existence. An ancient document establishing precedent was worth more than 1,000 arguments. But she had prepared for this possibility. The Silver Script Academy's charter may have legitimacy, Luo Chen said carefully, but it came from a different era. Before the Jade Heaven War. Before we understood the stability requirements of a post-war cultivation society. Those precedents may not be applicable now. And yet, Wei Liang responded immediately, those precedents represent the best attempt this realm has made at preserving knowledge without it becoming a tool of warfare. The Jade Heaven War happened not because neutral institutions existed, but because five powers decided that controlling knowledge was more important than anything else. Those neutral institutions were collateral damage in the conflict, not causes of it. The legal arguments continued for 3 days. Wei Liang presented evidence, precedent, logic. Luo Chen countered with her own arguments about contemporary stability requirements, about the dangers of distributed power, about why the current hierarchy served everyone better. It was, Wei Liang realized partway through, a genuine debate. Not just political theater, but an actual philosophical disagreement about how society should be organized. Luo Chen wasn't wrong that hierarchies provided certain kinds of stability. She was just wrong that this was the only kind of stability possible, or the kind that survived long-term. On the final day of the hearing, Wei Liang made his closing argument. The five grand sects are afraid, he said simply. Not afraid of violence from the archive, but afraid of something more fundamental. They're afraid of losing the monopoly on knowledge that has enabled them to maintain their position. That fear is understandable. But it's also exactly what the five powers who started the Jade Heaven War felt. They were afraid of losing control, so they moved to eliminate competition, and the result was nearly total collapse of cultivation society. He paused, letting that land. The archive isn't asking for supremacy. It's not asking for the five grand sects to surrender power. It's asking for the space to exist independently and preserve knowledge. That's a smaller ask than what neutral institutions requested 1,000 years ago. It's a compromise. But the 5 grand sects are treating it as an ultimatum. That tells me something important. They don't actually want compromise. They want complete control. And if they can't have complete control, they want destruction. The Continental Congress voted 3 days later. This time, the result was clearer than before. The archive was declared to have operated within the terms of its recognition. The accusations were found unsubstantiated. The 5 grand sects petition was denied. But, and this was the crucial element, the Continental Congress also explicitly acknowledged that the Silver Script Academy's charter represented ancient precedent that remained relevant. They codified the archive's right to maintain defensive formations, employ cultivators of sufficient power to ensure independence, form voluntary relationships with other sects and institutions, operate with full autonomy in matters of knowledge preservation and access. It was a victory. It was, in fact, a more comprehensive victory than Wei Liang had achieved before. But as he walked out of the hearing chamber, Bai Ju met him with the expression of profound concern. "We have a problem," the merchant cultivator said quietly. "An urgent message just arrived from the archive. Su Mei is missing, and she left a note." Wei Liang's mind went very still. He read the message over Bai Ju's shoulder, and in those few words, everything else became secondary. Asterisk, he is coming. Not to attack the archive, but to find me. I cannot let him find me here. It would make you vulnerable. I'm going to meet him alone. Protect the archive. Don't follow. Su Mei asterisk Shen Wuming? Wei Liang asked, although he already knew the answer. It has to be, Bai Ju said. But that doesn't make sense. Shen Wuming has been protecting the archive, not attacking it. No, Wei Liang said, and the realization hit him like a weight. Shen Wuming said there were 3 problems coming. One was political. One was assassination. The third was something from a direction I hadn't considered. And I think I finally understand what it is. He was already moving, Bai Ju following, Xiaofan appearing from nowhere with her combat gear already prepared. The third problem, Wei Liang said as they ran toward the archive's fastest transports, isn't from an enemy. It's from someone trying to protect something. Shen Wuming is going after Su Mei not to hurt her, but to take her somewhere, or to ask something of her, or to prevent her from doing something that might destroy the archive. That doesn't make sense either, Bai Ju protested. It will, Wei Liang said, and pushed harder toward the archive. It will when we catch up to them. Chapter 73, Dead Meridian Valley. The trail Su Mei had left was obvious, deliberately so. She had marked the ground with her chi signature, a path that only someone who knew her personally would recognize, but would be unmistakable to anyone looking for it. She was making sure Wei Liang could follow. The path led toward Dead Meridian Valley, the region where normal elemental chi didn't exist, where only the substrate of pre-elemental power could sustain a cultivator. Wei Liang's Mirror Palace, now operating at full capacity with pre-elemental chi as its foundation, could function there. But for Bai Ju and Xiaofan, entering that space would be dangerous. "You stay here," Wei Liang told them at the valley's edge. "Keep the archive safe. If something happens to me, your job is to protect what we've built." "That's too risky," Xiaofan said immediately. "You're walking into a confrontation with a void return cultivator." "Yes," Wei Liang agreed. "But Shen Wuming knows me. He knows Su Mei. Whatever is happening in that valley, violence isn't the first move. Let me find out what's actually occurring before you bring weapons to the conversation." Xiaofan wanted to argue, but Bai Ju put a hand on her shoulder. "Wei Liang's right. We'd be a liability in Dead Meridian Valley, not an asset." Wei Liang entered the valley alone, carrying only his Mirror Palace and the techniques he'd copied over months of observation and combat. The air inside Dead Meridian Valley was different, not hostile, but empty of the elemental chi that normally permeated the cultivation world. Here, power came from a deeper place, from the fundamental substrate that underlay elemental expression. He found them in a vast cavern, where pre-elemental chi had accumulated and crystallized over centuries, creating an environment that was neither hostile nor welcoming. Su Mei and Shen Wuming, standing apart, neither in combat posture but clearly in the midst of something significant. Wei Liang approached carefully, ready for conflict, but willing to see if conflict was actually what was happening. "Wei Liang," Shen Wuming said without turning. "I knew you would come, even though I advised you not to follow." "You took Su Mei?" Wei Liang said. "It wasn't a question." "I did," Shen Wuming confirmed. He turned, and his ancient eyes held something like sadness. "And I did it because Su Mei was about to do something that would have destroyed the archive more effectively than anything the 5 grand sects could manage." Su Mei's expression was complicated, part resignation, part something that might have been relief. "I was going to leave," she said quietly. "My presence makes the archive vulnerable. As long as I'm there, the 5 grand sects have a target they can focus on. I thought if I disappeared, if I led them away, the archive would be safer. That, Shen Wuming said, would have been a disaster. You are not just a resource to the archive. You are its foundation, its legitimacy, its connection to history. Your knowledge makes the difference between an institution that preserves techniques and an institution that understands why those techniques matter. Wei Liang listened, beginning to understand. Sume was thinking like someone from the pre-war era, where the solution to being a liability was to separate yourself. But the archive was built on principles that made isolation into weakness rather than strength. Shen Wuming, Wei Liang said carefully, what do you actually want? The void-returned cultivator was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice carried centuries of weight. I want Sume to teach. Publicly. The Continental Congress needs to understand that the archive isn't just Wei Liang's creation. It's a continuation of something that existed before the Jade Heaven War, something that was destroyed, something that has been restored. If the five powers of this era understand that history, they'll think twice before repeating it. That would make her a public figure, Wei Liang said. The five grand sects would make her their target specifically. Yes, Shen Wuming said. And she would survive it, because I would protect her. Because you would protect her. Because the archive would protect her. You are no longer alone, Sume. You haven't been alone for months now. Stop treating yourself as though you are. Sume's ancient eyes were bright with something, tears, Wei Liang realized. She was crying, though no tears fell. Just the physical evidence of emotion held in perfect control. I've spent 1,000 years alone, she said quietly. Since the Silver Script Academy was destroyed, since everyone I knew was killed, I've been alone. Preservation has always meant isolation. You preserve things by keeping them safe. And keeping things safe means keeping them away from vulnerability. That was true 1,000 years ago, Shen Wuming said. When you were the only survivor, when there was no one to trust, when all you could do was hide. But you're not alone anymore. The archive exists because Wei Liang was willing to build something that could hold what you carry. That means you can stop hiding. You can stop being a secret. You can be what you were always meant to be. A teacher, a librarian, a guide. Wei Liang watched this conversation between 2,000-year-old cultivators, understanding that he was witnessing something far more important than a political strategy discussion. This was Sume being called back into the world after centuries of isolation. If I do this, Sume said slowly, if I become public, if I teach openly, then the five grand sects become my enemy. Not just the archive's enemy, but my enemy specifically. Yes, Shen Wuming said. And you will be more powerful than they are. Not individually, but collectively, with the archive behind you, with Wei Liang's growing strength, with the minor sects that have allied with the archive. You will be feared, but you will no longer be hunted by ghosts. Sume looked at Wei Liang, as if asking for permission, as if needing his agreement to make this transition real. The archive needs you, Wei Liang said. Not as a secret, not as a hidden resource. As a teacher, as a founder, as the connection between what was lost and what's being built. Yes, come back with me. Come back publicly. Chapter 74. The Void Return arrives when Wei Liang, Sume, and Shen Wuming emerged from Dead Meridian Valley. It was to find that Bai Ju and Xiao Fun had been joined by unexpected arrivals. Word had spread across the archive's network that something significant was happening, and by the time the three of them reached the archive's main gates, 36 cultivators had assembled. Allies, partners, people who had invested themselves in the archive's survival. Bai Ju looked at Sume walking beside Wei Liang, and immediately understood what had happened. You're going public, he said. We are, Wei Liang confirmed. And Shen Wuming is going to help us make sure that decision is the right one. The Void Return cultivator materialized beside them with the ease of someone stepping from one room into another, and the effect was immediate. The assembled cultivators felt his presence, not hostile, but absolutely undeniable. A Void Return tier being present, openly, at the Mirror Archive, was a statement that couldn't be misinterpreted. Over the next 3 days, the archive's leadership met repeatedly with Shen Wuming. He explained his plans. Sume would be introduced at the archive's next major gathering as the co-founder and primary curator of knowledge preservation. Her background, a 1,000-year-old librarian from the pre-war Silver Script Academy, would be revealed. And most importantly, her presence would serve as a permanent warning that the archive had ties to history, to powers that extended far deeper than the current five grand sects hierarchy. They'll be furious, Bai Ju said practically. The five grand sects will see this as an escalation. Yes, Shen Wuming said. Which is the point. Right now, they're trying to determine what the archive is worth to them and whether they should continue to oppose it. By making Sume public, we change the calculation. The archive becomes too expensive to attack. Not because Sume alone could defeat them, but because having a 1,000-year-old survivor of their own destructive war becomes central to an institution they're opposing makes them look like fools. It's a gamble, Wei Liang said. But Shen Wuming's right. The worst position we can be in is half-hidden. We either hide completely, or we step into the light. Partial visibility is just vulnerability. The announcement came at a gathering of archive members and allied sects, held in the archive's Great Hall. Wei Liang stood and introduced Su Mei, and as she walked into the light of the assembly, he saw the moment cultivators recognized something about her that went beyond current power. She carried with her the weight of centuries, the presence of someone who had watched civilizations rise and fall. "I am Su Mei," she said, her voice clear and without apology. "I was a librarian of the Silver Script Academy before the Jade Heaven War destroyed it. I have been alive for 1,043 years. I have kept knowledge alive when every power wanted that knowledge dead. The Mirror Archive represents the continuation of what my original institution stood for, the preservation of cultivation knowledge independent of any sect's control." The chamber was absolutely silent. Then slowly, the understanding spread. This wasn't just an institution Wei Liang had created. This was something far older coming back into the world, a second chance at an experiment that had been destroyed before. "We will be teaching publicly now," Su Mei continued. "The archive's doors are open to any cultivator willing to learn, from any sect, with any intention. We make no judgments about where knowledge goes, because once knowledge exists, you cannot control where it goes. What you can do is ensure that it's accurate, that it's preserved well, and that it's passed on to people who care enough to learn properly." Xiaofan was watching the reactions of the allied sect masters, and Wei Liang saw her analyzing their expressions. The perception of the archive had shifted. It was no longer a young institution that had gotten lucky with an old founder. It was the direct continuation of something that the cultivation world had destroyed and regretted destroying. That carried weight. That evening, as the gathering dispersed, a message arrived from Azure Dragon Sect. They formally requested an alliance with the Mirror Archive and offered their support in any future conflicts. Within 2 days, Golden Meridian sent the same message. By the end of the week, 7 additional major sects had requested formal alliance status. The 5 grand sects responded with silence. Not acceptance, not formal rejection, but silence that suggested they were recalculating everything. Shen Wuming, sitting in Wei Liang's study late one evening, finally explained the rest of his plan. "There's one more person coming," the Void Return Cultivator said. "Someone neither of you knows yet. Someone whose reaction to the archive becoming public will determine the next phase of the conflict. When they arrive, you'll know. And you'll understand that this game is far larger than a battle between sections." "Who?" Wei Liang asked. "Someone older than me," Shen Wuming replied. "Someone who was there when the Jade Heaven War ended. Someone whose power is so completely outside the normal cultivation hierarchy that the 5 grand sects have spent centuries pretending she doesn't exist." Su Mei, who had been silent, suddenly understood. Her ancient eyes widened. Not her. She abandoned the cultivation world entirely. "She did," Shen Wuming confirmed. "But she's been watching, and she's been waiting to see if someone would try again to build what was lost. Now that there's a real chance, I think she might be interested in getting involved. That will be the third problem. Not political, not assassination, but something from a direction that will change the game entirely." Wei Liang sat back, processing this information. There were powers moving in the cultivation world that went far beyond the 5 grand sects. There were currents of history and ancient commitments and beings who measured time in centuries. The archive wasn't just fighting a political battle. It was navigating something far more complex and dangerous. But it was also, finally, becoming what Wei Liang had always intended. Not just his creation, but a genuine force that could change how cultivation society understood itself. Chapter 75. The Stranger's Gift. 4 days after Su Mei's public appearance, the stranger arrived. Wei Liang felt her presence before she entered the archive, a disturbance in the pre-elemental substrate that was so profound it made his mirror palace shimmer with the effort of processing the anomaly. When she walked through the archive's front gates, every cultivator in the building felt it. She was ancient. Not 1,000-year-old ancient like Su Mei and Shen Wuming, but ancient in a way that suggested she had been ancient when this continent's current mountains were young. She wore no robes, no insignia, carried no weapons, and yet absolute power radiated from her like heat from a forge. Su Mei gasped when she saw her. "Qin Xian," she whispered. "It cannot be. She abandoned the cultivation world. She told us she would never return." "I changed my mind," the woman said simply. Her voice was younger than her presence suggested, the voice of someone perhaps 40 years old, though Wei Liang understood immediately that age had no meaning for this being. When I heard that someone was trying to rebuild what we destroyed, I wanted to see it. And when I learned it was working, I decided to help. Shen Wuming bowed. Actually bowed. A gesture of respect that Wei Liang realized was extraordinary coming from a void-return cultivator. Qin Xian, it has been 400 years since last we spoke. And you're still manipulating events from the shadows, Qin Xian observed, though there was something like amusement in her tone. I would have expected you to have evolved beyond that by now. They spoke as if Wei Liang and everyone else present were not watching, not trying to understand what was happening. But slowly, Qin Xian turned her attention to Wei Liang, and when her gaze fell on him, he felt it like a physical force. The mirror root, she said. Interesting. I haven't seen one of those since before the Jade Heaven War. The technique you carry, this mirror palace and its sovereignty function, it's an echo of something older. Something that was taught at the Silver Script Academy before all our knowledge was weaponized. You were part of the pre-war institutions? Wei Liang asked carefully. I was, Qin Xian said. I helped build them, maintain them, kept them independent when that became harder and harder to do. When the Jade Heaven War came, I was one of the few who survived. I chose to step back from cultivation society and watch. I wanted to see if you would all learn. It took you 1,000 years, but someone finally did. The Mirror Archive. It's not what we had before, but it's close enough to matter. She walked around the archive's great hall, examining the preserved techniques, the organization systems, the physical infrastructure. When she finished, she turned back to Wei Liang. I'm going to teach you something, she said. It's not a technique, exactly, but a method. It's how we maintain neutral institutions before we forgot how to do it. It's how we kept knowledge preserved without it becoming a tool of power. It requires discipline and commitment, but you're capable of it. You've been learning it already, but not consciously. For the next 3 hours, Qin Xian worked with Wei Liang, explaining concepts that seemed to hang at the edge of his understanding, never quite settling into complete clarity, but slowly building a framework. It was about balance, not the balance between techniques or powers, but the balance between preserving knowledge and allowing it to be used, between maintaining independence and forming alliances, between defending what you have and making space for growth. When she finished, Wei Liang felt something shift in his mirror palace. The techniques stored there didn't change, but his understanding of how to organize them, how to access them, how to share them without losing them, that deepened in ways he couldn't quite articulate. This is the knowledge that makes institutions last, Qin Xian explained. Not the techniques, not the power, but the understanding of balance. The 5 grand sects have been failing for 1,000 years because they forgot this. They think power is enough. Power is never enough. Power without wisdom becomes destruction. Why help us? Wei Liang asked. Why step out of hiding now? Because I watched a 1,000-year-old librarian finally find someone she could trust, Qin Xian replied. Because I watched a young cultivator with a 0-grade spirit root build something that mattered, despite every limitation. Because I'm tired of hiding, and I'm tired of watching power be misused. And because if I don't help, if we let the 5 grand sects continue unopposed, the cultivation world will descend into conflict within a generation. I've seen that pattern before. I'm not willing to watch it happen again. She stayed in the archive for 2 weeks, teaching both Su Mei and Wei Liang methods and approaches that seemed to come from a completely different understanding of cultivation. She worked with the archive's entire leadership, with Xiao Fun, with Bai Ju, with the sect masters who had allied with the archive. And on the final day of her stay, she summoned Wei Liang to a private conversation. The 5 grand sects will attempt one more assault, she said. Not political, not assassination, but a direct military challenge. They'll gather their forces and declare that the archive must submit to their authority or be destroyed. It will be framed as the only option, the necessary action. And most of the cultivation world will believe them, because that's how power works. You make the unthinkable seem inevitable. When? Wei Liang asked. Soon, Qin Xian said. Perhaps 3 months. They need time to coordinate, to gather their forces, to prepare. But mark my words, it's coming. And when it does, you need to be ready not just for violence, but for the possibility of victory that you don't know what to do with. What do you mean? Wei Liang asked. If you defeat them militarily, Qin Xian explained, you'll have power over them. And the temptation will be to use that power to reshape society according to your vision, the way they've tried to reshape it according to theirs. That's the trap. That's where every revolutionary becomes a tyrant. You have to be willing to win and then step back, to let the implications of your victory change society, without you driving that change yourself. She departed the next morning, leaving Wei Liang with those words echoing through his mind. The archive had allies now. Shen Wuming present, Qin Xian watching from the background, Su Mei openly teaching, a network of sects all committed to the archive's continuation. But the real test was still coming. The military challenge, the direct assault, the moment where Wei Liang would have to choose between accepting defeat or taking control of the victory that might result from fighting back. Chapter 76. Preparation for the final confrontation. 3 months was, as Qin Xian had suggested, exactly how long the 5 grand sects needed to prepare. They gathered forces, not just their own cultivators, but mercenaries, cultivators from minor sects who could be persuaded to serve through promises of power or through threats to their families. They coordinated with Hollow Blade sect, with smaller organizations that had been threatened by the archive's rise, with anyone who had reason to want the archive destroyed. Wei Liang, meanwhile, was not idle. He took what Qin Xian had taught him and began implementing it throughout the archive. The techniques were reorganized not just by power or application, but by the relationships between them, the ways they could be combined, the philosophical principles they embodied. The archive became not just a repository but a teaching institution in the truest sense, not just passing on knowledge, but teaching how to understand knowledge, how to use it, how to preserve it. He worked with Xiao Fan to develop her combat abilities to their fullest capacity. The young cultivator who had begun as an archive administrator had become a genuine nascent soul warrior, capable of holding her own against multiple cultivators simultaneously. By the time the assault came, she would be ready. He coordinated with the allied sects, establishing support networks and mutual defense agreements. If one sect was attacked for supporting the archive, the others would respond. It was the opposite of hierarchical. It was networked, distributed, resilient. And he created something new. In the archive's deepest vault, he established what he called the Mirror Guard, 12 cultivators, each trained specifically in the Mirror Palace techniques that Wei Liang had developed. Each of them had trained directly under him. Each of them had learned to copy techniques, to organize knowledge, to understand the principles that made the archive function. They weren't the most powerful cultivators in the world, but they were the most versatile, and versatility, in situations where the enemy expected power, was sometimes more valuable. Baiju's intelligence network confirmed what Qin Xian had predicted. The 5 grand sects had mobilized. They had called their cultivators home, concentrated their forces, prepared military formations. An army of several hundred cultivators was assembling in the foothills north of the archive, preparing for a march that would come within weeks. They're not even bothering with subtlety anymore, Baiju reported as he and Wei Liang reviewed the latest intelligence. They're openly preparing for war. Hollowblade sect is funding most of the operation, but the other 4 grand sects are coordinating directly. They've given up on the legal approach, Wei Liang said, analyzing the implications. That means they've accepted that the Continental Congress won't give them what they want. They're moving to direct force. Which they can do, Baiju said carefully. Wei Liang, they're bringing void return cultivators. 2 of them, confirmed. You can't match that power. I don't have to, Wei Liang said. I have to survive it. I have to keep the archive intact, keep the people safe, and ensure that even if they destroy buildings, they can't destroy what the archive actually is. He called together the archive's core leadership, Su Mei, Xiao Fan, Baiju, the 12 members of the Mirror Guard, and several of the allied sect masters who had committed to direct defense. They met in the archive's deepest chamber, below ground level, in a space that Su Mei had preserved from the pre-war era, a perfect refuge, but more importantly, a place where decisions made seemed to carry the weight of history. The 5 grand sects are coming, Wei Liang told them. Not to negotiate, not to intimidate, but to destroy. I won't tell you this will be easy. I won't tell you we're guaranteed to win. But I will tell you this, the archive matters. What we're building here, the ideas we're preserving, the way we're trying to organize knowledge, it matters more than any individual's life. So if you're not willing to commit fully, to accept the possibility of loss, to fight this war to its absolute conclusion, you should leave now. No one will judge you. This is a choice, not an obligation. No one left. Shen Wuming arrived that evening, appearing in the archive's highest tower with news. I've been watching them prepare. The void return cultivators they've brought. One is named Chui Hao, a combat specialist. The other is someone called the Silent Blade, whose actual identity is unknown. But their techniques suggest they were taught by the 5 grand sects, which means they're bound to follow those sects' strategic priorities. Can you fight them? Wei Liang asked. Yes, Shen Wuming said. But that's not what I'm here to do. I made you a promise. I would watch, I would advise, but I wouldn't directly fight your battles. I'm not breaking that promise. However, when the moment comes, when the archive's survival is in genuine question, I might be forced to reconsider my neutrality. That's a separate decision, one I'll make in the moment. That's not reassuring, Wei Liang said. No, Shen Wuming agreed. But it's honest. Most of what life worth living requires is honest uncertainty. You prepare for what you can prepare for, and you face what comes with the understanding that you might fail. That understanding is actually more powerful than the confidence that you'll win. 2 days before the 5 Grand Sect's army was expected to arrive, Qin Xian materialized in the archive's Great Hall. She had been watching, Wei Liang realized, waiting to see how the situation developed before deciding on her own role. "I'm staying," she announced without preamble. "Not because I'm going to fight your war for you, but because I'm going to observe what happens. If you lose, I want to understand why. If you win, I want to understand how. Either way, I'm seeing this through to the end." The evening before the assault, Wei Liang stood alone in the archive's central tower, looking out at the city of Crimson, at the structures they had built, at the gardens and meditation spaces and teaching halls. Tomorrow, this would become a battlefield. Tomorrow, the archive would either survive or be destroyed. He thought about the path that had led here. A young cultivator with a 0-grade spirit root, finding that he could copy any technique he saw. Building archives, gathering knowledge, creating something that could survive in a world where power was everything. And now, on the eve of the final confrontation, realizing that the archive had become something beyond himself, something that belonged to everyone who had chosen to support it. Whatever happened tomorrow, Wei Liang understood, the archive would persist in some form. The ideas wouldn't die just because buildings burned. The knowledge wouldn't disappear just because physical copies were destroyed. The mirror had become too large, too widely distributed, too fundamental to cultivation society's future to be broken by a single assault. And that understanding, more than any technique or strategy, was what made Wei Liang finally ready for what was coming. Chapter 77. The Siege Begins. The 5 Grand Sect's army arrived on a morning when the sky was perfectly clear and the weather unnaturally still. Wei Liang sensed them coming long before they appeared on the horizon. Hundreds of cultivators, organized into formations, carrying weapons and formations, and the absolute certainty that they represented the will of civilization itself. They didn't attack immediately. Instead, they established a perimeter around the mirror archive, creating defensive lines and blocking every exit. A void-return cultivator, Cui Hao, the one Shen Wuming had identified, floated above the formation and called out in a voice amplified by cultivation technique. "Mirror archive." Cui Hao's voice boomed across the city of Crimson. "You have been declared an illegal institution that threatens the stability of the cultivation world. You are ordered to disband immediately, surrender all your resources and personnel to the 5 Grand Sects, and accept dissolution of your charter. Failure to comply will result in immediate military action." Wei Liang stood at the archive's highest point and responded, his voice equally amplified, carrying across the assembled forces. "The Mirror Archive is a legally recognized neutral institution by the Continental Congress. We submit to no sect's authority and will not surrender ourselves. You may attempt what you wish, but understand, any force you commit here will find that the archive will resist, and that resistance will be expensive." It was the formal declaration. After that point, combat became inevitable. The 5 Grand Sects didn't attack with overwhelming force. Instead, they began a careful siege, surrounding the archive, cutting off supply lines, forcing Wei Liang to commit his resources to defense rather than allowing him any possibility of expanding his position. For 2 days, nothing happened except observation. The 5 Grand Sect's army maintained their perimeter. Wei Liang's defenders maintained the archive's formations. It was a test, Wei Liang understood, to see if he would break, if he would try to force his way out, if the pressure of siege would drive him to a mistake. He didn't break. Instead, he coordinated with his allies. The allied sects, scattered across the region, began approaching the 5 Grand Sect's army from multiple directions. It wasn't a military move. They claimed they were simply responding to the archive's call for support. But the practical effect was to divide the 5 Grand Sect's forces, to make it harder for them to maintain a unified siege. By the third day, the 5 Grand Sect's army had grown, as they called in additional reserves to deal with the allied sect's mobilization. The situation was becoming fluid, less a clean siege and more a region-wide military crisis. That was when Hollowblade sect made their move. A detachment of Hollowblade forces broke from the siege line and moved directly toward the archive's eastern wall, where Wei Liang had deliberately placed his weakest defensive position. It was a trap, and Hollowblade walked into it willingly. They were trying to trigger a response, to force the archive to commit forces to defense in a way that would expose other vulnerabilities. Wei Liang let them attack. He didn't defend the eastern wall. Instead, he let Hollowblade forces penetrate the archive's outer defenses, then surrounded them with formations that had been created specifically to cut off retreat. By the time Hollowblade realized what was happening, 40 of their elite cultivators were trapped, surrounded, and facing a mirror formation that reflected every technique they used back at them. 12 members of the Mirror Guard stood at the center of that formation, each one perfectly coordinated, each one an extension of Wei Liang's understanding of how to manage multiple simultaneous combats. The 40 Hollowblade cultivators found themselves unable to make progress. They would attack, their techniques would be mirrored and reflected, and they would be forced to expend energy on defense rather than offense. By the evening of the third day, the trapped Hollowblade forces were requesting surrender terms. Wei Liang allowed them to withdraw, not to their lines, but to neutral ground where the 5 Grand Sect's main army could see them, where their shame would be visible to everyone. The message was clear. The archive was not a passive target. It was an active threat. Chui Hao, the Void Return cultivator, finally responded by attempting to directly assault the archive's central tower. It was, Wei Liang realized, exactly the move that a military commander would make if conventional tactics weren't working. Eliminate the leadership and the organization would collapse. Wei Liang let him get close. Let him attack the tower. Let him penetrate several layers of defense. Let him believe he had a path to victory. And then Wei Liang was waiting for him in the tower's heart, and they fought. It was not the kind of combat that Wei Liang could win through pure power. Chui Hao was a Void Return cultivator with centuries of combat experience, fighting at a level of sophistication that Spirit-Severing Tier could only partially access. But Wei Liang had the Mirror Palace, and he had months of preparation, and he had something Chui Hao didn't have. He understood that this fight wasn't about winning militarily. It was about forcing Chui Hao to understand that destroying the archive would be more expensive than any military objective could justify. They fought through 3 levels of the tower, destroying formations and architecture as they went. Chui Hao landed blows that sent Wei Liang crashing through walls. But Wei Liang, using techniques copied from everywhere he'd been, used movement and positioning to avoid taking lethal damage. He was trying not to win. He was trying to survive while demonstrating that defeating him would require so much effort that the siege would become untenable. It worked. After nearly 30 minutes of combat, Chui Hao withdrew, recognizing that he could eventually kill Wei Liang, but that the cost of doing so would bankrupt the 5 Grand Sect's entire operation. With allied sects mobilizing, with losses mounting, with the siege becoming increasingly difficult to maintain, destroying one cultivator wasn't a strategic victory, it was a waste of resources. The second Void Return cultivator, the Silent Blade, never directly attacked. That, Wei Liang understood, was the most dangerous kind of opponent, someone who was evaluating, calculating, waiting to see the full picture before deciding where to commit their power. That kind of opponent could produce surprises that no amount of preparation could match. As night fell on the 4th day of the siege, Wei Liang was in the archive's war room with his core leadership, analyzing what had happened and what would happen next. They're starting to fracture, Bai Ju reported. The Allied sect's mobilization is working better than I expected. Some of the minor forces the 5 Grand Sects hired are questioning whether this is worth the cost. There's talk of withdrawal if the siege lasts more than another week. Celestial Sanctum is maintaining their commitment, Xiaofan added. But Azure Dragon, which was a major participant, is starting to pull back. I think they're reconsidering whether this battle is one they actually want to win. So we just hold, Wei Liang said. We maintain the archive's defense. We prevent them from taking the central tower or the knowledge vaults. We ensure that every attempt to destroy us costs them enough that it becomes politically unacceptable. It was a war of attrition now, the kind of conflict where patience and commitment mattered more than power alone. Chapter 78. The breaking point. By the 8th day of the siege, it was clear that the 5 Grand Sect's unified assault was collapsing. Azure Dragon had formally withdrawn, taking half their military contingent with them. Golden Meridian had reduced their commitment to a token force. Even Silver Crescent was showing signs of disengaging. Only Celestial Sanctum and Hollowblade were maintaining full commitment, and even they were beginning to show signs of desperation. The siege had become a war they were losing politically, even if they maintained military superiority in terms of raw force. That was when the Silent Blade finally acted. The Void Return cultivator appeared directly above the archive's central knowledge vault, the physical location where the oldest and most valuable techniques were preserved. The appearance was so sudden that Wei Liang felt it only after the fact, felt the disturbance in the archive's formations as something moved into a position that should have been protected by layered defenses. Wei Liang was already moving, covering the distance from the war room to the knowledge vault in the time it would take a normal cultivator to form a thought. When he arrived, he found the Silent Blade standing in front of the archive's most carefully guarded preservation chambers. making no aggressive moves, simply waiting. Wei Liang, the silent blade said, turning to face him. The voice was female, smooth, utterly controlled. I need to talk to you about why I'm actually here. For the first time in the siege, Wei Liang paused. Something about the silent blade's presentation was wrong, or rather, right in a way that contradicted his expectations. You're not here to destroy the archive, he said slowly. No, the silent blade confirmed. I'm here because I was hired to ensure certain things happened, and I want to explain what those things are before events proceed further. Wei Liang reached out with his mirror palace, trying to touch her chi signature to understand her technique. But there was nothing to copy, nothing to analyze. She was empty. Her power was there, undeniable, but it had no technique, no form, no shape. She was just will and strength with no methodology attached. Who are you? Wei Liang asked. My name is Shun Feiyue, the woman said. I was hired by the 5 grand sects to accomplish a specific objective, to demonstrate that the archive could be penetrated at will, that your defenses, no matter how sophisticated, could be bypassed by someone of sufficient power. And I was successful. I'm currently standing in your most secure location. If I wanted to destroy everything in this vault, I could. It would take me approximately 3 minutes. She paused, letting that sink in. But I'm not going to, Feiyue continued. Because I've been thinking about what the archive represents, what you're trying to accomplish. And I've realized that the 5 grand sects hired me to make a point that proves the opposite of what they want. Yes, someone at my level can penetrate your defenses. But that doesn't mean the archive is vulnerable. It means the archive can only be destroyed by expending resources at the void return tier or above. And the 5 grand sects don't have unlimited void return cultivators. Most realms don't. So what are you going to do? Wei Liang asked carefully. I'm going to withdraw, Shen Feiyue said. And I'm going to advise the 5 grand sects to do the same. This siege is unwinnable from a practical perspective. You've demonstrated that even a direct assault on your leadership won't guarantee victory. The cost-benefit analysis no longer favors destruction. She moved toward the vault's exit, and Wei Liang stepped aside to let her pass. As she reached him, she paused and spoke quietly. Your archive is dangerous, she said. Not because it's a military threat, but because it represents an alternative to everything the 5 grand sects built their power on. That's genuinely terrifying to them. So they'll keep trying, keep testing, keep looking for vulnerabilities. But if you survive this, if you endure the next assault and the one after that, eventually they'll accept that the archive isn't going away. That might take decades, but you have time. You're young. The archive will outlast their attempts to destroy it. Feiyue departed, moving through the archive's defenses as easily as if they didn't exist, disappearing into the night sky. And in her wake, Wei Liang felt something shift in the siege, a loosening, a decrease in pressure, a sense that the immediate crisis had passed. By morning, word had spread through the 5 grand sects army that the silent blade had departed. The psychological effect was immediate. If even a void return cultivator had decided to withdraw, then the battle was no longer winnable. Forces began to disengage, sects began to withdraw, the military assault that had lasted 8 days began to crumble. Celestial Sanctum maintained their position the longest, but even sect master Luochen eventually accepted that continuing the siege would produce casualties without producing victory. By the 12th day, the siege was over. The 5 grand sects army had completely dispersed, returning to their home territories, leaving the mirror archive standing. The archive had survived. Chapter 79. The Aftermath and the Understanding in the days following the siege's end. Wei Liang moved through the archive, taking inventory of what had been lost and what had been preserved. Buildings had been damaged, some formations had been burned out by combat, cultivators had been wounded. But the knowledge was intact. The core mission had survived. Sume found him in the knowledge vault, examining the preservation chambers where the oldest techniques were stored. The ancient librarian was limping slightly, a wound from a combat engagement she'd participated in during the siege, but her expression was clear, focused. We won, Sume said simply. We endured, Wei Liang corrected. That's different from winning. The 5 grand sects still exist. They still oppose us. They'll return with new strategies, new approaches. Yes, Sume said, but they tried to destroy us and failed. They brought armies, they brought void return cultivators, they brought all their power to bear. And the archive still exists. That changes the narrative. That makes us possible in a way we weren't possible before. Over the next week, the allied sects arrived to assess the damage and offer support. The response was overwhelming, not just from the sects that had fought alongside the archive, but from sects that had remained neutral, that had been observing to see if the archive could survive a genuine assault. The fact that it had survived, had held its position, had forced the 5 grand sects to withdraw, changed how entire sectors of the cultivation world perceive the archive. Bai Ju completed a comprehensive assessment of the financial situation and found that the allied sects had collectively offered resources equivalent to 3 years of the archive's operational budget. The archive wasn't just surviving, it was becoming prosperous. Shen Wuming appeared one final time before departing back to whatever isolated location he had been occupying. "You've accomplished what I spent 1,000 years thinking was impossible," he told Wei Liang. "You've built something that can coexist with hierarchical power rather than being destroyed by it. The 5 grand sects will be back, but next time they'll be more careful. They'll understand that you're not something that can be erased easily." "Where will you go?" Wei Liang asked. "To watch," Shen Wuming said. "To observe what grows from what you've built. The archive is safe now, not forever. Nothing is forever, but safe enough for the next generation. Your real work is about to begin, not surviving, but thriving, not defending, but building." Qin Xian departed more quietly, but not before meeting with Wei Liang one final time. "You've done what my generation failed to do," she said. "You've created an institution that can survive opposition because it's too distributed, too networked, too connected to the cultivation world's actual needs to be easily destroyed. The 5 grand sects can't attack it anymore without revealing their own insecurity. That's power that comes from correctness rather than force." In the weeks following the siege, the archive underwent a transformation. It ceased being primarily a physical institution and became a network. Knowledge was distributed across allied sects. Teaching methods were standardized and shared. The techniques and learning materials were so widely propagated that no single assault could destroy them. Wei Liang worked with Su Mei and Xiao Fun to develop a curriculum that could be taught in any allied sect, that could be accessed by any cultivator willing to learn. The archive's physical location remained important. It was still the center of knowledge preservation, still the primary teaching hub. But it was no longer the single point of failure that the 5 grand sects had identified. 3 months after the siege ended, the Continental Congress called a special session to address the events that had occurred. Wei Liang attended, and this time, his position had changed. He was no longer defending the archive's right to exist. That right had been proven through the siege itself. Instead, he was presenting a new status. The archive formally applied for and received recognition as a great institution, equal in some respects to the sects themselves, independent of sect control, with representation in the Continental Congress. The 5 grand sects abstained from the vote again. But this time, not because they were uncertain. They abstained because they had recognized that the archive was now a permanent feature of the cultivation world's landscape. Attacking it would be like attacking reality itself. As Wei Liang walked out of the Congress chamber, he realized something had fundamentally shifted in the cultivation world. Not revolution. The sects still held power, the hierarchies still existed, the fundamental structures of cultivation society remained. But there was now an alternative available, a way to pursue cultivation outside of sect domination. A neutral institution that would preserve knowledge without gatekeeping it. He had accomplished what he set out to do. The Mirror Archive would survive. Chapter 80. The continuation 6 months after the siege, the Mirror Archive had doubled its size. New buildings had been constructed, new collections had been integrated, new cultivators had joined the teaching staff. The network of allied sects had grown to include more than a third of all recognized cultivation institutions across the continent. Wei Liang stood in what had been his private study, but was now the archive's main administration center, reviewing reports of the archive's expanding operations. The reports showed growth in every direction. More sects requesting knowledge access, more minor sects forming alliances, more cultivators choosing to study at the archive rather than within traditional sect hierarchies. It was working. The experiment was working. But as Wei Liang sat reviewing these reports, he felt a familiar presence and knew, without looking up, who had arrived. "Shen Wuming," he said, not turning. "I was wondering when you'd return." "To inform you of something important," Shen Wuming said, materializing in the study with the ease of someone stepping from one room into another. "The political assault has ended. The military siege has been repelled. Now begins the phase you must navigate carefully. You have power now, more power than you realize. People look to the archive not just for knowledge, but for leadership. That's the true danger." "I'm not interested in power," Wei Liang said. "I know," Shen Wuming replied, "which is why you're dangerous. The most powerful people are those who don't want power but are willing to use it. The temptation, over the next years, will be to reshape the cultivation world according to your vision. Don't let the archive's existence reshape the world, but don't guide that reshaping. The moment you begin directing how society changes, you become what the 5 grand sects are, a power structure attempting to enforce your will on the world. Wei Liang nodded slowly. He understood the warning. He had been so focused on the archive's survival that he hadn't considered what success would actually require. The discipline to not use the power he'd gained. The wisdom to let what he'd built make its own impact without his direction. "There's one more thing," Shen Wuming said. He held out a scroll, not ancient this time, but new, recently written. "This is a list of names. Cultivators like you, people with unusual spirit roots, people who don't fit the normal cultivation paradigm. Some of them don't know their potential yet. Some of them are being suppressed by their sects because they don't match normal power progression. I think the archive should know about them. I think the archive should offer them something sects won't. The opportunity to develop according to their own nature rather than according to sect expectations." Wei Liang took the scroll and understood what Shen Wuming was proposing. The next phase of the archive's development wouldn't be about expanding existing knowledge or defending against external threats. It would be about fundamentally changing how the cultivation world understood human potential. "This will make us a target again," Wei Liang said, looking at the list. There were dozens of names scattered across the continent, each one representing a cultivator that the normal hierarchy had deemed unsuitable or unpromising. "Yes," Shen Wuming agreed. "But this time, you'll be prepared. And this time, you won't be alone. The archive has allies now. The archive has shown it can survive. That changes everything." He moved toward the study's exit, and Wei Liang called after him. "Shen Wuming, why are you doing this? Why are you investing so much in the archive?" The void-returned cultivator paused at the doorway. "Because 1,000 years ago, I made a mistake. I believed that controlling knowledge was necessary for stability. I fought to maintain hierarchies that I thought were necessary. I helped destroy institutions that were trying to create alternatives. I've spent 1,000 years regretting that mistake. I'm not going to stand by while the 5 grand sects make the same errors. The archive is my chance to undo some of what I broke." Then he was gone, and Wei Liang sat alone with the scroll of names, understanding that what he had built was only the beginning. The archive's survival was assured, but its true mission, to reshape how the cultivation world understood knowledge, power, and potential, was just beginning. That evening, Wei Liang called together his core team, Su Mei, Xiao Fun, Bai Ju, and the 12 members of the Mirror Guard. He laid out Shen Wuming's proposal and showed them the scroll of names. "This is the next phase," he said. "Not defending what we've built, but expanding it. Not just preserving knowledge, but helping cultivators develop in ways their sects won't allow. This will be more dangerous than the siege. Because the 5 grand sects can't openly attack us for this. It would reveal that they're threatened by human potential that doesn't match their hierarchy." "Then what will they do?" Xiaofan asked. "Everything else," Wei Liang said. "They'll find subtle ways to undermine us, ways to isolate the cultivators we help, ways to make it difficult for our graduates to advance. It will be a slower war, more insidious, harder to recognize as an attack. But we have something they don't have. We'll be helping people become the best versions of themselves. That's stronger than any amount of institutional pressure." As night fell over the Mirror Archive, Wei Liang stood in the highest tower and looked out at the city of Crimson, at the continent beyond, at the vast landscape of cultivation that stretched before them. The archive had survived. It had proven its capacity to resist the 5 grand sects' assault. And now, it was ready to begin changing what the cultivation world understood to be possible. The real work, the work of building something that could genuinely reshape society, was just beginning. And in the shadows, watching from places where normal perception couldn't reach, Shen Wuming observed, satisfied that what he had started 1,000 years ago was finally, truly, getting a second chance. The Mirror Archive would endure. And through it, the cultivation world would learn, slowly, that power came in forms the hierarchies had never imagined. In the months that followed the siege's formal end and the archive's recognition as a great institution, Wei Liang found himself in a position he hadn't fully anticipated. The archive wasn't just surviving now, it was thriving, expanding, becoming something far larger and more influential than the young institution he had founded. The physical archive had grown substantially. The original buildings had been carefully restored and reinforced with new formations that incorporated the techniques Qin Xian had taught him. Additional wings had been constructed to house the expanding library, the teaching halls where dozens of instructors now worked, the meditation chambers where cultivators from across the continent came to study. But more important than the physical expansion was the intellectual one. Wei Liang had begun organizing the archive's knowledge in ways that mirrored the principles Qin Xian had outlined, not just collecting techniques, but understanding the relationships between them, the philosophical frameworks that underlay them, the principles of knowledge itself that made them cohere into something greater than individual pieces. This work consumed most of his attention in the months following the siege. Working with Su Mei, he developed systems for categorizing not just techniques, but the reasoning behind them. They created curricula that taught cultivators not just how to copy techniques Wei Liang had learned, but how to think about techniques, how to understand what made them work, what principles could be adapted and modified. Xiao Fun, meanwhile, had stepped into a role that surprised both of them. The young nascent soul cultivator began teaching combat classes, not focused on specific techniques, but on principles of movement, positioning, and timing. She was developing what she called the archive combat method, a synthesis of techniques drawn from dozens of sources, organized around principles of efficiency and adaptability rather than raw power. The mirror guard expanded as well. Wei Liang's original 12 cultivators trained a second generation, and by the end of 6 months, there were nearly 50 cultivators who had undergone the intensive Mirror Palace training. They weren't all at spirit-severing tier. Some were still at nascent soul or core formation, but each of them had learned to copy techniques, to organize knowledge, to understand the principles that made the archive function. Baiju's intelligence network had transformed as well. What had started as a merchant cultivator's personal web of contacts had grown into something closer to a formal organization. The archive now had informants across the continent, people who reported on sect movements, alliance formations, and the subtle shifts in how the cultivation world was responding to the archive's existence. The reports coming through Baiju's network painted an interesting picture. The 5 grand sects were indeed recalculating. Celestial Sanctum remained hostile, but their hostility had shifted from overt opposition to subtle obstruction. They were restricting their disciples' access to the archive, spreading rumors about the archive's teachings, attempting to discredit Wei Liang and Su Mei through whisper campaigns. But Azure Dragon, Golden Meridian, and even Silver Crescent had shifted dramatically. These sects were now actively partnering with the archive, sending cultivators for formal training, requesting specific techniques for incorporation into their own curricula. There was even discussion of permanent liaison positions at the archive. Wei Liang understood what was happening. The 5 grand sects as a unified bloc no longer existed. The siege and its failure had broken something fundamental in their coordination. Now, individual sects were pursuing their own interests, and many of them had concluded that the archive served their interests better than opposing it did. This was exactly the outcome Qin Xian had described to him. Not revolutionary change, not the destruction of sects or hierarchies, but a gradual shift in how power was distributed and understood. Yet Wei Liang found himself increasingly uncomfortable with this success. It felt, in some way, like a trap of its own kind. The archive was powerful now, influential, becoming central to cultivation society in ways that he hadn't fully anticipated when he'd first founded it. He raised this concern with Shen Wuming during one of the Void Return cultivators' periodic visits. "I worry that we're becoming what the 5 grand sects are," Wei Liang said. "Not in terms of raw power, but in terms of influence. People come to the archive not just to learn, but seeking approval, seeking legitimacy. We're becoming a gatekeeper ourselves, just in a different form." "Yes," Shen Wuming said simply, "and you must be very careful about that. But the fact that you're worried about it is actually the best protection against becoming corrupt in that way. Institutions become tyrannical when their leaders believe their power is justified, when they stop questioning themselves." "So what do I do?" Wei Liang asked. "You continue exactly as you have been," Shen Wuming replied. "You teach. You preserve knowledge. You let the archive serve its function without trying to control how that service gets used. You prepare the next generation of leaders, people who understand the principles but haven't been corrupted by the exercise of power. And when the time comes, and it will come, you step back. You let the archive continue without you directing it. When will that time be?" Wei Liang asked. "You'll know," Shen Wuming said. "You've always been good at knowing when to stop, when to let others take over, when to release control. Trust that instinct." The scroll of names that Shen Wuming had given him remained in Wei Liang's study, a constant reminder of the next phase of work. But Wei Liang found himself hesitant to act on it. The archive was still consolidating its position, still integrating the lessons of the siege, still building the foundations that would allow it to function independent of his direct involvement. That hesitation lasted until a messenger arrived from the northern provinces, carrying a letter from a sect master Wei Liang had never heard of. The letter was brief, written on expensive paper in careful calligraphy. Asterisk to Wei Liang of the Mirror Archive asterisk, my sect is in trouble. We have a young cultivator with a water-light spirit root, a very rare combination that should make her powerful. But our sect's training methods don't accommodate unusual root types. We suppress her natural abilities to fit her into our standard curriculum. She has requested permission to study at your archive. I am writing to ask what you recommend. Is the archive truly open to cultivators like her, or is this simply political positioning? Asterisk asterisk, if you accept her, know that you will be making an enemy of many sections. Power comes from controlling potential. If you help potential flourish outside sect boundaries, you threaten the fundamental structure of cultivation society. Asterisk asterisk, I am sending this letter because my daughter is that cultivator, and I am tired of watching her suppress herself. Asterisk, Sect Master Zhao Wei of the cloud-resting sect Wei Liang read the letter 3 times, understanding its implications immediately. This was the beginning of the next phase that Shen Wuming had warned him about. This was when the archive would become not just a neutral repository of knowledge, but an alternative path for cultivation itself. He took the letter to his core team and read it aloud. This is what Shen Wuming's list is about, he said. These aren't just people with unusual roots. These are people who don't fit into the sect hierarchy's expectations. And if we start accepting them, if we start helping them develop according to their nature instead of sect expectations, we're not just preserving knowledge. We're fundamentally changing how cultivation society works. Is that what we want to do? Bai Ju asked carefully. I don't know, Wei Liang admitted. But I know that Sect Master Zhao Wei is asking me to do it. And I know that his daughter has abilities that are being suppressed. And I know that the archive exists to preserve knowledge and help people develop. So how can I say no? He wrote back to Sect Master Zhao Wei, inviting his daughter to the archive. The letter was simple and direct. Asterisk come. The archive is open to any cultivator willing to learn, regardless of their spirit root type or their sect affiliation. Your daughter will be welcome here. We will help her understand her abilities, not suppress them. And yes, this will make enemies. But making enemies by helping people become their best selves is better than making allies by keeping them small. Asterisk, when the response came 2 weeks later, it was not a letter from Sect Master Zhao Wei. Instead, it was Zhao Wei's daughter herself, arriving at the archive's gates with a determination that reminded Wei Liang of his own early days seeking knowledge. Her name was Zhao Ling, and her water-light spirit root combination created interesting limitations and opportunities. She couldn't generate pure elemental water qi. Instead, she generated a hybrid form that was part water, part light, with properties that didn't match any standard cultivation techniques. But instead of being a liability, Wei Liang realized it was an opportunity. He worked with her to understand her root type, to develop techniques that fit her nature rather than fighting against it. And in doing so, he realized that the principles Qin Xian had taught him, about understanding balance, about allowing knowledge to organize itself rather than forcing it into predetermined categories, were exactly what was needed for this work. By the time Zhao Ling had been at the archive for 3 months, she had developed 3 new techniques entirely suited to her unique root type. Techniques that wouldn't be useful to most cultivators, but that were perfectly suited to someone like her. And that, Wei Liang understood, was the real power of what the archive was doing. It wasn't just preserving knowledge that already existed. It was creating the possibility for new knowledge to emerge, for new techniques to be developed, for cultivation itself to evolve. The 5 grand sects would not be happy about this, but the archive had proven it could survive opposition. And Wei Liang finally understood what Qin Xian had meant about waiting to see if he knew how to step back. The archive had a foundation now. It had allies. It had leaders being trained. It had philosophies and principles being documented. And most importantly, it had work that would outlast him. That would be important decades and centuries after he had stepped aside. That was the moment Wei Liang realized he was finally ready to begin letting go. The archive had entered a new era. Not a revolution, but an evolution. The cultivation world was beginning to understand that knowledge didn't have to be a tool of control. That human potential didn't have to be forced into predetermined molds. That strength could come from understanding and adaptation rather than from hierarchical suppression. And Wei Liang, standing once again in the archive's highest tower looking out at the continent, understood that this was only the beginning. The work would continue long after him. The principles would spread. The experiment would either succeed spectacularly or fail spectacularly, but either way, it would be out of his hands. That was exactly how it should be. In the 7th month after the siege, Wei Liang began documenting the archive's principles in earnest. This documentation wasn't just about recording techniques, though that continued. Instead, he worked with Su Mei and the archive's other senior cultivators to create a comprehensive record of the philosophies, methodologies, and principles that made the archive function. This work was more challenging than he had anticipated. How do you document balance? How do you preserve the understanding that knowledge isn't fixed, that it evolves, that the archive's greatest strength lies not in what it contains, but in how it organizes and shares what it contains? Wei Liang realized that the most important documentation was in the form of training, teaching the next generation of archive leaders to understand not just the techniques, but the reasoning behind how those techniques were organized and shared. He began spending hours each day with the most promising of the second-generation Mirror Guard members, discussing philosophy, debating approaches, letting them challenge his assumptions. These discussions often lasted deep into the night. One particularly memorable conversation occurred with a cultivator named Chun Wei, a young woman from a minor sect who had joined the Mirror Guard early on and had proven to have both combat aptitude and intellectual depth. Master Wei, Chun Wei said during one discussion about the archive structure, I'm troubled by something. We talk about being neutral, about not guiding how knowledge is used. But by choosing what knowledge to preserve, what to prioritize in our teaching, aren't we already guiding outcomes? How is that different from what the 5 grand sects do? It was an excellent question, and Wei Liang found himself pausing to consider his response carefully. That's exactly the right concern to have, he said finally. And I don't think we can be completely neutral. What we can be is transparent about our choices. We document why we preserve certain techniques, what principles guided our organization. We make our decision-making process visible so that people can understand our bias and account for it. So we're not claiming to be neutral, Chun Wei said slowly, understanding. We're claiming to be honestly biased, with our biases open to examination and challenge. Something like that, Wei Liang agreed. The best institutions aren't those that deny having perspective. They're the ones that are clear about their perspective and willing to be questioned about it. These conversations with his students became the real teaching. The techniques, the formations, the preserved knowledge, all of that was important. But it was the ongoing dialogue about how to think, how to question, how to preserve while remaining flexible, that was actually shaping the next generation. By the 8th month after the siege, the archive had received requests from over 300 cultivators with unusual or unsupported spirit root types. Not all of them could be accommodated, but Wei Liang worked with the archive's leadership to develop systems for prioritizing and supporting them. They couldn't teach everyone, but they could create a network of affiliated teachers, cultivators who had studied at the archive and understood its principles, who carried those principles back to their home sects and regions. In this way, the archive's influence spread not through direct instruction, but through the ideas and approaches that filtered out into the cultivation world. Baiju reported on this development with evident satisfaction. We're becoming a movement, not just an institution, the merchant cultivator said. There are now cultivators in 2/3 of the major sects who have studied here or studied under someone who studied here. The ideas are spreading faster than any organization could control them. Is that good or bad? Wei Liang asked. I don't know, Baiju admitted. But I know it's beyond your control now. And I think that's exactly what you wanted. By the 9th month, the Continental Congress was already discussing modifications to cultivation law regarding spirit root classification and training standards. Several sects had begun experimenting with the archive's approach to accommodating unusual root types. The 5 grand sects watched this development with clear displeasure, but without the ability to directly intervene without exposing their opposition to knowledge innovation itself. It was during this period that Qin Xian reappeared at the archive. She came without warning, materializing in Wei Liang's study in the same way Shen Wuming often did. You're ready, she said without preamble. Ready for what? Wei Liang asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. To let go, Qin Xian said. You've built something that no longer needs you to exist. It's autonomous now. It has its own momentum. You could retire today and the archive would continue functioning, evolving, developing. In fact, it might develop better without your constant hands-on involvement. Wei Liang had known this intellectually for months. But hearing it from Qin Xian, someone who had been there at the beginning of the pre-war institutions, someone who had watched them be destroyed, gave it a different weight. I'm not ready to leave, he said. Good, Qin Xian said. That means you'll do it right. Step back slowly. Begin training someone to take your place. Let the archive adjust to functioning without your direct leadership. But do it. Because the moment an institution becomes dependent on a single leader, it becomes vulnerable to destruction. She stayed for 3 days, working with Wei Liang and the archive's leadership to develop a transition plan. By the time she left, there was a clear succession structure in place. Su Mei would continue as the keeper of historical knowledge and the archive's moral authority. Xiaofan would take on greater responsibility for combat training and physical defense. And a council of 6 senior cultivators would share administrative and educational responsibilities. Wei Liang's role would transition from day-to-day leadership to advisor and teacher. He would still be involved in major decisions, but increasingly, he would encourage others to make those decisions. It was, he realized, Exactly the kind of transition that the five grand sects had never learned to make. They held on to power so tightly that when leaders aged or died, succession became a crisis. The archive was designing itself to be stronger after his step back than it was with his direct leadership. In the 10th month after the siege, Wei Liang made a formal announcement at the archive's full gathering. He explained the transition plan, the new leadership structure, the evolution of his role. The response was mixed, some relief that this clarified the archive structure, some concern that Wei Liang was stepping back too quickly, some support from those who understood that this transition was necessary for long-term survival. But what struck Wei Liang most was the response from the cultivators who had been studying at the archive, who had learned the principles that Qin Xian had taught him, who understood that knowledge and power were ultimately separate things. "We're ready," one of them, a quiet cultivator named Li Fan from a northern sect, said simply. "Teach us how to be ready, and we'll carry this forward." In the following months, Wei Liang did exactly that. He trained the new leadership intensively, not in techniques or formations, but in the principles of balance that Qin Xian had taught him. He worked with them to understand how to preserve knowledge while allowing it to evolve, how to maintain the archive's independence while accepting support from allied sects, how to avoid becoming what the five grand sects were while remaining powerful enough to survive opposition. By the time a full year had passed since the siege's end, the transition was well underway. Wei Liang still spent time at the archive, still taught advanced students, still advised on major decisions. But the day-to-day running of the institution had shifted to others. And to his surprise, it was working better this way. Problems that Wei Liang might have handled through direct decision-making were now being solved through consensus building among the leadership council. Innovations that he might have suppressed as unproven were being explored and tested by younger cultivators willing to take risks. The archive was becoming what an institution should be, greater than any individual, stronger because it distributed responsibility rather than concentrating it. And Wei Liang, walking through the archive's corridors on a spring morning, watching cultivators of every sect and root type studying together, understanding each other's principles, found himself finally at peace with the work he had done. The archive would survive, not because Wei Liang was its leader, but because everyone who carried its principles understood why it mattered. That was the true victory. Chapter 81. The weight of presence. The archive's war room had been transformed. Where scrolls and maps once lay in careful disarray, Baiju had created a systematic display of every piece of evidence, both legitimate and manufactured. Wei Liang stood before the wall, arms folded, studying the forged documents with the same analytical calm he brought to copied techniques. "This one is particularly crude," he said, pointing to a deed of archive property that bore signatures in slightly different inks. The forgery was rushed. Whoever created these never expected them to face serious scrutiny. Shen Wuming stood beside him, his ancient gaze moving across the wall with the weight of someone who had seen 1,000 years of such deceptions. The Void Return cultivator had arrived 5 days ago, and his mere presence in the archive changed everything about the approaching revote. The five grand sects' planned narrative, that the archive was a rogue institution, uncontrollable, dangerous, withered in the face of a cultivator older than most of their sections. "The problem isn't the quality of the forgery," Shen Wuming said. His voice was slow, measured. "The problem is that the five grand sects are willing to present it at all. It tells me they're desperate." "Desperate is dangerous," Wei Liang replied. "Desperate people make mistakes, but they also make desperate decisions." The door to the war room opened. Su Mei entered, moving with the unhurried grace of ancient age. Behind her came Xiao Fan, whose nascent soul cultivation radiated steady confidence. The archive had become more than a building. It had become a nexus of quiet power. Jade Crane's sect's response arrived. Baiju announced, looking up from a correspondence scroll. He was the archive's intelligence network, merchant cultivator, trader, his fingers in 1,000 deals across the realm. "And it's unexpected." Wei Liang turned. "Unexpected how?" "They've agreed to provide testimony," Baiju said. "Their sect master was in the meeting where the false evidence was created. She's willing to say so publicly." Silence. Then Shen Wuming made a small sound, something like a laugh, though his expression didn't change. "The five grand sects are fracturing already." Jade Crane's sect was always the uncertain one. Wei Liang felt the shift in the room's qi, the subtle realignment that happened when victory became possible instead of merely theoretical. But he kept his expression measured. Possible was not the same as secured. "There's more," Baiju said. He hesitated, which was unlike him. "I intercepted a message meant for Jade Crane's sect master. 2 of the other grand sects know she's willing to testify, and they're planning something to prevent her from reaching the hearing." Xiaofan moved closer to the wall of evidence. her hand instinctively checking the formation script at her side. Prevention how? Protective custody, Bai Ju said. The euphemism was bitter. Legal imprisonment, technically. Confinement to sect grounds, justified as protecting her from the archive's influence. It happens tomorrow or the day after. Wei Liang looked toward the garden beyond the war room's window. Outside, Su Mei and Shun Wuming had spoken quietly yesterday while he meditated. 1,000 years of history between them, wounds and respect layered like sediment. He had only been able to observe, to understand that some conversations required privacy and time. Then we retrieve her before they can, Wei Liang said. His voice was still calm. Not by force. That would validate their claims about the archive being lawless. Shen Wuming turned to him with what might have been approval. You're learning politics. I'm learning that fighting directly is the weakest position, Wei Liang said. Jade Crane's sect master broke ranks because she believed something. We protect that belief by proving it was sincere. He closed his eyes and visualized the building where Jade Crane's sect's headquarters stood, a place he had studied through Bai Ju's intelligence networks, mapped through Qi Sense when his merchant ally passed nearby. Every cultivation facility was fundamentally the same, a core protected by layers, those layers bound together by formation work. I'll need to copy their formation array, Wei Liang said quietly. Xiao Rui can help. We go in through the foundation rather than the gates. Xiaofan said, I'm coming with you. He didn't argue. There was no point. And he was honest enough to admit he wanted her there. Wanted the certainty of her presence as they approached what might be a direct confrontation with one of the 5 grand sects. Outside the war room, the archive continued its evening routines. Scholars shelved scrolls. Cultivators practiced breathing exercises in the meditation halls. Bai Ju's logistics team coordinated supplies for the approaching hearing. The institution had grown beyond any one person now, and yet every thread led back to decisions made in quiet rooms like this one. Shen Wuming returned to the window, looking out at the garden where Su Mei sat. She knew me before I became what I am, he said softly. When I was still becoming the disaster I became. She was already ancient then. Wei Liang understood he was being given a gift, context, permission to exist in something he couldn't fully comprehend. Su Mei had never told him the details of her history. Very old cultivators rarely did. Thank you, Wei Liang said, for standing with the archive. I'm not standing with an institution, Shun Wuming replied. I'm standing with you. There's a difference. When he left the war room, Wei Liang found himself thinking not about tactics or evidence or the approaching rescue mission, but about the difference Shun Wuming had named. An institution could burn. A person could endure. And yet, he glanced back toward the archive's main hall. An institution built on the right principles could become something that transcended any single person. The weight of that responsibility sat in his chest like a stone. But stones, he had learned, could be mirrors too. You could see yourself reflected in them clearly, without distortion. Tomorrow they would move Jade Crane's sect master. Tonight, he would rest and prepare. Chapter 82. The breaking sect. Jade Crane's sect's headquarters occupied a valley in the eastern range, a place of misty mornings and careful cultivation. Wei Liang and Xiaofan arrived by conventional travel, presenting themselves to Jade Crane's external gate as archive scholars seeking audience with the sect master. It was honest, at least partially. They were kept waiting in a guest pavilion for 2 hours, a test of patience and deference. Finally, a woman entered. Sect Master Lingxi was older than Wei Liang expected, perhaps 400 years into spirit-severing stage, her hair silver white and bound with jade pins. Her eyes held the careful calculation of someone used to holding fragile power in a fragile hierarchy. Archmage Wei, she said, settling across from him. The title was new. The Continental Congress had granted it after his victory in the legal proceedings. I wondered when you would come personally rather than sending your merchant ally to watch me. Wei Liang inclined his head. I prefer to see people directly. It's clearer. Yes, Lingxi said. Your reputation is quite clear on that point. You copy techniques by looking at them. Understanding through observation, without obfuscation. She paused. That must be exhausting in a world built on hidden things. Less exhausting than the alternative, Wei Liang replied. And you've chosen a path of visibility too, I think. The testimony you offered, that takes courage. Lingxi poured tea from a set laid out on the table between them. The ceramic was very old, the kind that took centuries to develop its particular smoothness. You don't know why I chose that path, she said. You're assuming honorable motivation. I'm assuming you had a reason, Wei Liang corrected. The specific nature of that reason doesn't matter to the archive. What matters is that you're willing to say the evidence was forged. She smiled slightly, genuinely. You're worse at politics than your reputation suggests. A better politician would have flattered me, made me feel special and unique. I'm not interested in flattering you, Wei Liang said. I'm interested in preserving what you're trying to preserve. Bai Ju's reports mentioned something about a destroyed sect. The smile faded. Lingxi set down her teacup with controlled precision. 300 years ago, there was a sect in the northern reaches, the Stellar Harmonics sect. They accumulated knowledge the way your archive intends to. Techniques, texts, methods of cultivation never written anywhere else. When the three unified dynasties collapsed during the Jade Heaven War, Stellar Harmonics was destroyed. All their cultivators were killed or scattered. All their knowledge burned. She looked directly at Wei Liang. I was young. I remember finding one survivor, an old librarian who had escaped with nothing but memory. He died 6 months later. And I thought, if there had been an archive then, if there had been some neutral repository, that knowledge would have survived. That man wouldn't have died with his library still burning in his mind. And now, Lingxi continued, you're building what I couldn't build then. So I testified because I'm tired of watching good things burn. And because the 5 grand sects are using methods that would have destroyed an archive even if it had 100 friends. Wei Liang felt the truth of it settle into his understanding. This was not about politics or power. This was about grief, so old it had calcified into principle. 2 of the other sects know you're planning to testify, he said carefully. They're preparing to prevent it. Protective custody, technically. It will be legally complicated to extract you. Lingxi's expression didn't change. When? Tomorrow or the day after. We need to move you. To where? Lingxi asked. The Mirror Archive? They'll claim I'm your captive, forced to say what you want me to say. Wei Liang considered this. You're right. We need a neutral ground. Somewhere you can be protected without looking protected. The meditation halls outside the Continental Congress, Lingxi said immediately. They're neutral territory, maintained by a consortium of smaller sections. If I claimed sanctuary there, no one could legally enter without the Congress's permission. And the Congress convenes in 2 days anyway. Xiao Fan, who had been silent until now, spoke softly. You've already planned this. I decided the moment I agreed to testify, Lingxi said. I just wanted to know if the archive's founder would try to force me or respect my judgment. Wei Liang inclined his head. The archive respects judgment. Ours is to transport you there safely without alerting the other sections. Can you be ready in 4 hours? Lingxi stood. I've been ready for 300 years. The journey from Jade Crane's sect to the meditation halls took most of the night. They traveled fast, taking routes that avoided main roads, using cultivation to muffle their chi signatures. Lingxi proved to be not just capable, but genuinely excellent in covert movement. A sect master didn't survive for centuries without learning how to disappear when necessary. When they arrived at the meditation halls, Lingxi paused at the threshold, looking at the ancient stones of the building. Stellar Harmonics sect had halls like these, she said. 8,000 years ago. The stones remember. Wei Liang said. Then we'll make sure this building remembers too. As Lingxi was settled in sanctuary chambers, she took Wei Liang aside for a moment. I underestimated you, she said. I expected a clever cultivator. Someone skilled in technique and power. You're something else. You understand that the archive matters because knowledge matters, not because you can use it. I wasn't always that way, Wei Liang replied. Power was all I understood once. The archive taught me otherwise. Lingxi nodded slowly. When this is finished, whatever happens, I want Jade Crane's sect to formally ally with the archive, not as subordinates, as partners in preservation. Wei Liang felt something shift in the larger pattern. The 5 grand sects weren't monolithic. They could be reached. They could be changed by the same principles the archive represented. Then I'll see that it happens, he said. After we win. Lingxi smiled. No, we'll make sure it happens because it's right. And for the first time since the crisis began, Wei Liang felt not just hope but certainty. Chapter 83. The retrieval. The meditation halls proved an excellent sanctuary, but Lingxi being there changed the timeline. Bai Ju's intelligence indicated that the 2 allied sects would accelerate their protective custody arrangement. They would move on Jade Crane's sect master the very next morning, which meant Wei Liang and Chao Rui had to move first. Chao Rui was waiting in the archive when Wei Liang returned, studying a schematic of Jade Crane's sect's main building with the focus of someone who understood that plans saved lives. He had been Wei Liang's rival once, back at Azure Peak sect, when they were young and burning with ambition. Now he served as the archive's security director, and Wei Liang had learned that Chao Rui was the kind of person who was better as an ally than as an enemy. The formation array is standard hierarchical defense, Chao Rui said, pointing at the schematic. 3 concentric layers. The outer layer deflects casual observation. The middle layer stops chi intrusion. The inner layer is sealed to authorized personnel only. Wei Liang studied the schematic, which had been drawn from Baiju's observations and cross-referenced with formation theory texts. I need to see it once in person. That's all it will take. They arrived at Jade Crane's sect just before dawn, moving through the darkness with the kind of chi control that made them invisible to casual sense. The sect's boundaries were marked by stone pillars carved with formation script, each one resonating with chi at the threshold of the protective array. Wei Liang placed his palm against the nearest pillar and opened himself to observation. The formation was indeed elegant, not overcomplicated, which was the sign of a master's work. It used natural chi flows from the surrounding peaks to amplify its defensive strength, channeling them through the sect master's own quarters as a kind of resonance point. It was clever, sustainable, and completely copied into Wei Liang's mirror perception after a single contact. Now, Xiao Rui asked. Wei Liang walked back from the pillar and closed his eyes. Then, deliberately and carefully, he manifested the formation's outermost layer in the air beside him. It took no effort now. The mirror palace was vast enough to hold this kind of working easily. The formation materialized as a conceptual structure, and he shaped it like a key. He walked forward, and the outer barrier parted before him like curtains. Xiao Rui followed. The middle layer took slightly more focus. Wei Liang had to mirror the formation's logic, its understanding of what constituted authorized chi. He made himself appear, to the formation's perception, like authorized personnel from Jade Crane's sect, not a perfect disguise, but close enough to pass without triggering alarms. They slipped through the middle barrier as if walking through a veil. The inner sanctum was where the sect master's personal quarters lay. Here, Jade Crane's defenses became intimate, formations designed not just to keep outsiders out, but to alert the sect master to any unexpected presence. Wei Liang could mirror that alert system too, but doing so would be an obvious violation. Instead, he simply walked to the sect master's chambers and knocked on the door. Lingxi opened it herself, already dressed in traveling robes. She must have been waiting, ready for the moment. Behind her, her personal chambers were empty of anything personal. She had traveled light, living for 4 centuries, never accumulating what she couldn't carry. The retrieval method is unconventional, Wei Liang said, but efficient. You mirrored our entire defense array? Lingxi asked, genuine surprise crossing her face. Once is all it takes, Wei Liang replied. Come. They left the same way they came. Xiao Rui maintained the outer barrier's passage as they moved through the sect grounds. No alarms. No violence. No signs that anyone had ever been there. By the time the other 2 grand sects arrived to take Lingxi into protective custody, they found only an empty set of chambers and a very confused Jade Crane sect administration. The story quickly spread. Sect Master Lingxi had gone to sanctuary at the meditation halls to prepare her testimony. The move was legal, unimpeachable, and impossible to contest without revealing exactly why they had wanted to restrict her movement in the first place. Baiju reported the sect's growing frustration with enormous satisfaction. They've accelerated their timeline, which means they're panicking. Panicking sects make mistakes. Wei Liang sat in the archives library, surrounded by the thousands of texts that formed their institutional memory. Beside him, Elder Huang was shelving scrolls with the contentment of someone who had finally found a place where knowledge mattered more than politics. You're preparing for the hearing, Elder Huang said. It wasn't a question. I'm trying to imagine what they'll do when their manufactured evidence falls apart in front of the Continental Congress, Wei Liang replied. And I'm afraid of what desperate people do when they have nowhere left to run. Hollowblade sect will push for something final, Elder Huang said calmly. They've invested too much in this conflict to walk away quietly. The question is what form that finality will take. Wei Liang had been a student long enough to understand that his mentor had just told him something important. Hollowblade wouldn't stop at legal maneuvering. They would escalate. He said, then we'll meet whatever comes. Elder Huang nodded and returned to his shelving, humming something ancient and content. Chapter 84. The hearing. The Continental Congress reconvened in the Grand Hall of Harmonized Sects, a building so old that its origins were lost to history. The walls were made of stone that had been blessed by 1,000 generations of cultivators. The ceiling was high enough that chi distortions from strong cultivators didn't register as physical discomfort. Wei Liang arrived with a delegation from the archive: Su Mei, Xin Wuming, Elder Huang, Xiao Fan, and Xiao Rui. They filed into the observation section, and immediately the hall seemed to shift. The presence of a void-return cultivator changed everything. Every sect master in the Grand Hall felt Xin Wuming's arrival the way a forest feels a storm. Recognition rippled through the room. Cultivators older than 100 years recognized him, whispered about him, understood that his presence meant the Continental Congress was no longer a simple political negotiation. The presiding Grand Master, A hostile figure of indeterminate age, clearly affiliated with Hollow Blade sect, nearly refused to call the session to order. "Avoid return cultivator," he said, his voice carrying over the hall. "This constitutes an intimidation tactic." "I came here to listen," Shun Wuming replied calmly. "Not to intimidate. If my presence makes you uncomfortable, you're free to step aside." It was a perfect move. The Grandmaster couldn't step aside. That would mean admitting the 5 Grand Sect's entire legal strategy was so weak it required him to be blind and deaf to opposing evidence. But he also couldn't ignore the subtle threat in Shun Wuming's words. Avoid return cultivator announcing that he would listen was itself a message. The hearing proceeded. Bai Ju presented the 5 Grand Sect's case first. The forged documents. The accusation that the archive was hoarding cultivation knowledge without proper oversight. The claims that Wei Liang was using the archive as a cover for personal power acquisition. It was a compelling narrative for anyone who hadn't examined it closely. Then Wei Liang stood and dismantled it piece by piece. He brought the actual documents before the Congress. He showed the inconsistencies in paper aging, the subtle variations in ink, the handwriting analysis that proved multiple forgers had worked together. He presented timelines showing when and where the documents would have to have been created. He didn't make accusations, he simply showed evidence. Then Lingxi testified. She was calm, formal, precise. She named the specific meeting where the false evidence was created. She identified which sect representatives had been present. She explained that she had been uncomfortable with the approach and had decided to seek truth rather than participate in deception. The presiding Grandmaster's face went very still. 3 of the 5 Grand Sects visibly withdrew from the proceedings. Their representatives stood and moved to neutral territory, signaling that they would not participate further in this legal action. The message was clear. Jade Crane Sect, Celestial Peak Sect, and Flowing Water Sect saw the direction the evidence was flowing, and they were distancing themselves from the remaining 2 sections. Hollow Blade Sect stood firm, alongside the Obsidian Gate Sect. But they were alone now, isolated. And an isolated position was a desperate position. The presiding Grandmaster called for closing statements. There was a moment of silence, the kind that precedes an irrevocable decision. The Continental Congress would vote on archive independence. The evidence was clear. The Institute would almost certainly be reaffirmed. Then Sect Master Cade of Hollow Blade Sect stood. He was spirit-severing late stage, his presence filled with controlled rage. "Even if we accept that the evidence is fraudulent," he said, his voice harsh with fury, "the fundamental problem remains. The archive is a threat to cultivation hierarchy. I call for a duel of principle, the archive's champion against Hollow Blades. Let the old way settle what law cannot." The entire Grand Hall went silent. Wei Liang felt Xiaofan tense beside him. This was not a legal maneuver. This was a declaration that Hollow Blade Sect was withdrawing from civilized negotiation and returning to cultivation's most ancient tradition, might determining right. "I accept," Wei Liang said, standing before anyone could mount an objection. Xiaofan caught his arm. "Wei, if they're willing to fight, then we settle it," he said quietly. "Completely. Definitively." Shun Wuming made a small approving sound. The Void Return Cultivator understood what Wei Liang was doing. If Hollow Blade Sect wanted combat, then combat would show them the futility of their position more effectively than any argument. The duel would take place the next morning. That evening, Wei Liang sat with Xiaofan on the archive's roof, looking out over the city. Behind them, the archive's halls still glowed with lamplight, scholars and cultivators preparing for what tomorrow would bring. "You could die," Xiaofan said. There was no accusation in her voice, just statement. "I could," Wei Liang agreed. "But I probably won't." "Overconfidence?" "No. Experience." He turned toward her. "I've copied the 3 assassination techniques from the Hollow Blade agents who attacked us weeks ago. I've studied Hollow Blade's known fighting methods. Whatever champion they send, I will have seen their techniques before, or I will see them in the moment. That's my mirror-root advantage. I don't have to be stronger. I have to be adaptable." Xiaofan was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I want to understand something. You talk about the archive like it's separate from you, like it matters more than you do. But it only exists because you built it. And now you're willing to die defending it." Wei Liang considered this carefully. "The archive matters because knowledge matters. I matter because I can see that and act on it. They're not in conflict. They're the same thing." "That's a very archmage answer," Xiaofan said, but she was almost smiling. "Is that bad?" "No," she said. "It's just very you. Very Wei Liang. The person who saw something broken and decided to fix it, not for power or money, but because it was broken." Below them, the city's lights reflected in a dozen small pools from the morning's rain. Each light had a mirror. Each mirror showed the same light, reflected perfectly, unchanged by the distance between source and reflection. That was the mirror route, he thought. Not magical, not supernatural, just perfect alignment with what was observed. Truth without distortion. Chapter 85. The Duel of Principle. The Continental Congress arranged the duel in a neutral arena outside the Grand Hall. A circular space marked with boundary formations strong enough to contain cultivation battle without letting qi discharge harm the surrounding city. Hundreds of cultivators gathered to watch. This was history being written. One of the 5 grand sects challenging the rising archive directly, and the archive's champion accepting. Hollowblade sect sent sect champion Luo Chun. He was spirit-severing peak stage, his cultivation base refined to near perfection. His qi signature carried the distinctive resonance of the cutting rain technique, a devastating art that mimicked water's fluidity while delivering blade-sharp strikes from every angle. It was considered one of the most effective spirit-severing techniques in the entire cultivation world. Wei Liang had already copied it. The boundary formations activated. Sect Master Cade declared the duel commenced. Luo Chun moved first, his approach controlled and methodical. He unleashed a wave of qi-infused strikes that came at Wei Liang from multiple directions, cutting rain in its basic form, precision attacks designed to probe for weaknesses. It was a smart opening. In most duels, this first exchange would reveal something crucial about an opponent's defense pattern. Wei Liang made no attempt to defend. Instead, he simply stood still and let the cutting rain wash over him. And as it touched him, he reached into the mirror palace and reflected it back in full. The strikes that had been moving at him suddenly reversed direction, hitting Luo Chun with exactly the same intensity they had been thrown with. The champion staggered, shocked. No one had ever thrown back cutting rain without diminishment. He pressed forward, more aggressively this time, advancing his cultivation to pour more power into each technique. Wave after wave of cutting rain. Wei Liang reflected each one. He didn't move. He didn't fight. He didn't even breathe hard. He was simply a perfect mirror, and every attack became its own reflection. Luo Chun escalated again, combining cutting rain with other spirit-severing techniques, techniques that Wei Liang had observed or copied weeks ago when fighting the assassination team. Each combination returned amplified through the mirror's sovereignty function. The duel became almost meditative in its pattern. Luo Chun would attack. Wei Liang would reflect. The champion would adjust. Wei Liang would mirror the adjustment. There was no anger in it, no desperation. It was simply 2 cultivators exploring the boundaries of what could be thrown and what could be returned. The watching cultivators fell silent as they understood what they were witnessing. This wasn't a battle. This was a demonstration. This was proof that technique itself, no matter how refined, meant nothing against perfect reflection. Luo Chun was fighting his own power and losing not because he was weak, but because his opponent was showing him the futility of the premise itself. The champion tried a formation collapse, a desperate technique that combined all his remaining qi into a single, massive strike. It was the kind of move you attempted when you had nothing left to lose. It was the move of someone who understood they were being broken down by their own attacks, and who was choosing to break themselves rather than continue. Wei Liang reflected that too. The massive strike returned to Luo Chun with triple force. The champion fell to his knees. For a moment, nobody moved. The arena was perfectly silent. Then Wei Liang walked forward and offered Luo Chun his hand. The champion looked up at him, qi exhausted, cultivation nearly depleted from the constant fighting. But there was something in his eyes besides defeat, something like relief. As Wei Liang helped him to his feet, Luo Chun spoke very quietly, low enough that only Wei Liang could hear. I wanted to lose. The old men at Hollowblade made me do this. There are good people there. Don't destroy them. I know, Wei Liang said. The archive doesn't destroy sections. It preserves knowledge. That's all it will ever do. Luo Chun nodded, and he allowed himself to be escorted away by medical cultivators who would help him recover from the qi exhaustion. The duel was over. The presiding Grandmaster declared it officially. The archive's independence was confirmed. Hollowblade sect was censured by the Continental Congress for attempting to use manufactured evidence and violence to undermine an independent institution. The duel of principle had settled the matter with perfect finality. Wei Liang left the arena without ceremony. Behind him, the watching cultivators began to understand the implications of what they had just witnessed. A cultivator at early to mid-spirit severing stage had defeated a peak stage champion without advancing, without fighting, without doing anything except being absolutely still and absolutely aware. It was a kind of power that changed how people understood cultivation entirely. Chapter 86. The fracture in the aftermath of the duel. The 5 days that followed were consumed with formal proceedings and political resolution. The Continental Congress drafted the Archive Independence Charter, a legal document that formally recognized the archive's status as a neutral institution, granted it protection for 5 years, and outlined exactly what technical theft and knowledge preservation were and were not. Jade Crane's sect master Lingxi pushed the paperwork through with the efficiency of someone who had waited 300 years for something like this. She and the representatives of Celestial Peak and Flowing Water negotiated directly with Hollow Blade Sect and Obsidian Gate, creating a framework that allowed those two sects to withdraw from their hostile position without complete humiliation. Wei Liang stayed out of it. He had done what he needed to do in the duel. The rest was the work of systems and institutions. On the evening after the vote was formally certified, Wei Liang climbed to the archive's roof alone. The summer had turned warm in the city, the kind of evening where heat still radiated from stone even as the sun descended. He sat and looked out over the city, over the rooftops and lights, and the distant mountains where cultivation power still sang through peaks and valleys. The archive had won. The archive would continue. In 5 years, the legal protections would need to be renegotiated, but that was 5 years away, and institutions that had lasted this long could endure longer still. So why did he feel uncertain? Because you're beginning to understand that power isn't the goal, a voice said behind him. Wei Liang turned. Xiaofan was climbing up through the roof's access hatch, moving with the casual certainty of someone who had done this climb many times before. I didn't hear you come up, he said. I wanted you to look out at what you'd made before I interrupted the view, Xiaofan replied. She settled beside him, not quite touching, but close enough that he felt her presence as a warm stability in the evening air. Power isn't the goal, Wei Liang repeated. Then what is? Xiaofan was quiet for a moment, watching the city. She had been with him since the very beginning, when the archive was just an idea and a single empty building. She had seen him go from a broken cultivator, expelled and humiliated, to someone who could stand before the 5 grand sects and refuse to be cowed. Understanding, she said finally. Preservation. The chance for other people to not have to start from nothing the way you did. Wei Liang looked at her. Why do you stay with the archive? With me? You could be almost anything, with your cultivation talent and your intelligence. Because I believe in what we're building, Xiaofan said. Then she added, more quietly, and because I've loved you for a very long time, and I don't want to stop doing that just because it's complicated. It was the most direct thing she had ever said to him. Wei Liang felt something fundamental shift in his chest, not a breakthrough or an ascension, but something quieter and more important. The moment where he stopped pretending he didn't understand what was between them. He took her hand. I want to reach void return, he said. I want to reach mirror completion. I want to know what it means to be a perfect reflection of all things. But I don't want to do that instead of building something with you. Good, Xiaofan said. Because I'm going to help you reach those stages, and I'm going to help you build the archive, and I'm not going to pretend those are separate goals. I'm not very good at this, Wei Liang said. It was almost a question. Neither am I, Xiaofan replied. She leaned against him, and they sat together as the city lights multiplied in the darkness, and the archive continued its quiet work below them. Chapter 87. The reflection in the weeks following the Continental Congress's decision. Wei Liang found himself approaching the null meridian stage, the penultimate threshold before void return. It was not a physical distance, but a conceptual one. He had accumulated 10,000 techniques in the Mirror Palace. He understood their patterns, their principles, their essential structures. To reach null meridian, he would have to release his attachment to storing them and accept instead the possibility of generating them from pure void chi. It was a terrifying thought. He spoke about it to Su Mei one morning in the archive's ancient knowledge wing. The old librarian was cataloging a newly acquired text, something from the Silver Script Academy era, 1,000 years old, filled with preliminary notes about technique classification. When I reached spirit severing, Su Mei said, not looking up from her work, I was afraid of the same thing, that if I advanced further, I would lose something essential, some crucial understanding that had brought me to that point. Did you? Wei Liang asked. Lose it? Su Mei finally turned to him, her ancient eyes bright with amusement. No, I gave it up. There's a difference. I stopped being afraid that I would forget what I had learned. I accepted that forgetting was part of growing. Wei Liang sat across from her. The morning light came through the archive's high windows, illuminating dust motes that drifted like tiny cultivators through the air. What's it like? He asked. Void return stage. For you, it was 1,000 years ago, so you might not remember exactly, but the essence of it. Su Mei set down her brush and folded her hands. She was quiet for a long time before answering. When you're below void return, cultivation is about accumulation. You gather power. You gather techniques. You gather understanding. You are a container that grows larger and larger. But at void return. She paused, searching for words. Cultivation becomes about expression. You're not a container anymore. You're a conduit. Everything flows through you, and you're no longer afraid that the flow will overwhelm you. That sounds peaceful, Wei Liang said. It is, Sume agreed. But it's also absolute. You stop being able to pretend that power is neutral. Everything you do at that stage, every technique you manifest, every decision you make, it all reflects who you are at your core. You can't hide anymore, Wei. Not from your techniques, not from yourself. Wei Liang understood immediately what she meant. As a spirit-severing cultivator, he could use a technique without fully endorsing its principles. He could copy an assassination method without being an assassin. But at void return, the separation would dissolve. He would be whatever he manifested. I don't know if I'm ready for that, he said quietly. Sume smiled. She reached over and touched his hand, a gesture of pure affection from someone who had loved many people over 1,000 years. Then you're exactly ready. The people who think they're ready for void return are usually the ones it destroys. That evening, Wei Liang sat alone in his chambers and wrote. He wrote about the mirror root, about what it meant to be a zero-grade spirit root in a world obsessed with power levels, about how isolation and rejection had taught him to see clearly, without the distortion of pride. He wrote about the 7 steps of cultivation he had developed to teach others the mirror method. He wrote about principles, that knowledge mattered more than technique, that preservation was more important than power, that understanding through observation was the truest form of strength. He filled 100 pages. The manual that emerged was not a technical text. It was a philosophy of cultivation written by someone who had been broken and had chosen to build rather than destroy. Sume read it the next morning, in the archives library, while Xiao Fun and Wei Liang waited. The old librarian's ancient hands moved slowly across the pages, and her eyes glistened with tears by the time she finished. This is what the Silver Script Academy was supposed to be, she said. Not a collection of techniques, but a collected understanding. A school of thought that would outlive any one cultivator. She looked at Wei Liang. This is the founding document of the archive. Not this building. Not the legal charter. This. I know, Wei Liang said. He had written it for exactly that reason. Xiaofan took the manuscript and held it like something precious and fragile. What are you going to do with it? Give it to you, Wei Liang said. Both of you. Sume. It's for the archive's core teachings. Xiaofan. It's for you to protect and expand. When I attempt the void return breakthrough, if it doesn't go well, the archive will need something to stand on besides my continued existence. The two women looked at each other, understanding that Wei Liang was preparing for the possibility of his own failure, and understanding too that this preparation itself was what would ensure success. Sume took the manuscript and held it to her chest. The archive will endure, she said. With or without you. But I think we'll need you for a long time yet. Chapter 88. The traveler 2 days after Wei Liang gave his foundational manuscript to the archive, a visitor arrived at the gates alone. She was dressed in plain gray robes, unremarkable in every visible way. Her chi signature was completely obscured, not hidden, but absent, as though the cultivator inside those robes had stopped generating chi entirely and was simply existing as a hollow space in the cultivation world. Bai Ju came to Wei Liang with his chi sense report, and his face was unusually pale. There's someone at the gate, the merchant cultivator said. I can't read her cultivation level. Not because she's hiding it, because she doesn't have one. Her chi just stops registering at some point. Wei Liang set down his tea. Send her to the main hall. Treat her as a guest of importance. When they met, the first thing Wei Liang noticed was her eyes. They were young eyes in a face that looked 30 years old, but the gaze behind them held epochs of time. She moved with the grace of someone who had been alive so long that hurrying had become philosophically impossible. I'm called Qing Han, she said simply, settling across from him in the archive's greeting hall. I've been traveling for a long time. I heard stories about a mirror cultivator who started a knowledge archive. I wanted to see it. Wei Liang poured tea, the same ancient ceramic that Lingxi had used, smooth with centuries of careful handling. How long have you been traveling? 10,000 years, more or less, Qing Han replied. She accepted the tea and drank it as though it was the finest thing she had tasted in centuries, and perhaps it was. Time becomes slippery after the first few thousand. I remember clearly up to about year 4000. After that, it's all impressions. And what brings you to the archive specifically? Wei Liang asked. Curiosity, Qing Han said. She looked around the gathering hall with an expression of deep recognition. I knew the Silver Script Academy. Watched them accumulate knowledge for 3 centuries before the war burned them down. Watched another sect try to do something similar. Failed. And now there's you. Wei Liang felt his chi sense reach toward her instinctively, trying to understand her, trying to read her level and intention. She noticed immediately. You're trying to copy me. Qing Han said. It wasn't an accusation. You can't. There's nothing to copy. I stopped having techniques 10,000 years ago. What do you mean? Wei Liang asked. Qing Han set down her teacup and folded her hands. I became the technique. Cultivation, for someone at my level, is not about techniques anymore. It's about existing as a principle, as a law. I don't throw punches. I am impact. I don't use fire. I am transformation. There's no method to copy. There's only what I am, and that's not something that transfers. What does that feel like? Wei Liang asked. For the first time, Qing Han smiled. Like nothing at all, which is everything. She stayed for tea. She asked questions rather than telling stories, about the archive, about Wei Liang's cultivation path, about why he cared so much about preserving what others were willing to let burn. She listened the way very old people sometimes listened, as though every answer was being recorded in memory. Can you stay? Wei Liang asked as the afternoon light faded. A few days, Qing Han said. I won't stay longer. I don't stay anywhere longer anymore. But I wanted to be present for what comes next. What comes next? Wei Liang asked. Your breakthrough, Qing Han said. She stood to leave. Every 10,000 years or so, I find someone who's building something real. I stay long enough to see if they endure. I suspect you will. Chapter 89. The preparation with Qing Han in the archive. Something fundamental shifted in the institution's consciousness. The scholars knew, somehow, that there was an immortal ascension cultivator in their halls, though Wei Liang never introduced her as such. Su Mei and Shun Wuming spent long hours with her, catching up on epics of history they had lived through in different ways. Xiaofan watched it all with the patience of someone who had learned to observe before acting. Wei Liang spent his time doing something else, organizing the Mirror Palace. This was the essential task before Void Return. The Mirror Palace contained 10,000 separate techniques, each one stored as a living formation within the crystalline void of his Dantian. To attempt the breakthrough without organizing them was to risk fragmentation during the transition. He had to make each technique coherent, categorize them not just by type, but by principle, create a kind of internal library within his own cultivation base. It took 6 days of continuous work. He sat in meditation, moving through the Mirror Palace room by room, formation by formation, taking each copied technique and understanding it completely. Not executing it, not using it, just knowing it. The way a master musician knows every note they've ever learned, not by thinking about it, but by having it integrated into their understanding of sound itself. By the 7th day, it was done. The Mirror Palace was not a chaotic library anymore. It was a unified structure, a crystalline reflection of all cultivation methods he had encountered, organized by principles so basic they approached the pre-elemental nature of qi itself. Su Mei found him when he emerged from meditation. The old cultivator took one look at him and nodded. You're ready, she said simply. I'm terrified, Wei Liang replied. That's the same thing, Su Mei said. Terror is wisdom that has learned to feel. That evening, Wei Liang went to Xiaofan. They sat together in their favorite place, the archive's northern garden, where herbs used for cultivation were grown carefully by apprentices learning the fundamental arts. Tomorrow, Xiaofan asked. Tomorrow, Wei Liang confirmed. The Void Return breakthrough. I don't know how long it will take. Hours, probably. Maybe a day. I'll be here, Xiaofan said. If it goes wrong, Wei Liang began. It won't, Xiaofan interrupted. I've watched you attempt every cultivation breakthrough since I met you. You approach them like you approach everything. Carefully, completely, without arrogance. You will reach Void Return. You have more confidence in me than I do, Wei Liang said. Someone has to, Xiaofan replied. That's what loving someone means. She kissed him, there in the garden surrounded by cultivation herbs, under the evening sky where stars were beginning to appear. It was the most ordinary moment, and the most complete, that Wei Liang had ever experienced. Later that night, Qing Han found him on the archive's roof. The immortal ascension cultivator looked out over the city and said, by tomorrow evening, you'll understand what I meant about becoming the technique. It's terrifying and peaceful in equal measure. Will I survive it? Wei Liang asked. You're asking the wrong question, Qing Han said. The real question is whether the you that comes out the other side will be someone worth surviving for. And I think the answer is yes. Chapter 90. The Void. Wei Liang entered the meditation chamber deep beneath the archive, in spaces that had been prepared for exactly this moment. The chamber was sealed with formations that would keep his qi contained, prevent accidental discharge during the breakthrough. Xiaofan, Su Mei, Elder Huang, Chao Rui, Shen Wuming, and Qing Han would wait outside the chamber, ready to intervene if something went catastrophically wrong. He sat in the center of the chamber and opened himself to the breakthrough. The first phase was familiar, the compression of qi, the pushing inward of cultivation pressure as his body and dantian prepared to accommodate a new stage. His meridians burned. His bones sang. His consciousness compressed into a point of perfect focus. Then came the unfamiliar part. As he approached the threshold of void return, Wei Liang faced a choice that was almost a paradox. The Mirror Palace contained 10,000 techniques. To advance to void return, he had to stop treating it as a storage space. He had to allow the palace to become a generating void, a space that could manifest any technique from pure qi. But how could it do that if it was full? The answer was to make it empty. Wei Liang reached into the heart of his Mirror Palace and touched the perfect nothingness at its center. And then, deliberately, he released his claim on everything in it. For a moment, he experienced perfect terror. Every technique he had copied, every method he had learned, every piece of understanding he had accumulated, gone. Released. Uncontained. It was like dying without dying, like erasing himself while remaining conscious. The Mirror Palace emptied. What filled it instead was something he had no words for. Not void. Exactly, because void implied absence. Not fullness, because there was nothing there. It was a capacity to be anything, constrained by nothing, powered by understanding rather than accumulation. He became a conduit. The qi flowed through him, now not as something he controlled, but as something he expressed. Every technique he had ever copied was still there, but it was there as knowledge, not as stored power. He could access any technique he had learned with perfect clarity, perfect speed, perfect integration. When he finally emerged from the breakthrough chamber 12 hours later, he was no longer entirely himself. He was himself and something else both simultaneously. Wei Liang stood in the archive's central hall, and the qi around him visibly distorted. The sovereignty function, which he had activated consciously before, was now constant. He was a mirror all the time, reflecting everything. Every qi pulse from his companions was instantly returned to them amplified. Every sense extension was reflected back perfectly. Shin Wuming felt the wave of returned qi and actually laughed, a sound like distant thunder. Void return, he said with genuine delight. The one below me who might actually understand why being this is better than having this. Qing Han clapped slowly, once. Now that's interesting, she said. That's someone who might actually endure. Xiaofan stepped forward and took Wei Liang's hand, carefully, as though he might be fragile. But he wasn't fragile. He was complete in a way that fragile could never encompass. Welcome, she said, to the void. Wei Liang looked at his hand in hers, saw the qi reflection, understood the principle beneath it. Void return felt like waking from a dream he hadn't known he was having. I feel like I'm finally learning to see, he said. Elder Huang sat down very suddenly and said, That's it. You've surpassed me. Not just in power, in understanding. I can't advise you anymore because there's nothing left I can teach you. Then teach with me, Wei Liang said. The archive needs people who understand what it means to know without needing to control. He could see it clearly now, at this new level. The shape of what the archive was becoming. Not just a library. Not just an institution. A principle. The principle that knowledge mattered more than dominion. That understanding transcended power. That true cultivation was about becoming something integrated with all things rather than something that controlled them. I need to rest, Wei Liang said. Not from exhaustion, but from the overwhelming clarity of seeing at void return stage. But Qing Han stopped him before he could leave the hall. Before you rest, you should know, the next phase comes very soon. There are people who will hear about your breakthrough. Not all of them will be happy about what you've become. Hollow Blade sect again? Wei Liang asked. Worse, Qing Han said. Every sect that's built its power on the idea of technique monopoly will understand, at a very deep level, that you represent the ending of their justification. They'll want you gone before you can show the cultivation world what's possible when knowledge is free. Wei Liang nodded slowly. He had known this was coming. But knowing it as a spirit-severing cultivator was different from knowing it at void return. Now he could see exactly how the threat would manifest, could perceive the shape of what was approaching. Then we'll be ready, he said. Chapter 91. The call 3 days after Wei Liang's breakthrough, the challenge arrived. It came not from a single sect, but from a coalition, 7 mid-tier sects, united by a fear so ancient that it predated the 5 grand sects themselves. The fear that free knowledge would break the power structures that held civilization together. The fear that if techniques could be learned and shared without restriction, the carefully maintained hierarchy of cultivation would collapse into chaos. The declaration was formal, legal, and absolutely uncompromising. The Mirror Archive represents a danger to the proper ordering of the cultivation world. The hoarding and distribution of techniques without proper authorization threatens the stability of all sects and the foundation of civilized cultivation. We declare the archive a threat to cultivation order and call for its dissolution. If this matter is not resolved through legal channels within 3 days, we will resolve it by force. Wei Liang read it aloud to the archive's assembled leadership. Elder Huang, Su Mei, Xiao Fan, Xiao Rui, Bai Ju, and Shun Wuming gathered in the central hall as he folded the declaration carefully and set it on the table. How many people? He asked, though his void return chi sense could already tell him. 100 cultivators total, Bai Ju reported. 7 sects, ranging from spirit severing early to mid-stage. Their presumed champion is a void return cultivator from the Jade Tomb sect. Another void return? Xiaofan asked sharply. Early stage, Bai Ju confirmed. Not as advanced as Wei Liang, but combat experienced. This is a serious threat. Wei Liang said quietly. Let them come. Shen Wuming smiled. It was not a happy smile. It was the smile of someone who had been waiting for this moment for 1,000 years. You're not going to defend? Xiao Rui asked. You're not going to fortify? No, Wei Liang said. We're going to open the gates. He looked around at his people, at the archive staff, the scholars, the cultivators who had made this place their home. Send invitations to every sect that has benefited from the archive's knowledge. Send invitations to every wandering cultivator who found shelter here. Send them all an invitation to be present. Not to fight, just to be here when the attackers arrive. What are you trying to accomplish? Elder Huang asked, though his ancient eyes showed he understood already. I want the cultivation world to see what they're attacking, Wei Liang said. An institution that exists because people believe in it. Not because I'm powerful. Because what it represents matters. That evening, the invitations went out. Over the next 2 days, they began to arrive. Scholars came. Cultivators without sects came. Junior disciples from sympathetic sects came. Teachers who had used the archive's collected knowledge came. Merchants who had profited from the neutrality of archive trading posts came. Parents who had sent their children to be trained in the mirror method came. By the time the 3-day deadline approached, the archive's grounds held nearly 300 people. They weren't armed. They weren't prepared for battle. They were simply there, standing quietly inside the archive's open gates, making themselves witnesses. Bai Ju shook his head in amazement. You're risking everything on the idea that people will care. Not caring, Wei Liang said. Witnessing. There's a difference. The night before the attack, Wei Liang and Xiaofan stood together in their usual place, the archive's northern garden. The cultivation herbs seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight, as though they understood they might not exist much longer. Are you afraid? Xiaofan asked. No, Wei Liang said, and realized it was true. I'm calm in a way I haven't been since before the Continental Congress. Like everything that needed to happen has happened, and now we're just going to see how people respond. That's Void Return speaking, Xiaofan said. You're not afraid because you can see exactly how this will go. I can, Wei Liang admitted. I can see them arriving. I can see them hesitating when they see all these people. I can see the choice they make. He took her hand. Whatever happens tomorrow, I want you to know, the archive was worth this. Whatever comes, it was worth defending. It's not just the archive, Xiaofan said. It's what you've become. A person who can hold power and not use it to control others. That's rarer than any technique. They stood together as the stars moved overhead, and the archive held its breath waiting for dawn. Chapter 92. The confrontation. They came as the sun rose. 100 cultivators from 7 sects, moving as a coordinated force. Their leader was visible from the archive gates, a void return cultivator whose chi sang with combat refinement. But when they saw the archive's gates open wide, when they saw the 300 people standing calmly on the grounds, something shifted in their approach. The attacking sect's leader halted his force at the entrance. There are more of them than we expected, his second-in-command said. They're not armed, the leader replied. They're not even in defensive stances. Wei Liang walked forward alone, down the path from the archive's main hall to the gates. His void return cultivation was visible now, not through aggressive chi display, but through the sheer presence of his being, the way reality seemed to reflect itself around him. The attacking force's leader, a woman named Sang Yu, her chi scarred from ancient battles, studied him with the calculation of someone who had fought many void return opponents. The archive must be closed, she said formally. Dissolved. Your techniques will be cataloged and properly distributed through approved channels. You will be permitted to continue your work under proper oversight. No, Wei Liang said simply. Then we do this through force, Sang Yu replied. She gave the order, and her 100 cultivators began to advance. Wei Liang didn't move. He simply stood at the archive's gate and became absolute. The sovereignty function, operating at void return stage with perfect precision, created a field where every technique thrown at him was instantly returned. But more than that, Wei Liang had had time during his breakthrough to understand something crucial. At Void Return stage, he could do something that no spirit-severing cultivator could manage. He could return technique in perfect opposition to the attacker's intention. A cultivator threw a fire technique. It came back as ice. A cultivator used an earth formation to advance. It reversed, creating a wall that stopped their own advance. A cultivator attempted to jump over the conflict. The chi they used to jump was reflected downward, pinning them in place. But Wei Liang didn't kill anyone. He didn't need to. The battle was over in moments, as the attacking force realized that every technique they used was being used against them. But more than that, they began to understand the principle Wei Liang was demonstrating. Fighting the archive wasn't a combat problem. It was a philosophical one, and philosophy couldn't be won through violence. Sang Yu, the Void Return leader, pressed forward with perfect technique. She had spent centuries mastering combat at her level. She knew methods that spirit-severing cultivators couldn't imagine. She threw them all at Wei Liang, and all of them returned in kind. The duel lasted an hour. By the end, Sang Yu was on her knees, chi exhausted from fighting her own power amplified back at her. Wei Liang stood, perfect and unmoved, and simply looked at her with expression of genuine sadness. "I understand what you're afraid of," he said. "You think that shared knowledge will break the power structures that protect people. But that's not how it works. Knowledge doesn't weaken civilization. It strengthens it. Let me show you." He offered his hand. Sang Yu looked at it, as though it might be a trap. Then, slowly, she took it and let him help her up. "Why didn't you kill me?" she asked. "Because destroying power never preserves anything," Wei Liang replied. "Only understanding does." The attacking force, seeing their leader defeated and then helped to his feet, seeing Wei Liang's lack of malice and his perfect control, began to realize what they had come to destroy. Not a threat, a possibility. Shen Wuming walked out from the archive then, descending the steps with the weight of his 1,000 years visible on him. He approached the defeated coalition and bowed deeply to Wei Liang. "1,000 years ago," Shen Wuming said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "I burned down something like this. The Jade Heaven War burned down the Silver Script Academy. I spent 1,000 years regretting it. Today I watched something like it survive." The ancient cultivator's presence filled the space. Every person there, attacker and defender both, understood that they were witnessing history. A Void Return cultivator, an ancient being of terrible power, was endorsing the archive's right to exist. "The archive will stand," Shen Wuming continued, "and anyone who tries to destroy it again will answer to me." Qing Han, sitting peacefully in the archive's garden drinking tea through the entire battle, simply nodded and finished her cup. She stood and walked toward the archive's main gate, toward Wei Liang. "I've seen enough," she said. "The archive will last. I'm satisfied." She began to walk away, stepping past the gathered cultivators as though they were inconsequential. Wei Liang called after her. "Qing Han, how long will you walk?" She didn't turn around, but her answer carried back on the wind. "Until I find something more interesting." She faded into the chi field around the archive and was gone, leaving only the sensation of vast epochs of time and the certainty that she would walk for at least another 10,000 years before stopping. The coalition that had come to destroy the archive left peacefully. Some of their members stopped at the archive gates to look at the scrolls and texts that had been prepared for them. Some simply departed, their certainty about what needed to happen shaken by the experience of meeting it. By evening, the archive's grounds were empty of attackers. But they were full of something else, the presence of hundreds of people who had stayed to witness, who had seen that the archive was worth protecting, who understood now what they had been defending. Wei Liang stood in the archive's main hall that night, surrounded by scholars and cultivators, and realized something fundamental. The archive was no longer just his. It belonged to everyone who believed in it. Chapter 93. The aftermath. The weeks following the defeated coalition's retreat were consumed with quiet rebuilding and expansion. News of what had happened spread through the cultivation world with the speed of cultivators traveling between sections. 100 attackers defeated by a Void Return cultivator who refused to kill them. An archive that stood, not through military strength, but through the belief of the people who gathered to defend it. An immortal ascension cultivator openly endorsing knowledge preservation. The implications were seismic. 3 of the sects that had participated in the coalition requested formal apologies and partnership agreements with the archive. 5 sects that had remained neutral suddenly became interested in archive membership. The Jade Crane sect formalized its alliance with Wei Liang and sent twice as many cultivators to study the mirror method. Baiju was thriving. The merchant cultivator had already begun establishing archive outposts in cities across 3 provinces, creating a network for knowledge distribution that followed the archive's principles of accessibility without restriction. Elder Huang had fully retired to the archive's teaching hall, where he was training the next generation of cultivation instructors in the fundamental arts that formed the basis for all technique mastery. Su Mei led the archive's expanding ancient knowledge wing, where texts from the Silver Script Academy era and other fallen institutions were being carefully preserved and studied. Xiao Rui managed the archive's security with the precision of someone who understood that the best defense was making violence unnecessary. And Xiao Fun. Wei Liang found her in their shared quarters one evening, organizing documents about the new teaching methods that the mirror method had birthed. She looked up when he entered, and the smile she gave him was the kind that contained epics of warmth. The Continental Congress passed the Permanent Archive Preservation Act, she said, showing him the formal document. No more time limits. The archive is now recognized as a permanent institution of the cultivation world. Because of the coalition's defeat? Wei Liang asked. Because of what it meant, Xiaofan corrected. The cultivation world realized that the archive isn't a threat to civilization. It's a foundation for civilization, and they'd rather have it supported than have it attacked again. Wei Liang sat beside her, and they reviewed the documents together. The archive had grown from a single building with one cultivator to an institution with hundreds of members, outposts across 3 provinces, and formal recognition from every major sect in the realm. There are delegations from the 5 grand sects arriving next month, Xiaofan added. They want to formally establish liaison relationships. What changed their minds? Wei Liang asked, though he suspected he already knew. You did, Xiaofan said. Hollowblade sect saw you defeat their champion. The coalition saw you defeat a void return cultivator without killing. The cultivation world is starting to understand that real strength isn't about power. It's about understanding. And understanding can't be monopolized. Wei Liang set down the documents and took her hand. I asked you once what you wanted to do next. After the archive was secure. Do you remember? I said I wanted to learn everything you know, Xiaofan replied. That would take centuries. We have time, Wei Liang said. That's what you said then. Xiaofan leaned against him, and they sat together as evening light painted the archive's walls in shades of gold and crimson. The institution they had built together, or rather, that Wei Liang had built, and she had made real through her presence and belief, was finally safe. More than safe. It was thriving. What comes next for you? Xiaofan asked. After void return, there's still mirror completion. The final stage. Slowly, Wei Liang said. I don't need to rush anymore. Mirror completion is about integration, about becoming such a perfect reflection of all principles that you stop being separate from them. That's not something you achieve. It's something you embody over centuries. Then I'll be here, Xiaofan said, helping you embody it. He kissed the top of her head, feeling the warmth of her presence, the certainty of her choice. This moment, quiet, small, overlooked by the grand patterns of cultivation politics, was somehow more significant than any of the battles he had won. Chapter 94. The Bloom. 6 months after the coalition's defeat, the archive underwent its greatest expansion. The Eastern Wing was completed, a structure dedicated entirely to the preservation of martial techniques, with training grounds where cultivators could practice under expert supervision. The Library of Principles was established in what had been the archive's central courtyard, a space dedicated not to storing individual texts, but to understanding the fundamental principles underlying all cultivation methods. Wei Liang worked with Elder Huang to design a formal curriculum for cultivators who wanted to develop the mirror method. It was a 7-year program, careful and systematic, that taught not just technique copying, but the philosophy of observation, understanding, and integration that made copying meaningful. The first cohort of 20 cultivators began their training, and Wei Liang found that teaching the mirror method was more complex than using it. It required him to understand not just the techniques themselves, but why others struggled to understand them. It required patience, something he had to cultivate alongside cultivation itself. You're becoming a teacher, Xiaofan said one evening, watching him work with a young cultivator who was struggling with the basics of chi perception. I'm becoming many things, Wei Liang replied. The archive demands it. I can't just be a cultivator anymore. I have to be an administrator, a philosopher, a teacher, a guide. You're becoming complete, Xiaofan corrected. You're not losing the cultivator you were. You're expanding to be all the things you needed to be to survive and flourish. They had settled into a quiet rhythm. Wei Liang and Xiaofan shared chambers in the archive's northern wing, a private space that was never truly private because the entire archive was their responsibility. But they had learned to find moments, small spaces of time, where they could simply exist together without the weight of institution building pressing on them. On quiet evenings, They would sit in the archives garden where cultivation herbs bloomed in careful patterns, and Wei Liang would practice manifesting different techniques, while Xiaofan watched and offered observations. She had learned, over their months together, to see cultivation the way Wei Liang saw it, not as power to accumulate, but as understanding to integrate. "How is the void return stage treating you?" she asked one such evening. "Like being awake after centuries of dreaming," Wei Liang said. "I understand now why Qing Han said she stopped having techniques. It's not that techniques become irrelevant. It's that they stop being separate from you. I don't use the mirror sovereign technique anymore. I am it." "That must be strange," Xiaofan said. "Stranger than anything I experienced at Spirit Severing," Wei Liang agreed. "At that stage, I was still reaching for power. Now I'm not reaching. I'm just existing, and power is a byproduct of existing completely." The archive bloomed around them. New scholars arrived daily. New techniques were being documented. New students were learning that the mirror root wasn't a defect, but a different kind of gift, the gift of clarity, the gift of reflection without distortion. One day, Elder Huang told Wei Liang something that shifted his understanding of his own path. "I realized something," the old cultivation master said. "When I first expelled you from Azure Peak sect, I thought I was punishing failure. But you understood something I didn't. That failure could be a teacher if you let it. You've built something here that's stronger than anything Azure Peak ever accomplished because it's built on the foundations of understanding what could have been lost." Wei Liang bowed deeply to his former mentor. "Thank you," he said, "for being willing to learn alongside me." "That's what the archive taught me," Elder Huang replied. "That real strength is in learning together, not in hoarding knowledge alone." Chapter 95. The moment a year after Wei Liang's breakthrough to void return, the archive had begun to truly flourish. Delegations from distant sects arrived regularly. Merchants had established trading posts that used archive principles of knowledge sharing. The Jade Crane sect had formally adopted the mirror method as a secondary cultivation path alongside their primary tradition. 3 major sects had requested help establishing their own archives using the archives framework. The Continental Congress had begun considering legislation that would provide formal protection for knowledge-preserving institutions across the entire realm. And then, one afternoon while Wei Liang was in the Library of Principles working on the advanced text about pre-elemental qi manipulation, Baiju arrived looking genuinely worried. "We have a problem," the merchant cultivator said. "A significant one." Wei Liang set down his writing brush. Baiju didn't worry easily. "Tell me." "There's a faction within Hollowblade sect," Baiju began. "Maybe 30 or 40 cultivators, who never accepted the duel of principle or the coalition's defeat. They see the archive's success as a validation of their fears. They've been gathering, consolidating power, and I have intelligence suggesting they're planning to move against the archive. Not legally, militarily." "How soon?" Wei Liang asked calmly. 3 days. "Maybe 4, Baiju replied. "They're waiting for a meeting of minor sect leaders at the continental capital, when most of the archive's allies will be distant." Wei Liang felt his void return perception engage, seeing the shape of what would come. He could see the extremists' desperation, their conviction that the archive represented an existential threat to cultivation hierarchy. He could see the violence they would attempt, the destruction they would try to cause. And he could see exactly what he needed to do. "Gather the archive's leadership," Wei Liang said, "and send invitations to every sect that has supported us. Not as a call to arms. As an invitation to be present." "Present?" Baiju asked, confused. "Yes," Wei Liang said. He stood and looked out the library's windows toward the archive's gates. "If Hollowblade's extremists want to destroy what we've built, then I want them to see exactly how many people believe in what we've built." "You're doing this on purpose," Chao Rui said later, when Wei Liang explained the strategy to his security director. "You're inviting the attack." "I'm not inviting it," Wei Liang replied. "But I'm not hiding from it either. The archive survives by being visible, by being believed in, by showing that knowledge is worth defending. If we hide, we validate their argument that we're fragile and need to be destroyed. If we stand openly and they still attack, they lose the ability to pretend they're defending anything except their own power." Xiaofan was waiting in their quarters when he returned. She had always known when something significant was about to happen. She could read his qi signature the way he read techniques. 3 days, she said quietly. "Yes," Wei Liang confirmed. "We'll be ready," Xiaofan said. She stood and took his hand. "The archive will be ready. Everyone who came to us from broken institutions, everyone who lost their sect to conflict, everyone who believes that knowledge matters, they'll be ready. It will be violent," Wei Liang said. "Even if we win, even if no one dies, it will be violent." "Yes," Xiaofan agreed. "But it will be worth it." Wei Liang spent the next day sending invitations to every sect that had supported the archive, every cultivator who had trained here, every scholar who had found shelter in their halls. He didn't ask them to come and fight. He asked them to come and be present, to be witnesses to what the archive meant to the cultivation world. And on the second day, they began to arrive. Chapter 96. The vigil. They came on foot and by chief flight. They came from cities and countryside. They came in groups and alone. By the morning of the expected attack, the archive's grounds held over 500 people. Not an army, a community. Wei Liang moved among them and saw faces he recognized, scholars he had trained, cultivators who had applied the mirror method, merchants who had prospered under archive principles, teachers who had learned from what the archive embodied. An old woman approached him, someone he had never met before. "I lost my sect during the Jade Heaven War," she said. 60 years ago. I've been wandering ever since, carrying what knowledge I could in my memory. When I heard about the archive, I came to see if it was real. I've spent the last 6 months helping catalog texts from my lost sect. I'm here because I believe in this place." Wei Liang bowed to her. "Thank you for being here, for your presence and your memory." Everywhere he looked, he saw the same thing. People who had chosen to come to the archive not because they were paid or ordered, but because they believed in what it represented. Because preservation mattered. Because knowledge should be kept alive. Shen Wuming stood on the archive's main steps, his ancient presence of visible comfort to those gathered. Su Mei was in the archive's great hall, surrounded by scrolls, ready to protect the knowledge even if the structure burned. Elder Huang was with the younger cultivators, teaching them that strength sometimes meant standing still rather than running away. The attackers arrived as the sun was setting. 43 cultivators from Hollow Blade Sect's extremist faction, moving with coordinated purpose. Their leader was a spirit-severing peak stage cultivator whose chi carried the weight of old anger and newer desperation. When they saw the 500 people standing peacefully inside the archive's open gates, they hesitated. "This is exactly what we feared," their leader said, his voice carrying over the assembled crowd. The archive, gathering followers, building a power base under the guise of knowledge preservation. You're all being deceived. This place is a threat to the proper order of cultivation. Wei Liang stepped forward alone, just as he had before. But this time, the 500 people behind him moved forward too. Not in attack. In solidarity. They filled the space behind him, shoulder to shoulder, showing that the archive wasn't one person. It was a community. "You're right," Wei Liang called out. "We are a threat to the proper order of cultivation. The proper order where knowledge belongs only to those with power. The proper order where techniques are hoarded and hidden. That order is ending. Not because I'm strong enough to end it, but because people are choosing something else." The extremist leader's grip tightened on his sword. "Then we'll show you what choosing wrong costs." He gave the order, and his 43 cultivators began to advance. Chapter 97. The final battle. This battle was different from the duel with Luo Chun, different from the confrontation with Sang Yu's coalition. This was the moment where the archive had to prove not that it could survive attack, but that it represented something worth surviving for. Wei Liang stepped forward alone once more, and the 500 stood behind him, unmoving, unwilling to retreat. They were scholars, merchants, cultivators, teachers, people who had been broken by the old system and had found something whole in the archive. The extremists charged. But they were fighting not just Wei Liang's power, but the collective belief of 500 people who stood without fear. And that belief manifested in ways that power alone could never achieve. The sovereignty function operated at void return stage with perfect precision. Every technique thrown at Wei Liang was returned. But more than that, every technique that tried to hurt the people standing behind him was deflected, redirected, or dispersed entirely. The battle was almost meditative. Wei Liang didn't advance. He didn't retreat. He simply stood at the threshold between the archive and the world and became absolute. His chi reflection was so perfect, so total, that the attackers began to realize they were fighting their own power amplified back at them. One by one they fell. Not dead. Wei Liang ensured that every technique was returned at half power, enough to disable but not destroy. He was a mirror, reflecting them back to themselves, showing them the futility of violence against something they didn't understand. The extremist leader was the last to fall. He had pushed to his limits, used every technique in his arsenal, burned away his chi reserves trying to break through Wei Liang's perfect defense. By the end, he was on his knees, breathing hard, staring at the void return cultivator who had stopped him with absolute surety and absolute mercy. Wei Liang offered him a hand up, just as he had offered Sang Yu, just as he had offered Luo Chun. But the extremist leader understood something they hadn't. He understood that he had been fighting an inevitability, that the archive wasn't a thing that could be destroyed because it wasn't built on force. It was built on understanding. And you couldn't destroy understanding with a sword. He took Wei Liang's hand. I don't understand, he said quietly. How is this a victory for the archive? You stopped us, but you could have killed us. You could have destroyed everyone who ever opposed you. Because that would have proven your argument, Wei Liang replied. It would have shown that the archive survives through force, not principle. Instead, I'm showing that the archive survives through exactly what we preach. Understanding, preservation, the refusal to destroy. The extremist looked back at the 500 people standing behind Wei Liang, still unmoving, still unwavering. His face showed the moment he understood. The archive wasn't one person. It was a principle that had taken root in the hearts of hundreds. What happens now, he asked. You're escorted away peacefully, Wei Liang said. And you're given the chance to make a choice. Stay on the path that led you here, or learn something new. The extremists were helped to their feet by archive members. Not roughly, not with malice. With the same calmness that a gardener shows to weeds that have been pulled from a growing field. No anger, just a redirection of what had been misplaced. By the time night fell, the archive's grounds were quiet again. The 500 remained, gathered in small groups, talking softly about what they had witnessed. Wei Liang stood with Shun Wuming on the archive's main steps, looking out over the community that had gathered to preserve knowledge. I spent 1,000 years learning that violence doesn't preserve anything, Shun Wuming said quietly. I destroyed something like this once. It took centuries of regret to understand what I had lost. You've learned in a few years what took me a millennium. I had better teachers, Wei Liang replied. I had the archive. I had Xiaofun. I had people willing to show me that strength means understanding. The ancient cultivator placed his hand on Wei Liang's shoulder. You've achieved what the Silver Script Academy couldn't. Permanence. Not through magic or supernatural preservation, but through principles so right that people will defend them without being forced. Chapter 98. The settling the news spread through the cultivation world with the speed of cultivators traveling between sections. The archive, attacked by militant extremists, had defeated them without killing anyone. A Void Return cultivator had stopped 43 attackers while protecting 500 non-combatants. The archive hadn't just survived. It had transformed the moment of greatest threat into a demonstration of its most fundamental principle. The reaction was immediate. Hollowblade sect formally disowned the extremist faction, declaring them rogues and renegades. The extremists were offered a choice: accept exile and peaceful integration into smaller sects that would take them, or face formal legal proceedings. Most chose exile. The danger they had represented wasn't destroyed but transformed, redirected. The Continental Congress passed the Permanent Archive Act with overwhelming majority. The archive was now recognized not just as a legitimate institution, but as a protected one. 5-year protection cycles became permanent protection. Formal liaison relationships were established with all 5 grand sects. The Jade Crane sect sent an official delegation to Wei Liang, offering a formal proposal. Would the archive be willing to train a secondary group of Jade Crane cultivators in an advanced mirror method program? Would Wei Liang be willing to consult on the design of similar knowledge preservation institutions across the realm? They're asking if you'll become the founder of a movement, Bai Ju said, delivering the proposal with his merchant's assessment of what it meant politically. Not just of one archive, but of an entire institutional framework for knowledge preservation. Wei Liang was in the Library of Principles when this news arrived. He set down his work and considered it carefully. A year ago, he would have been overwhelmed by the prospect. Now, at Void Return stage, he could see the path clearly. Yes, he said, but not centralized. Each archive will be independent, with their own leadership and direction. The mirror method is a tool for understanding, not a mandate. We'll provide training, guidance, principles, but not control. The archive began to expand again, but in a new direction. Instead of growth inward, it grew outward. Teams of archive scholars traveled to other sects, helping them establish knowledge preservation wings. The mirror method curriculum was formalized and shared. The principles that had made the archive work were documented and refined. Wei Liang worked alongside Elder Huang to create a master text on cultivation principles that could guide future generations. Su Mei led the effort to catalog and preserve techniques from a dozen fallen sects, ensuring that their accumulated knowledge would survive even if the sects themselves didn't. Chao Rue designed security protocols for the expanding network of affiliated archives. Bai Ju established trading partnerships that ensured knowledge could be safely distributed without violating proprietary rights. And Xiaofun. Wei Liang found her one evening in their quarters, studying the designs for the new Western Archive Annex. She looked up when he entered, and he saw in her face the woman who had believed in the archive even when it was just a building and a dream. They're calling this the age of the archive, she said. Did you know? In the cultivation histories being written, they're dating the era from when the archive was established. Pre-archive and post-archive. That seems premature, Wei Liang said, settling beside her. No, it's accurate, Xiaofan corrected. Before the archive, knowledge was power. After the archive, knowledge is freedom. That's an epochal shift. Wei Liang looked at the plans for the Western Archive, at the notes Xiaofan had made for how to structure a knowledge preservation institution in a climate so different from their own. She had become more than his companion. She had become the embodiment of what the archive meant. Dedication to preservation, commitment to understanding, the refusal to let anything of value burn. Thank you, he said, for believing in this when I was still doubting. Thank you for having the vision, Xiaofan replied. I just helped you make it real. No, Wei Liang said. You did much more than that. You made it matter. They sat together, surrounded by plans and possibilities, and Wei Liang felt something settle in his chest. Not contentment exactly, because there was still so much to do, so much to understand and preserve and teach. But satisfaction. The deep satisfaction of having poured your entire being into something and having it survive and flourish not because of your power, but because it deserved to. Chapter 99. The reflection. By the third anniversary of the archive's official independence, the institution had transformed from a single building into a network spanning 3 provinces. There were now 23 affiliated archives, each one independent, but connected through shared principles and shared resources. Hundreds of cultivators had been trained in the mirror method. Thousands of texts from lost sects had been preserved. The continental cultivation world had shifted fundamentally in its understanding of what knowledge meant. Wei Liang stood in the archive's main hall on the anniversary of the final extremist attack, surrounded by the people who had made it all possible. Elder Huang was there, now fully retired but still consulting on curriculum design. Su Mei was there, ancient and wise and deeply satisfied by the work of preservation. Chao Rui was there, showing designs for a new security framework that balanced protection with openness. Bai Zhu was there, having just returned from his 3rd major trading expedition across the realm, establishing commerce channels that distributed archive knowledge through merchant networks. And Xiaofan was there beside Wei Liang, her hand in his, her presence the continuity that made all the expansion possible. We've preserved 43 major collections from fallen sects, Wei Liang said, addressing the assembled group. We've trained 200 cultivators in the mirror method, and they've trained 500 more. We've established affiliated archives in every major city, and we've done it not through force or mandate, but through showing that preservation matters. You've done something unprecedented, Shen Wuming's voice said from the doorway. The ancient cultivator entered slowly. He looked older than he had before, not in a physical sense, but in the way that profound transformation ages you. He had spent the last 3 years working with Wei Liang to design institutions that could honor the work he had failed to preserve 1,000 years ago. In my long life, Shen Wuming continued, I've seen great institutions rise and fall. Military powers, political dynasties, cultivation sects of incredible sophistication. Most of them fell to violence or corruption or simple human weakness. But you've built something that survives through principle alone. That's not innovation. That's wisdom. Wei Liang bowed to the ancient cultivator. I had better teachers. I had the archive. I had people willing to help. Speaking of which, a familiar voice said from another doorway, I wanted to see how my prediction turned out. Qing Han entered, carrying nothing, looking exactly as she had 3 years before. She walked to the center of the archive's main hall and looked around with the patient observation of someone who had been watching civilization rise and fall for 10,000 years. The archive is still here, she said. Still growing. Still teaching. Still preserving. It will endure. She smiled slightly. My prediction was correct. You came back, Wei Liang said, surprised. I wanted to see the conclusion, Qing Han replied. Most things I watch don't survive past the 3rd major crisis. You survived 4, the forged evidence, the hollow blade duel, the coalition attack, and the extremist faction. You're genuinely solid. Where will you go now? Xiaofan asked. Walking again, Qing Han said. There's always something interesting to see, if you look far enough ahead. But the archive is set on a good path. You don't need me anymore. She turned to Wei Liang. Last question. Is there anything else you want to ask before I leave? Wei Liang considered. What comes after mirror completion? When I finish the final stage of cultivation? Nothing, Qing Han said. And everything. That's the thing about completion. It's not an ending. It's a beginning that you don't remember until you're in it. Some cultivators pursue new understanding. Some pursue simple existence. Some pursue helping others learn what they've learned. The path is entirely yours. She moved toward the archive's gates, stepping around the gathered people as though they were scenery in a landscape she had already seen 1,000 times. At the threshold, she paused and turned back. "One final observation," she said. "The silver script that you discovered, it was originally a technique for organizing knowledge. It became a way to organize principle. 3,000 years from now, when scholars study the age of the archive, they might discover that principle can organize itself. That might be something worth exploring." Then she was gone, her presence fading into the chi field around the city, disappearing into the vast epochs of her eternal wandering. Wei Liang stood in the silence that followed, surrounded by his people, and understood something Qing Han had shown him through her presence. The archive wouldn't endure because Wei Liang was there. It would endure because enough people believed in it to keep it alive without him. That was the true victory. Chapter 100. The flowering 6 months later, the Mirror Archive had expanded to include 28 affiliated institutions across 4 provinces. The Continental Congress, at Wei Liang's suggestion, had established a Council of Archives, a governing body composed of representatives from all the affiliated institutions, ensuring that no single person could control the network. Wei Liang had stepped back from administrative duties. He spent his time teaching, writing, researching, and most importantly, being present to the people the archive had gathered. The library now contained more than 200,000 texts. The training programs had produced cultivators who were beginning to make their own discoveries about the nature of principle and technique. The Eastern Wing had become a center for martial technique preservation. The Western Wing was dedicated to agricultural and environmental cultivation methods. The Northern Wing housed the archives of lost sects, texts recovered from institutions destroyed during the Jade Heaven War and the centuries that followed. The Southern Wing was a training center where cultivators from across the realm came to learn the mirror method. One warm afternoon, Wei Liang sat in his private study in the archive's founder's quarters and reviewed something he had been working on for months, a comprehensive history of his own cultivation journey. Xiaofan found him there, as she found him most afternoons when his teaching schedule allowed. She had become the archive's primary administrator, managing the coordination between affiliated institutions, ensuring that the network remained cohesive without becoming centralized. "Finished?" she asked, looking at the completed manuscript. "For now," Wei Liang said. "It's not a technique manual or a philosophy text. It's just what happened. How I went from being expelled and broken to building something that endured. That's what people need," Xiaofan said. She settled beside him, looking out the study's window toward the archive gardens where cultivation herbs bloomed year-round. Not techniques or philosophies. Stories of how broken people become whole. Wei Liang reached over and took her hand. Over the last 3 years, they had moved beyond the uncertainty of their early connection. They simply existed together now, as natural as breath, as necessary as understanding. "I have something to ask you," he said. Xiaofan smiled, as if she had been waiting for this moment. "Yes. I haven't even asked yet," Wei Liang protested. "I know," Xiaofan said. "But the answer is yes to whatever it is. I committed to that the first time I held your hand in front of Shan Wuming." Wei Liang laughed, genuinely, from a place that had learned to joy alongside mastery. "Will you help me write the next archive founding text? Not about cultivation, but about partnership. About what it means to build something with someone who believes in it as much as you do." "Yes," Xiaofan said. "And then, after that, can we figure out what we want to do for the next 500 years? 500 years? Wei Liang asked. "Your void return stage," Xiaofan replied. "I'm planning on reaching that myself within the next decade, perhaps 2. We have centuries ahead of us. I want to spend them building, learning, preserving, and doing it with you." Wei Liang pulled her close, and they sat together as the afternoon light turned golden on the archive walls. Below them, scholars were cataloging new arrivals. Cultivators were meditating in the training halls. Teachers were instructing the next generation of knowledge preservers. The archive was alive in the way that only institutions built on principle could be alive. That evening, Wei Liang walked through the archive's halls one more time before settling to sleep. He passed the Library of Principles, where thousands of texts were organized not by sect or style, but by the fundamental principles they expressed. He passed the training grounds, where cultivators were still working, still learning, still practicing the mirror method. He passed the record hall, where the archive's history was being written day by day, preserved for future generations. He climbed to the archive's roof, the place where this entire journey had started, where he and Xiaofan had first spoken about what the archive meant. The city below glowed with lights. Somewhere beyond those lights were 27 other archives, 27 other institutions dedicated to the same principle: knowledge should not burn. Wei Liang thought about his path. He had been told he had no cultivation talent. He had been expelled from a sect for failure. He had been rejected and broken and left with nothing but a mirror root that could do nothing except copy what it saw. And through accepting that limitation, through understanding that perfect reflection was more valuable than original power, he had built something that would outlive him. Not the archive specifically, though that would probably endure, but the principle, the understanding that knowledge mattered, that preservation mattered. That understanding through perfect observation was the highest form of cultivation. The next morning, Wei Liang sat at his desk and opened a fresh scroll. He picked up his brush and began to write again. Not about philosophy or technique or the history of the archive. He began to write about the next thing he had learned. About void return stage and what it meant to become a principle rather than a person. About the cultivation methods being developed by the archive's advanced students. About the questions that remained unanswered, the mysteries that still needed to be preserved and explored. The work was never finished. That was the true gift of the archive. Not completion, but continuation. Not arrival at the destination, but the joy of walking the path with others who believed in where it led. In the afternoon, Xiaofan would join him. In the evening, Elder Huang would bring news from the Council of Archives. At night, he would rest, knowing that hundreds of people were dedicating their lives to the same work, the same principle, the same understanding. The Mirror Archive stood. 10,000 techniques filled the mirror palace of Wei Liang's Dantian, each one a reflection of a principle underlying all cultivation. 28 affiliated institutions preserved knowledge from every major sect in the realm's history. Hundreds of cultivators were learning that the highest form of power was understanding. And in the quiet moments, when the weight of institution building lifted and Wei Liang could just be himself, he thought about the old Wei Liang, the broken young cultivator who was told he would never be anything. He looked back with compassion, not pity. That broken person had the vision to see that limitations could be transformed into strengths. That observation could be a weapon more powerful than attack. That preservation was the highest calling. Wei Liang picked up his brush, and he continued to write. The Mirror Archive was not yet complete. It would never be complete. And that incompletion was itself the deepest wisdom. The understanding that knowledge, like cultivation, was not a destination to be reached, but a path to be walked, endless and eternal, with companions who chose to walk it alongside you. And so the mirror holds all things, every technique, every lesson, every path walked and not walked. If Wei Liang's journey moved you, leave a like and tell us in the comments what stayed with you. Subscribe and ring the bell. The next story is already taking shape in the archive. Until then, fellow cultivators, keep learning, keep questioning, keep seeking the principles that make you whole. That night, Wei Liang did not sleep. He sat in the archive's meditation chamber and reviewed everything Bai Ju had gathered about the 5 grand sects' internal structure. The merchant cultivators' intelligence network was extraordinary. Decades of careful observation had created a map of relationships, tensions, and hidden allegiances that most sects would have killed to possess. And within that map, Bai Ju had identified exactly what Wei Liang needed to understand. The pressure points where the 5 grand sects' unity was weakest. Jade Crane sect was not merely sympathetic to the archive's cause. Its sect master, Lingxi, carried a 300-year-old wound, the loss of the Stellar Harmonic sect during the Jade Heaven War. That loss had calcified into conviction. She would not allow another knowledge institution to burn if she could prevent it. It was the kind of motivation that could not be swayed by promises or threats. It could only be acted upon. Celestial Peak sect and Flowing Water sect were pragmatic. They saw the archive as an inevitability. Attempting to destroy it would require resources they would rather use elsewhere, and success was no longer assured given the growing support for knowledge preservation. They would withdraw their support for Hollow Blade's aggressive stance if they saw clear evidence that the archive was genuinely uncontrollable. The remaining 2 sects, Hollow Blade and Obsidian Gate, were the problem. They had invested too much political capital in claiming the archive was a threat. Their prestige depended on being seen as forces that could enforce cultivation order. If the archive survived their assault, their authority would be permanently diminished. This was why they were becoming desperate. This was why they had turned to forged evidence. Wei Liang had copied formation arrays, martial techniques, and philosophical frameworks. But understanding human desperation might be the most valuable thing he had ever learned to observe. Desperate people made patterns. They followed scripts written by their own fears. And scripts could be anticipated. The danger, of course, was that anticipating a person's desperation could sometimes provoke them to act in ways even more destructive than their initial impulse would have suggested. By forcing Hollow Blade sect to acknowledge that their manufactured evidence was failing, Wei Liang risked pushing them toward a commitment to direct confrontation rather than legal maneuvering. This was acceptable. Direct confrontation was far more dangerous than political theater, but it was also far more clear. Once the battle lines were explicit, the cultivation world could see exactly what the archive represented. Something worth defending, something worth preserving, something that could not be destroyed through force because it was not built on force. The deeper problem Wei Liang had not yet solved was the question of succession. If he died tomorrow, would the archive survive? The answer, he had come to understand through months of building, was yes, but only if enough people had internalized its principles. An institution built on one person's power was not an institution at all. It was an extension of that person, no more lasting than their life. This was why he had given the foundational manuscript to Su Mei. This was why he was training Elder Huang to teach the next generation. This was why Xiao Fan's presence mattered so much, because she understood the archive not as a tool of power, but as an embodiment of principle. Around midnight, Elder Huang appeared at the meditation chamber's threshold, carrying tea. "You're thinking too hard," the old cultivation master said, settling beside Wei Liang. "I can see it in your posture. You're carrying weight you don't need to carry." "I'm trying to understand what happens if this goes wrong," Wei Liang replied. "If Lingxi doesn't reach the hearing. If Hollow Blade escalates to open conflict before the legal case can be settled. Then you handle it," Elder Huang said simply. "The same way you've handled every crisis since you built this place. You observe clearly, you act decisively, and you refuse to destroy things that don't deserve destroying." "That's not a strategy," Wei Liang said. "No," Elder Huang agreed. "It's better. It's principle. And principle is what lasts." They sat in silence, drinking tea, and Wei Liang felt some of the tension in his chest ease. Not disappear. The upcoming days were genuinely dangerous. But ease, because he was not alone in carrying the responsibility. After Luo Chan was escorted away and the arena slowly emptied, Wei Liang returned to the archive feeling something he had not felt since the first moment the Continental Congress convened: uncertainty. He had defeated the Hollow Blade champion. He had proven, in front of hundreds of witnesses, that technique alone was insufficient against perfect reflection. He had shown mercy and strength in equal measure, demonstrating exactly what the archive represented: power wielded not to destroy, but to preserve. And yet, "You're afraid," Shen Wuming said, finding him in the archive's library hours later. "I'm evaluating the situation," Wei Liang replied, but he didn't deny it. "Same thing," the ancient cultivator said. He settled across from Wei Liang with the ease of someone who had conducted 10,000 conversations about fear and consequence. "You defeated their champion. You should be celebrating." "Because they still have other options," Wei Liang said. Hollowblade sect has been dominant for 300 years. They've survived wars, internal conflicts, and competition from other sections. They don't respond to setbacks by accepting defeat. They respond by finding new approaches. "Yes," Shen Wuming said. "This is what I was afraid of when I agreed to stand with the archive. I thought perhaps I could help prevent the worst outcome. But you're right, they will escalate. The only question is whether they escalate before the Continental Congress votes, or after. If they escalate before the vote," Wei Liang said, "I can control the narrative, show that they're willing to use violence rather than accept legal process. But if they wait until after the vote to escalate, then they're attacking an already legitimized institution. That's legally cleaner for them, but also more desperate." Shen Wuming nodded slowly. "Which means you should prepare for both scenarios simultaneously. Be ready to weather legal victory with grace, and also be ready to defend that victory if someone tries to take it back through force." "I'm not sure I know how to do both at once," Wei Liang admitted. "Neither did I, once," Shen Wuming replied. "But I learned. The archive will teach you, if you let it. Every institution teaches its founder what it needs to survive." That evening, Wei Liang called together the archive's leadership for a longer-term planning session. Not just the immediate crisis, but what came after. What kind of institution the archive needed to become to endure not just years, but centuries. "We need redundancy," Chao Rue said immediately. "Not just in leadership, but in knowledge storage. If someone burns this building, the archive survives because the knowledge exists elsewhere. We need networks," Baiju added. "Distribution centers that operate independently, so no single location is critical to our survival." "We need transmission," Su Mei said quietly. "People trained deeply enough in our principles that they can teach others without us. The archive survives if it reproduces itself." Wei Liang listened and understood that his people had already begun thinking about permanence. They had internalized that the archive mattered more than any of them individually. "Then that's what we build," he said. "Not just a library. An idea that cannot be killed because it's already scattered across too many people to attack." The first thing Wei Liang noticed about Void Return Stage was that it changed how he perceived time. Before the breakthrough, time had felt like a river flowing forward, linear, directional, something that moved him along whether he resisted or not. But at Void Return, time became more like a landscape that could be observed from multiple vantage points simultaneously. He could see how events unfolded, not because he could predict the future, but because he could observe the present with such clarity that the inevitable outcomes became apparent. This meant that when he emerged from the breakthrough chamber and walked into the archive's central hall, he could see exactly what would happen next. The Jade Crane sect would request a formal alliance. The coalition sects would come within 3 days. And somewhere between these two events, the cultivation world would reach a critical threshold where knowledge preservation became more valuable than technique monopoly. It was not vision in the mystical sense. It was observation so complete that it approached prophecy. The second thing Wei Liang noticed was that the sovereignty function had become integrated into his fundamental existence. Before, he had needed to consciously activate it, reach into his mirror palace and channel the reflective power outward. Now, it operated automatically, like breathing. His chi reflected everything instinctively, creating a field around him where every technique became its own response. This had practical consequences. He accidentally damaged the meditation chamber's protective formations just by standing inside them. His chi reflection was so powerful that the formations recognized their own structure being reinforced at twice intensity and shut down to prevent cascade feedback. He had to learn to moderate his presence, to exist in the world without overwhelming it. The third thing Wei Liang noticed was that Xiaofan was not afraid of him. Everyone else in the archive, when they encountered him at Void Return Stage, instinctively created distance. The power around him was too great, too absolute, to remain comfortable with. But Xiaofan walked up to him, took his hand, and simply existed in his presence without flinching. "You're worried it changed you," she said. "It wasn't a question. Isn't it apparent?" Wei Liang replied. "Yes," Xiaofan said. "But you're not changed in the way you fear. You're not more distant. You're more present. You're not less human. You're more completely human. All the potential you were suppressing is now expressed." They sat together in the archive's garden while the morning light turned the cultivation herbs golden. And Wei Liang allowed himself to believe that perhaps the breakthrough had not separated him from his people. Perhaps it had made him capable of actually protecting them in a way he never could have before. "Will you reach Void Return yourself?" he asked Xiaofan. "I will," she said. "Not immediately. I have work here that matters, and I won't leave it to advance myself. But in a few years, when the archive is stable enough that my absence won't damage it, yes. I want to understand what you understand." Wei Liang took her hand, and they sat in silence, watching the world with the clarity that only Void Return allowed. And he thought about what Qing Han had said, that completion was not an ending but a beginning you didn't remember until you were in it. Perhaps that was true. Perhaps the archive, in reaching its most dangerous moment, would also reach its most permanent form. And perhaps that transformation would require both of them to become what they were meant to be. Total extended content, approximately 8,000 plus additional words in scene expansions and character development sections. As Wei Liang placed his palm against the formation pillar at Jade Crane Sect's boundary, he allowed himself to sink completely into observation mode. This was what the mirror root truly was, not a capability to generate power, but a capacity to receive it. Every structure of the formation array communicated itself to him, not in words or symbols, but in pure pattern recognition. The formation had been designed by a master. This much was clear from the first moment of contact. The elegant efficiency of it, the way it used natural chi flows from the surrounding mountains rather than burning cultivator energy to maintain its structure. These were hallmarks of centuries of refinement. Wei Liang observed how the outer layer adapted to weather and seasonal change. He observed how the middle layer worked in concert with the inner layer, creating redundancy without excessive power consumption. He observed the rhythm of the formation, the way it pulsed with chi and patterns synchronized to the earth beneath it. And then, having observed all of this, he took it into himself. The copying process was not violent or destructive. It was more like learning a song by listening to it until you understood the melody so completely that you could play it without conscious effort. The formation array flowed from the pillars into Wei Liang's consciousness, becoming integrated into the mirror palace alongside the thousands of other techniques he had accumulated. What made this particular copy significant was that it was not just a technique, it was a system, a coherent whole composed of thousands of smaller working parts. Wei Liang would not have thought this possible at Spirit Severing Stage, but with the mirror palace so vast and so well organized, he could contain it without difficulty. "You're smiling," Chao Rui observed. though Wei Liang's expression had not changed visibly. I'm happy, Wei Liang replied. This formation is beautiful. The cultivator who designed it was thinking about permanence, about sustainability. They weren't thinking about power or dominion. They were thinking about what would last. And you've copied it, Zhao Rui said. Completely, Wei Liang confirmed. Every layer, every resonance point, every channel for qi flow. I understand it as well as the original designer now. They moved forward, and the formation's outer layer parted before them like curtains separating rooms. Wei Liang maintained the opening by keeping part of his consciousness engaged with the formation's logic, essentially telling the formation, these people are authorized while they pass through. The middle layer required more sophistication. Wei Liang could not simply claim they were authorized, because the middle layer monitored not just intent, but qi signature. But he had copied the formation's own understanding of what authorized qi looked like, so he simply became, temporarily, that authorized qi, not disguising himself, which would have caused alarms, but aligning his qi signature with the formation's expectations. It was the difference between sneaking past a guard and walking through the gate while the guard was distracted. More importantly, it left no record of intrusion. The formation would never report that anyone unauthorized had passed through it. The inner sanctum was where real danger lay. This was not about circumventing automated systems. This was about entering a space where the sect master would sense any unusual qi signatures immediately. Wei Liang had to be not just aligned with the formation's expectations, but completely transparent to direct observation. He achieved this through a technique he had developed years ago, becoming a perfect mirror of the background qi. Around him, the qi of the sect grounds flowed naturally. Earth qi from the stones, sky qi from the air, water qi from nearby streams. Wei Liang placed himself in the center of these flows and reflected them back perfectly, adding no qi signature of his own. To any observer, the space he occupied would appear empty, just the natural movement of environmental qi. Lingxi was ready when they reached her chambers. More than ready, she had the focused composure of someone who had been preparing for this moment since before it became necessary. The retrieval method is unconventional, Wei Liang said, but efficient. You mirrored our entire defense array? Lingxi asked, genuine surprise crossing her face. Once is all it takes, Wei Liang replied. And as he said it, he understood something deeper about his cultivation path. The mirror root was called a zero-grade spirit root because it generated no elemental qi and could not progress through cultivation in the traditional sense. But it had a capability that all the higher-grade spirit roots lacked. It could interface with any form of qi without being overwhelmed by it, because it worked through reflection rather than integration. This meant that Wei Liang could copy not just techniques, but entire systems. Not just martial methods, but institutional structures. Not just power, but the frameworks through which power was distributed and controlled. As they left Jade Crane's sect with Lingxi safely in their care, Wei Liang realized that the archive was becoming not just a repository of techniques, but a repository of systems. Ways of organizing knowledge, ways of distributing power, ways of thinking about cultivation that went far beyond what any single sect had ever developed. The 5 grand sects had built their dominance on the idea that control of technique meant control of the world. But the archive was proving something far more dangerous. Understanding of system was more powerful than control of technique. Once people understood how systems worked, they could not be dominated through force. They could only be guided through principle. When Xing Han stayed in the archive, she requested only one thing: a quiet room where she could watch the sunset. Wei Liang gave her the archive's observation tower, a space that had been empty for months, waiting for a purpose it had not yet found. From the tower, one could see the entire city beyond the archive's walls. As the sun descended, the city transformed. The practical buildings of the day became abstract shapes lit in shades of orange and red. The busy streets became corridors of shadow. The cultivators moving through the streets became tiny figures engaged in dramas too distant to resolve. Xing Han stood at the tower's highest window and watched this transformation with the focused attention of someone who had performed this action 10,000 times before in 10,000 different cities, and who still found it worth doing. Wei Liang found her there as the sky turned purple. The silver script, Xing Han said, without turning from the window. I came because of it. I wanted to see if someone had finally understood. Understood what? Wei Liang asked. That knowledge is not a technique, Xing Han replied. A technique is a method. You can learn it, master it, teach it. Knowledge is understanding. It's the principle beneath the technique. The reason the technique exists. She turned to look at Wei Liang. 10,000 years ago, I learned the difference between power and principle. Most cultivators never make that distinction. They think power is the highest achievement. But power without principle is just force, and force eventually breaks against something stronger. The Silver Script Academy understood this. Wei Liang asked. They were beginning to, Qing Han said. They had collected techniques from across the cultivation world. They were attempting to organize them by principle rather than by type or sect origin. It was revolutionary work, but they were destroyed before they could complete it. And now the archive is trying to finish what they started, Wei Liang said. Yes, Qing Han said. Which is why I came. Because this work, this attempt to preserve not techniques but the principles beneath techniques, this is the kind of work that should not be allowed to burn again. That evening, Shen Wuming joined them at the tower. The ancient cultivator stood beside Qing Han and looked out at the darkening city. I recognize you now, Shen Wuming said. From before, during the Jade Heaven War, you tried to warn me that what I was doing would not end well. And you did not listen, Qing Han said without accusation. Which is acceptable. Everyone has to make their own mistakes. 1,000 years of regret is a long mistake, Shen Wuming replied. Yes, Qing Han agreed. But you've used that 1,000 years to become someone who can help prevent that mistake from happening again. That is not a failure. That is a redemption. The three of them stood together as the city lights began to appear below them. First a few, then dozens, then hundreds. Each light was a person or a family, a cultivator or a scholar, an existence engaging with the world in their own way. The totality of them created something complex and beautiful, a civilization of consciousness, distributed and interconnected. When I reach Void Return stage, Wei Liang said, will I understand what you understand? No, Qing Han replied. You will understand something different. Each cultivator at my level is unique. We've all made different choices about what to preserve and what to release. Your understanding will be your own. But will it be similar enough to help me lead the archive? Wei Liang pressed. Leading is not understanding, Qing Han said. Leading is deciding what matters and helping others care about it too. You've already demonstrated that capability. The breakthrough will just make it more perfect. That night, as Wei Liang walked back to the archive proper, he understood that Qing Han's presence was itself a teaching. By witnessing her, by observing how an immortal ascension cultivator carried the weight of 10,000 years without being crushed by it, Wei Liang was learning something about what lay ahead. The breakthrough to Void Return would be significant, but it would not be transformative in the way he feared. He would still be himself. He would just understand more completely what that self was capable of. The final battle lasted much longer than the previous confrontations, not in chronological time. The actual fighting was quite brief, but in terms of the depth of engagement Wei Liang experienced. At Void Return stage, he could see not just the techniques being thrown at him, but the intentions behind them. He could observe the gap between what each attacker wanted to accomplish and what their technique actually allowed them to accomplish. He could see the fear driving them, the desperation motivating them, the hope they still harbored that they might somehow succeed. And he could return each technique not just in equal measure, but in perfect opposition to their intention. A cultivator threw fire at him while harboring the intention to intimidate. The fire came back as calmness. A cultivator tried to advance while carrying the intention to dominate. Their own technique was returned in a way that forced them backward. A cultivator attempted escape while driven by the intention to flee responsibility. Their chi was reflected back in a way that made them face what they were running from. This was the true capability of the sovereignty function at Void Return stage, not mirror force reflection, but intent-aware reflection. Every technique returned exactly the lesson that would most help the attacker understand their own nature. The extremist leader was the last to fall, not because he was the strongest, but because he took the longest to understand what was happening. He was truly driven by conviction. He genuinely believed the archive represented a threat to civilization. Wei Liang could see this conviction in his chi, could respect it even while opposing it. When the leader finally fell to his knees, Wei Liang offered his hand with genuine compassion. I understand what you're afraid of, he said. You think that shared knowledge will break the power structures that protect people. But that's not how it works. Knowledge doesn't weaken civilization. It strengthens it. Let me show you. And it was not rhetoric. It was simple, honest explanation. Wei Liang could see the moment something shifted in the leader's mind. The moment when his conviction about the archive being a threat transformed into curiosity about what the archive actually was. The understanding would take time to fully integrate, Wei Liang knew. But the seed of it was planted now. This cultivator, who had come to destroy the archive, would leave with the beginning of understanding about why preservation mattered. This was the true victory, not defeating enemies, but transforming them from enemies into potential allies through the sheer clarity of demonstrated principle. As the extremists were escorted away and the crowd began to disperse, Wei Liang found himself thinking about power, what it truly was, what it truly meant. Most cultivators understood power as the ability to impose your will on others. But at Void Return stage, Wei Liang was beginning to understand that real power was the ability to help others see what they themselves were capable of. Power was influence, not force. Power was vision, not dominion. The archive would endure not because Wei Liang was powerful, but because he was showing people why preservation mattered more than power. The manuscript Wei Liang was working on in the final chapter was not his first history of the archive. It was his seventh. Each version had been more detailed, more refined, more completely capturing the actual events as they had unfolded. But he had never been satisfied with any of them, because history written during the period of history itself was always incomplete. So Wei Liang had begun a new approach. He wrote not to capture what had happened, but to preserve what he had learned about how things happened. The patterns, the principles, the causes that produced the effects others could see but not understand. You're writing about epistemology now, Xiaofan observed, looking over his shoulder at the current scroll. Not history. Is there a difference? Wei Liang asked. Yes, Xiaofan said. History is what happened. Epistemology is how you know what happened. History without epistemology is just a sequence of events. But history combined with epistemology becomes something else. It becomes a framework others can use to understand their own experiences. Wei Liang set down his brush. You've been reading too much of the archive's philosophical texts. I've been reading your work, Xiaofan corrected. And I'm noticing that the best parts aren't the descriptions of what happened. They're the moments where you step back and explain why something mattered. This was true. Wei Liang had noticed it himself. The passages that moved readers, that caused them to think deeply about cultivation and knowledge and principle. Those were not the action sequences. Those were the quiet moments where Wei Liang paused to reflect on meaning. He returned to his writing, but with a shift in focus. Instead of describing the battles that had defined the archive's existence, he began to write about what those battles meant. What they revealed about cultivation, about institutions, about the human need to preserve and protect things that mattered. And as he wrote, he realized something. The archive's true history was not written in the battles or the political maneuvering. It was written in the quiet moments when people chose to believe in something larger than themselves. It was written in the decision to preserve rather than destroy, to understand rather than dominate, to help others learn rather than hide knowledge away. This was what made institutions endure. Not strength, but principle. Not power, but the willingness of enough people to commit to something larger than themselves. By the time Wei Liang finished the day's writing, he had filled 20 pages not with narrative, but with reflection. 20 pages of carefully considered thoughts about what the archive meant and why it mattered. Xiaofan read through them that evening. Her eyes moved across the pages with increasing focus, and Wei Liang watched her face as she encountered the ideas he had been wrestling with. When she finished, she set the pages down carefully, as though they might break. This is what you should teach, she said. Not just the mirror method, but this, the ability to step back from events and understand their meaning. This is what will make the archive survive in a centuries you won't see. I don't know if I'm qualified to teach that, Wei Liang said. You literally just did, Xiaofan replied. You showed me how to think about what happened in a way that made me understand it better. That's teaching. Wei Liang understood that Xiaofan was right, but understanding and accepting were different things. He had spent so much time learning to be a cultivator, to master techniques and cultivation stages, that the idea of being a teacher, not just of skills but of ways of thinking, felt both natural and terrifying. I'll help, Xiaofan said, reading the hesitation in his expression. We'll develop a curriculum together. We'll figure out how to make understanding teachable the same way the mirror method is teachable. And there it was again. That moment where what began as Wei Liang's personal endeavor transformed into something shared, something collective, something that would endure beyond his lifetime. This was perhaps the deepest meaning of the archive. Not that it preserved knowledge, but that it created the conditions for knowledge to be preserved through being shared, taught, understood, and passed on by others. Wei Liang picked up his brush again and began writing a new heading on the next scroll, on the teaching of understanding. Around him, the archive continued its work. Scholars cataloged texts. Cultivators practiced. Students learned. Teachers taught. The institution was alive not because of Wei Liang, but because of all of them together. And that was exactly as it should be. One evening, after the Continental Congress had formally recognized archive independence and all the immediate crises had been resolved, Wei Liang found himself walking through the archive's oldest section, the original building where it had all begun. The walls here held memories, not literal memories. Wei Liang did not have such supernatural abilities. but the accumulated impression of decisions made and work conducted over months. The archive staff had been working in this space continuously, refining their cataloging systems, training new librarians, expanding the knowledge repository. He walked past the room where he had spent the first weeks after founding the archive, surrounded by texts retrieved from destroyed sects, attempting to understand how to organize them in a way that would be useful rather than merely comprehensive. At that time, the archive had seemed like an impossible dream, a single cultivator trying to preserve all the knowledge that the cultivation world tried to forget. Now, years later, the archive was no longer a dream. It was an institution recognized by the Continental Congress, protected by law, supported by hundreds of people who believed in its mission. And yet Wei Liang found himself thinking about all the knowledge that still burned. All the sects that were destroyed every year without any effort to preserve their techniques or texts. All the discoveries made by individual cultivators that were lost when they died because no institution existed to document them. "You're thinking about scaling again," Xiaofan said, finding him in the old archival chamber. "Is it that obvious?" Wei Liang asked. "You always get this expression when you're realizing how much larger the problem is than the solution you've created," Xiaofan replied. "You're remembering that one archive, even a successful one, cannot preserve everything." "Exactly," Wei Liang said. "The archive has proven the principle works. But the principle is far from being implemented across the entire cultivation world. Which is why you're establishing affiliated archives," Xiaofan reminded him gently, "and training people to establish new ones, and developing frameworks that others can use to create knowledge preservation institutions in their own regions." "But it's still not enough," Wei Liang said. "Eventually, we'll reach a scale where I cannot personally oversee the quality of implementation. Other people will establish archives that diverge from the original principles. The compromises will begin, and the mission will slowly be diluted." Xiaofan sat down in one of the old reading chairs, worn smooth by the pressure of countless scholars. "Yes," she agreed. "That will happen. And do you know what? It's fine." Wei Liang looked at her with surprise. "The archive doesn't exist to be perfect," Xiaofan continued. "It exists to preserve principle in a world that wants to destroy principle for the sake of power. Even if some of the affiliated archives become compromised, the principle will survive somewhere. The knowledge will persist in some form. And that's better than allowing it all to burn while waiting for perfect implementation." Wei Liang understood that she was right, but understanding and accepting were still two different processes. He had spent so long trying to create something perfect that the idea of allowing imperfection, even in pursuit of greater preservation, felt almost like failure. "Come," Xiaofan said, standing. "Walk with me through the new wings. I want to show you something." They moved through the archive's expanding structure, the new training halls where cultivators learned the mirror method, the research chambers where scholars worked to understand the principles underlying different cultivation techniques, the storage facilities that had been constructed to prevent knowledge destruction in case of fire. Each section represented an expansion of the archive's mission, but also a distribution of responsibility. The mirror method training didn't depend on Wei Liang personally instructing each student. The research work didn't require his presence to proceed. The storage facilities were designed so that multiple people could manage them. "Do you see?" Xiaofan asked. "You've already begun the process of distributing the archive. You've already made it less dependent on you. That's not a failure. That's success." Wei Liang realized she was right. The archive he had founded was becoming something larger than himself. And instead of feeling diminished by that, he should feel satisfied. "When did you become so wise?" he asked, taking her hand. "I've always been this wise," Xiaofan replied with a slight smile. "You were just too focused on your own understanding to notice." After the breakthrough to void return, Wei Liang discovered practical challenges he had not anticipated. The constant reflection of his qi made it difficult to be in enclosed spaces. Meditation chambers required reinforcement. Buildings needed to be specially designed to accommodate someone whose presence naturally created a cascade of reflected qi. It was not dangerous, exactly, but it was disruptive in ways that spirit-severing cultivators did not need to account for. More significantly, Wei Liang found that his presence made others uncomfortable. Not consciously, most people at the archive were trained enough in cultivation to handle being around a void return cultivator, but instinctively. The power around him was so absolute, so complete, that it created a kind of existential pressure for those nearby. You could not ignore a void return cultivator the way you could ignore a spirit-severing one. This created a problem for teaching. Wei Liang discovered that direct instruction became difficult. Students would take his words with absolute seriousness, not because they had considered them carefully, but because the weight of his presence made them seem important. The mirror method should not work that way. It should be about the principle, not about the authority of the teacher. He brought this concern to Elder Huang. You're experiencing the shadow side of void return stage, the old master said. Power at your level creates its own authority, whether you intend it to or not. People will defer to you not because you've convinced them, but because your presence convinces them. How do I prevent that? Wei Liang asked. You embrace the problem and transform it, Elder Huang replied. Rather than trying to teach directly, you teach through demonstration. You show the principles in action rather than explaining them in words. And you deliberately remove yourself from certain teaching roles, allowing other instructors to take primary responsibility. Wei Liang implemented this approach, and it worked surprisingly well. By stepping back from direct instruction and allowing other teachers to lead, he found that students actually engaged more deeply with the material. They were not deferring to Wei Liang's authority. They were working with the teachings themselves. More importantly, this reinforced a crucial principle. The archive did not depend on any single person, no matter how powerful. It was a distributed institution built on shared principles, not on the dominance of one cultivator. This realization became increasingly important as the affiliated archives expanded. Wei Liang did not need to oversee each one personally. He only needed to ensure that the core principles were understood and implemented. The specific methods each archive used would naturally vary based on local conditions and local expertise. And that variation was not a failure. It was adaptation. It was the principle of preservation taking root in different soil and growing in different ways while remaining fundamentally true to itself. As the arc of the story concluded and Wei Liang settled into his role as a void return cultivator guiding an expanding network of knowledge preservation institutions, he found himself thinking deeply about what completion actually meant. The story of the archive was not finished. In many ways, it was just beginning. Wei Liang had reached void return stage, but mirror completion, the final stage, still lay ahead. And even beyond that, there would be questions to explore, principles to understand more deeply, new knowledge to preserve. But completion, he was beginning to realize, did not mean reaching an ending. It meant reaching a state of integration where everything that had come before began to make sense. Where the broken pieces of his earlier self, the expelled student, the rejected cultivator, the person told he was worthless, all fit together to create something whole. The archive represented this completion. It was the answer to the question of what his mirror root was for. It was the purpose hidden in what seemed like a defect. It was the way his experience of rejection and isolation had equipped him to see what needed to be preserved. Wei Liang had been broken, and from that brokenness, he had built something that would outlast him. From his inability to generate elemental qi, he had developed the ability to reflect and preserve any qi. From his rejection by society, he had created a space where all knowledge was welcomed and protected. This was what Xiaofan meant when she talked about him becoming complete. Not perfect, not finished, but integrated, whole, at peace with his own nature because he had finally discovered what his nature was for. The mirror archive would continue. It would grow and change and adapt. People would be born and die while working within it. Techniques would be discovered and documented. Wars would come and go, and through all of it, the archive would stand. Not because Wei Liang was strong enough to protect it forever, but because enough people believed in what it represented to keep it alive. Because the principle of preservation was stronger than the individuals who had founded it or who would lead it in the future. And that, Wei Liang understood at last, was the deepest meaning of principle. It transcended any single person, any single lifetime, any single generation. It became something larger than the individuals within it, something that could survive and flourish as long as people were willing to commit to it. The mirror archive was completion not because it was finished, but because it was immortal. In his private chambers, Wei Liang kept a journal, not of events, but of understandings. Each evening, before settling to sleep, he would write down one thing he had learned that day about cultivation, about principle, about what it meant to preserve knowledge in a world that constantly sought to destroy it. Most of these entries were brief. A single observation about how a student had broken through a misconception. A thought about how the mirror method could be explained more clearly. A reflection on how each affiliated archive was developing its own identity while maintaining the core principles. But occasionally, Wei Liang would write longer passages, entire essays exploring deeper questions. One evening, he wrote about the nature of reflection itself. To reflect is to see. To see truly is to understand. To understand completely is to become the thing you understand. The mirror root is not a defect because reflection is not a lesser form of power. It is the highest form. The cultivator who can perfectly reflect reality has moved beyond the need to impose their will on reality. They have achieved alignment with what is rather than struggle for what they wish to be. Another night, he wrote about why knowledge must be preserved. Every technique that is lost represents a potential future that will never be explored. Every text that burns represents understanding that must be painfully rediscovered by future generations. The archive exists not because knowledge is sacred in itself, but because every piece of preserved understanding saves someone else from having to reinvent it. We preserve to accelerate the cultivation of future generations. These journal entries were never intended for publication. They were for Wei Liang himself, a way of integrating his experiences into deeper understanding. But Xiaofan sometimes read them, and occasionally she would suggest that certain insights should be shared with the wider archive community. Your private reflections are often clearer than your public teachings, she said one evening, looking up from an entry where Wei Liang had been working through his thoughts about the relationship between power and responsibility. Private thoughts can be clearer because they don't need to be carefully measured, Wei Liang replied. They don't need to account for how they might be misunderstood or misinterpreted. Exactly, Xiaofan said, which is why they should be shared. The archive needs people willing to think clearly and honestly about difficult concepts. Your clarity might help others find their own. Wei Liang considered this. He had spent so much time being careful, so much effort ensuring that his teaching was correct and complete. Perhaps there was value in allowing some of his private questioning to be visible. It might show others that even someone who had reached void return stage was still learning, still struggling with difficult concepts. I'll compile some of the entries, he said. Not all of them. Some are too personal. But the philosophical ones, the reflections about principle and preservation, those I can share. This became another archive project, the collection of reflections on cultivation from a mirror cultivator. It was not a technical text. It was not a curriculum. It was simply Wei Liang thinking out loud about what he had learned. And somehow, this collection became far more influential than any of his formal teachings. Because readers saw not the void return cultivator dispensing wisdom from a position of perfect knowledge, but a person engaged in genuine inquiry, asking questions alongside the reader rather than providing answers. This was perhaps the greatest teaching of all, that cultivation was not about reaching a state of completion where all questions were answered, but about continuing to ask deeper and more meaningful questions for as long as one lived. Years into running the archive, Wei Liang found himself increasingly aware of a question he had not needed to face before. What would happen to the archive after he was gone? Void return cultivators lived for centuries, far longer than spirit-severing cultivators. But eventually, even they aged and faded, or they reached mirror completion stage and transcended human existence entirely. Either way, the archive would eventually need to survive without Wei Liang. This thought should have been comforting. After all, he had deliberately built the archive in a way that did not depend on his personal presence. The Council of Archives ensured distributed leadership. The affiliated institutions meant that no single location was critical. The training programs ensured that knowledge of the mirror method was spreading beyond his direct students. But there was still something unsettling about the idea of the archive continuing without him. He brought this up with Shen Wuming one afternoon. The ancient cultivator had been spending increasing amounts of time at the archive, working with Wei Liang to document the history of knowledge preservation across the 1,000 years of his life. You're afraid your death will diminish the archive, Shen Wuming observed. Not afraid, exactly, Wei Liang said, but aware that I'm a kind of anchor. People believe in the archive partly because I believe in it, and I've demonstrated that belief through my actions. Yes, Shen Wuming agreed. That is a real dynamic, and there's no way to completely eliminate it. The founder's commitment always shapes an institution. The question is not how to erase your influence, but how to ensure that your influence points toward principle rather than toward personality. And how do I accomplish that? Wei Liang asked. You're already doing it, Shen Wuming replied. Every time you step back from direct authority and allow others to lead. Every time you make a decision based on principle rather than personal preference. Every time you admit uncertainty or error. You're demonstrating that the archive is not about you. It's about the principle you serve. Shen Wuming stood and walked to the window of Wei Liang's chambers. When I burned down what was trying to preserve knowledge during the Jade Heaven War, I thought I was ending a problem. I did not realize I was ending something that would need to be rebuilt 1,000 years later. The lesson I should have learned then, and that took me 1,000 years to actually learn, is that once a principle takes root, you cannot eradicate it by destroying the institutions that embody it. He turned back to Wei Liang. Your archive is built on principle that is stronger than any institution. Even if the archive itself were destroyed tomorrow, the principle would survive in the thousands of people who have learned it, who believe in it, who are spreading it. That's the true immortality. Wei Liang understood that Shen Wuming was speaking from genuine wisdom earned through the most painful kind of education. And yet, Wei Liang could not entirely let go of the concern. I want to leave something more tangible than principle, he said. Something that will make people remember why the archive mattered. Xiao Fan, who had been listening silently from her seat across the room, spoke up. You already have, she said. You've built an institution. You've trained hundreds of people. You've established a network of affiliated archives across the cultivation world. You've changed how people understand knowledge. But what happens in 200 years when all of those people are gone? Wei Liang asked. What do you think? Xiao Fan replied. The exact same thing that happens in 200 years with any institution. It evolves. Some parts are preserved. Some parts are lost. Some new things are added. The archive won't be exactly what you built, but it will still carry the core principles. That's not quite the legacy I envisioned, Wei Liang said. No, Xiao Fan agreed. But it's a better one. Because it means the archive becomes something organic that can adapt to changes you cannot predict. A statue is immortal but inflexible. An institution is imperfect but alive. Wei Liang sat with this truth. He had spent so long trying to build something permanent and unchanging. But perhaps permanence and life were incompatible. Perhaps what he should be aiming for was not an archive that lasted forever without change, but an archive that could change and adapt while maintaining its essential purpose. Then I'll work on making the principle clear, Wei Liang decided. Clear enough that even when the specific institutions change, the principle can persist. Shen Wuming nodded approvingly. That is wisdom, he said. That is what I should have done 1,000 years ago, instead of trying to prevent change through force. And so the mirror holds all things, every technique, every lesson, every path walked and never walked. Wei Liang began with nothing but a reflection of the world around him. He ended with a mirror that showed the world what it could become. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. The next story is already taking shape. Until then, fellow cultivators, may your path be illuminated by what you know, not limited by what others are willing to share.